Greetings, Counter-Strike fans. PGL's global tour continues with its regular stop at its hometown of Bucharest. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me on the desk today to break down the tournament that we've got, we have it's one half of the editorial board of HLTV, one third of HLTV confirmed podcast. The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for any team he casts his eye to. It is Striker, and the man of 1 million passport stamps. Reddit was saying he's retired. They didn't know where he is, but Blair's back.
Yeah, the rumors were completely unfounded, Richard. I'm indeed alive and kicking, and yeah, I'm good to be back here.
Well, glad to have you back. Glad to be here with Striker again, with what I'm sure will be the weirdest esports desk of all time.
I think they're definitely...
They're a bit stranger.
They're contenders there, man.
The good news is we've got a pretty weird tournament to break down. There's lots of strange things happening in the background, which we're going to talk about. We'll take a look at the participating teams first. And I'm going to use this term loosely because we've got 15 participating teams. We're not so sure about one of them. Are they participating? It's the mystery of FaZe Clan. Obviously, you can see some big names, interesting storylines. Simple is in the house. The great one is back. We've got Paravision. They are taking names at the moment. But, of course, the big talking point is FaZe Clan. Just to make it abundantly clear from the outset, they are going to forfeit today's and most likely tomorrow's game because they're in Serbia playing another LAN, so they can maybe get to Cologne, which they need to win that event to do it. So they've said, we're not going to come here for the first 2 days, and we're going to try and run it back from an 0-2 deficit.
And it's not just that. On the final day of the Serbian LAN, they will have to play 3 best-of-3s back to back on one day, and then fly down to play their elimination game, so to speak, because they're going to be down 0-2. So listen, if there's one team in the world I'd kind of bet to pull that off, it would be FaZe.
Yeah, it would be a shame if they didn't, though, because, you know, they already went in when they were in Bucharest last, which is like a week ago for Dracula, and, you know, they all looked down. They all looked like it was over, and then an hour later, we find out they're going to another tournament, you know? So after they've gone all through this, you know, ordeal, it would be a real shame if they didn't do anything, you know, at those playoffs.
You guys say that. I'm kind of a bit more reflective on it. There's sort of like all the teams that are playing what my granddad would call silly buggers, and, you know, they're trying to like work the margins and, you know, do what's exclusively best for them rather than the ecosystem. It makes sense, you know, from a purely selfish perspective, but I don't think it's necessarily good for the game. And if they were to fall at the final hurdle, I'm probably going to have a good laugh about it. Them and Team Liquid are on notice because they've ultimately done it to themselves, right?
Yeah. Imagine if Liquid, you know, they make the region switch and everybody's like, why would you do that? And like, why are you taking spots away from Americas? And then they don't make it anyway. You know, that would also be, you know, in some way kind of hilarious.
Yeah. Well, look, it's a good segue to our tier list. We created a tier list. We thought we'd do the opening of the show a little bit differently, and so what we've done is we've created a tier list about the teams and what we think their expectations are and how they should be feeling to be here. So talk me through this, guys. This was your invention.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of obvious, at least when it comes to a couple of the tiers over here. Obviously, Paravision coming in. This is a tournament for them to lose. They're easily the favorites for me. The only teams that really lost to have been, you know, the best in the world, the best potentially ever Vitality. And funnily enough, Na'Vi seem to have the number as well, right?
Yeah.
So definitely coming in as the favorites. MongolZ as well. I think this is their best opportunity this season to lift a big event trophy. Also, Mara's in the building. He's going to be coaching, so we're going to be seeing a few more timeouts coming in here. These two, for me, they're here to win it. And it's going to be a disappointment for one of them if they don't manage to do that.
I think it's effectively like if they don't at least make the final, I think that's definitely going to be a disappointment. I would have MongolZ maybe slightly somewhere below Paravision, just because Paravision have shown they can actually win tournaments in this season, whereas MongolZ have made all the playoffs or made most of the playoffs, but haven't really gone too far in their tournaments. It's more about the competition that they have here, you know, where they can shine. So that's where I would have them in more of the dark horse category, I think.
Yeah, and talk me through full depresso.
Oh, are we jumping dark horse?
Oh, yeah, no, we can come back. We can go.
All right.
It's on the screen.
Full depresso is kind of easy.
Everyone can see it. Yeah.
These guys, well, at least, we don't know about FaZe yet, but most likely, I mean, we don't, maybe not.
It's full depresso even if they make the majors.
Yeah, it's kind of, no, I don't know. I kind of disagree. I feel like if you manage to squeeze on through like squeaky bum time, you're going to be like, all right, listen, we got it done, right? You're going to be relieved. You're going to be fine. I don't think they're going to be that depressed. But for 3D Max and BC.Game, it's been disastrous. We've known what 3D Max have been capable of for a long, very, very long time. But it's just been this plateau of just like middling performances. They're kind of the gatekeepers. They're not even the gatekeepers anymore. And then finally they go to the recent LAN and they lose a heartbreaker of a game. I think it was against Bait, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And listen, for a team like 3D Max not making it a major, it's just a kick in the gonads.
They're another team that they've done it to themselves. That gatekeeper narrative was massively overstated, in my opinion. I don't think they ever were gatekeepers. They were just a well-drilled team for the level they were at in that 1.5 buffer zone. And now they've made these, like, you know, moves and changes and imploded. And I'm kind of glad. I'm looking forward to seeing them drop out of the VRS a little bit and have another team come up and replace them, something a bit more exciting, which is, you know, look, I want to see more BC.Game.
Yeah, but they're also not at the major.
Yeah, well, true.
I don't want to see more BC.Game. I think this Frankenstein's concoction that it cooked up, it just failed. I think Simple deserves a better team. He still has it, you know. Absolutely still has it. Not too sure about Electronic yet. You know, I still want to see him in a better team, but I want Simple to still have a team. And also the Portuguese core, before they joined, were a team who were they always managed to surpass expectations. Mutualist somehow manages to get these new players and make them click. And this time, it just kind of ruined two things. Ruined Simple's potential in CS2, number one, and ruined whatever Portugal as a country has when it comes to Counter-Strike.
And that's fair. And I'll say this as well. I mean, you know, look, I love Simple. I'm a Counter-Strike fan, so of course I love Simple, you know. We've forgiven lots of his, how should we say, idiosyncrasies, you know, as a player down the years. But also, the position he's in right now, he sort of has done it a little bit to himself. You know, there's like missing games and, you know, rumors that he's playing more Dota these days. By the way, love that. Great game. But, yeah, it's like BC.Game throwing this together, it was never going to work, in my opinion.
And it's also a shame that the organization hasn't necessarily done the best in terms of managing the circuit, you know, to give them as much of an opportunity as possible, because, you know, you have all these open lands happening all over Europe, even all over the globe, basically, and they've effectively skipped most of them, you know, and at some point of the major race, they've just decided, okay, we're not going to play at all because we're already out of the major race, but you still have to play the long game. I mean, you still have to put yourself in a position where start of the second season, you can still do something about it, right? So I just felt like, you know, the management could have done a better job at putting them in a position where at least down the line, they can work on something.
A tale of all this time, Richard, management, right? It's the goblin when it comes to esports. But I'll say this. Astralis, they've been a team that we've been, you know, just kind of done.
You're not bringing them up as an example of good management.
No, I think they've done a pretty good job. You know, picking up FOZY and Rio, I think it was a big question mark in all honesty. FOZY, of course, was a kind of a known quantity, but for the very first time, and I'm talking about some of the more legendary names when it comes to Nordic Counter-Strike, Scandinavian Counter-Strike. Look at NIP, you look at Fnatic, you look at Astralis, and it's just been a downtrend for such a long time. Yeah. But I look at this Astralis team right now, and they seem to have kind of decided this is what it's going to be for the time being, and I think they've looked really good. I think HooXi's finally able to bring out the most from this lineup. Stair, we've always known he could be the star. He is a star right now. And FOZY has been just, you know, out and out the best player so far. I think they're doing a good job. And for me, they are a potential dark horse to steal the entire thing away.
Yeah. Who would have had FOZY as like the top 5 rated opper of the year so far when we look back at the
coming in to save a Danish org like Astralis? That's something you can script.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, look, he's been really, really good. And when this team was put together, you know, as someone that has covered Astralis since day one, I was like, you know, this is it's heading in the right direction because they're at least trying something. I think these days you have to go out and get some of these younger players, the ones that are maybe more adept in CS2 and don't have the bad habits from CSGO. Take a gamble, you know, and Astralis have done that, and so far it has paid off. It's good.
Yeah. I can't say I've been a big fan of Jonas Gunderson for the NIP ordeal and all that stuff, but heading over to Astralis, you know, he obviously took a huge gamble, or the organization as a whole, whoever else is making those decisions there. You know, taking it away from an all-Danish roster, which they have been all throughout the history of Astralis, that's a big thing to do in terms of, you know, locally how you're going to be perceived. You know, why are you not giving more chances to our younger Danish players? You know, because there's a talent pool there, you know, that to choose from if you wanted to. But you know, they saw options elsewhere and they actually made it work. And I think that even the Danish community has kind of rallied behind them after they've seen that, okay, this is actually a move that can work. So yeah, props to Astralis.
And I'm happy for HooXi. I've already said I've tried to book him so if they do well, we get him on the sofa so we can talk to him, because I think a lot of people have this assumption because I've been critical of his achievements, let's say, that we don't get along. We do. We just have a difference of opinion when it comes to what he should have achieved in G2. That's about it, really. I think this is exactly the type of team he'll do well with as an IGL. Because he's proven that with Copenhagen Flames in the past. It's when you're taking disparate parts and essentially building them up.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, I think for Hooksy, just the fact that, you know, he's had all the ups and downs. And for him, imagine as an IGL, considering all the brickbats he's had to receive, some from you, but mostly from the community as well, the fact that he's able to kind of make this particular lineup work when they haven't in the past with potentially better pieces, I think is just a testament to the fact that the guy knows what he's doing. And also, I feel like he's also grown as an IGL as over the years. So I think he's kind of entering his, you know, his happy period as an IGL.
Back into the Depresso section. Let's talk about FaZe some more, because obviously, look, there's no getting away from it. Even when they're not here, they're going to be the most talked about team because of the reasons they're not here. And so we can talk about their VRS shenanigans. I think it's the best way to put it. So talk me through this, Striker.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, you know, obviously as we see the way that they've progressed on the VRS and the placings that they had through the tournaments they've started since, you know, basically end of last year. You know, they start out with that massive start of their major run where, you know,
incredible run, by the way.
Half a second away from being eliminated in stage 1. You know, they just make it all the way to that final. Oh, FaZe is back, Jacob's amazing, all this stuff is happening.
Pure cinema.
And then we enter this year, you know, that obviously stops their momentum because they have to head in straight into the break, right? Like they have no momentum to gain off of that major. They come back straight from the break, boom. Last place at Blast Bounty at the hands of eyeballers, you know, and that's where it starts.
I'm going to, that just remind me of an analogy which you're going to like, Richard. That's basically the story of Rocky 1 and Rocky 2, right? Rocky 1, they didn't win. He came second. You know, he just lasted the entire 15 rounds, and then it's just a downturn. He's lost.
Hang on, he wins in Rocky 2.
Yeah, so Rocky 2's not done yet. We're not done yet.
Oh, okay.
So that was in a downturn, right? And now he's grinding it out. He's duking it out. And now it's potentially going to win. Could happen.
No. This isn't like Rocky.
I thought I'd get you. I thought I'd get you with a Rocky analogy.
The analogy itself is Rocky. Like Rocky just started winning all the time. He even beat Clubber Lang in 3, which is
we're not going to 3 yet.
The biggest travesty. So I think FaZe are on like. This is like Rocky 5. This is the Tommy Morrison street fight. That's where they're at, right?
Rocky's 80 and just can't even hold his hands up anymore. That's kind of what's going on.
On a serious note, like what have you guys observed as being the problem within FaZe?
I think it's a stress factor. And here's the thing: like the easy answer, the obvious one is go, oh, Brokey. You know, he's a shit hopper. He's missing everything. And I agree. I think he's just not on the level to be on a team like FaZe. You know, and it has not been for a very long time. Apart from a couple of good maps here and there, it's just abysmal performance from him. But if you look at the team overall, just the mistakes being made by someone like Twist, the magnificent Van Dulken, uncharacteristic mistakes being made. Overall, when you look at the macro of how they're approaching the game, they have some pretty good ideas how to approach their T sides, for example, the CD sides. They're playing correct CS, so to speak, but then you have these kind of brain-dead moments coming out. Sure, you see from Jacob, he's kind of new, but at this point, like you've been playing it at a high level for a long time, you should be kind of, you know, not making these mistakes. When I see people like Twist just completely kind of shitting the bed when it comes to rounds, he should not be doing that in. And now you start to question, like, is the pressure getting to them? Is, you know, all the outside noise starting to affect even some of the more tenured pros in the team? And I think just having this cascading effect, even in someone like Harrigan.
Yeah.
For me, the issues basically are from top to bottom. The only guy you can't really blame for anything is Frozen, because he's been the only stable piece in that entire lineup. Twist started out well, but then, you know, very quickly it went downhill from there as well. I do think that's more of a confidence issue and just kind of the pressure building up on the team that's caused the Twist's a problem. And he's also probably over-focused on, okay, what can I do better to make the team perform? You know, how much more can I do when, you know, other pieces are lacking? But effectively, you know, like looking at the team, you could effectively make a case for 3 changes, you know, and trying to fix it that way, because I'm not even sure 2 would be enough.
I think we're at the stage now where it's like you really have to look at maybe blowing up the team. I don't know. If they don't qualify for Clone, I don't even know if FaZe necessarily want to stay in Counter-Strike, because, you know, the org itself is detached from the CS team quite radically, and the org has had all these problems and ownership changes and their bleeding influences. So as a business, not very healthy, and then...
And I mean, imagine they missed the major, that's like $500,000 to $1 million easily just going down the drain, and like that's money you can use for a new player, to get your salaries up and things like that.
It's also, since you're talking about your management and going into FaZe right now, also just this disconnect. Look, I'm someone who's all a fan of, sometimes an organization taking responsibility, doing proper management, and not just giving all the power to the players as well. Fair, but there seems to be this big disconnect between FaZe, the team, and the FaZe management. Because look, cutting Neo, I don't think I'm necessarily against that, but at this juncture right now, when you have to qualify for the major, you're doing all these local lands, you want to have someone who's been a voice in the team since the advent of CS2. And you just cut it right now. And even Carrigan, I think in the interview, is like, yeah, that's a decision they made. It's not something we were necessarily happy with. It's just like, guys, get your shit together. Yeah. You can't have this much of a disconnect and where you are actively jeopardizing your team's chances of making it to Cologne or some of these big events.
I'm sure we'll talk about them more, but for now, let's take a look at our panel predictions for this event. We usually don't do these, but I thought, but we've done one this time.
I mean, Twitter loves it, so might as well. Right?
Yeah, okay. Well, so talk us through this then, since we've got you here, Blair and Striker. What's going on?
Well, it's kind of boring.
Near identical selection.
All right, all right, Striker. I'm gonna pick your brain. Why NRG? Go on.
I was just.
What a contrarian.
No, I do think. I honestly think that as much as NRG's results at the tournaments haven't been great, they have been competitive even against some of the better teams. They took a map of Furia. They took a map of Falcons back in Krakow. I just felt like this Grim Edition has definitely improved the team, even though they're still in this transitional period where they're figuring out where does Grim actually fit, because they've been talking about some of these role changes for the new player, right? But I do think that he's bringing like an extra gear of firepower to the team that they never had before. And I think in a competition like this, where there's a lot of teams somewhere in the middle, they could grab a couple of key wins and actually make it through.
I just can't take it seriously because I see you like double fisting 2 beers over there. And that's your reasoning.
I know.
Sure, but I'm throwing in 3D Max there because even though we've all been harsh on them, rightfully so, I feel like right now they have literally nothing to lose, right? I think they just might come in and upset a couple of teams and just sneak on through to the playoffs. Apart from that, I think at least 6 of the teams we have, everyone's in common. I want to see Simple make it to the playoffs. I want BC.Game, despite the fact that they are, in my books, a dead team walking, at least go out with Simple dropping some inhuman numbers once again.
He's definitely here to play, by the way. Like I got that vibe from his social media and stuff. He's been back to grinding Face It. So I think we'll get to see a very good version.
He was bitching about some teammate of his about
that's how you know
he's back. He's back.
Exactly.
He did, however, nicely blur out the guy's name, so it's not the old Simple, it's the new good Simple.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Right. So, anything else you want to add to that, or are we feeling good?
No, I mean 3D Max. I just wanted to kind of double down on that because I just feel like they're a team that just thrives in chaos, and now that they don't really care necessarily how much is happening. Obviously, this matters to them still because it has some effect on some tournaments down the line. Their mindset is not going to be in a place where they're going to be happy about being here necessarily. They've just missed out on the major, not having done very well at the open lands. But I do think they're the type of a team that just like comes into a tournament and kind of no matter what mindset they're in, they're going to take off some crazy wins. So that was my thinking behind them top 8.
The other thing everyone at home needs to be aware of, this is the first big tournament, no disrespect to anybody else, just saying, it's the first big tournament that's going to be using the new magazine update. It didn't happen in Rotterdam when it came out, and I've got to say it's refreshing to be with a group of talent and analysts that have very based opinions on this, because everyone was screaming blue murder, and it's like I was just like, this really isn't going to change all that much.
But Richard, don't you know we are paid by Valve, so obviously we have to support whatever they say. All right, jokes aside, I think I may put out a tweet as well. I'm like, it's a usual, hyperbole. Everyone's like, oh no, what have they done? Here's my thing. Here's my take, right? I feel like many people said, why fix something which isn't broke? I'm like, it's still adding a layer of thought into your gameplay, and it's not going to affect things too much, but it will punish you if you're going to be too hasty, with the way you approach the game. I played a few games the moment the update came out, apart from the first couple of games where the USP ran out of bullets early on. I immediately caught on, and I'm like 45 years old, Rich. Like, if I could do that, so can anyone else.
Yeah, sometimes you will be a little bit lackadaisical about when you reload, and that's probably when we're going to see it. For me, I was just a bit worried about what it's going to do to the op, because was one area where I felt like they needed improvement rather than, you know, further deducting from kind of the power of the gun, you know, because we see so many operators struggle these days. There's effectively like 5 good operators in the entire world right now that you can count on the fingers on one hand, right? So that was my issue, because now that you kind of have another thing that you have to keep in mind, you know, you make an opening move, you reload on 3 out of 5, that's 1 down. You know, you do that again, you're only your last magazine. So I feel like that's when it could come into play in late rounds where the op will just get that little bit of a drop off.
Yeah, I think you brought up a good point yesterday when we were in the green room, where you're like, you know, let's go back to keep making 2 magazines, but keep like 10 bullets in it, because right now it's because of the new update and the fact that magazine size is so small, it's just, you know, double negative for the AWP. So I feel like that's the one thing I would like Valve to maybe add an extra mag. For the op.
Yeah, we'll see where they go with that. Obviously, you can follow it at home. It's going to be on the HUD when we get into the game, so you'll be able to follow that information and see how it does affect the pro level. We're all intrigued, just like you at home. But for now, just to remind you, these are the winnings. This is what these teams are playing for. You can see 1.25 million right there at the top, where 625,000 will be going into the hands of the players as a prize, and 625,000 will be going to the orgs as just money for them to run their orgs.
Yeah, that's the new reality we're living in for the past year or so, where teams have somewhat enforced, you know, this split on the tournament organizers, so that, you know, they get their share of the pie. Obviously, in the partnership era, they already did a lot of them anyway.
They've had a lot of slices of a lot of pies, and apparently they need more slices and more pies. I don't know what's going on. Really makes you think.
Especially when we have another big tournament organizers coming into the space, you know, there's a bit more prize money, a bit more winnings, you know, to be had. So yeah, there's plenty of money to go around now.
Yeah. Why don't we take a look at the format as well? This is the classic PGL format. I mean, it's almost redundant to explain it at this point, but just so you know at home, this is what it's going to be. It is the Swiss group stage. 16 teams go in. 3 wins and you are through, 3 losses and you are out. It's very much like the major. I'm sure everybody knows the format by now, but what we're going to do is whittle it down to 8 teams. They then go into a playoff bracket. It is single elimination, not double. I love a double elimination. You know, I've been doing a lot of Dota lately. They do double elim, do miss a double elim, but single elim does create some nice high stakes games once we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, can't complain. I feel like they both have a place in, you know, in any tournament structure. But I do agree with you. I prefer single elim, especially because everything's going to be best of 3. It's like, you mess up once, you're out, and I like that.
Yep, all best of 3s, best of 5 final as well, of course. So why don't we take a look at the schedule? It's PGL event, so you know what that means. You are going to get 2 streams. You can pick and choose. Now, unfortunately, if you were hoping to see FaZe Clan versus Eyeballers, that's not going to be happening. You can see we've already put in the forfeit. That's what the F in FaZe Clan stands for now. It is Forfeit Clan. We have Astralis will be taking on MIBR, and NRG will be taking on Voca, and 3D Max versus FOKUS. Some new teams I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I love me some FOKUS. I mean, that's one team for me to watch out for a little bit, because they've just come together at the beginning of the year and they've aced it. You know, they won Urban Riga, one of the open lands, and they won the European qualifier for this. You know, and they've just shot up the rankings. You know, there's something like top 30 now, or like somewhere on the edge of that. Couldn't quite, you know, make the miracle run to the major, but definitely have made enough, you know, to enter the tier 1 circuit effectively.
And on the mainstream, working our way backwards, we'll be closing out the day with Paravision versus a Legacy, the MongolZ versus BC.Game.
That's what I'm talking about.
You see, you deliberately asked to not be working that one so you could go and watch it with a beer. Bait Esports versus Wildcard. Remember, Wildcard brought in at the last minute, so you never know what you're going to get with that one. But we will, of course, be starting with FUT Esports versus Inner Circle. And so let's turn our attention to it. I'll toss it out to the desk. You put FUT in the dark horses.
Yeah, exactly. I think FUT are definitely among the teams that could win it under the right circumstances, just based off of how they've been doing this year. They obviously came into the year with us on a strong foot. You know,
Pun very intended.
Pun unintended in this case.
No, it's good.
And
Excellent work.
They just missed out on a couple of playoffs to start the year, but they finally broke through, and then they went to top 4, even beating MOUZ in the playoffs of ESL Pro League. So they're definitely on the way up and have entered the conversation of real title contenders for a tournament like this.
And it's also like, if memory serves me right, so I could probably correct me here. I believe the first event they did qualify for ESL was a team dropping out, right? Not able to make it.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
it just like there was this miraculous opportunity presented to them. They grabbed onto it, and now they're on everyone's radar. I like the style of Counter-Strike they play. It's fun CS. They're good to watch. They seem to have good vibes to the team, and it's not you're not also relying on one Donk-esque player in the team for them to pop off. They have very strong fundamentals, which is so crazy to see for a team with such less experience going head-to-head against some of the biggest names we have in the game as well. And again, if the playoffs bracket, for example, the MongolZ are somehow able to upset Paravision in the semifinals, for example, and they go up against the MongolZ who might have an off day, which they are kind of mercurial at times, they could potentially run away with this win.
Yeah, well, I think they're off to a good start of taking on Inner Circle. They've been in the headlines for other reasons this month, which we won't talk about. But what we will talk about is the addition of Hadtrick into the roster, which, I mean, I think that might have surprised a lot of people. Hadtrick's stock was very, very high at one point, and, maybe people might feel he's a little bit further down than they would have expected him being in this Inner Circle lineup.
I kind of want to see Hadtrick go up against his ex-team later on, right? Because I feel like also for Hadtrick leaving the team, obviously I believe he got benched. It was just detrimental for Bait. I think Bait had just been struggling for such a long time, and we're all wondering like where's Hadtrick going to go. But here's the thing with Inner Circle, I still feel it's too early for us to make any decision yet. But so far the results have just been very, very mid, which is why Richard we put them in the just happy to be here because I don't really expect this team to be doing much in the group stage.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Hadtrick on Bait, and I thought that there was definitely a good reason for him to be replaced because he was kind of the weak link. Everybody was delivering the numbers, and he was the one as an opper, that's somebody you kind of want to make as much out of the weapon as possible. Was kind of on the downturn for quite a while now, ever since Bait effectively re-entered or entered the Tier 1 circuit somewhere at the halfway point of last year. And so he was always going to be the odd man out in that team. Obviously, it hasn't worked out for Bait because they haven't necessarily found the opper to replace him well. But I do like that he's moved into a team like this where he can be the guy who actually brings in some experience because out of these guys, him and Captain Kurt, or ZeroFix rather, are the only two players who have attended a major. Everybody else has effectively no experience on the Tier 1 scene, So I do think that this injection of a little bit more experience, even though the guy is just 21 years old, is going to do a team like Inner Circle a world of good.
And also, like the fact you brought up the age, right? Because Onyx, the IGL as well, he's so young. At the same time, Onyx. So despite not just experience overall, but just the fact that you just don't have enough reps coming in. Look, the Vitos, I think it's going to be kind of expected. Inner Circle, they just keep banging Inferno. I wish they actually made. Actually, no, they flipped it around. They're forcing FUT to ban Inferno. I like that. I like the switch up. They know you're the underdogs. Ban on a map which we're not very comfortable on. It's a common map pool here. This is a bit of a surprise. I thought it's going to be Mirage and Ancient coming out because that's been the usual two picks for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean those three, that and Dust 2 are effectively the three maps that they both play the most. They actually played once already at like DreamHack Stockholm like late last year. This was a very different Inner Circle lineup. I think only 2 out of the 5
They
players
got the win
left,
on Mirage, right?
Yes, I think they got the win on Mirage and then FUT came back on the other 2 maps. And Ancient was the decider, which is the third map that they have both shared. And I assume that's going to go the same way here.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it is the same map that they played back then, and it is their 3 best maps for both teams. So I think both teams happy.
It's just the order in which it's kind of flipped around, I guess. Maybe trying to catch them off by surprise. But yeah, no big surprises here. But here's the thing, Rich. Again, like if FUT have had the number time and time again in the past, and now coming in with the current form that FUT are in this year, and also the fact that Inner Circle has just been kind of very, very middling, so to speak, I just don't even see it going to map number 3 here right now.
No, I think that's fair as well. I mean, like, when I was looking at the matchups, I think FUT are clear favorites. I think I also just like them as a team. I wish some of these bigger orgs that are swirling down the drain right now would take a serious look at them because I think, I wouldn't even want to break this team up necessarily, but you could pick almost any 3 players off that lineup insert them into a top team with 2 veterans, and I think they are ready to go. I think they are ready to cook.
But I think that's the cool thing about the tournament like this, where, you know, with that pressure on the individuals, you know, obviously teams will go up to them and ask, you know, could you maybe join our team, like the sort of a FaZe, you know, that maybe batting up a little bit higher than a team like FUT. On FUT, there's actually kind of a lot of pressure to win a tournament, you know, so they can withstand that pressure and be like, okay, this is actually the better team than the ones that are coming knocking, right? So I think it would be really cool for them to win it and then, you know, use that to withstand that pressure.
I think they said that. I seem to recall there was an interview where they were like, it's been important for us to do well to sort of keep our guys.
Yeah.
You know, and remember, they were an academy team as well. So, you know, they've been together a long time. They all like playing with each other. It's just obviously when the money starts coming and the opportunity starts coming, that's the real test. You know, we've seen Senzu, for instance. You know, I got the vibe he wanted out. And, you know, maybe it could happen to FUT and then it all comes apart.
We'll never know what happens to Senzu. But look, it could indeed happen, right? Obviously, this is kind of uncharted territory for all these 5 players, so to speak. Apart from maybe Longs, because we've known him for quite a while. Yeah. But, you know, I feel like I would like this team to stick together and see how far they can go, because even if you look at any team not called Vitality right now, there's so many question marks around them, right? You're looking at Spirit, you're like, oh, what the hell are you doing? Who are a top 5 team in the world? So if you're FUT, if I'm these 5 guys, I'm like, listen, we're just going to stick together, see how far we can go. Because who's to know, in a few months' time, they might be able to potentially crack the top 5. You might see some of these big names just completely crumble. Look at FaZe, for example.
Yeah, well, exactly. It can happen to anybody. And like I say, it's, you know, we're not just gassing this team up. They are really...
They're the real deal.
They are the real
good.
deal. Like, we've seen enough of them at LAN to know that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, like, obviously a lot of... even their opponents have often kind of made remarks about how high firepower a team they are. But they also play a very solid brand of CS. You know, they're very pack-heavy, and they just play off of each other really well. And that's how they thrive. So it's not just the firepower. It's also the team aspect.
All right, then, guys. It's time to get into the action. I throw you over to Henry G and Anders.
Oh, thank you very much, boys. We're looking forward to this one. FUT, who did very well at ESL Pro League, Anders, got to the semi-finals, took down Mouse on Dust 2 in the quarters. Definitely the favorites going into this one, but I'm excited to see what Inner Circle can bring to the table.
Yes, some of these early games are going to be very unpredictable. I think I will put FUT as my favorites here, maybe for the whole tournament. I really enjoy this
The
team.
whole tournament. You've got the MongolZ and Paravision here.
I think FUT could do it. I really do.
All right. Here's
I'm
a nice
excited.
little flashbang being set up by Krobeni. Allows his teammates to swing off towards short, which is what they're getting ready to do. Here we go. We're off to the races. The first frag will be coming in momentarily. It's Inner Circle. That flashbang is extremely effective as we see a flurry of kills there, Anders. It's a pretty comprehensive victory so far. Has the bomb gone down, though? I believe it has. It's towards top and middle. Onuk will bring one back, but overall should be a done deal here. We'll see, though. 4 versus 2.
I'm glad you called that flashbang right before they set it up as well, because that is such a sick way to get a round started.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the smoke towards top and middle as well. Yeah, 2 players ready to swing on short. Flashbang and the smoke set up by the same player. Bomb goes down. Absolute massacre, I'm afraid. Hadtrick, sniper of the team. It's actually quite important, Anders, he gets a couple of kills here. He needs to build up that bank account. Dust 2, it's all about the AWP. So even 1 kill here would be influential in his finances going forward, and he might just get it.
He's done a lot of damage. She's a really, really good attempt, but it's not enough. Jukes will take him down towards the end. And hard to disagree with what the desk was saying as well. Like, I don't hope it doesn't happen, because I feel like so many of these sort of tier 1 orgs at the moment don't really know what they're doing, but it's true. If you pick some of these FUT players up and put them somewhere else, who knows? They could do a lot of work. Some of them are really, really interesting.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like the individuals are fantastic, but they've been together for so long in the Navi Junior team. It's been, what, 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
If you start breaking them up, you might mess with the recipe.
Yeah,
It's tried and tested.
I want to see this keep going. I mean, obviously MongolZ left and they got Longs instead, but I still kind of want to see the rest of them work their magic together. I enjoy what they've been bringing so far. Second round here, we're going to see Inner Circle with a scout and not too much else. It's an interesting kind of a pickup. The hero scout that's in play. Don't get to see it all the time. So far, hasn't found the target, but you never know. Could be a bit of a nasty surprise if you're not ready for anything there. Let's see.
Well, it's going to be nothing but Glocks here. We'll see a scout available, and we know the scout can do some work on Dust 2. Krobeni, though, mowing them down with the MP9. And there it is. I referenced the Krebeni scout we saw at Pro League. It was against Mouse and Dust 2, managed to get one of the most ridiculous opening kill sequences we've ever seen. One of the best plays of the year, but that won't be happening this time. We will now be getting into round number 3. The guns will come out, Anders, and we'll see whether there's anything that can be done here in a circle. We'll have to stand and deliver. They've got the AKs, and after buying the scout as well, we have got a Desert Eagle for Onyx, and it's going to be a leg shot coming in very quickly. Cemetery has got his AWP out early as well. Scary prospect going forward. And that's by virtue of those MP9 kills coming in, Anders. The fact we got 3 of them, enables a nice early AWP here, so the money's low. They've already got Onyx down to 18 HP. This does not look good as you see the incendiaries deployed down towards lower as well. It's Hadtrick! And his teammates managing to find a beautiful opener there. Fantastic work. Okay, and now they have the advantage. Smoke down double doors. And we're getting ready for potential A-splittings. He plays outside the long doors, but making their way towards middle. Cemetery. Bear in mind, we have got the new update here as well, Anders. We're going to keep track of that. I don't think it's going to have huge implications. I feel like people getting a little bit up in arms about the whole thing. I think it's going to be a narrative to follow, sure, but I don't think it's going to have too much impact on the grand scheme of things.
Probably not at a high level of Counter-Strike, although I think if we're going to be seeing those mistakes, they'll happen early on. It'll be early in the cycle of when they're in. People are going to make some mistakes, reload too soon. But I'm sure the longer it's in, the less we'll see of that kind of a thing. That jump from Krebeni, it probably felt like a really safe attempt to just kind of take a look at what's happening in lower dark, but he got his head blown right off. And now they're in the middle, throwing a really fast smoke for the cross. I mean, it's a very bad idea for Dukes. He's going to be alone in the side of the map, and unless he gets a double kill, they don't even get time to rotate here, and it's not going to happen. Zero fix, very good shot at range. You can see how awkward it was for Dukes. Like, he's got nowhere to really stand there. Yeah, they're not even going to try to rotate. They already know it's over. And unfortunately, this is the right move for FUT as well. There's no point in running across the map and trying to retake this one 3 versus 5. So what a great start for Inner Circle. They pick up the rifles and they're good to go.
It wasn't looking good either. They took that initial damage on towards Onyx.
Yeah.
Looked like they were out of position. There was aggression from FUT being presented. But all of a sudden, the opening kill towards Shaw cracks things open. A nice mid to B split. Hit their shots.
I think the kind of B split that they did here, where they're throwing the smoke when they're already on the CT side of the door, it's kind of underrated because you can just be so fast.
Sure, playing in front of the utility is not too telegraphed, and it's a very clean round. Not a single player going down. Bear in mind, they entered with 4 AKs and a Desert Eagle there as well. So well done to Inner Circle. They are off to the races. But still a lot of work to be done here. You did not take down the entirety of FUT, so we are going to see them having a nice healthy buy going forward by virtue of their clean second round. So still will have the AWP and 4 rifles to accompany it. And we can see we've got this beautiful new HUD here at PGL, Anders. We're tracking the utility across the board.
I especially appreciate how easy it is to read some of the utility here. I think it's, yeah, it's going to make it a lot easier. Sometimes it can be a bit messy when there's too much going on, but I enjoy this one. Smoke in the middle again, but look at Cemetery. I was about to say, normally he's a little bit low. He's a little bit more of a conservative AWPer and maybe not the most aggressive, but certainly is this time around. He's in lower dark at the moment, waiting to see if anyone's going to give him the opportunity, although it kind of looks like Dawi might be aware. Hadtrick on the other side wondering, is it worth the peek? They're so aware of this angle, but that doesn't mean they're going to get out without any damage. There we go. Flashes in. They force out the AWP shot now. They're going to try and bomb him out of there. There's a kind of utility coming out, and yeah, I think it's time to pack it up. They've certainly slowed down the T side, but they didn't actually get the opening kill they wanted here.
Slow and steady so far for Inner Circle. It's absolutely fine. Just feeding the map out. Working out what you're up against, see if we can detect the presence of the AWP, bleed out some CT utility, and they have a plethora of options available to them. If confirmed lower B is clear, going to be making their way towards a mid to be split or towards A. We might see those waterfall smokes. There's the CT spawn smoke deployed. See if it can be body blocked. Absolutely not. Krebeni, though, will be trying to play in front of it.
Yeah, flashed in as well from the B-bomb side. That's a very neat way to try and pick up a kill. That was close to working.
That's a lot of information. You've kind of garnered that they're not going to be making their way towards mid to B, at least not yet. Up towards short we go. Cemetery playing towards that car position. Demons confirm the long is clear, so he might be able to peel off and back up this A attack that is coming in momentarily. 4 players up towards short and a late lurk coming in as well. Missed AWP shot enables them some action in towards the A site.
Yeah, the fact that he misses that shot gives them at least an opportunity to get the bomb planted here. A lot of utility on the site itself, but They're going to lose Onyx before they really even get the bomb down here. Failed spray for Demon. That's definitely not what we'd like to see. Krabani's going to take a kill. Cemetery will fall next. And now they're starting to fight back a little bit. Jukes has shown up, and he's trying to get that transfer onto Hadtrick, but they just don't control the bomb side. I think, unfortunately, it starts with Demon not getting that spray.
I think Demon panics a little bit there. I think the comms get a little bit flustered because, as you saw, there was 4 seconds remaining when they actually went to go plant the bomb there. So they're rushing to plant the bomb. And at that stage, you're thinking, all right, maybe I can deny it. Maybe I can actually save the round right here and now. He does a little bit too much. He doesn't wait for his teammates there. And, yeah, it gets a bit messy. But this is a beautiful little sequence from Hadtrick. Manages to get himself a couple of kills there from up top. Closes things out as well, and now the money really is broken. And it's the AWP of Lanx that's going to be taken down to 25 HP to kick things off here. We go 2-2 Inner Circle, posting a couple rounds of road. That does look like a missed smoke. I don't think that will have, yeah, it's going to have a gap at the top. Normally you say, like, okay, it still is serviceable. That one is not. Thing is, though, against an eco, shouldn't be too punished too much, and yeah, they're going to be smoking Xbox instead.
I like that. Yeah, better safe than sorry. But you're right, it does matter. And I feel like every team in the world now has figured out how to throw that smoke.
I mean, you'd be surprised. Some of the teams, especially at Rotterdam, we are seeing a lot of missed utility.
I mean, I feel like it's not that hard. Maybe...
I mean, I'm not going to comment on that. Like,
you're not going to comment on that.
It's just like, I think under the pressure and when you've got your mind set on a million different things in the round, like the pixel perfect lineups can sometimes elude you. Let's have a look, though. What have we got? The AWP. Longs will have to step up here. But no one's home on the A bomb side. Should be pretty easy for Inner Circle to find their 3rd round here. Nothing too flashy required. Going to be smoking off towards the avant-garde positions. Molotov towards the ramp. As we mentioned, no one's home. And for now, bomb planted and job done. The operation now for FUT Esports is to save the AWP. And that's exactly what they'll go for. Might want to put it in the hands of someone with a bit more health, I suppose. But he's got the Kevlar. I guess that's their idea. There's the first kill for Longs. Nice shots, and confirms they are saving at least.
They don't know it, but they could probably go and pick up that AK from Zerofix. I think Demon, yeah, he's thinking about it now. Hadtrick sort of softly trying to hold on to it, but yeah, he's going to slip past, so that's pretty nice. Get to steal an AK over to the other side. Why not? Dowie here fighting to try and keep them away, but not that they could defuse the bomb, obviously, but it would have been cool if they could have got another kill. Just don't lose the AK. They will. That seems like a needless loss. I feel like they could have held on to it. Obviously, they were trying to look for exits. They were trying to make it more expensive. I get that part of it, but I feel like an AK AWP into the next round would be a pretty good platform to build something off there for FUT. Still, Inner Circle can't really complain. They look very fresh here, and if you're the underdog team, I mean, this is how you want to get into some of those early games. Just, you know, no long break, no getting down like 5-6 rounds here. They pick up the rifles and they're good to go. I really like that.
How much do you like him?
A lot, I would say.
Okay.
It's like a solid 6 out of 10 for me, Henry.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased right now because I thought there's a good chance here this would be a very one-sided game for FUT. So if we can avoid that and actually see Inner Circle show up with some firepower, I think it makes it all the more entertaining, and they are. So credit to them.
I didn't think they stood a chance today. I haven't watched a ton of Inner Circle games. I'll be honest with you. I watched a lot of FUTs. I know Inner Circle have got some handy players, but FUTs, we haven't seen them play since Pro League. Bear that in mind. That was a couple of weeks ago now.
True, yeah.
So maybe just a bit of ring rust here.
Could be.
But early days. It's absolutely fine. This is the pick of Inner Circle as well.
Got to imagine as well that FUT have spent more of their resources looking at other teams in the bracket. Not that they've completely overlooked Inner Circle. They've played them before, obviously. But if you have limited resources to try and counter strat and prepare for teams, there are other teams in the tournament that you're going to be more focused on, and that could be a real vulnerability. You never know. Whereas Inner Circle, I've no doubt they have a really good read on what's happening at the moment. You can kind of tell. Onyx, he's 1 kill away from winning the round. That's how crazy this gets. Jukes, bit of an off position, could be hard to read, but they've already found Locks, and he's only good for the one. Zerofix, it's a very good refrag coming in. Dowie's going to take down Krabani in the middle, and even with that kill from Cemetery, the bomb should be planted here at the side any second.
Don't think there's much they can do. Demon couldn't be more far removed if he tried. He's going to be all the way down towards long, bomb planted towards B. He can make his way towards T-spawn, I suppose. If he finds some sort of a kill from T-spawn towards the tunnels, there's something to be said about it, but I don't think they go for this. Saving the AWP has to be the main objective. And again, that's what they'll do in a circle after losing the pistol, being down 0-2, post 4 rounds in a row.
That's a cool read, though. The double setup they had there at the B bomb side, the position that Jukes is playing, and whoever it was coming in, Longs, I think, from the middle, they're waiting. They're expecting utility before they know. Like, they need a flashbang, they need a lurk smoke, they need something to alert them that someone is coming up, and instead they have the fight with no warning. I think that's a really good read from Inner Circle to not give any warning, not give any notice that anything is happening. I kind of enjoyed that. So it's going to be another round. 4 in a row right now after losing the pistol.
You must be really liking this now.
I don't think I am, because I'm the big FUT supporter at the moment.
You are. You have got a FUT fetish, that's for sure. We all know that.
I love them. I think they're great, but but not working out the way that I expect.
But this is nice momentum. All jokes aside, 4 in a row, Inner Circle, definitely the underdogs here. New boy Hadtrick coming into the roster. We weren't sure what his career had left after leaving Bates. Wasn't sure whether he was going to bounce back, but he's looking good. Got the AWP now, and no early damage on the cross. And it's going to be an MP5 in the hands of Lonks as well. A weapon is getting more and more popular as time goes on. Yeah, let's have a look whether they can make a bit of a dent here. It's going to be 5-7s, Deagles, saved AWP, Cemetery rocking that one. Looking to send a few of them to the grave.
I don't know if it's fair, but almost in a sort of indirect way, Hadtrick looks even better because Bait looked worse since he's left as a team. So, maybe there's some in there.
Well, they'll be at the tournament as well. We'll see what happens.
Get a chance to see if Sissy can prove himself even further.
I mean, I was told he was the next big thing.
Yeah.
I haven't been super impressed so far. He's only, what, 16 years old?
That's true.
Give him some time to cook. But I've heard so much about him and how great he is.
Okay. Well, that happens sometimes, and sometimes it's it doesn't really come to pass, and sometimes it's a bit early. But yeah, I've heard some rumors as well, and I agree with you.
Oh, I bet you have.
Impressed. Yeah, I try. I love the gossip. You know that. That's what I'm all about.
This is another comprehensive victory in a circle. I just don't see a world back into this. Once again, I think I've said it 3 or 4 times now. Save the AWP if you're on the FUT side. And this one's starting to spiral somewhat. The rounds have been very clean. The money's going to be swelling here. We've got $10,000 on Captain Kurt Cup already. So he's going to be up to like $14,000 after this one, Anders. They will not have to eco the rest of this half. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, speaks to how inefficient FUT have been in trying to just, do any kind of damage at the moment. They just haven't been able to really get the kills on board. Bit of a shame, really. You could see, I think Lonks is 6 kills pretty early on. Krabani's at 5. And that's about it. The rest of them haven't really been contributing all that much. So Inner Circle will pick up another round here. It is starting to look very impressive. And they look pretty chilled out as well. Like, everything about this T side right now has been fantastic. All the calls have been good. And it's been a great amount of variation as well.
Well, it's nice to see Dust 2 to open things up. It's a map everyone plays in a very familiar way. It's not too deep in the playbook. Everyone's running the same defaults, executions, mid to Bs, A plays, B pops, long control if you get the spawns as well. So it's nice to see if you're feeling warmed up and you feel like you can take the game to them with your individuals, it's a great place to have as your home map. And so far, so good after losing the first couple of rounds. They've got 5 in a row here. Like I said, comprehensive victories as well. They haven't really had to break a sweat, making their way towards that A bomb side time and time again, but still very early days, can still lose the half here. FUT now will take the tactical timeout and have the AWP in the hands of Cemetery once again. Finances recovering, but still not fantastic. We are going to see now round number 8 and whether they can bounce back themselves.
Yeah, this is the map.
Oh, they're changing things up, Anders. We might be going for something very fast here. We've got a double door smoke here. Another smoke being set up, I assume, for a mid to B from outside the tunnels. But we'll see who wants to throw it. That's actually an Xbox smoke, I believe.
Okay, so they're doing that behind the door smoke. It did fail again. It didn't actually land on the door.
But it was still fine. The idea of that is, even with the smoke gets blown open by the HE, the Xbox smoke protects you.
Okay.
So you're trying to take away, but they can't get any intel. So you're suggesting it's going to be up towards short, where they can't get the intel, they can't blow it open. And now you go in towards B-pop with all 5 players. So it's a fake in a way with just 2 smokes. Let's see if it works out.
Jukes is back here. He's got Locks in front of him as well. The flashes are overpowering though, and Jukes is alive in a way, but he's kind of nullified in this position. As soon as he pops up, yeah, they're going to shut him down. You could see that happening from a mile away. They don't even really care. They knew that he was back there. It's not a big deal to them. They're clearing the rest of the bomb site. They find Lonks. They don't worry about Jukes in the back at all. That's great focus from Inner Circle. They could have panicked. They could have sat shooting through the smoke, and you know they could have taken all of their attention. But it really wasn't the case. They kind of knew what they were doing. Everything is working according to plan right now for Inner Circle. It's quite beautiful, actually.
A beautiful thing. And as I mentioned, we'll just break down that strategy once again. The whole basis of it, the foundations are based on those two smokes.
Yeah.
So one smoke towards the double doors, one at Xbox. The meta right now is the AWPer will stand towards a truck and towards middle, pop open the smoke with multiple HEs and get the information whether teams are crossing towards shore. You put that second smoke down, he doesn't get that information. So you can't say for sure they're not towards shore.
Okay.
So you can hope that there'll be only two players in towards a bomb site. Ideally, one with the AWPer outside, spamming that smoke, hoping for the best there. So very simple, but overall very effective. He sent all 5 players in toward that B bomb. So we talked about the B pops.
Yeah.
It works out very nicely. They hit their shots. They don't panic, as you mentioned. And there we go, 6-2. Great work from Inner Circle.
And I suppose, because I think in this round, FUT had 3 people on short. So when they hear the smokes going down, they must be, you know, just chomping at the bit. They must be thinking this is awesome.
And we've had a lot of focus towards that A bomb site as well. So yeah, this is looking very impressive. We have the long corner smoke here. One you kind of want to be throwing every single round. Hits the CTs on high alert, means that they dump their util. They're not sure what's going on the map. And Cemetery, he's hungry for information now. They've had enough of being pulled around the map, getting dunked on. 6 in a row here for Inner Circle. And for now, we have got 4 players outside long, so changing things up. We talked about that smoke being popped open towards the double doors. It's just dissipating now. This is brave from Inner Circle, challenging with the rifles here.
6 in a row. It is their map pick, right?
Yeah.
But still, I would expect for FUT to do more work than this. It's not a map they don't play. I think they've got like 14 maps played in the last 3 months on this one, FUT, so surely they could do more than this. 2 rounds on the CT side after winning the pistol. I mean, it's nothing really to write home about here.
2 smokes going to be delivered towards the A side of the map. Looks like they'll be going down towards short here. Interesting to see how they'll use them. Whether this is another fake. They've been using a lot of smokes to veil their final moves. So yeah, it's going to be a CT spawn smoke, across smoke as well. Allows you to go mid to B if you want to at the same time. But it's going to be the A split from long. And these opening kills, the flashbang is just perfection from Hadtrick. And look how much pressure Symmetry's under now. He knows he can't hold the A ramp. Yeah. He has to choose where he's going to fight from. Backup coming through from CT spawn. The jump up works out for Kraveni. And now the orb's coming to life. Finally, a man advantage for FUT.
They needed something like this to see if he can hold on for one more kill. There's another player behind him. They do finally take down the orb, and you're right, it is a 1 versus 1. Jukes momentarily grenaded out of that position. He's actually going to run through. He wanted to fight him. He's in front of it. He took a lot of damage for it, but he was not ready. He didn't realize Zero Fix. I think he could have made it across. That's a very winnable 1v1 there for Zero Fix, but Jukes in position. He tanked a lot of that Molotov to try and be in front of it.
Interesting utility here. This is quite off meta. We talked about every team running the same sort of executions and plays. Right now, the meta is get up your team towards shore, get to those stairs, and then you're doing the waterfall smokes from the stair position. It takes quite a long time to set up, and everyone's a bit clunky, and you get naded when you're in position like that. Throwing those short smokes from those positions, I mean, you're not getting absolutely nuked from the A bomb side, but the HE grenades flying through, and it means you can pound. As soon as those smokes pop, everyone's ready to run around the corner and actually be in position to jump down and cause all the chaos there. They had the 8 split as well, so the players that are going out towards long, they're setting up the util for the players at shore. Really nice A split, but well handled from FUT.
Yeah.
So I just want to commend Inner Circle for some unique strategies here, but overall, FUT's handling it well with the reaction.
Pretty good timing as well, isn't it? Pushing long after they set down those short smokes.
Yeah.
Because presumably that's when any long player would want either to peek like Demon did, or maybe just throw down a grenade so you could catch someone with a nade in hand as well. Yeah, this is just very smooth Counter-Strike. They probably should have won the last round.
So that smoke that we put down was actually designed to extinguish that incendiary. And now Demon, hearing those ticks, knows he's out of there. The grenade to allow him to get in towards the double doors here as well, so they can alleviate some pressure towards long. They can leave him parked up there. A potential backstab, but the thing is, you think it's a good play, but every team is waiting for that maneuver. The long push, late into the round, this one exactly, you're considering it. You're thinking you found a timing, but everyone's always watching it. Like, it's one of those plays that doesn't normally work out unless you get a lot of good information. We'll see whether he has the balls to go for it. Still a 5-on-5 for now as they set themselves up for a B split, and as you can see, we have one player towards the tunnels, and they're going to go for the contact play. So this will be a late smoke, then pop in towards B as soon as they get that contact.
Just 3 people at the B bomb site. If they can't hold this, what a devastating affair for FUT, because it doesn't get much better than this for the B defense, right? You're never going to have more than 3 here. So this should be one where they could hold on. They've got the smoke ready. They're going to pop it maybe a bit early. Don't hate it, but it does mean that at least Inner Circle are going to have some warning that there is a bit of a defense going on here. Not seeing anyone. Here comes Demon. He finally did decide to see if he could push up behind, and actually they're going to come get him. They still have 25 seconds. If they hunt him down, they could change their minds and go back to the A-bomb site. Might not be too late. What a shot from Hadtrick. He's taken down Demon, and now the hunt is on. Oh, they were too early on the push. It was a great idea. You could see how it was lined up for him, but because he doesn't get the kill, they hunt him down, and now the bomb is planted at the A site instead.
Again, fundamentally sound here from Inner Circle.
Yeah.
Unique variations of the old classics, and it's looking quite overwhelming right now for FUT. Their individuals aren't shining as brightly as we're used to seeing. They're going for this retake because they desperately need rounds, but what a flashbang that is. I was about to say, guarantees at least 1 kill. If anything, though, opens up the door of opportunity until it's slammed in their face. Captain Voca with a massive spray down towards short. And once again, very comfortable, very easy for Inner Circle here, getting their opening kills, getting their bomb planted, and like I said, you'd normally save in that scenario, but FUT are desperate for rounds. Ravenous at this point, as they needed to go for it even with the man deficit, but completely destroyed here.
That's such a wild kill. The ending here is obviously very impressive, but honestly, I don't even want to call it mid-round calling. That was late-round calling coming in from the Inner Circle side. They realized B doors were smoked off. Demon was shooting him in the back, but failing, and they make a very, very quick call. There's about 25 seconds where they're hunting Demon at top mid, and then they go back to the A-bomb side. What a crazy read.
Okay, you have got to stop missing this smoke now. That is a problem.
You've lost patience.
Yeah, like I can handle it a couple of times, but yeah, now it's almost every single round. Like at this level, especially if you're up against a team like FUT, who are like 12th in the world right now, off the back of a semi-final run at EPL.
Yeah,
you can't be missing that smoke. It's not going to cost you too much against these pistols. I'm aware of that. I'm just saying. We've seen it now 2 or 3 times.
I've noticed, because I know you for a while, Henry, you've been working on your positivity. You've been trying to be more like Moses.
Moses and Richard.
Yes.
Richard's now more Zen.
Okay.
Moses always has been. Yeah,
Yes.
I'd be like Moses is my
like
motto of the
Moses.
year. But yeah.
But the teams are getting to you. I've noticed this well.
If you keep missing that same smoke, it's just like, what are we doing, lads? Like,
yeah,
that's one of the bread and butters. But either way, like I said, no harm, no foul. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
They're still going to win the round, presumably. It is a 5-on-4 against them.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think it's fair. So I appreciate you pointing it out. Jukes is going to get a kill there. Krabani down in the pit with the deagles. Not necessarily a bad position. See if he can land a good headshot here. It's very accurate.
That will do nicely.
Yeah, Dowie is one of those players to watch for Inner Circle. There's just no question about it. If you're new to the team, then him and Hadtrick, definitely something to look for. You can see the follow-up there.
Dude.
Really good, isn't it? Zero Fix, he's been playing out of his mind in this game so far.
And Jukes, bro.
That's the best
It ain't worth it, bro.
Never going to work out, is it, with that health?
Oh, now they know who you are. We've already talked about the money being so strong. There's 2 rounds left. Like, what are you hoping for? Take an AK away? Just get out of there. Now, like, he might be fine, but like with 6 HP, you should have just been hiding it from the very get-go. Either way, nice recovery there. It was looking quite scary. There was a 5-on-3 at one moment there, but Dowie will manage to get 3 kills, the hat-trick, and 8 rounds on the board. Round number 12. He does save the AWP, so it's literally the final round next. I don't know what he was hoping for. That he's just playing for stats at that point. I don't know what the idea was with 6 HP on the AWP, but again, Anders, no harm, no foul. It all started with a Cemetery scout kill in towards up. Jugs managing to get something done there, but the AK mowing them down. We go 8-3, ladies and gentlemen.
Double AWP, triple AWP in fact, Henry. 3 of them on the T side.
They'll have AKs and spawn to go with them, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a bit of an old school approach. There's the AK and Onyx to open things up.
Oh, there's no way. It could have been auto snipers. I just want to point that out.
No one has them equipped. That's a problem. Like, I feel like the loadout system just hasn't worked in CS2.
No.
We should just allow you to buy every gun that's available. Like, I don't see, like, if you want every gun to be viable, let us buy them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe make the loadout system so you have another magazine for the one, like your priority gun.
Oh, okay. Now, Anders, that's maybe the smartest thing you've ever said. Honestly.
It had to happen at some point.
Yeah. I actually don't think that's the worst idea. There we go.
Well, then.
Well, it is going to be another opening kill. FUT have not turned up to play. 1 foot in the grave, if you don't mind me saying.
I like that, Henry, a lot. I mean, I don't, because I've been really championing this team, but they're letting me down in a big way. I'm trying to stay positive myself.
I mean, it's first game of the tournament, right? As we said, they have not played a single official since EPL. That was like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. And Mirage is next. They can't lose Mirage. It's
but
not
the thing
possible.
is, they beat Mouse on Dust 2.
Yeah.
FUT, that is, which is like, they were looking like amazing. Like, whether it's a bit of fatigue, they were on the road for a while, and then they took a bit of a break. I'm guessing that's what we're looking at right now. Let's see whether they can pick up this last round, but it ain't looking good, I can tell you that much. This is flat. They won the pistol. They were 0-2 up. And it's going to be a 9-3 finish. You got 1 single gun round under their belts. And that was like the scramble. Like, that's when we were talking about that really nice A split that was coming in, and they just about held on. That's the only round they got. I say that, maybe I spoke too soon, which has been known to happen.
Yeah, but that's a crazy kill. Duke's just randomly spraying for the smoke. He's going to get another headshot here. Just don't fight him. Onic is not even walking. He will. Don't think it's necessary, but they will pick it up there. What a first half for Inner Circle. That's really impressive stuff. And, you know, FUT weren't even in the Depresso tier list. They
were in like the kind of, Dark Horses or whatever it was?
Yeah.
I think so, like, and rightly so. This is not the team we're used to seeing. There was nothing exciting to really report there at all. They won the pistol. Okay, the flashbang on the pistol they had, that was excellent.
Nice.
Remember that?
We will always have the flashbang.
The flashbang towards short, the swing out, 4 kills found. That was beautiful. Yeah. Since then, it's been pretty ugly. And even with Inner Circle missing the majority of their smokes towards the double doors.
Didn't even matter.
Didn't even matter. I think they had a really nice game plan. Like I said, unique approach to the standard meta. Although it was very similar, the way they're throwing their grenades and the way it affects the timings to allow the A splits to happen, and it's not so clunky up towards short. You're not waiting for one guy to throw 2 smokes. That was really cool. Nice shot there. I think that's what made this so difficult to play against them. Like, that it was off meta, and it meant the timings were a bit different than what they're used to. Yeah. And individually, they were looking very strong. They fended off almost every single retake. They were down 0-2 and 1 scrappy gun round that we managed to see FUT win. They go onto the T side now. They can still win this game, bear in mind. They're a much better team. We know that. But not a great start. They're going to need the pistol here. And we'll have a look at the util. This lovely new HUD. 2 smokes and 3 flashes. That makes my job so much easier. Normally I have to like kind of do the mental math on the fly while talking. That makes it much easier. Yeah,
it's a really nice quality of life update.
Absolutely.
Smoke up on the Xbox, but they're already in front of it. They know everything. So yeah, they're going to hear the grenades out long. They're going to hear the smoke for the cross, or see it as well from CT spawn. So yeah, the whole strategy is revealed here from the T side. Question is, how will Inner Circle adjust to this? They don't have the kit at the moment, or at all, in this round. They got a flashbang and a smoke left, trying to see if they can win this fight. They will. Krabani goes down. Cemetery, where are the headshots? They're not coming through.
Oh dear.
They're losing players just as the bomb has been planted here. And now Dowie looking to see if he can do a little bit more damage. Launch dancing for his life, but Dukes, he's in trouble. Gonna get shot at the back as well. They're low on health, but it's not gonna make a difference. Dowie will come up with a couple of great kills in this one, and they just keeps going. A double kill for him. And this time Inner Circle, the one to win the pistol round. Just making it even worse here.
Even worse than it already was. Double digits in the first round of the second half. That feels great. The bomb was planted, though. We will say that. And we know what Krabeni can do with the Scout in the second round of Dust 2. I've seen it with my own eyes, Anders.
Okay.
He had one of the absolute best plays of the year at EPL.
Yeah, I remember.
With the Scout, he got the ace, all headshots.
I feel like since that one, I saw more Scouts being purchased. It was like it inspired people.
He's the in-game leader as well. There's something, we've talked about this before, something about in-game leaders and Scouts in Dust 2. I don't think anyone will make that sort of play ever again. I think that was like one of the most ridiculous Scout plays we've ever had in the history of Counter-Strike. And I don't think I'm being hyperbolic when I say that. That was a play that will never be replicated. But if Krabeni can step up here, okay, forget all that. I was trying to spin a narrative to kind of get us going.
You almost had a double headshot though.
I know, but it just got shut down pretty quickly. So forget all that.
Well,
should be 11 rounds.
I appreciate that you try, Henry. Shows you care.
I do care. I care a lot.
Very nice. Well, here's something for all the carers out there. Mirage, the second map. I would bet everything I own, Henry. It's not a lot, but I would bet it.
Kids as well?
Kids as well. Yes, kids on the line. FUT are going to win that second map.
Okay.
But you know why that's interesting? It's because in Ancients, the deciding map, and they're both very good on it. They like that could be a very, very close game. It should be.
Yeah.
So
I hope so. This has been
for the
bit
kids'
of a
sake,
stinker.
Yeah, I hope so as well.
Do it for the kids. Somebody think about the children right now. 2-0 on the second half and 11-3 overall. Inner Circle, the surprise package. They just wanted more. The FUT looked too flat.
I think that's
Flat
100%.
feet.
Yeah.
I couldn't help myself. Sorry, there it is.
I like it. Keep working on that.
Yeah.
Very good. It's very good. Yeah, we're building something, whatever it is. We're not sure yet, but
It's difficult to find a tone in the group stages of a Swiss tournament. We've got so many games. You don't want to use all the gas in the tank too early, Anders.
well, also because this is such a bizarre tournament with FaZe kind of out there. Like, like there's just so much. No, I enjoy it. I think it's really good. And honestly, I'm just happy Inner Circle are playing as well as they are right now. I think you're absolutely right, though. They wanted more. They've shown up with a great level of focus. Their calling on the T side was really impressive. Yeah, it's really awesome.
Well, this is the third round. The fourth spy, as it were. As we didn't see much in the second. You don't get everything you need. The Deagle and a few AKs, but it is going to be FUT on the board here. Only needing one kill, and that's absolutely fine. Inner Circle have a huge buffer of rounds.
Yeah.
So not taking the force in the second, buying up what they can in the third, and yeah, in towards A. And I know it's going to sound ridiculous. Look at the scoreline. FUT can still win this game in regulation.
They can.
Inner Circle don't have as much experience, newer roster. FUT have been on the up and up. Sure, it's a slow start, but you and I know, Anders, we've both been doing this job for over a decade. These sort of comebacks can happen, especially in MR12.
Yeah, absolutely doable. And they've got their, what I consider to be, you know, one of the superstars at the moment. Jukes is kind of hitting some shots. He's started to wake up a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about him, but there's something about if you it's worth, I think, if you ever wanted to spend some time, download some of his demos and just try and watch a couple of games just from his point of view and see how quick he kills people that are on his screen. It's crazy how fast it is. Like there are no long fights against Jukes really, as far as I can tell. Like either you shoot him in the back or you win a quick headshot, but if it's more than 2 seconds, like you're going to be dead.
The team also as well known to be like fired up. Yelling, screaming, rallying troops, and we're seeing them quite subdued right now. It is the early morning game. They're a young team. It's currently 10:30 in the morning here.
Yeah, don't want to wake up the neighbors kind of thing? Maybe?
Exactly. So I feel like that might be a contributing factor. This is a nasty wake-up call, as it were, for FUT. You're the absolute favorites going into this one, and now you have an uphill battle to climb as we get into round number 16. They did win the previous, though. We'll have all the advantages here, but it is going to be the AWP for Hadtrick. As now, we'll see if they can fend them off on the CT side. See how their smokes go towards the double doors here.
Speaking of AWPs, right, Hadtrick is 11-5, but Cemetery is 4-8. And on a map like Dust 2,
oh yeah,
you want to see your AWP do more than that.
Especially on that CT side, yeah.
Can we get an actual smoke this time? Is it possible?
Yes, we absolutely can. That's more like him.
Yeah, makes Henry happy. Starting to lose faith a little bit in those smokes, I could tell in the first half, but they're back. They've got your back this time, Henry.
Yeah, they had been in the first half, not gonna lie.
Oh, round number 16. It was a save in the last round. They almost jumped in to catch the grenade there, so that's a bit tricky, but Krabani was hoping that someone was, fiddling around on the other side and maybe could have been run down. Not quite the case. Zero Fix, very dangerous position. He does make it out alive. They're going to set up that smoke for the split, although it won't actually be a B split, but you might as well throw it. Could catch them.
You say that, Anders. We have got Jukes in towards upper. The thing is, Onyx not feeling comfortable. He's trying to explore his options here. This kill, spots the leg, should be an easy one here for Jukes, and actually converts it very nicely indeed.
Wow.
So here comes that mid to B split with the opener, but there's still 2 more players residing in the B bomb site. They might overcook this one. Hadtrick gets one through the smoke. If Zero can actually find one here quickly, they really are onto something, but well handled. It's down to Hadtrick now to try and find another through the smoke, which he does, but that should be round. The CT is too far removed from the equation. We are going to see a 3-on-2, but yeah, you can't really justify going for this. We're going to see players head towards T-spawn, look for exits, but the round is over, and it will be FUT continue with their winning ways here in the second half.
Definitely caught me off guard. When they threw the first smoke to CT spawn there for the split, they had the bomb out long, or in the long doors, basically. So looked like, but maybe the kill for Jukes in the upper dark kind of made them change their minds. Either way,
absolutely.
It worked out really well.
It certainly did. That was what it was all about. And yeah, 4 players then through the mid doors. Quite clean, getting warmed up now. Starting to hit some nice shots. And we will see the 5th on the board. The problem is, though, they're not clearing the board each and every time. Like, players are surviving. This should be a tactical timeout at this point for Inner Circle, I would say. Considering you save the AWP. And you've got yourself a rifle as well. Money's in a weird spot, and you can feel the momentum building. You want to take that momentum away now. So it doesn't look like the coach wants to get involved, though. Quite happy to go on with this one. And we'll see whether they can maybe find that map point, alleviate that pressure early on here. So it's the MP9 again. M4s, they do not take the tactical timeout. And we'll see if Hadtrick can step up. Early smoke this time down towards the double doors. Waiting to see if it's popped open. Suggests that we'll be going fast up towards shore here. Duke certainly seems to think so. Gets himself a lot of space, joined by Demon.
I think, so they heard that in the middle, right? Onyx is there. He heard the footsteps. That's, I think, why they've got the grenades ready to go. There might not be much of a warning here. They might just try and peek this raw with the AKs, but there is a nade waiting for them. Here come the early nades flying over. It's just flashbangs. Yeah, they're running out. Smoke is finally set up there, but they're already all on the catwalk. And in a pretty big group, you got to be careful that more explosives aren't going to land on them. Here comes Onyx, run and gun with the MP9, but only the 1 kill. How sick would that have been if he could have got the multi-spray down? A little bit of chaos here. Dowie, he's hitting 1 through the smoke. They'll take down Jukes, but still, a 3 versus 3. Dowie showing up, just raining in. He's so deadly accurate. Gets another one. A ridiculous quad kill.
Well, that's what they needed, Anders. Someone to step up and, like I said, alleviate that pressure now. Finding map points so early on puts you in such a comfortable position. Now you just need 1 more here. Dual map pick, and Dowie saving the day. 4 HP, Anders, when he starts his sequence. Look how clean it is as well. They can't get close to him. Beautiful work. 4 kills in total. Saves the day. And now it's the financial pressure on towards FUT. A couple of Deagles to work with here. They have got the AWP in the hands of Cemetery. A couple of AKs as well. So going down towards the double doors momentarily. But this should be where you close things out. This should be like Rocky 3. You know what I mean? The knockout punch, the haymaker, is what we're looking for.
I'm so glad they did that in the
the way they shut down Blair as well. If you're going to bring film references in front of Richard, you better be prepared.
What I really love was the distress in Richard's voice.
Yeah.
trying to
it's nothing like Rocky. No, that was the highlight of the day so far. Keep that coming.
Oh, more of that, please. What a treasure blaze. We've got the 18th round. 0 fix in the middle. Cemetery will take him down, and now it's FUT, unfortunately, fighting for their lives here on Dust 2. They need a bunch of rounds to get this one into overtime. It starts pretty well here. Still 2 people on the B side, which again, when you already got a kill in the middle here, you might assume that it's just going to be the 1 player. Doesn't matter when they're getting entries like that. Now they know Onyx is back here, trying to dodge the flashbangs. Pretty good headshot, to be honest.
Oh, we always said, and it's the hardest round in the world to pick up. Number 13, 12-6. The devil on your shoulder already whispering in your ear, what if you lose this game? What if we actually end up losing?
Well, especially when you've got some of the inexperienced players here, right? Hadtrick might be fine, but some of the rest of them, you know, a little bit more shallow when it comes to this LAN experience.
Should be fine. Fanti got 6 opportunities to put this away. I'm not worried for them yet, but yeah, the problem is now their loss bonus, Anders, it's at a lovely 0. So you're going to get $1,400 into this next round. So you're saving the AWP, saving the AK. I said they should have taken a tactical timeout going into these sort of rounds. Now, I would say more than ever. The boys are going to start feeling the pressure. You need your coach to kind of calm everyone down. You've saved the AWP, you've saved an AK. You can still win this next round, but how are you going to do it? Do you invest all the funds? And we'll see whether they want to bring the coach in and discuss the options here. I would say, like, you've got a young team like this, things starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. Finances a bit all over the place. You've got a chance to win this round. Let's see whether they want to do that. But looks like we're going to be going in with the pistols, the AWP, and the AK, and they'll be going for it.
So often one of the things I think we see that is one of the big differences between the tier 1 teams and the ones lower is not doing those timeouts when you really need them and kind of letting the game progress more, and it just falls apart. I think.
And they've gone for quite a detailed setup here as well. The early boost in CT spawn, I like it. And they've got a swing now towards short, trying to set up Hadtrick for maybe some sort of boost in towards lower, but be Molotov'd off. FUT, though, still need to play a perfect round here. Need to be very careful. Obviously can't afford to give this one up against the Pistols, and yeah, here we go. They're starting to come to life now. You started to see that star power shine through. Couple of kills. Hadtrick still here, the AWP. Gonna try to pull one back, but gets nothing but a bullet right between the eyes there, courtesy of the Demon.
Demon was one of those names that was really ringing out. I think between a lot of people were even wondering who was better, Demon or MongolZ. I think it's pretty obvious now when you look at it, but back when they were all on Na'Vi Junior, that was a real conversation people were having. So
to think now, MongolZ is like, in my opinion, like the most skilled player on Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Most consistent, top fragging all the time. Imagine if he was still in this squad as well, like the power they would have and like the experience and synergy.
Yeah. In a way,
it's been very good for them as well. Like I think he's the backbone in terms of like the experience and kind of like keeping everyone under control. But like just the thought of like having that sort of like the funding and resources now and that synergy, I feel like that would be such a scary prospect for this squad. But they've still done amazingly well without MongolZ.
They have. I think Lorx has been a really good pickup. I'm glad to see him back. All right, they will hunt it down at the end. You mentioned the boost there in CT spawn. I feel like there's like a real history of meta going on because when it was really popular, people started throwing Molotovs all the time.
It was pre-fired Molotov,
But I guess people don't do that as much anymore.
Exactly, and that's how meta works. It's cyclical. So you get to the point where it becomes nullified as a position. People stop running it. People stop checking it. You start bringing it in when people kind of stop Molotoving it and thinking it's a waste of resource now. No one's playing that position. That's when it becomes interesting again. There's many different examples over the years of CS, that sort of play. But yeah, it was just one of those rounds. Like I said, in my opinion, you take the tactical time out there when you've got enough to win the round, close out the game. You've got the AWP. You had the AK as well. They didn't invest much into it. It does allow them now to invest into this following round where we did take a bit of a timeout now, and we will see, again, concessions to be made. Captain Kurtka, I'm struggling on that one. Captain Kurtka with the MP9. M4s in the AWP. Still a chance to finish off the job now. But as we said, round number 13, the hardest one to get. Already feels like it's getting uncomfortable out there, trying to make all the moves. The gimmick plays at the start. We've got Hadtrick boosted up towards short, but there's many flashes that have been designed to shut down this sort of play from lower B.
Yeah, so much you'd be shocked if they peek it without the flashbang. Yeah, you don't see that a lot. You could have flashed it from top mid as well. You're right. Like, there are a lot of ways to do it. To see a team not do it at this level would be a bit shocking, but we're all clear for now at least. Answering back with an incendiary as well, trading out with a Molotov. It's a pretty good way to nullify the Molotov to make sure that the Thieves really don't get the map control that they want, which means if they want to go and take it now, they have to use even more utility. Smoke up for the CT split there. It is body blocked from Zerofix, and they use another bit of counter utility. Look at how efficient Inner Circle are being right now in nullifying some of this T-side utility. But Jukes, is he running? He just ran for the smoke, shooting his AK. What a disgusting way to win a round. I actually would love to see that from Duke's point of view. That's just so ridiculous.
Photo back. They're looking very comfortable now.
Shoes on the other foot now.
Exactly. Doesn't feel good when you've got the foot on your throat.
Nice. We should make a little list at the end of it.
Yeah, that's a very clean victory. And bear in mind, it was FUT that lost a pistol here in the second half as well. So they were down to essentially map points. Felt like it was done, felt like it was over, but it's been very impressive. They're trying to clear the board now, trying to take everyone down with them, fighting for their life. The captain will be over there towards the double doors. FUT's 4 away from overtime. We said it was very possible. We said there was a chance.
Yeah.
And now it's looking quite good.
And the pressure is mounting, still missing the tactical timeouts.
Yeah.
The relief from the coach, where is it?
I mean, they were what? They were 12-3 down at us.
Look at this, yeah. Oh, what a kill from Dukes. 12-3.
Yep.
That's, yeah, it's worse than I even remembered. I felt like they had more, but that's looking grim at the moment, isn't it?
It was maybe it was 12-5, my bad. Still pretty bad.
Still pretty bad.
Still pretty bad.
Onik. He's been playing very well. He's got 15 kills. Hadtrick 14. Dowie there at 13. Like, it's a very nice trio of players they have leading the board for Inner Circle. And even this round is quite winnable. They've stolen the AK. They got to save the AWP and the M4. Could definitely do some damage. Again, they're trying for the catwalk position here. But once again, the utility coming in from the FUT side of things is kind of shutting it down, pushing them back.
All right, FUT. Can he keep the streak alive against the Pistols? Sometimes these are the rounds, the ones that elude you, but it's going to be an opening kill from Symmetry. Finds Hadtrick towards middle. A 5-on-4 here. Still 2 rifles remain. Doi and the captain will be trying to hold on to them or potentially win the rounds here. 50 seconds remaining. Time is of the essence. They'll be making their way towards long. They have spotted rotations there. You can see Motormouth, Krabeni calming that. Maybe they've got a bit more information here. Do they still want to continue towards A now they've seen those rotations from the B-bomb side?
Certainly are. Oh, they walk around the corner. There's no real warning here. Dowie, he's been very good with the headshots, but that was asking a lot. He peeks into Symmetry's AWP, who's finally started to come online a little bit more. He's up to 8 kills now. It's still pretty far away from what I'd love to see. But as long as they can get him warmed up, it's going to be fine. Another save, Henry, and now up to 9 on that T side.
Bomb has been planted.
Krabeni can smell blood in the water. Knows someone's around here. Going to be Onic by the Xbox. Should be found out here. Overlooked potentially? No. Well played.
Love to see it. Would still love to just to get this AWP out of the way. You pointed out they've been allowed to save quite a bit on the Inner Circle side, so maybe if you can take this away, it would make the overtime far more likely.
So, going to the next round, $2,900 per player. They've got around 2K right now. I don't think he holds onto this orb. Unless he hits this shot and makes his way towards T-spawn. Not going to happen. Orb, let me check for you. Is it going to be possible? You could bring out a glass cannon AWP, averaging $5,000 per player.
Okay.
So, whether they do it, yet to be seen. Not going to happen. Things getting a bit uncomfortable, Anders. 12-5 to 12-9. You're the underdog, your map pick. We already discussed that idea. Once you get to 12 and you feel FUT coming to life, getting warmed up, having these very convincing round victories, and you're starting to shrink on the server. Feels like overtime is a likelihood here, but let's have a look. Krabeni, I don't think he'll be missing his smokes as we get into it.
Yes, good work. And the fact that Mirage is the second map. Never seen FUT lose on Mirage.
Okay.
Close my eyes every time they get close. A little trick for you guys at home.
Let's see if they can keep it going. It's been an impressive comeback. They have known to have great tenacity. The problem is with FUT, they're the ones that can normally get to 12 rounds and they struggle to close things out. That's a calling card of FUT.
That's true.
Like always like looking so good and then they choke the advantageous positions they find themselves in. They're the ones now on the comeback trail. So let's see whether they can pass the test of tenacity.
Classically overlooked position, this one, isn't it?
It really is. One of the most overlooked. Let's have a look whether they'll be double checking it. Crisscross smokes towards middle. A split looking likely with a mid lurk coming through.
Yeah.
Captain Kirker, can you shut them down? It is going to be overlooked. But should be only good for one here. Gets a dink. That will be actually quite handy going forward.
Yeah, they'll take it for sure. But they did walk through the cross smokes in the middle, like you said. They've actually been pushing. This is sort of a team spirit strategy that they're running at the moment. Duke's walking in where normally Chopper would back in the day. He does open it up, but it's only the one kill, and I think they needed a double to really make this work. This could be it for Inner Circle. Grenade on the Demon. He was low from earlier. And now Symmetry and Krabeni 2 versus 3 here, looking very rough at the moment to try and get onto the site.
Hang on.
16 seconds left. Can he really get the headshot against Dowie? He's picked up the AWP. He's running forward. He's legged him as well. And there's the headshot to bring it home. Inner Circle, they dodge the overtime and they get it on that first map.
A case of trench FUT then battling there in the war, but it is going to be Inner Circle running rings around the favourite.
Should we keep a count on all the FUT jokes? Because I think we're up to 6 or 7 by now.
I mean, listen, Henry and Anders, you got to love them. You knew what they were going to do with it, but I'm the master, so you know I'll take them on. Head on.
I feel like yeah, basically FUT where cover foot and mouth, basically, right? It's completely. I can work with it. I can workshop it. Anyway,
it's better than the Rocky analogy.
Listen, you didn't let me finish my Rocky analogy, right? The thing is, with Clubberline coming in, I'm kidding. We're going to talk about it later on. The simple story is the first half. Inner Circle came in with a really solid game plan. They were really warmed up. They were in the zone. And I hate to say it, but FUT, they were just kind of maybe ring rust. That's what Anders said earlier on. But they were just not hitting the shots. It's as simple as that. You could see the duels are being taken. They're just completely getting out-dueled. That's some cool ideas, but you still need to land your shots. And that wasn't happening. However, they woke up in the second half. But then when you're like, what, 12-5 down in something, it's going to be almost impossible.
Not enough runway.
Yep.
Get the point.
I'm actually not sure that it was too much about duels, because it just felt like calling-wise, they just got completely outclassed by Onyx, to be honest, from the inner circle side, because everywhere they went, they effectively saw either very little resistance, or they knew how to counter it effectively. Like they made that like nice B push, like without any sort of a, like on contact. They caught out Lunks like when he was transitioning from mid, and then they had a free bomb site, and there was kind of the whole story of the entire half, where the few opportunities FUT had, they didn't really capitalize on. We saw like the Krabeni jump on short, that gave away the advantage. Some of these little mistakes that effectively gave away the few opportunities they did have in a half that it was effectively just completely controlled by Inner Circle.
It's even, I believe, the first buy rounds, I think round number 3 actually, when they had the AWP coming out and we saw the aggression coming out from FUT to its lower tunnels, and it looked like Inner Circle had done their homework. They knew exactly what the play was going to be. They were so very patient, slowing things down, and it really felt like they kind of perfectly prepped against what FUT usually does and does too. And also another very valid point our cast has brought up as well was the fact that for FUT, last time they played was EPL. They really haven't had too many reps, while Inner Circle's been playing non-stop. Sure, it hasn't been the best result so far, but they were really warmed up coming in. And they knew exactly what FUT were going to be up to, especially on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you on the point of it didn't look like they'd hit the death match this morning. Like FUT were really wild in some of the rounds where the crosshair placement just felt a little bit off. They're usually such a crisp team, and just wasn't there today.
It just felt like, as the half was getting away from them, they were also a little bit over exuberant. We have a round that kind of, I think, showcases that the most, where I think it's 3-6 at this point, so obviously, the half hasn't really gone your way. You've lost the pistol and then you've gone 1-5 in gun rounds by this point, and then they made this nice play where they nade the smoke to make sure that Demon has this all this information.
And look at the stack. Look at the stack on the B-bomb.
Yeah, exactly. And FUT are already ready with the stack even before this happens, and so they're ready for exactly what's coming, which is mid to B split. But then Demon pushes behind and not only misses the shot in the back, he transitions to the left instead of hiding to the right, so that he can actually prevent the A play from happening, But then he gets caught off, and then they just push up the short. Obviously, Captain Kurtkas kind of saves this like last gasp push.
But even then, right? Like the only person on the A bomb side once Demon dies is Symmetry with the AWP, and there's not much you can do. I think he should have probably played towards long, in all honesty. Like, just give up the short position. Instead, he was kind of caught in no man's land, trying to jump on top of the new box and whatnot. He gets taken down, and just a round which is literally gifted to you, but there's panic decisions coming in. Firstly, aim's not working out. Secondly, you're not really thinking straight. That's just a recipe of disaster, which is what that first half was. However, having said that, it did look like FUT were able to almost turn around the second half. Apart from a couple of small little slip-ups, this could easily have gone the way of overtime, and maybe FUT running away with the map win.
I mean, as I said, Inner Circle for me, they definitely looked the crisper team, particularly, early in. You could see they were dialed and ready to go, and we got a clip here, I think, that demonstrates that.
Yeah, just again to highlight, or rather juxtapose the skill difference, so to speak, in the first half. We saw this incredible, I think it was a 4K from the ramp position, and it was just like, I think it was on 4 HP or something, and it was just beautiful work. And the fact that not a single player from FUT were able to trade him was just ridiculous.
He's 4 HP right now.
Yeah, 4 HP right now. And just look at how quick he is. Instant headshots coming on. Not afraid to take all the fights as well. But again, while he did a great job right there, the fact that not even a single bullet gave him a flesh wound from any of the Ts just goes to highlight how outclassed they were individually and also in the calling department.
But it's also funny because they didn't really need the individuals up to that point. It was just a very team-wide victory. Everybody was putting up the numbers. Even Onyx was actually the one that I felt like was deserving of the MVP, because not only did he outcall the other team, it was also his openings in a lot of those moves where he caught them off guard in transition, and in some of these calls that he made throughout the first half that won the 9-3 half for Inner Circle. So I think, again, very comprehensive team-wide victory from Inner Circle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we didn't really do them justice in the build-up. We were talking a lot about FUT. Very clear favourites. What's interesting now is kind of where FUT are going to pivot to in their mind, because you could see they were coming online again in that second half. And they're looking at these next two maps, probably just thinking, it's fine. Okay, we should have got up a little bit earlier, had breakfast a little bit sooner, hit deathmatch, whatever it is, whatever their prep is. But, you know, the series very much still alive for a team of that caliber.
It's not surprising because, you know, FUT aren't an NA team, so 10 a.m. start time shouldn't really be a problem for them, right? Shout out to NACS at one time. But look, I'm expecting to see Ancient coming out as deciding map. I think we will 100% be seeing that because Mirage is just the stomping ground for FUT, right? I think they're one of the best teams in the world when it comes to this map, where they can go, you know, toe-to-toe with the best in the world. I'm talking about maybe even a Vitality, maybe even the MongolZ when it comes to Mirage. So I see them, considering the way they woke up and also the record on this map against Inner Circle historically, they've had the number as well. I see Ancient coming out, which, honestly, Richard, the way Inner Circle is playing right now, the way they've prepped it, this could be a hell of a big surprise, considering we thought it was going to be an easy 2-0.
You know, that being said, lately, especially at EPL, you know, obviously part of it was online, and you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. But their Mirage has taken a bit of a dip, because at the beginning of the year, I think they were like 10-0 on it, but at EPL, I think it was like 4-4, and they got pretty much destroyed by Navi and G2 on the same map there. So maybe their confidence has tanked a little bit on the map, and we definitely see, we were talking about it in the pre-game, this is also a map that is very comfortable for Inner Circle, along with the Decider Ancient, you know. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something similar where they would be able to limit the individuals on FUT, you know, not give them the early opportunities on CT side when they go for these aggressive moves.
I would agree, but again, like, you know, you've given the names right there, right? You're talking about a Navi who are right now suddenly looking dangerous once again, with MongolZ hitting his stride. G2, who, sure, they have struggled, but we know what the potential of that team is. Unfortunately, despite the fact that Inner Circle are comfortable in Mirage, they're neither of these two teams, right? And I feel like for FUT, they're a team where if it was just the one event where they had, you know, this kind of like a great performance, I'd be like, yeah, sure, they might choke here. But they've proven themselves to me. And I'm going to be extremely shocked if this goes 2-0 the way of Inner Circle.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, again, I have to admit, I'm a little bit worried just because of what we saw in Dust 2 and how much prep, how prep heavy it looked from the Inner Circle side, and a FUT that just looked a bit lost at the beginning.
All right, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. Time for a quick break. When we come back, we'll be into the action on Mirage. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with Hadtrick of the Inner Circle? Hadtrick, great to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Great to see you too. Let's do some good interview.
First things first, how long have you been in Bucharest as of now?
We've been around 11 days here, almost 2 weeks, because we had 2 LAN events before this one. So we are getting used to Bucharest already.
You joined the team roughly 3 weeks ago. How's the experience of settling in going?
I think that by far it goes well. We have a lot of things to do and to fix, but I see the potential and it gives me hope and it gives me like motivation to fix all those mistakes, even though some of them they're like pretty obvious ones. But I'm happy with the direction we are going and hopefully we can do some damage here.
What are your thoughts on the recent results?
I definitely have a feeling that we could do more at some of the LAN events. I'm honestly pretty happy with the comebacks that we were doing. We had 3 or 4 games when we were struggling in the beginning and then having great finishes. So if we can continue with that, it will be easier. And in terms of Draculan, against Liquid it was close first map but then harder. But against Alliance I definitely have a feeling that we could win that game because on the third map it was a close score and if we were better like at some small situations and clutches, maybe we could beat them. But hopefully like it will teach us how to play in those situations and we can do better.
You talked to us a bit about what you would like to see different or change within the team. What would you like to do better?
I think the most important is to stay calm, kind of to have calm team speak, because when everyone is fired, like it can be too loud and you cannot understand all information at some point. But overall, I'm just saying about like the mistakes. Just like play for economy, don't hunt, for example, easy kills like ecos. Most important is to be better on post plans and like these finishers of the round, just to be better like at finding that important kills. We have really great examples of Vitality, how they're able to play 4v5 or 3v3 clutches. So we are trying to teach from good ones.
Yeah, so what are you and the team's general expectations for this tournament?
I think the right thing to say right now is that we don't have much expectations because we are still a young team and we are definitely playing some better teams in terms of how they could show themselves by far in the competitive scene. But my expectation is to see the growth of the team. So I would be satisfied with qualification to the playoffs and hopefully we can do it.
How important is it for Dawi to pop off here at the tournament and just going into the future? Because he seems like a star in the making. What can you tell us about Dawi?
I think that he has really great individual performance and his aim is so good. He's able to do multi-kills and in the officials from him I just see calmness, that it doesn't matter for him who he plays, he just wants to play his game, even though like I can say that he has pretty much confidence in the game and it doesn't matter who he plays against, and I think it is really nice skill to have, especially when you're upcoming talent, and yeah, I'm enjoying his mechanical skills.
How's the pressure for this tournament? Is there a lot of pressure or are you feeling a good level of freedom?
I wouldn't say that it is much pressure, it is some, but I'm trying not to think about pressure. I'm trying to be in the moment and enjoy environment. I think that to be realistic, you don't need to expect to insta-win, like for example, for us, LAN event, PGL Bucharest. If we can do it, then it would be very nice. It will show that we are a good team already. But it is some pressure, but I think when you play, it expires kind of.
Well, thank you so much. Anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home before I let you go?
Cheer for Inner Circle and see you on the server.
Wicked. Hadtrick, best of luck.
See you.
Nice one, bro.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2026. We are in the Swiss system here, opening game of the day. My name is Henry G. We're joined by Anders Bloom, and we've got FUT versus Inner Circle, the surprise package, picking up that first map of Dust 2.
I'm excited. It means we are headed on to the second map of Mirage in this best-of-3 opening game of the tournament, and not at all we expected here. Obviously, the underdog team is Inner Circle, but somehow they managed to find a way to win that first map. Still on map pick, admittedly, but I still think it's pretty impressive. I like what they brought to the table. They look focused, they look ready. The desk were impressed as well, and maybe a bit, lacking for more out of the FUT side. We wanted to see something else happen here, but we're back into it now, Henry. We're getting ready for it. The game is afoot as we circle in on the second map of Mirage. So let's go.
I agree with the analyst, though. It should be an easy victory here for FUT. They got warmed up towards the end there. Slow start, early morning games. We all know it's a young team. Oh, I say that. That's a fantastic sequence to open things up. Beautiful with the USP here. An early 5-on-3, Anders.
That is outrageous. I wish he could have landed another headshot, but he's distracted from everyone. They don't know that Zero Fix is here because they feel like they've already cleared that position. Lonks is going to go down last. What a great start. The high vibes are coming out now. Inner Circle, they look very strong at the moment.
Oh, they really do.
I hope they can too, for the sake of my kids, Henry. I need them to win this match.
Let's have a look then. This is the opening gambit coming in. Captain Kurtka stepping up. Nice USP shots there. Very accurate, very precise, and very deadly. As he finds himself a couple, thought the round was done at that point. No bomb planted, and I'm assuming a force buy in the second, knowing FUT, but maybe a slight technical issue. I think I saw the admin kicking around there.
You go so far as to say Henry he was very cut with them. Is that?
Maybe you could say that, yeah.
Okay.
There is a world where someone might say that.
All right, we're working, we're cooking up something. Simmering very early in the morning. Yeah, technical issues are solved. Shout out to the admins. Very quick work this time.
Oh, absolutely. Some of the best in the business here. As we will see that force buy come through. It's going to be Tech9's a Deagle and a B Execution. All 5 players on this side of the map. We're talking smokes towards the window, towards the arch, a plethora of flashbangs, and hopefully a plethora of kills for the CT defense. They're looking for 2-0.
That's a crazy grenade. I think there were 3 people ran into that.
Boom.
See, they're just getting decimated. That was the perfect, drop a grenade and fall away moment. It slows them down. It blows them up. There's just nothing else. That's how grenades work.
That's how they work.
That's how they work.
If you use them effectively.
Don't know why I'm explaining that to you.
But dude, that doesn't get more convincing than that, does it? That's the force buy, bear in mind. That's worth 2. That's going to be 3-0 now.
Yes. 5 Deagles have come out, though.
That's expensive. You better hope they find a couple of kills. If they get nothing, like, you are limiting yourself. Okay, well, that's a good start. I won't even finish the sentence. They seem to know what they're doing. With those Desert Eagles, quite deadly. So I've been told.
Yeah, they do need...
There's a couple of them.
They do need that, don't they? It's a little bit of damage. That was one of the things that kind of went wrong on Dust 2, is they just did no damage at the start of the game at all.
Like we said, the game was starting at 10 a.m. Young kids, not used to this sort of environment, I suppose. Haven't played since EPL, which was a couple of weeks ago at this point. Ring rust seemed to be the headline of that first map. Inner Circle did well, though, to close it out. They're 12-5 up. Felt a little bit scary towards the end, but they did get the map win under their belts. And 3-0, I thought it'd be a lock-in. Questioning the Desert Eagle purchase, but it seems to be going swimmingly as we enter a 3-on-3 scenario. The rifle of Captain Kurtka trying to defend here, and that's a clean shot. That's what they needed. Bear in mind, there's no Kevlar here. There's no grenades. It comes down to raw firepower. We know FUT have got that in buckets and spades, but Demon, best he can hope for here is a bomb plant, and I think he gets it. Nope, he definitely doesn't. Touchdown with the grenade, 3-0 confirmed. Not too bad losing 2 players there against 5 Deagles. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Interesting first gun round here. If you're the underdog team, I'm the coach, I'm calling something aggressive here.
Okay.
If I'm on the CT side, I want to get stuck in. I want to start bringing the game towards FUT. I want to make sure that they feel uncomfortable. They can't run the defaults. I don't want to respect them. I want to see a bit of aggression here from the CT side. That's what I want to see. Let's see what they want to do.
I'm into that as well. I feel like it's one of the big risks of this map is when the CTs allow the Ts to take over middle and just control everything from there. So maybe they could find a way to put some pressure on. Playing a little bit of a different kind of a setup from what I'm expecting, at least. I think ZeroFix is normally playing that huge short position. It's actually his best position on any map, Henry, on this one, ZeroFix. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do something. But yeah, they're stacking the A-bomb side. It's definitely like a very different. It's obviously because they got, you know, the AWP, I guess, but it's in the A-bomb side.
I think they might be setting up Captain Kirk for the flash push momentarily.
Okay.
It's quiet on the map right now. Orb is posted to Cemetery. Bomb on his back as well. Will be the A finish. Need to be very careful. One flashbang and he's in a lot of trouble with the wide swing.
Yeah, you're not going to be dodging that very easily. Demon getting close now. They're still keeping this 4-man setup. So, like, you know,
really
40
nice
seconds
smoke.
later.
Perfectly timed smoke. He might have to push in front of it here.
Yeah.
Yep, but he
You're
will.
exactly right. That's what they're thinking too. They actually will catch the kill, and Cemetery will take down Hadtrick. Cemetery for another kill on Dawi this time. Just looking very good. I'm surprised they get away with it. Forced, like you said, to run through the smoke, and somehow they still get the kill. I guess it's because Captain Kirk was turning around for a flashbang. He thought that was coming, but he just goes down instead. That's pretty shocking. I did not think they were going to be able to break through on that one. They actually walk into the 4-man setup and just blow it open.
Well, there we have it. Comes down to raw skill. We know that FUT have got them beaten in that facet of the game.
Yeah.
No denying that. Pound for pound, you'd have FUT every day of the week, but Inner Circle have presented a very strong game today. Caught FUT napping in the early stages of the best of 3, won the first map, and now winning the first gun round here as well. Pretty convincing. As you mentioned, it was a 4-man stack towards A. I would have liked to see that flash push, Anders. Wanted to see a bit more pressure applied. You kind of gave them a lot of breathing room there. Nice smoke, but as I mentioned, you had no choice but to push through it, and my God, did they ever. Really nice opening kill. The floodgates opened, and it is going to be the first round on the board for FUT, and they are a momentum-based team. Once they get going, they're difficult to shut down. Some weapons saved, though, and we'll get into round number 5.
Encouraging to see Cemetery hit some of those shots. Wasn't the biggest factor on Dust 2, but I will tell you this, Henry, on this map for the CT side, that's his best position AWPing on any map.
Really? So, on any map in the world?
On any map in the world, this is
even CS Office?
Even Office.
Wow.
Doesn't matter what you put him on, this is where he does it. We have all the stats.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we've got that.
So yeah, when they get to that side, maybe there could be some more for them. They were lacking it a little bit. Haven't heard anyone mention Office in a long time.
I'm a bit of an Office specialist myself.
Okay.
I'm part of the Office community.
Office Global Elites?
Yes.
That was a thing, I remember.
I was asked the people I play with, they used to hate me because I wanted to queue Office in Italy all the time. I had all the set strats, the set nades, everything. Speaking of set nades, down towards window we go. Going to try and get some basic mid control here. Looks like another B split is on the menu. Got Cemetery patrolling towards a connector. They'll park up a player there. Oh, spotted though by Hadtrick. 3 players towards the B apartments with grenades being lined up as well. And what is going on here, lads? No one considered Short as a prospect. And that should be enough to win the round. I don't think anyone else is left in B. Yeah, well, that's definitely going to be it.
That can't be a position for Onyx. That
I don't know what they thought was going on there.
I don't know either. That looks so funny, though. It almost looked like he wanted to play, you know, further in behind the wall, but he just kind of, you know...
Cemetery couldn't believe his luck. He's like, oh, there's actually a guy AFK.
Yeah.
With his back turned to me. So, yeah, the wheels fall off there. That's not a good round. Not a good look at all. Because you haven't got any intel towards Short. You've lost connector. Window has been smoked off, and you're not even thinking about having a defensive position in towards B. Yeah, a bit of an odd one. Doesn't work out there for Inner Circle. Whatever they had in mind has definitely backfired. And it's going to be FUT finding a couple in a row with 5 players surviving. Like we said, going into this one, FUT should be taking Mirage, no problem.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he ended up in that position. If it was just like, if we caught him at the exact wrong moment.
Maybe some bad comms, I suppose, because there's no way, like, you're not in at least a semi-defensive position with a FAMAS in hand, and your back turned towards shore when you've got no one patrolling it.
He did look a bit paralyzed there. Might have been suffering from Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease, or as it's known, Henry, foot and mouse. Really,
you are the worst. I get it. You've gone too far. Quite funny, I'll give you that. But you've gone too far.
The hardest crowbar you'll see in a long time.
Right. difficult round here for Inner Circle. Giving up a couple in a row here. They were up 3-0. It was looking great on the pistol. Onyx not trying to get caught with the trousers around the ankles here. A bit more aggressive with the orb behind him as well. Hadtrick setting him up. Could be a little inquisitive push now off the back of that orb shot. They don't know he's got that space in towards the B apartment. So if I'm him, I'm pushing the B apartments right now. And I think he is. So this is great information. Yeah, wow. This is actually really good info. That's a nice little setup there. And Hadtrick knew he couldn't even get a kill though. Just firing the shot dissuades him from that side of the map. And Onyx can now call for the A stack.
Oh, this is really great information. You said you wanted him to be a bit aggressive on the CT side, and
stepping up here, it's down to Onyx and his backstab. Really messy spray, but we'll take it. He didn't take any damage. It's all good.
He didn't. I was worried for about half a second there, but he did get the spray under control eventually. Dowie not hitting that shot. He was amazing on Dust too, but Krabani is taking him down instead. The bomb is going to be planted, and in spite of that great flank and the fact that they knew that it was going to be an A attack, they really haven't been able to hold on to the bomb side, and it could be a very tricky retake that's coming in here. They've got the kit in play, of course, but Cemetery starting to land some of those shots. They're lobbing grenades at him. Can't get the flick, but I think he did get the damage on the Captain Kirker. I think he actually shot him through the ticket booth there, and they're going to back on out. They don't want to fight this any longer.
Certainly not. And I'm surprised they give that one away. It was looking like such a great understanding of the round was in their remit.
Yes.
They had that upper B push, but no one playing on the bomb side. It was almost like they had a retake set up, allowing them to walk in, and the entry kills have been fantastic for FUT, and they will be finding their third, tying things up. Here we go, 3-3 with 3 players surviving. Same story, though, for Inner Circle. Hadtrick will hold on to his AWP. But things starting to spiral. There's the timeout called.
We're missing that on the first map too, but they didn't need it at the end of the day, I suppose, for Inner Circle. They ended up winning it anyway, but yeah, good call for a timeout, I think. That's probably a round you're walking away from if you're Inner Circle. I think we should have won that round. That was, you know, we had it all lined up.
Absolutely. We said we wanted to see a bit more agile play from the CT side. We definitely got that. All the information just didn't really seem to react to the information quickly enough. And FUT, knowing they had lost that part of the map, didn't waste any time, made their way in towards A, and they've been very good on the entries, it has to be said, with those AK-47s. Even when they're outpositioned, outmaneuvered, they're hitting the opening kills. Like we said, pound for pound, they hit much harder than Inner Circle. We all know that.
Yeah, they really should. Dukes has definitely started to wake up. I think Longs is playing pretty well, but I think we're missing Demon and Cemetery a lot on the opening map. It's not the case right now. Cemetery is 6-3. T-side AWPing is looking strong for him. Zero Fix here, trying to set himself up. It's a cool trick if you can deploy it in time, but very lucky to be alive there. That was Dowie playing that short position. Zero Fix is starting to get there as well. Like I said, for Zero Fix, that's his best position on any map right now on the CT side. He's doing good work, but hasn't really kicked off yet. He's got 2 kills. Does have the M4 in this round. And bomb is up there. It's a potential to find an opening here. I like the confidence for Dowie to try and take this fight, but obviously it's risky. If he goes down, they're going to lose a lot of this map control in the middle. Krabani throws out the Molotov. Knows he's going to get grenaded in return. He's ready to smoke it off, and what an opening. Longs gets the first. He was ready for the fight even. But they will still be a man up, for a second at least. Captain Kirker will take down Dukes. 3 versus 3, and with 45 seconds, in the middle. That is crazy. That's the IGL landing shots like that.
Oh, he hits hard. He's up there with some of the best of them. Captain, though, leaves himself in a pretty much impossible scenario. It's going to be FUT finding themselves yet another round. It's going to be 4 in a row, looking very comfortable at this point. Inner Circle lose absolutely everything there. Loss bonus accumulating, but this is partial buy territory. You can feel this one slipping away after winning that pistol. Haven't really brought much to the table. Krabani certainly has. What a lovely 2-piece that is to pick up. See the grenades coming through. We have got quite significant investment, all things considered. Hadtrick's got the AWP. Got an MP9 in the mix, an MP7. 5-7, all the 7s, and see whether they can make this one work. Not fully invested, but Hadtrick got to step up. Oh, yeah, there it is. Well done.
You did it yourself, Henry.
Did I?
You baited me.
I did it myself?
Yeah.
Okay. My fault, I suppose.
Yeah, you're going to have to take the L on this one. Onyx, let's see if he can do it here. It's actually what a long range to win that fight. I actually can't believe that. But yeah, he'll run out of bullets, and eventually the Glock, weirdly enough, from Demon's going to be the one to pick up the kill. They've got the bomb sights, they got the rifles, they got everything they need right now. Inner Circle, I wouldn't be surprised if they set up for some exit kills with some of these SMGs, which they kind of already are, I suppose. Keep the AWP away, but yeah, if you can really shut them down here, you can have a little bit of a celebration at the end of the round, I think, if you get 4 kills in this one for Inner Circle. But apart from that, it is another round for the T side. Demon, I don't know, I feel like I want more out of him. I've seen Demon last year do better work. I feel like I'm lacking something from him at the moment. That's maybe my only criticism at the moment for this team.
Well, that's another round on the board for FUTs.
Yeah.
Looking quite comfortable here on the hunt once again. Inner Circle, constantly saving, but bear in mind that was the partial investment, I suppose. We had a couple of interesting moments with the MP7. Felt like there was more available to them, but the main objective there, save the AWP, as we have 5 rounds in a row now for FUTs. That third map looking very likely.
Ancient.
A bit of Ancient. What more could you want? Dust 2, Mirage, and Ancient.
All the
Brawlers
maps.
Paradise.
Yeah, that we can all play. We don't have to think too much. It's pretty good.
And we're changing things up. It's going to be FUTs with the either fast A-pop or full-on execution. We've got 5 players on this side of the map. Molotov with the steps coming in momentarily. Smoke to follow it up. Wow. And they know they're in trouble. They know this team is coming in any second now. Kicking the front door in. Let's see if they can defend him.
It's not going to be easy, but at least they're all here, and Captain Kirker with Hadtrick to back him up on that AWP. They get a couple of great kills. That's a really fast rotation. Inner Circle, they were here so fast. I don't think that FUT were quite ready for it. 7-3 and Kravani, 2 versus 4. Just trying to sneak through, but even if he had it, there would have been another player behind him in Hadtrick. I think there would have been a failed push regardless. And he's going to be running away here, Kravani. Not even around him, we did a lot of damage. That's kind of surprising. They had all the grenades. They had the entire CT side, you know, on the other side. They were pretty fast with the call. It just doesn't work out.
It was a nice change of pace, but yeah, Captain Kirk stepping up, managing to get at least one nice big kill. They have a solid CT-A hold there. It's their first round since the pistol and follow-up conversions. Krebeni. Not really much left to be said here. Their money is absolutely fine, though. It's kind of out of control in some senses to try and find some damage in terms of the economy going forward, but not going to happen. Hadtrick to keep things clean, hold on to his AWP. They recover 3 AK-47s now. Starting to cook here. 2-0 Dream back alive. 1-round game. This was the play. Captain coming through to smoke. Hadtrick finding a kill through another smoke through spawn. And the MP9 doing work there as well. So there it is. Like we said, though, the money's absolutely fine, though, for FUTs. They will have a nice full buy here and residual cash going forward. Boosted his Cemetery, looking for that opening kill, but no one home.
Stowie playing down towards the shadows. Got Captain Kirker inside as well, so the 2 of them anchoring the bomb site for the moment, which is fine. It leaves a little bit of space for Inner Circle to keep an eye on middle. I don't know if they're necessarily going to fight too much. You can see Hadtrick is here. Surprised if anyone just peeks him straight up. I'd expect for them to throw some sort of a nade there to try and clear out that position. Longs is going to be clearing out Catwalk itself, but Hadtrick is still in position, so let's see if they're going to find a way through. Advancing up to look into the window room there. Skrabani very, very hard now. If they push Hadtrick back and he goes back into Skrabani, that could be a very easy way to go down here. About a minute on the clock, and they're setting up with the bomb on the ramp as well. So going to be a bit of a crunch coming in. See how far they get. Missed opportunity. You're absolutely right. More grenades landing. Captain Kirk's practically blown up already. Dawi's gone down, and Kirk, it's a pretty good shot. Honestly, he was very low on health already. Zerofix trying to help out. He's taking down Lonks, 3 versus 3, but here comes Krabani. He was never discovered. Getting in through the window, and he'll open up the entire bomb site with that kill. They're planning right in front here, and Onyx, he almost has to do it. He wants to be a hero. Now's the time. He gets the first headshot. Tries against
nice try.
It's very, very close. If he had that one, he might have rescued the day for Inner Circle.
He played that so well. Was ahead of the play. They had no idea he'd snuck through. He gets that double kill. Hadtrick's there to back him up. And it's their round right now, though, playing for self-preservation. Hadtrick will just hold on to the AWP, FUT back to their winning ways. 6 rounds locked in. Can Hadtrick hold on to the AWP? Ooh. That is the question.
He's trying to be extra sneaky and kind of walk into his own smoke, but it looks like Krabani is aware that could be happening. When he comes out right at the end, that's obviously disappointing. It's a nice idea. You could see how it could work, hiding in the open kind of feeling, but...
I mean, I feel like staying in the underpass was the better call there, but yeah, each to their own.
Hiding in actual hiding spots.
Yeah, like that might have worked. Either way, I think he has enough money going forward. It's round number 11. Double orb setup, in fact, Anders, here. Onyx and Hadtrick. It's very common setup here on Mirage. You see it on maps like Dust 2 as well. Allows you to have a turret in towards B and alleviate some space over towards A, but, well, Hadtrick, he'll be going down early. It's going to have to be a recovery mission now. Trying to get to control towards shore. Another messy spray leads him to a 5-on-3 advantage on the FUT side. Krabani calling for the boys just to make their way in towards B, and it's Onyx with that secondary orb, absolutely domed by Jukes. You said he has that very fast time to kill.
Yeah. I think that's the thing that caught my eye the first time around with him. Kind of sucks a little bit. The surprise of that second AWP never really gets into play. That's obviously one of the fun parts of it, but it just didn't matter. They got all the openings they wanted. 7 rounds on the board here for FUT. There's nothing we can really complain about. This is the team that I think we expected to show up on the first map, and they just kind of didn't. The desk highlighted. It just looked like they weren't really woken up quite yet. Obviously, same could not be said for Inner Circle, but yeah, this is it's a bit of a different affair right now. And this is one of the best maps for FUT, so I'm not too surprised to see them play this way, but still, Inner Circle struggling for rounds. 4's not quite good, and I think at 5, I think there's something to fight for, you know? 5 on the CT side, I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. It's another save, though. Up to being up 3-0, this doesn't feel great.
No.
See if anyone can hold on to the little they have. Not going to happen, though. Managed to maintain the AWP at the very least. But the final round of this first half, FUT's looking much stronger. Ancient looking very possible, that's for sure. This is the team we know and love. Mirage specialists,
yeah,
especially Jukes, you always see him in towards that Palace position doing unspeakable things. Longs, nice work towards middle. And there's Jukes, brutal aim. That was an AWP, bear in mind, waiting in the B apartments.
Yeah, and he was waiting that whole time. He's waiting the whole round for that fight, and it just doesn't go his way. Here we go, round number 12. It's the last of the half, and the bomb is in the hallways already over at B. This could be very snappy. If they just get one opening here on the short, I don't think they're going to slow it down. They might not anyway. Flash around the corner. They're not going to expect a second player. Yeah, nobody was checking for that, but they're still out behind them. That's how fast they are in this round. Bomb is going to be planted, and as long as Symmetry, if he can stay alive, even for 10 more seconds, that would be huge, but nice work. Inner Circle, they use that HE, they discover him, and that's going to be enough. Retake here. Suddenly a little bit more possible. Demon, he's already low on health. The bomb is ticking, and they do need this round in a circle. There's a lot on the line here for them. Jukes goes down. It's a good start. Captain Kirk is there to get it. Demon gets a headshot, and suddenly things are looking tricky. Just longs left. They run it over. That's very good work. High fives are coming out. So final round of the half there, and 5 rounds is what they'll get. Not bad. 7-5. But for FUT, you could see a clear change in the mentality, in the individual firepower here. They learned the lesson they needed on Dust 2. They were a little bit slow at the gates. Not the case any longer. Symmetry's really come alive, and again, he's going to be even better, I think, on the CT side. So there's a lot to look forward to here if you're a fan of FUT. This should be encouraging, but yeah, this round, pretty good work for Inner Circle and retaking the bomb side, I must say. This little grenade here to get rid of Symmetry, that made the difference. Round coming up now.
You like a pistol round, don't you, Anders?
Yeah, I think that what they allow for a little bit more creativity. They're a little bit chaotic, I feel like. You know, you can plan, but sometimes it just feels like you're rolling the dice, which makes it a bit fun.
Well, see if Inner Circle can roll a 6 here, or Snake Eyes will appear. As we're getting into what feels like a map win for FUT after losing the pistol. They're on easy street. The players have woken up. Everyone's contributing. Everyone's looking good.
That's got to be one of the most awkward high fives I've seen in a minute.
Oh, yeah, I missed it. I was on the scoreboard. I was checking out the util. I was checking out the cash, what was being spent.
Missing the important details like me, Henry.
Were they going for were they doing a dap or a handshake? What were they going for?
I don't know. It looked like they were wiping each other's hands.
Okay.
It was very awkward. But now I feel bad that I brought it up.
Well, let's have a look if we can work out where this pistol's heading for Inner Circle on the T side. Smoke, a couple of flashes here. And 4 players towards the underpass, going for the mid-control in an unconventional manner. The snake down towards the underpass.
I quite like it, yeah. Oh my god. Onyx has shut down Krabani. That is such a clean kill. And they're still just walking the whole way. Look at this. This looks like the kind of strategy you would call in sort of a pug game. You know, just having a good time. Guys, let's crawl all the way through underpass and then crawl in through window and just keep crawling the whole way with nobody realizing they're completely caught off guard. This strat is sick. Inner Circle. I don't know what they've been doing here, but it's absolutely worked out. Cemetery about to get overrun. He's got 5 bullets left. My god, he's hitting the headshots. How is it possible? He's just got 3 kills out of nowhere. He's still got a couple left. Finally gets another magazine in. He's trying to be efficient. 1 more headshot. Somehow it's turned around. A quad kill for Cemetery. What a grotesque round.
You hate to see that. It was going so well.
Yes.
The human centipede towards the underpass. It was looking so promising. Yeah, it was a bit Strat-like. They get the opening kills. It was looking so good. And then all of a sudden, yeah, it all goes so wrong. That was the play. You get a 5-on-3 in that sort of scenario. How you lose it, I'll never know. But it's a USP. It's clean. It's brutal. It's disgusting, in fact. As we go 8-5, it's snatched away by Cemetery. And we are going to see the MP7 and the Felico. You can see Onyx trying his best to take the covering fire. The cannon fodder launched in, but that's quickest round you're going to see all tournament long, probably. As we go 9-5, foot in touching distance now. I'm picking this one up.
Yeah, looks like the kids are safe, at least for now. Mirage looking strong at the moment. Don't see them giving up this kind of a lead. They got so much going for them here. Darby still playing very well. Captain Kirk with 9 kills. I mean, they had very, very good defensive kills coming into that A-bomb side, but still, they're running away with it here. The favorites, I think it's fair to say they're playing like it at the moment. All right. Got some headsets coming off, just sorting out some audio issues, which I guess is fair enough. Ancient, I think, will be a more even battleground for both these teams. I think they were played quite a bit, both similar sort of win percentage on it. I think it could be an interesting game on Ancient.
Well, that has got everyone excited, Anders. You think it might be an interesting game? You've got me hooked.
Yes, that's what
Say
I want.
less. I'm in.
I know you love Ancient. That's got to be, you know, for as much, you know, there's always a lot of complaints whenever Valve does anything. I feel like Ancient must have had one of the fastest adoption rates of any maps I've ever seen. Like, people always complain and hate new things, but Ancient, everyone was like, this is great.
I think because it had kind of, do you remember the map Aztec? Of course you do.
Yeah.
They just had Aztec tones, you know, and it's like for the boomers.
That's what it did.
It reminded you of Aztec, and at that stage, it's like it was a good map. It played like a Counter-Strike map. It had a figure of 8 sort of setup. Yeah, it's just a classic at this point. It is. I totally agree. So, Dukes opening things up here. It's a bit of the bonus situation. We've got MP5s, MP9s, MP7s, all the M's, and a FAMAS as well up against AKs. If they win this round, call it done, Anders. There won't be any recovery for Inner Circle. They will be cooked here on Mirage.
Extra points for diversity in the weaponry. I would appreciate that. You know, don't get to see enough of it. I don't know what sparked the comeback on the MP5, but I do like it. I do think it's entertaining, if nothing else. But there was no change, as far as I can tell, to the gun that made it happen. People just wanted to try it more, I guess. I don't buy it myself, so I wouldn't know. Not an MP5 user.
Back in the day, though.
Back in the day.
Back in the day, Anders, the MP5.
The run and gun potential.
Oh, what a gun! Yeah,
it's a good point. Maybe it's time to bring it back. Maybe I could be on the wave.
Well, it is proving to be more and more popular. We'll see whether Long's committed to good effect here in towards that ladder room. Going to have a lot of action here. The MP5 about to be tested. Oh, they just overlooked him completely, but he's given his position up. But it was silence, and that is the benefit of the MP5. No one seemed to care. They just let him run by. He said, you know what? Yeah, that's cool. We'll leave you in there.
It doesn't sound like it's doing any damage, so maybe they're just like, you know what? It's fine. Who cares?
And they're planting the short as well, so they had no idea he was there. This is wild.
Yeah, that's a very risky bomb plant, but somehow they don't actually get caught doing it. Still a 5-on-3 here. So the after plant, not necessarily easy for Inner Circle at this stage. There's some utility as well to be thrown into the bomb site, and they've got the defuse kit and Krabani. Let's see, bomb slowly ticking away. But taking their time, a dink, and then the banger on top. It's Dowie. He's found 3 kills. Make it 4. How have they won this round? It all happened in a split second. I don't even know how Dowie got all those kills.
They did have the lesser weaponry. They had all the M's, remember.
That's,
the MP7,
yeah.
the MP5, and the MP9, and the FAMAS. It was looking good. I feel like Longs didn't quite time the swing out from ladder room. He needed to cause a bit more chaos there. If he gets the timing 1 second earlier, he gets 1 kill, stops them in their tracks. The fact they didn't even realize he was there, they didn't even feel any pressure. I think they thought that was a shot coming from Connector that has kind of tagged them through the smoke or something. He needed to apply a bit more pressure, but there it is. We will see somehow, some way, that round slipping away from FUT. But, like we said, bonus round. Now we're into the big boy guns.
Well, that's changed the conversation a bit. I thought it was going to be a lot quicker. I thought that last round was easily going to be like a 10-5 scoreline, and then we're off, but it's not the case. 9-6 instead. And that last round from Dowie, that's the kind of thing surely that will sort of revitalize the team. That's the kind of round that gets everyone fired up, I'm sure. Classic utility. The bomb is in T-spawn though, so right now they're just baiting out some counter utility, looking for an opening here or there, but they've not committed to anything yet. They're waiting to read FUT. And again, their T-side on Dust 2 for Inner Circle was really cool. They had a great read, they had great mid-round calls. Unfortunately, they're getting shut down in the middle here. They were setting up for a bit of a split, just as I was praising them. Hadtrick, you kind of have to. You have to, if you want any chance of even planting the bomb here, you do need an opening. Zero fix. That would have been a nightmare shot if you could have hit it, but it's not going to happen. They take down Onyx in the middle, and it's time to save.
Certainly is. We were hoping that Inner Circle could build upon that previous success, recovering a round that felt like it was done. Oh, very nice shots, at least to try and hold on to the weapons they've got here. Those are AK-47s, but there it is. FUT with a very convincing round. Krabeni with a couple of kills there, finding himself an AK-47 as well. Jugs, of course, continuing to frag here. 6 and 9, not his strongest performance. It's Symmetry at the very top of 14 and 7. And round is done. Round is over. Double digits for FUT. Ancient just around the corner. The analyst said third map pretty much guaranteed a lock-in. I tend to agree. Even after the strong start, Inner Circle can't seem to hold on here.
Yeah, it would be surprising if they could win Mirage Inner Circle. I just don't see that happening. You said it's not that long ago since we saw FUT. Surely nothing drastic has changed for the team. In terms of this particular map, at least. Smoke up, counter grenade coming out, trying to see if they can discover anyone up here. It's Onyx, and he's surely feeling the pressure right now. I think he's going to have a good read that there's a lot of CTs in the middle already. Nice nade on top of them as they're pushing out. It's just Jukes here alone for the minute. They've taken care of the mid presence, and now they're rotating over. I think the window to win this fight at the A-bomb site is closing very rapidly right now for Inner Circle. The entire force has started to rotate over. They know everything, and they line up with Jukes. He's very fast. You can see them just dropping like flies.
They're done.
Yeah.
They've got nothing left. They're not defending themselves anymore. Into the A side they go. No one's flashing the CT side. No one's under any pressure. Simple conversion. 5-man clean sweep. And that was your money already in a desperate spot. Bear in mind, yeah, you saved 2 AKs, but that means those players got no further economy going forward.
Yeah.
Your loss bonus is down in the bin. 1 round away from that point. They'll take a tactical timeout, sure, but you can only really partial buy here, Andy. You're averaging like $2,500 per player, but it is map point coming up next. Oh, yeah, we can see it now. Khalil's MP7, so they are going to go all in. It won't be the best of buys. Won't be the worst of buys. but still looking very unlikely that they can hold on here. FUTs have now got themselves in a prime position, saved AKs, AWP, but finding round number 12 should be no problem for them.
Feels like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of
yeah, like a pick your poison moment here. Like if you take the full eco, sure, you'll have money going forward next round, but you'll also be on map points. And you might as well try and steal it away right now. Go for that 11-7. It's going to take one of those pocket strats and execution. We normally talk about the palace pops in these sort of rounds, Anders, you and I. This is when you try and do the execution better through the palace instead and try and overwhelm.
Yeah.
Thing is, if I'm able to call that, the coach of FUT's going to be able to call that as well. You're going to be prepared for those sort of plays. And that's all you can really do with this sort of weaponry, Galils and Tech 9s. It's going to have to be something like that.
Yeah, you're right. Catching maybe one of the CTs in shadows, see if you can overwhelm, like isolate that fight. That's not a bad bet.
But
I like it.
Your options are like, be execution, palace pop, maybe go faster towards shorts with smokes down towards middle and connector and trying to overwhelm players. Like, there really isn't much you can do here. You can't really work the picks with the Galils, especially when the CTs have the AK-47s now. But I'm very interested to see what they've got at their sleeve here. Last chance saloon for Inner Circle, who are up 3-0 at the start of Mirage, now down 11-6. Getting a good hiding here on the map pick of FUT.
But that tells a crazy story, doesn't it? From 3-0 to 11-6. That's pretty, it's pretty absurd.
So I'm interested to see what kind of approach. They are going to drop those two smokes we discussed. It's going to be top and middle and window, but the CTs, they're not going to let them have a ton of control here, presenting their own aggression. And it looks to be default smokes into A execution. So not the palace pop, but will be 4 players heading towards the A side of the map. We've got Util dropped by Onyx from top and middle, landing towards the connector and jungle position.
Yeah, but that also allows them to play in front of it, right? 3 people on the other side of the smokes here.
Oh, there's a kill.
Yeah, and it's
not over yet.
Yeah, that could happen. Krabani takes one, though, jumping past Lonks there. Nearly could have made it out alive, but Hadtrick's the last to go down. Duke shows up. One of the longest sprays from him, but he does still get the double kill. Up to 11 now for him individually, and up to 12 for FUT as they're about to take the second map away here, which, again, many people predicted they probably would. It's looking like they're on track for that at the moment.
I think you might be onto something, but I am going to say it again. Might not be a popular opinion, but I consider FUT to be chokers. I don't think they will choke this one, but like when they get to 12 rounds, that's when they normally can't close things out.
Okay, well, that's something to look forward to.
So just keep that in mind. I'm sure they've been working on it, but I've commentated a lot of their games until you get to 12 plenty of times before, and it all of a sudden seems to fall apart.
Yeah, they want it too much. They can feel the pressure mounting a bit. Yeah, I've seen it happen as well. Does make the games very entertaining, I must say, but obviously for the team, probably something that they want to try and work out. Maybe this is something they can work on at this very tournament, in fact.
Well, like you said, this is a tournament where they're in contention to win this one.
They could.
They're in that conversation. We haven't got the big boys here.
Yeah.
Best teams are Paravision and MongolZ, and sure, Paravision have bounced back from the kind of slow slump they had, and MongolZ now have the coach as well, but FUT, on their day, they can be a world beater. We saw them take down Mouse in the quarterfinals at EPL.
It's not at all impossible.
And Mouse are the best quarterfinals team in the world.
Yeah, or at least they were. But you're right. Okay, well, they found Lonks at the start. That's pretty interesting. Still got Dukes in shadow and Cemetery. That's a very important kill there. It kind of keeps Dukes hidden for a minute there. Okay, maybe not so much. They must have spotted him somehow. Cemetery goes down at the same time, and now Demon and Krabani 2 versus 3, but there's a bit of a lurk to him here. He's already found one. There's the second one. He knows where they both are. Oh! What a fight for Krabani. 2 very clean headshots, and now he's already so low. If anything touches him here, if they make the cross already, they have... Oh, can they find that bomb and defuse it right away? I don't know how in the open it is. Oh, he's trying to relocate and he's been found. Demon takes him down. The heads have come off here. Second map, and FUT will pick it up.
Yeah, it certainly will, Anders. What a great performance there from FUT, bouncing back, Ancient round the corner, and I dare say they'll take that as well. Over to you, boys.
Henry there talking about FUT choking, Anders' dreams death, but not to be this time. FUT are very much back in the series, back in the game, and looking a lot better, looking woke up. That's the important part.
The important part is Anders' kids are safe.
Oh, yeah, well, that too. I mean,
Children are safe, Rich.
he is a mad lad putting his children up for grabs on a opening day game at PGL Bucharest, but that's why we love Anders.
Especially...
It's just crazy like that.
Especially the Europa Lord 2026 as well. But look, jokes aside, we saw it in the latter half of Dust 2 as well, FUT, where just more than ready to take the fight to Inner Circle. And also, I felt like for Inner Circle, Striker, like you saw what they had on the Dust 2, how well structured they were, what the plans were. But it looked like on Mirage, even though they should have seen this map coming in, they looked a little bit lost. They seemed to just try to rely a little bit too much on these gambled stacks, especially towards the A-bomb side. But credit where it's due to FUT, man. Like, they were individually popping off, but also just some very good mid-rounding as well coming out from these boys.
Yeah, this is kind of what happens when you have some of the right ideas, but then the firepower really isn't there if you're in a circle, you know, because, yeah, there were a couple rounds early on where they did have the read and they did have the right stack, but they just couldn't win the round anyway, you know, because the first fight goes the wrong way, you know, and it just all falls apart from there.
And also just to kind of juxtapose when it comes to the firepower, juxtaposing to these two AWPers, Hadtrick, you know, bottom of the table there for the side of Inner Circle, and then you see Symmetry, the AWPer, his counterpart on his opponent's team, and he was just fragging out, just barely missing a beat. And yeah, it's gonna be, especially in a map like Mirage, if you want to pull off the upset, you want your AWPer to perform. Yeah. And unfortunately, Hadtrick kind of crapped the bed there.
Yeah, he's not usually the one we look to have standout performances.
He's kind of the worst player in it.
Yeah, generally he is. I mean, he is very dependable as an AWPer. You know, you can't really fault him for too much, but he doesn't really have big highlight maps like this a lot of the time. It was a lot down to the pistol round that they won for them. I think that was a big also turning point, maybe not a turning point, but kind of like a decisive point in the game as well, where he just kind of took it away for FUT.
That's why we call him See Me Try.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's not bad, Rich. Day one, it's not even noon yet, and you're all there. Yeah.
No, I mean, look, I think one of the things I do like about him, though, is, yes, he has got a plan B. You know, a lot of AWPers, if they don't pop off, they just don't do anything except suck up all the money out of the economy.
Yeah.
You know, what Symmetry does is he is capable of having those pop-off games. He goes big.
And also, at one point in time, I think it's right you pointed out, he had like, what, 13K or something. And by the way, this is a guy who, if you saw all the AWP kills he was getting, it was on that T side. He was opening it up, he was working with the pack, not afraid to take duels. Of course, he was being set up by his teammates as well at times. But when he had to go for these kind of like combat AWPing positions, he was not afraid to take the fight. So it's really cool to see that his he wasn't really affected too much by the performance on Dust 2. So yeah, just great showing from Symmetry.
Yeah, I also like watching Kerbeni. I think he was kind of the second in line in terms of having the most impact on the map. His lurks are just so effective because he can just weave between some of these slow lurks when he's the one that's actually waiting for the other side of the map to start doing something, but also the aggressive lurks where he's the one kind of directing the timings, and then the rest of the team kind of works off of him, you know. So yeah, he is my favorite player to watch on this map.
Yeah, I mean, we were worried a little bit about Deem, and we've got a bit of time, so I wanted to talk about him. I feel he gets a lot of attention, but very often, particularly in 26, you know, the kind of score doesn't necessarily reflect the attention he gets. I think it's just because he's got a cool name.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, you had a lot to say about that with some Valorant player who apparently has the same name.
We won't bring Valorant to the table today.
I can't speak to that. But yeah, Demon used to be the guy that I think Blade had a lot of good things to say about.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Very early on into the Navi Junior, even Navi Youth, I think at the time. This is like 3-4 years ago at this point, you know, where he first kind of came into Navi's radar and started in that academy cycle. And he was, you know, tipped to be the big Navi player. Obviously, you know, in this team, I think he still, you know, delivers what he needs to, but he's definitely been outshined by the likes of Jugs, by the likes of Lounge, who are definitely the true star players of this team.
Yeah, agreed. Right, we move on to Ancient. Blair, tell us all about this one as a decider. I agree, by the way, with everything Henry and Anders were saying during the broadcast, that this has become like a classic map already. I actually enjoy an Ancient decider these days.
It is. I feel like if you look at all the maps we have right now, look, I was going to have a soft spot for Inferno. I know everyone's going to hate on the map, but I like playing it. I like watching it. I think we see a lot of cool utility coming up. But Ancient, I feel like the real good point that Anders, I think it was Anders who made this point, was like one of the few new maps that just came out where everyone's like, this is freaking cool. This is a cool map.
play it.
And it's not an easy map as well. I was talking to Striker earlier how this is one of the very few maps, might be the only map where having the insta smokes on a T and a CD side is the meta, no matter if you're playing it in a pug or you're playing it in, you know, in a professional little game of Counter-Strike. So a great map, super tactical map, a map no one ever complains about. And it's a map that Inner Circle really do like to play. Usually a map that they pick against FUT, but this time they tried to, you know, mix things around a little bit. They got Dust to win, they got the win. But again, for FUT, here's the thing. You look at the win rate on Ancient, Rich, and it's very up and down, right? They've lost quite badly as well. They beat Na'Vi, you know, in a narrow affair, but then you look at the names they played against. These are some pretty top-tier opposition. On the flip side for Inner Circle, while it's a map that they are very comfortable on, it's the first pick against most teams, it is not at the same level of opposition that FUT usually play. So considering FUT are warmed up now after map 2, after Mirage, I still feel it going the way of FUT. But that being said, I do expect a closer affair as opposed to map 1 and 2.
Yeah. I would just put it this way, you know, the only good team that Inner Circle have played on this map was Liquid, and they got 13-2 on it.
Okay, good team.
I mean,
Liquid.
All right.
Listen, he works for HLTV. He's got to play nice, you know what I mean?
I don't.
But no, I mean, look, I think Inner Circle, this was what I was a little bit worried about. Been hugely impressed with them. I definitely want to give them some plaudits and say they've played a great game. But, you know, we all know, realistically, FUT are the better team. And if they're warmed up and their aim is in... You've got this shared map pool. Realistically, you have to think FUT are going to close.
And we also saw it on Mirage, where they finally came online a little bit more. You know, they were a bit more confident making the aggressive plays. This time, Inner Circle weren't quite as ready to stop them at that and limit that aggression, because Mirage is just much more difficult to do it at, because there's just so many avenues to have.
And even like certain rounds where they had the right idea, they had the right openings, they actually had the FUT's number in some of those rounds. It was the individuals kind of bailing them out. Right? You saw Symmetry with the 4K with the USP, couple of moments where they were not taking advantage of some free kills or the timing, so to speak. Yeah. But overall, like, if they're able to replicate what we saw from them on Dust 2, despite me not really seeing them make it to the playoffs, I don't think they're going to make it, but at least they can, you know, pull off a couple of upsets against some of the teams who are also struggling at the moment. I think that would be more than what they would have expected of this tournament.
If they play like this, they're definitely better than some of the teams some of you guys have put going through the playoffs, in my opinion. But we'll wait and see how it all plays out. We're going to a quick break. These two young teams, ironically, looking for a win on Ancient. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody? Down on the floor with Lanks of FUT. Salut, frate, cum merge.
Bine.
Was that okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. You can understand it as a Romanian for sure. And it's like, everyone will appreciate it for sure.
Awesome. What are your initial feelings coming into this tournament?
I mean, I'm excited to play. Now it's like a bit of a chill environment. I feel a bit more calm, more relaxed. I don't feel anything at all. It's just like I'm playing with my guys, a pug, and that's it.
Generally speaking, huge rankings climb over the last few months. Talk to us about how that experience has been overall.
I mean, to be honest, it's good. It's very good, right? But in the same time, for me, as an individual, like, I want to get the best out of me, right? So for me, at this point, because we kind of reached this level and we can maintain it, like, for me now, it's not enough to just, like, sit in this ranking, right? Like, I want to go even further. I want to see how much we can actually push, because I feel it. We have it. We have what it takes, but we need to polish it like a diamond, very smooth and very sharp, and it takes time. It's a pain in the ass, but we have to do it.
I like that. That's a strong metaphor. Lanks, I imagine for you there's a lot of extra motivation, another chance to compete in Romania. What can you tell us about that?
I mean, because we hit, for me, even maybe it's not the best to go with a lot of high expectations in the tournament. But for me, as I know myself, I'm a stubborn guy. I have a big ego, right? So I'm gonna say, like, I do believe, I think we'll reach the semifinals. I mean, for me, there is no other way I can see this road ending. Either I lose in the semifinals, finals, and then I'm happy, or like, it's not possible.
You speak really confidently about yourself and the team's mental. How important is that side of the game for you and the team?
I think it's important for everyone, not only for us. But the thing with us is because we're all extremely young, it hits harder. I mean, in a way, like, for example, when you have bad mental moments, you can see it very quickly. But also when you have insane mental moments, when we come back, when we scream, when we hype each other, like, you don't see this at the other teams. And that's, again, because we're a team of 5, I mean, kind of 2 teenagers and 3 children, kind of still, if I can call it like this, right? So, you know, we're still a bit crazy in the head. I always said it, so it's, yeah, like up and down, up and down.
Sort of finish the points with regards to practice. So, similar to results, like, practice has been a bit up and down. It's multifaceted. But overall, are you as prepared as can be? And are you happy with the preparation that you and the team have had?
I mean, the preparation, it was insane. Like, we fixed the maps we wanted to fix, but that's the thing. I feel like we kind of worked so much on some aspects that I think it's impossible to not get a burnt out feeling at one point, right?
Okay.
And I think it kind of happened to us, but I'm happy the management and the coaching staff kind of realized it ASAP, and they gave us the 3 days before the tournament, because, like, now I don't know what's going to happen. But I do have a good feeling, actually, that we're going to do good because of those breaks, because people can reset, people can enjoy their free time with the loved ones. It's different.
Yeah. All right, final couple of questions then. Just talk to me about the field of teams here at PGL Bucharest. What do you think about the teams? Any teams that you think are at the front of the pack that you're looking forward to playing? Anything like that?
Paravision.
Okay, of course.
That's it. Like, Paravision. I want to face them and I want to beat them. I want to take revenge for Cluj-Napoca, but of course it's going to be a tough game, but a good game. I know for sure. So, yeah. And against the other teams, I think we reached a point where we should not be scared or even think about the other teams. At least that's how I see it. We should just play our game confidently and just do what we do best.
Amazing, Lanks. Pleasure to chat to you. Wishing you the best of luck, especially to you here in Bucharest, in Romania. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home before I let you go?
I mean, you know, I said every time that thank you for the support and stuff, so I'm not going to repeat that again, right? But yeah, I think I just wanted to say that I would just like people to chill down a bit, not only to my team, maybe to everyone in the community, because I feel people kind of got disconnected from the touch of reality. Like, players are not robots, for Christ's sake. Like, we will fail, we will do shit things. It's like, yeah, just look at a normal sports career to some football guy, and it will be even crazier if you compare the statistics. That's it.
Lanks, wise beyond your years. Really such a pleasure to chat, and once again, best of luck.
Thank you, Paolo. Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2026. Great interview there, Anders. We had some great insights from Lonks, and the fact that he's telling everyone to calm down in 2026. Things happen, things can go wrong, and I think we do need a bit of that.
We do need a bit of that. It's also, I'm quite happy to have Parla, you know, to do some.
Oh, he's doing a great job.
Yeah.
Great to see him back.
Kind of an underrated interviewer, I think, to be honest.
He is killing it. Yeah. Great to see him here with us all tournament long. He did 15 interviews yesterday.
Yeah.
So more of that to come. And apparently, got some great stuff out of Simple, some great stuff out of Jame. So look out for that.
Hard working, more than people recognize. You don't see.
Yeah, absolutely true. Yeah, shout out Parla, one of the absolute goats. And we are getting ready for map number 3. It was interesting to hear from Longs there as well. They took 3 days off after their boot camp because they felt like they're getting burnt out. I think we could see signs of that in the first map, right? We said there was a bit of ring rust. They hadn't played an official since EPL. Came into the first map, looked a little bit slow, but that's because they hadn't played for 3 days before the tournament because they burned themselves out with preparation. So they've got warmed up now. Second map, very convincing. Well, third map, I think, should be absolutely fine and going in their favor.
I'll say this, Henry. Inner Circle, with this lineup, they've played this map 5 times in the last 3 months. For FUT, it's 15 maps of Ancient in the last 3 months. So talking about burnouts, there it is, right?
Let's have a look then. What have we got to work with? It's going to be a P250 for Doi, and we've got them not too much utility. One smoke and a flash, but there's the P250 striking early. Cemetery sent to an early grave, and a couple of kills as we have a 5-on-3, but these can fall apart very quickly if you're not careful.
They wanted to flash in another player. They're trying to get out of those B hallways as well towards the cave. Okay, Longs, I don't know how he's got away with it.
It's falling apart.
For Inner Circle, why? They had the double opening. They even knew that they were getting pushed from there.
It's still fine. They've got the smoke down in CT spawn, an open A bomb site. The bomb will at least be planted here. And they've done some good damage in towards the donut room, and they're going to try and isolate that kill. Instead of planting, they're focusing their efforts all around donut. Might not be the right call here. Hadtrick is left in a horrible position, and there it is. A 5-on-3 where you don't even get the bomb planted, Anders. That is what they call a blunder.
That's pretty rough. You're right. They probably could have had a bomb plant. I mean,
I see what they're going for there. There's like, let's isolate this duel in towards donut. Then we can go right back in towards B and we'll catch the rotations. But unfortunately for them, the CT's already pushed their smoke and they get shot in the back, and it actually looks a bit silly in the end. That is not a good round from Inner Circle.
No.
Bad mid-rounding, overthinking it, overcooking it, and unfortunately they get absolutely destroyed after having a 5-on-3 advantage.
Yeah, as you can tell from looking at me, Henry, I'm a fan of donut too, but sometimes the best thing you can do is just
avoid them.
Just go the other way, go somewhere else.
No bomb plant in a 5-on-3. That is such a kick in the you-know-where.
Yeah. Well, that's not how you want to start on the third map. I mean, we all kind of knew we were going to get here, but for Inner Circle, being the underdog team, having a little bit less experience on this map than their opponents at the moment, you'd want to see something different. They're walking into a crossfire. M4A1s, you're going to be a bit conservative with the bullets here, but they're doing just fine. Urbani doing very good work. Jukes has a very mean A-lurk on this map when he's on the T side, his second best position. So it's not for the CT side, but once he swaps over.
I've got a feeling this one is going to be a landslide victory for FUT.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. The fact they've got warmed up now, we know pound for pound they're a better team in almost every facet of the game. Better players, better tactical approach, more experience. Inner Circle, not a bad team, but this is a new roster with Hadtrick coming in as well. Hadtrick looked pretty slow on Mirage. I don't think he'll be going above and beyond to save them here. I'm thinking this could be like a 13-2, 13-3 sort of situation. This is the first time FUT have had like a nice start as well. Normally it's Inner Circle up 3-0. Maybe there's a chance, but then it slowly withers away.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And the fact you lost a pistol in that sort of fashion as well, morale's going to be a little bit all over the place, but let's have a look. We have got Krobeni setting up double door smoke from spawn on the CT side. That's going down nice and early. So it allows the CTs to push down, get stuck in with the lesser weaponry. Bonus round, you all know what that means by now. Entering this first gun round, as it were, with MP9s, and we can see massive nade damage here. They're going to try and make their way in towards B, but here comes Jugs making his way up towards heaven. Smoke goes down, and we'll see whether it's going to be an opening kill or it's going to be Longs absolutely nailing it.
It's a crazy timing on him throwing down that smoke on top of Zero Fix. You could see we caught it right at the perfect moment there. Very frustrating. Krabani's pushed through that smoke. That's a CT smoke behind him, and they're just in front of it. I don't think Hadtrick or anyone else is going to see this coming. He was kind of ready, so I guess that's cool. Another dink. Krabani doing exceptional work.
That's enough, though. Let's leave it at that. That will do, but he wants more. He's going to be taking a very powerful position, tucking himself in towards the T double doors, cutting off rotations for multiple areas of the map. T-spawn, making sure they can't get at the B ramp here. Are they just hoping for a wallbang kill here? Yes, they are. And it's almost impossible to lose this one. You could even sacrifice Demon to get a bit of intel. He's got the SMG. See if he can find one. Vault himself up towards the heavens as well. They've attempted the wallbang, so he knows they're in that position now. Just looking for one kill. Doesn't overplay his hand.
The best case here for Inner Circle's got to be taking some weapons away. I feel like they're so locked in. Like, everyone knows where they are.
Taking weapons away would just be MP9s.
Yeah, that's...
Then I think you're just giving them upgrades going forward.
Yeah.
Like, this is the bonus round for a reason. That's why we call it that.
Yeah, what a strong position to be in. You're right.
And now you've flashed your own teammate, and down you go. It's all gone wrong.
No.
The bonus round is very successful, and that is a sign of things to come. This is FUT warming up into the tournament nicely. Opening game here at PGL Bucharest, and FUT, the favorites on the third map. I feel like I said, they'll be winning this one pretty easily.
We mentioned briefly the change to the magazines. This is one of those maps that people were starting to theorize about whether or not that we see less wallbangs. For that
that's a good point as well. On the CT side, especially when you're playing Red Room, the meta right now is when you're smoked off, you're spamming from the start towards the bottom of the middle, and you can still do that. We're not saying you can't, but you just won't be able to dump 2 mags at the start and just hope for the best and see what's available to you. So I think, like, overall, it's an interesting change. I don't think it's negative or positive. I think it keeps the game fresh and adds extra elements to it. And I think on some maps as well, like Nuke, when you're doing the outside wall of smokes and you're getting spammed through and like fortunate headshots are landing through, you're not going to see as many as those. So I think it adds to a tactical element of the game. Well, I don't think it's a bad change. I don't think we'll be talking about it that much.
No, but I think it's also nice to know that if you do get one of those spams, at least you paid something to do it. Like, it wasn't just for free. It's just like, you cost you some bullets. Like, you're not just going to get everything back. That's a lot of grenades, my God.
Nice movement up towards heaven as well. Tech-9s, Deagles here, Inner Circle having a bit of a nightmare on Ancient. A rude awakening as Jugs will open up the fragging department. Lonks, he's calling. He knows he bumped into someone there. Hugging a kiss in the smoke. They'll fall back towards there we go. They've got smoke, so you can smoke off towards Donut and CD Spawn from this position. They'll drop off the util. There we go. That's exactly what we're doing. CD Spawn, Donut.
Yeah, but they know Lonks is ready the whole way through, and they've got Cemetery here. He's got the AWP as they come out of the smoke on the other side here. This is just a complete lockdown. What an impressive defense. Again, not the best weaponry on the other side. Obviously, yeah, I don't know how he's still alive even, but not going to get anything more in this one. So far, they've got 4 kills in total on the Inner Circle side. Doubt it'll be another one in this round, but even if that, it's not too impressive here. You said it could be a very one-sided game, and I mean, so far that's pretty much going according to script here. They're toying with him. They're bullying him in this corner. He's laughing though. I appreciate that from Oni. He was laughing at that. I think that's good. What else can you do? But it is a 4-0 lead. But very nice.
Very nice indeed. So far, so good. Only real danger of losing a round was in the pistol and the 5-on-3 deficit. They recovered it. It was actually a very convincing win in their favor. Inner Circle need to wake up. See whether they can change the pace of this game. They've lost middle. They've lost the bomb site. Struggle to get it towards A. Good damage on towards Jugzo. We talked about middle being a very important area. There's going to be some flash CTs here. Double kill for sure on the T side. That's more like it. 3 kills going in their favor. 4-on-2 overall. Reaction coming in from Longso. Pushing down the B ramp. Smoked off. Oh, spotted as well. Huge bit of information. That's their cue really to go in towards the A side, if you ask me. You know there's at least 1 in towards B. Could be 2, and that's exactly what's going on. Cemetery will join him.
Yeah, probably the only call you could make if you want any chance at all of winning a round like this one. You kind of have to do something like this. Set up here, you're hoping that Cemetery gets a kill, they push forward, Lonks gets another one, and suddenly you're back in a 2v2.
Well, they're delaying it. There is a chance they give this one up. Do they overcook again? They're hoping with the silence they make the logical move and go towards A. And yeah, thank God they do. Like I said, Overcooked, like you were trying to suggest you're going towards A, then walk back towards B. Just go towards A. You know there's at least one B.
Is that Demon or Jukes that they killed right down below where Onig is now? Like that, the player that was flashed? I think it was one of the two of them, but it kind of highlights why, if you're playing on the CT side that far back, those spawn flashes from the T side are so dead.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you want to be pushing closer, surely.
You're seeing teams like Team Spirit, for example, they'll have 2 players dedicated in T-spawn, just doing a volley of flashes over, so you can get 4 out as the Ts are actually entering. It's so important, yeah, and you can see how hyper-flashed everyone was there towards middle. So there it is. It's the battle for middle, and FUTs were there to take on the challenge, but completely flashed off. Double kill comes in, and, well, it's going to be Longs, keeping them modest at the very least. This round won't be going in their favor, but try and take away as much as you can. Upgrade to an AK-47. Manages to do that for now. It's not really worth the hunt if you're in a circle, though. You know the money's very strong on the CT side, and you can't afford to really lose any further casualties. 2 seconds left on that bomb. And there we go, first round of the board. The duel towards middle comes out in their favor. Like we said, plenty of flashes, very effective ones. Lead them to their first round victory here in the third and final map. If you're not aware of what we're doing here at PGL Bucharest, it's a studio tournament, and it's Swiss throughout. So we have best of 3s, 3 wins in the Swiss, and you're through to the playoffs, 18 playoff brackets.
A really rare opportunity for some of these teams to get this kind of experience. A lot of the times they wouldn't be here because Mouse or somebody else would have taken one of these spots. So
sure, like most notably against Eyeballers.
JW's back in Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun to see how they fare. Nothing to lose, really. I think not huge VRS implications here, if any. Considering the cutoff point is after the tournament finishes.
Yep.
So that if you're wondering why some of the heavy hitters aren't here, that would be why.
That is the reason. But yeah, I think it gives it a different kind of a spin. I think people are going to be underestimating Eyeballers. I think JW's doing a really good call, doing a little bit more of a backseat kind of counter-striking. He's not in the mix as much. But Bob XD is a really strong player. People underestimate him all the time. I think that's going to be to their detriment in this one. Cemetery AWPing down the middle. And I'm a bit surprised that there wasn't more pressure put on there. I feel like that's a risky peek from Captain Kirker. Ends up going down as a result. FUT, they want to get right back in the action. They don't really want to slow this down. They've been very aggressive so far on the CT side, trying to shut down Inner Circle. They've been fighting in the middle, outside of the B-bomb side. They have no respect at all here. And now it's going to be Cave. There's 3 people here on the other side for the T side. They're ready to fight, but do they have any grenades? No Molotovs or anything. They line up for Locks. He even got the collateral kill behind. I don't think he saw Onik at all.
Oh dear, oh dear. The bait and switch, it's an old classic, and he wants even more here. Doesn't quite get the quad kill, but that should be enough to win it. Hadtrick, as we mentioned, pretty slow performance by his standards on Mirage. Not his weapon of choice. The AK-47 will have to do here. That's a shot he had to hit if he's going to stand a chance here. Unfortunately, Cemetery will find him, and it's Longs, the hero of the day there. The caveman, as he steps up with 3 kills with the AK-47. His teammate goes down, but sets him up perfectly for a nice spray down. 3 players completely rocked.
I think the 3rd player he can't even see. He doesn't even see him behind the wall. Like he's just.
Yeah, you're right. You're dead on.
Or maybe he just barely did, but that's really cool.
They couldn't have lined up any better for him.
Yeah.
Dream scenario and a nightmare for Inner Circle as they enter the following round with Galil's AKs as a single active utility. This is the round that worked before the Wanders. Not so effective this time. Flashes aren't as potent. Just going to have Jukes to open things up. AK-47 arranged, willing to take that battle. And now you can let them have middle. It's not a bomb site, famously. You've got the man advantage. You know this is going to be a weak buy. They can't really even execute. What have they got left? They have 1 Molotov left in a 5-on-4 disadvantage. Let them play themselves at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. If
they can't even flash you off the angle.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, how
you just have to face check it like this. You have to face check.
Yeah, you see. Oh!
What a sick shot.
Very, very fast, isn't it?
Very nice shot. Like I said, you can't flash off any angles. You're going to have to hope these wall bangs start connecting, and fair play they do.
Yeah, that's one of the questions. Would there be less of them now with the change? Still quite viable is what it seems like, so you love to see that. Hadtrick again on his own, this time in a 1 versus 4. He's picked up the first one. So that's a bit of a start here, but you would have to do so much more. Demon giving him a bit of an opportunity to maybe punish him. That, again, that could have been one of those shots you hit it right away. and the round changes a bit, but I think, yeah, now the discipline has started to kick in on the CT side. Might as well slow this down. There's no reason to give Hadtrick any 1-versus-1 fights. He has to go to the bomb site. He's got to plant the bomb, and it gives you so many opportunities. Now, they're a bit of a mind game. You will probably not check both of them.
I mean, even if you got the first kill, you're not assuming the second's there, and I don't think you can find one here. Yeah. Well held, good discipline, fantastic counter-strike from FUT. They definitely are warmed up. If you're just joining us, in the pre-game interview, we heard from Longs, and he said they boot camp for a while. They tried to fix all the holes in their game, worked on every map they felt like wasn't strong, but they burned themselves out. So they took 3 days off before the tournament began, and you could see that reflected on the server in the first map. They were very slow to get going. I think we can both agree on that.
Yes.
But Mirage got warmed up, and now this is the FUT we know and love. This is a team that looks like they can do some serious damage at this tournament.
Yeah, the firepower is just terrific to watch. I mean, it's one of the things that makes them such a scary team.
Be rushed. It's an old classic.
We love it, but the AKs are on the other side, ready to go where at least they were. Jukes is now rotated in behind, but you know what? They found the 2 opening kills that they needed. The bomb is being planted in front here. It's a long spray, and he's only good for the 1. Onic and Hadtrick. There is a way to win this round. Some early grenades are coming out there. The incendiary won't block anyone off, and in the cave, the demon. I've not been too impressed with him today. I feel like I've been wanting to see some more individually out of him.
Well, let's see what he can do with this one. The retake and the 2-on-2. It's not the cleanest first interaction, but I still think they win this round. Hadtrick once again, AK-47, but caught on the reload. Very well played from Cemetery, yeah.
Hadtrick, a kill away from the ace. That would have been someone to fire up his team.
As soon as you got that reload going on, you can just punt him down. He had 0 chance of winning it. Couldn't get the magazine in time. We go 7-1. Inner Circle now, with the bomb plant at least in that B rush and partial buy, a bit of vibe going forward. Lost the first couple of kills. Hadtrick, though, did step up. Got them some space, a chance to win the round, but as we saw, he had, what, 2 bullets left. So, yeah, had to reload, hunted down, easy kill. Frustrating finish. But,
yeah,
we continue. It's going to be round number 9 here. 7-1 aggression from the A side of the map here from FUT. Check this out. AWP posted up in towards A main. A lot of information garnered.
Oh, you're right. But Demon is even pushing out in front of that AWP, so they're going to leave him here. But yeah, he's so advanced on the map already that it's giving FUT some interesting info to play off of. Rabani got to be careful he doesn't die. Cemetery's back here. They've actually found the only way. If they walk through Donut right now, they might get shot in the back by Demon, but they could get the bomb planted.
Player parked up in A main.
Yeah. Yeah, you might not expect it. They are kind of looking. They're suspicious that they haven't run into anyone yet. So maybe that suspicion will inform them that they should keep an eye on it. That's how they lose this round. The bomb is planted. It's a 5-on-5. It's only if Demon can turn around. Look at how close they are to him as well. He needs his teammates, though, to step it up. There we go. Take down Captain Kirker to begin with, but Zero Fix in the middle. Oh! He's going to find another good headshot. That's the 3rd kill of the map for him. He's been very, very slow to get going. Demon coming in with another good kill, but now it's down to the USP for Cemetery, and that won't be enough. He's stolen an AK here, but he's already hunted, and I think pretty much isolated behind this box. Zero Fix with 3 kills. That's what they needed.
Exactly what they needed. Tactical timeout. I assume called by FUT here, trying to slow down any potential momentum that could be garnered here from the Inner Circle squad. Managing to find that open A bomb site. We thought Demon might shut them down, but was very patient. Manages to get 1, but felt like the damage was done. The smokes are deployed, bomb planted, and the retake not possible. Still plenty of funds in reserve, though, as we get into round number 10. Inner Circle, it feels like they need the rest of them the way the things have been going.
Yeah.
Still got the Cemetery AWP. He's currently 8-3. Hadtrick up to 8-7, but the majority of those kills have been found with the AK-47, if not all of them.
Onic is 0-9. He was very good on all the other maps.
Yeah, that is a problem. There's the timeline for you. It was a strong start from FUT, only giving up 2 rounds since. Smoke down towards Red Room. Nothing at Donuts so far. Molotov in towards the cubby. And to Captain Kirker to try and crack things open.
Honestly, it's a very good mid-opening. You'll take it, but unfortunately, the flashbang coming over from Cemetery enough to set up Krabani to get the kill on the Dowie, and suddenly 3 versus 4 in spite of Kirker's opening. They've got the mid control on the FUT side of things. Lonx is the only one at the B bomb site. If you're feeling super crazy here, maybe you just try and pop open that smoke and go for it right now. I feel like the longer you delay, I mean, already Lonx has fallen back, so your opportunity to kind of catch him on the bomb site is drifted away. Krabani's sneaking in. Is he going to be able to intercept this one? The bomb is there. Hadtrick walks straight into it. It's great work for the captain of FUT. Grenade down to add to the pain of it. Swinging out against Zero Fix. At least they get the kill in return, but now it's pretty much confirmed where the bomb is. They know everything they need to on the CT side, so not going to get any easier from this point going forward. Deep smoke, but a counter bit of utility coming out in the incendiary. Okay. That's a hell of a headshot coming through from Zero Fix. Can he do it again? The answer is no. Demon has stepped it up. 3 kills for him. I was calling him out a bit. It's a good round, though.
Very good rounds. Shuts down the finances again for Inner Circle. All 5 players getting dropped. Galils will have to be purchased here, unless they want to sacrifice their utility. Got an all for Hadtrick. It's not looking too bad. Only 1 Galil. I thought it'd be a little bit more detrimental than that, but let's see whether they can find at least one more round here. A couple more to go. Smokes down towards red. Double nade and CT side. Try and stop that CT aggression towards middle, but here we go. Mid is theirs. Wow. CTs have allowed them to have it.
Kind of interesting. I was going to say, if you just stand on the T side and listen for that double HE, that can be a signal to try and go for a really fast A play, because you know the CTs are going to have that double mid presence, but obviously not something Inner Circle was set up for in that last round. Demon here, kind of a hard angle to clear out, to be honest, and oh, Onic, he should have been dead. He's been it's not been his game here on HE. He's 0 and 10, but he gets to live. Teammate saved him.
Good point. 5 and 4 though. Low HP here for the player towards B as well. Let's see whether they can actually convert. This one is looking very good. There we go. Inner Circle have found their third. I might have spoken too soon. We'll see. Krabeni's certainly up for a lot of damage on that grenade as well. The incendiary will make them swing through. Oh, they might overcook again, Anders. They're going to be challenging everyone. Slow it down, lads. It's not worth it. Oh no, he's so blind. 1 versus 1. The bomb goes down in a nightmare scenario. Coming from heaven, though, should be fine. There it is. Onic will save the day.
He was cooking. That was about to be an ace.
That's his first kill.
That was his first kill.
All is forgiven. It's the easiest kill he's going to find. Reloading, low HP there, knew exactly where he was, but he hits it.
Krabani nearly with the ace clutching. Yep. I mean, that would have been backbreaking.
There's been some ugly rounds here from Inner Circle. They get away with this one. And that's exactly what happened on the pistol.
Yes.
You get the advantage, and you know where a couple of CT players are. Instead of just focusing the objective of the round, they cancel everything and try and focus all of their firepower to the CTs and get outgunned, lose the bomb. Things get very awkward. This time they don't get too punished for it, I suppose, but it's the final round coming up here. They lost almost everyone, so they're going to be hamstrung going forward. So we have 2 Galils in the hands of Zero and Hadtrick, looking for 9-3 our FUT. And to be fair, that money's not great either. They brought out the MP5 once again. And the FAMAS. The MP5 making a bit of a name for itself here in Bucharest.
Yeah, it's coming alive.
Bear in mind, Long's playing on home ground as well.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, in general, we're starting to see more and more, I feel like, players coming in from the Balkan region in general. It's kind of cool. Oh, sprays.
A rush.
Molly and Zero Fix taking quite a bit of damage, just even trying to get onto the bomb site right now. Yes, they've got the bomb site, but can they actually get the bomb planted is the follow-up question. Look at the spray! They haven't even seen anyone yet, FUT. They're just putting more bullets into the smoke and coming up with kills on the other side. That is really absurd. It's one of the big problems to overcome on the A bomb site. Hadtrick's dead for sure here. Caught in the corner, Jukes takes him down. What a start for FUT on Ancient. This is very comprehensive.
Yeah, they look comfortable. You can see they are winning almost every single duel. Aggressive on the CT side, outclassing Inner Circle here. Doesn't feel good. Not an impossible comeback, sure, but it's only really Hadtrick that had some impressive moments. He goes 10 and 10. Onic 2 and 11. Need to see a lot more output from him. But yeah, feels like the job is done here. It just begs the question of whether they can do it quickly, whether there'll be a chance of a bit of a cosmetic comeback potentially for the young squad of Inner Circle. New boy Hadtrick showing his worth, not necessarily the AWP, did a lot of heavy lifting with the AK there, but a very important pistol, which has to be said, Inner Circle threw that away in the first half. 5 on 3, and then everyone just running in towards Donut instead of just planting the bloody bomb.
Maybe that's worth picking up. Like, would you say that's a leadership problem? Like, is that where you need?
It's just a bad mid-round call. It's like you get too excited. Someone's made the idea of, let's hunt this one player down. Had they have got that kill and no one pushed the CT smoke, we wouldn't be talking about it. But in terms of the fundamentals, let him survive in the donut. Let's plant defensively. We had to smoke down CT spawn. Let's get the bomb planted. We know where he is. We know a player's going to be in CT spawn. We had the advantages there. And instead, you set all of your resources to find one kill. You get backstabbed, and then you don't even get the bomb planted. Like, it's such a gamble on something that didn't have to be a high-risk maneuver at all in a 5 on 3.
Could have been a very different half for them if not. But now, second half is coming in here. We got Inner Circle on the ZT side. Cemetery. Very similar opening here.
Yeah,
P250 towards the middle. Here's another one. It's a Glock instead. Zerofix going down. 3 versus 5 to begin with. So very almost mirrored kind of starts here. Captain Kirker, that's a nice find. You love to see that. The bomb side is lost, but you know what? He's trying to retake it very quickly. Demon adding to his scoreline, up to 9 kills, hiding in the smoke, but he's got the bomb as well. So yeah, eventually he'll have to get out of there. Jumps back to put the bomb down. Now Onyx and Hadtrick, and Onyx had a real bad map so far. Could he do anything more here? They're both in the back line. Yeah, you're right.
So now you don't have to watch the extremities. All 3 players can be here instead of the crossfire. Yeah, job done. Not much you can really say about that one. Opening kill with the P250. And yeah, Captain Kirker, sure, he got a couple of nice shots, but it felt like the round was already done at that stage.
Yeah, it's a good attempt. Just wasn't enough. Mid-opening, very, very clean, you've got to say. You can see reality starting to set in, I think, a little bit here for Inner Circle. They realize how far behind they are in this match at the moment. It's 10-3. I don't think it's going to get any easier from here on out, especially, of course, losing the pistol. Money is going to be all over the place for them. They invest into 1 HE.
Oh, what an HE it's going to have to be here.
And they've got a stack.
Human tower.
Yeah. Can't remember, was the Mayans who were building pyramids of skulls, you know?
Yeah.
Seems like an inefficient way to run a population, you know? You just need more skulls all the time. But.
Well, they are very big into sacrificing, I believe. So they had plenty of those kicking around.
I think that Molotov is meant to bounce up on the right-hand side.
I think you're right, but...
You can do that. Do you know how mad I was?
It bounces off the left-hand side and goes up towards the boost spot, right? Yeah.
I spent so much time trying to figure that out, and somebody else...
There it is. Well played, lads.
Yeah, that's great camera work.
That is fantastic.
Yeah. Well, that's a quick round. Dukes, quick quad kill. We'll take it. So we'll FUT up to 11. Even if they failed the Molotov, it had no implications. Didn't matter at all. But it's a good Molotov to know, because there's only one other way to Molotov that position.
And that's when he bounces through the top, through the little window?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I spent days trying to figure that out. And then somebody else did. The one that they threw was way
family
better.
knocking at the door. Dad, please, we need help. We need to get dressed. We need to go to school. It's like, I need 5 more minutes. This Molotov will land. It can be done.
That's a scary, accurate picture of what's happening in my household. The best of times. But yeah, it turns out it was all for nothing, because some other genius found out a way to actually do it in a much more efficient way.
Well, there you go.
So foiled again, unfortunately. 11-3. Henry, tell me, like, you're on this positivity vibe. What would Moses say to tell us how this could be brought back for Inner Circle?
I don't think he would. I think he'd be more of a realist. He'd be more like, lads, this hasn't been your game. You weren't expected to win. It's a Swiss format, a very forgiving format.
Okay.
And you go down into the 0-1 bucket. You'll be playing against a weaker team, following things up. First day of the tournament. I don't think he'd fill them with false hope here.
Okay. So great Moses impression.
Yeah. Be like Moses. He's very calm, stoic individual.
But we could all learn a lot, really. Lonks, pretty good spray. Could have maybe had the follow-up, but even if he doesn't, not a lot is risked there. They're going to be investigating the A-bomb site, trying to see if they can find out if there's any defense whatsoever. They could have lined up for a kill there. Hadtrick, that was probably the only chance to save the round, I think. Now it's going to get very tough here. 2 of them are far away. Onyx, I don't even mind that he pushed it. I normally
You've got to give it a go.
Yeah, you have to. There's no other way.
What are you going to do? Spam him with the MP7 for a smoke?
Exactly. Like, this is it.
Something.
It's something.
Not a lot, but something.
It wasn't going to get better for him waiting on the other side. Demon, up to 10.
Down.
The quick 11. Nice.
Demon heard you.
Yeah, he's the one they've been missing so far in the series.
Well, we did say it was likely to be a 13-3.
You did say that right away.
And unfortunately, that's exactly what we're getting.
Now, if you could do the same with the lottery numbers, Henry.
I can have a look into it. I'm not as much of an expert on the lottery as I am CS, but we'll have a look into it. And for now, it's probably curtains. I say that, but number 13, hardest round in the world to pick up. It's my new catchphrase. You never normally win it cleanly. It's always a few more twists and turns.
Yeah.
It's Henry's Law.
Yeah, you're right more often than not on that one. Or around the corner there. So far, your prediction for the map's been pretty on point as well. I've heard of people reading, you know, palms, like the palms. You're the first guy I've actually run into that's reading FUT. Incredible.
Reading tea leaves, tarot cards, FUT.
Yeah. He's got it all locked down. Lonks, I can't believe he wins that fight. He looked like he was asleep.
Here we go. They can't do it.
Oh,
it's never that easy, Anders.
It really isn't. They're very low on health, some of them there on the inner circle side, but is it going to make a difference? 3 versus 4. Dukes is also incredibly low on health here. And Darby's hearing them. He's already in the microphone saying, yeah, you guys have to push on out. Does he want to strike or wait for the team? I guess is the question.
I would say wait.
Okay, well, team are having a harder time than they want to getting there. That was Dukes. He was already low, so him even getting any kills here is pretty good news.
You know, 2 are coming from the heaven area.
Yeah. Well, that's a failed flashbang a little bit. They line up for Cemetery. I don't even know how that's gone wrong for them.
So now you don't even have to peek him. You know he won't have a kit.
Yeah.
First player will die. That's fine. Or he will not. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a convincing victory. Anders, what do you think about that?
That's pretty brutal, but well played for FUT. They are one of the favorites, in my opinion, so I love to see it.
Yeah, and look, you know, congrats to Inner Circle. You know, you come into a big LAN event, new lineup, lots of, you know, negative headlines and all sorts around you coming in. You've stayed focused. You've won a map against one of the dark horses of the tournament. But ultimately, at the end of the day, that's as good as day one accolades are going to get because you were playing a far superior team.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, taking a map off of FUT these days isn't a small task. So
Convincingly
I think,
as well.
Yeah, exactly.
There'll be bigger teams than Inner Circle fail to do that this year.
Yeah, exactly. And even on Mirage, I think they were competitive for a part of it, right? Until, you know, it just kind of ran away from them. So I think, you know, overall, it was definitely not a bad series. I think they had moments. David has shown that he does have what it takes to play at this level. You know, all throughout this series, effectively, he was the only one consistently there. So yeah, nothing to scoff at if you're in a circle, I think.
And I feel like for FUT, once they got the ball kind of rolling, right, we saw Mirage just kind of running away with the game. And you can see how aggressive they were from the get-go. CD side just not allowing them to breathe at all. And you can see just individually as well, once they really woke up, everyone was tuned in. You saw Cemetery popping up, you saw Krabeni topping the charts as well when it comes to the fragging department. So for FUT, I think it's a bit of a statement map win coming in. So even though they might have had a bit of a little bit of doubts of themselves looking at the dust tube, but the fact that they're able to make it so convincing on 2 maps, which Inner Circle should be comfortable on, I think is a good sign for them going through for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and a great series from Cemetery. I mean, one of the things that he does do well on Ancient, you know, it's not always a great map for AWPers, but, you know, that combat AWPing style, getting up in your face, yes. He does that very well. And generally speaking, you know, as we highlighted, he doesn't always necessarily have the biggest of performances, but this is a map where he actually does shine.
And you can also see the positions he was taking as well, like for example towards B, towards a ramp position, just relying purely on his aim and hitting so many nutty flicks as well. So yeah, great game from him. And as you pointed out, Striker, like he's someone who just kind of, he's solid, he's dependable, he plays, you know, his role, but here it felt like he got a confidence going considering how everything was kind of, you know, snowballing. But yeah, overall, just a great game from each and every member of it.
Yeah, and it also shows that, you know, if you're an AWPer these days, you do need to be more of a hybrid than a dedicated AWPer. And we saw plenty of highlights from Cemetery, even on the AK, like the last round in that in that one shot that
he's
he
playing
got to.
good game in these highlights.
Yeah, exactly. He's great with pistols. Couple of really good pistols he had in this series overall, combined with that Mirage one. So yeah, all through and through a really solid game from Symmetry.
Yeah, I mean, like the classic, right? If you're an AWPer, you should be good with the pistols. That's what he showcased. Nothing much else to add from my side, honestly, though. I guess Dust 2 was a big surprise coming in, which, as we did preface the game saying this is the bit of a surprise pick coming in from Inner Circle. They got the win, but then FUT took care of business, and I'm still confident that they are a team that if you're the top dogs like Paravision and MongolZ, you don't take them lightly.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just quickly add, and you can tell me what you think about this before we go to break. You can't come in cold like that later on in the tournament.
Yeah.
Because if you drop a map against a better team and then it goes onto their map pick, you've lost the series, So whatever they're doing at the start of a day, maybe do it a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it before. It's been a couple of weeks since they last played, So the first day, first map, first series of the tournament is always going to be a little bit rusty. So, I mean, the important part is they could play a relatively weaker team, obviously, as having the really high seed coming into the tournament. So it was never going to be that much in doubt unless they didn't show up on Mirage as well, right? Yeah, I don't really have any worries about that. I think further in the tournament, they're going to be fine.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Time for a quick break, but in the teams, there was a bait and switch. So after this break, we'll be talking about Wildcard. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Welcome back. It's the second series of the day here on the main screen. We're going to be talking about Bait versus Wildcard. So, Striker, I'm going to start with you. You are the Lord of the VRS, apart from Messioso, obviously. Don't want to renounce his title.
Next level.
But the next level, exactly. He's the king, you're the Lord. So, Bait has been, they've had a funny adventure with VRS.
Yeah, for sure. They've been on a bit of a downfall, from the beginning of the year. They ended the year with a really good run in Budapest, and They were on the brink of making the top 10. Even they were 9th, I think, for a moment in the VRS. But then as the year started, tournament by tournament, they couldn't really get more than 1 win per tournament going, sometimes even bombing out last the Blast Open. That's kind of what led to them being even 39th on the VRS, being in real trouble of missing out on the major.
FaZe levels of trouble.
Exactly, and that's exactly what FaZe are looking at now, because then they went to Parkin and then just won the whole thing.
Flawlessly, right?
Effectively, flawlessly, then they filled out all their LAN win, factor in the VRS to just suddenly be confirmed for the major within 1 tournament, from being in massive trouble, So yeah, it's been an adventure for FaZe.
I'm still not fully convinced as well. Now, obviously, for their major hopes, it's great news for them, right? They're going to be playing in. Now, if I'm trying to be an optimist over here, I'm looking at Bait coming in with the weight of not making it to the major. It's off their shoulders right now. They're going to feel much more comfortable, much more confident. But that being said, just the way they were losing some of the games, the loss of NRG comes to mind. And again, NRG, pretty much a brand new lineup, and they were just kind of testing out how things are going to fit in with Grim coming in and all of that, and they lose a 2-0 right there, and right there I'm like, this team has completely just crumbled, so to speak. Now, even in Parkin, like the teams, they beat 3D Max. We're watching 3D Max getting battered by FOKUS on the B stream, by the way, so I'm not going to read too much into it.
They lost to them just before, too. It was 1-1 between them.
Exactly, right? So, sure, happy for them. They made it to the major. They did the open lands, but coming in here, I still don't really have too much faith unless they can replicate what they did in Parkin Land against some of the better teams we see over here. Because the surprising thing for me is, like, you lose Hadtrick, you bench him. Fair enough, that's the Opera, not exactly a star player either on the team. You get in Sizzy coming in, and I don't want to put the blame purely on Sizzy, he's just the Opera coming in, but just seems to be something fundamentally off with the team, which honestly, it's very puzzling for me, because nothing else has changed in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to them a little bit, because a lot of the losses they got throughout the year, they were very close at the hands of teams like Furia, like Navi, and these are, they were sometimes even rounds away from beating some of these teams, and if they did get a couple of these wins along the way that just went the wrong way, the other way, then maybe the confidence would have been a little bit higher, and their results wouldn't be looking so dire, right? So I do think that they were always on the cusp of being competitive enough against these teams, but just the wrong results went the wrong way every time.
Yeah, I think Bait overall, I'll put it this way, they'll give you a game. It's just interesting. They were in a very similar position to FUT when they first came through. They were like the team where we're like, okay, we've got this good, exciting bunch of young players. They're getting to regular Tier 1 tournaments now, but they just haven't took it to the next level. They just haven't elevated the game in the same way a FUT has.
And even if they just plateaued, it would still be a pretty solid level, right? It's just the fact that they completely regressed, which is so puzzling. So hopefully things change around for them. And look, if you're Bait coming in and going up against a team like Wildcard, it's an easy snack to get comfortable and trying to go deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, obviously a team from, if we're being nice about NA, a depleted region, I guess would be a way to describe it. They didn't win the qualifier. They weren't really expecting to be here, so how much preparation can they realistically have done? I will say, though, to Wildcard's credit, there are players on this roster I like and think are better, if you like, than where they are now, in the sense that they could have had a very different career trajectory.
For sure. Like, if you look at the Wildcard roster, I mean, the only criticism anyone has ever had has been the organization as a whole, right? I mean, like, obviously, the players, I think they had a pretty solid lineup earlier on. That got completely flushed down. I think they switched from ChatGPT to Grok right now. I don't know. But it seemed to have at least kind of decided this is going to be the lineup going forward, right? Nemanja coming in, obviously, is a very new addition. He's a new IGL. So there's been a lot of structural changes as well. Couple of players, you said players we like. Firstly, let's address this. This is actually so funny.
Yeah.
Hadji.
Yeah, Hadji said this to man, you're leaving us for Wildcard.
Considering 3D Max's state right now, I'm like, well, makes
he's
sense.
talking about Illwill, not 3D Max, right? Because Nemanja left Illwill, a team that just came together at the end of last year and just shot up the ranks very
We're looking
quickly.
good as well.
Really good. Even we're kind of on the brink of having a chance to qualify for the major, and then suddenly Nemanja goes, yeah, guys, I'm leaving you guys for a better team, where I can get some salary. And they're like, yeah, that's fair. But then, wait, it's Wildcard that you're leaving us for?
Who?
Yeah, exactly. So
money talks, man.
Loads of pressure on Nemanja, to make this move work, because he could have been a decent IGL on the kind of Tier 2 European scene. Maybe, batted for a slightly better team that would go up to the Tier 1. But instead he went to a region that, as you say, is depleted and is difficult to get the talent. And that's also why they have MHL, right? I mean, another European player. So this is a very much
and
a
I'm
mix.
glad you brought him up, because that was the chap I was alluding to when I said people who could have had a different
That's what I
career
suspected,
trajectory.
yes.
You know, well, it is that long ago, but it feels to me as an old man it wasn't that long ago. This is a little bit of inside baseball for everyone at home. But Team Liquid have taken a look at this guy, you know, is the future all-pro for their team. And everyone was raising an eyebrow privately, like, MHL Team Liquid. I actually think he's like, I don't know, I think he would have improved that team. And
100%.
Yeah, and I think where he's at now, I think he's better than this, in my opinion.
He's still very solid. And look, right now, we just got to work with what he's got, right? But a couple of the pieces we're kind of discussing before this game was just, you know, Peeping. He's been this up-and-coming player.
Dust's favorite player.
Dust's favorite player. That's probably watching this right now. Is like, yes, Peeping, my guy.
Yeah,
and the thing is, Peeping coming in, he was an aggro player. He was a guy, you know, being in all active roles. On the T side, he had the most T side at opening attempts as well. He was looking good. Nemani coming in and switched things out a lot. Now he's taking all the active roles, and even in the T side, Nemani is trying putting up Yakinder-esque numbers, but without a success. He's going for like 38% T side opening rates, while you have Peeping being this most supportive element. So it's a complete structural switch up in the roles and how they play the game. And honestly, Richard, they've only had a couple of outings so far with this new IGL, so I can't really expect too much at the moment.
Yeah, I just wanted to latch on to the Vito a little bit, because, you know, it's obviously one team that's much more experienced than the other, but Wildcard do have a bit of a chance to punish pick here, and it is Nuke. Yep. I was wondering what it was going to be between Overpass and Nuke, because both have been weaknesses on Bait as of late, so not surprised, because they've also been really great on Nuke. Mirage pick coming in from Bait is not a surprise, and I'm assuming the last one is going to be either Dust 2 or Mirage, depending on...
Overpass should be banned
Dust 2 or Inferno, sorry, depending on what Wildcard want to play between the two. So yeah, it's pretty much up to expectations and about as good of a map pool for Wildcard as we could have expected.
I was kind of thinking, I mean, unlikely. This is the way I expected it to play out, but also wondering maybe they just ban out Nuke, Float, and Anubis, because it's a map neither two teams are very comfortable on. And I wouldn't expect Wildcard to go for the Anubis pick. They might have had one for Overpass. But
they've gotten a couple of wins on Anubis so far, and Bates have gotten destroyed on it a couple of times we saw them. So I do think that it would have been a very risky pick.
There is an outside chance. Because Bait have looked miserable in Nuke, and for Wildcard, sure, it's a new lineup and everything. And again, even if you look at the win rate, a lot of the wins they had was in the previous lineup as well. They haven't had too many reps. And again, you got to also have the caveat that a lot of the numbers, the stats and numbers for the side of Wildcard against domestic opposition, right, or much lesser teams. And for Bait, despite the struggles, as you said earlier, Striker, it's been against some top-tier opposition where they almost got the win. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Wildcard to even get a map.
Yeah, they haven't even played Mirage with Nemanja, even though it was a map that they really preferred before he came into the roster in the previous core. So yeah, this is going to be a first test for them. And even though I'm sure, you know, it's a map that they've definitely wanted to play, just haven't really gotten around to it so far. And I'm assuming it's going to be relatively comfortable, but definitely different from the previous iteration of Wildcard.
It is an interesting prospect, because I agree. While Bait have had their troubles, they have been playing much better teams than
we just have higher expectations of them.
Yeah, exactly. And Bait have been on the circuit now for a while. But then again, I think when you bump into these teams that you never play, it's like preparation is impossible. Like, how does Bait prepare for Wildcard? They were at the disadvantage of Bait weren't meant to be here as Wildcard weren't meant to be here as well.
Yeah.
So how did Bait prepare for them? They didn't. And then on top of that, how can you even prepare for them in general anyway?
I don't think they even have to prepare. I think Bait right now are in that open land mindset. Just come in, listen. They're like, we're the better team. We're just going to play the classic. We're going to play our game, and that should be enough, in all honesty.
Yeah, they were 2 days ago. They were at an open LAN winning it, you know. So
you're not preparing for those teams.
So you're not doing heavy prep for a wild card if you're coming into this tournament. Yeah, we see a Sentiel yawning over there. I think that tells you everything you need to know.
The couple of players I would like to see pop off for wild card, you know, if they want to at least make things competitive, not just in this particular series, but in the group stage, would be obviously MHL, as we pointed out, but also Hext as well, right? He's been a player who's been around for quite a while.
I was very surprised he got dropped, actually, I have to say, because I thought at the point where he was cut, I've never rated him as a player. He knows that. Like, I just thought,
you just DM'd him. I don't like you.
No, I do it every day to pro players. I just message them. That's how I spend my time. You're rubbish. No, but I said to him, like, you know, he's playing career best CS, and that's when you get cut. That always sucks, because it's like, what can you do? And the only thing you can do is get on another team and hope you can maintain it.
Yeah, pretty much. And he has been really solid. He's kind of obviously not the player that you look to to have big performances as kind of the hard anchor lurker. It's more, you know,
he's
the
a stabilizing factor. Basically.
Exactly. He's more the finishing touches to a team rather than, you know, the one that's going to be driving a lot.
And I think that graph just paints it perfectly. Right? There's nothing, you know, really sticking out apart from the clutching, which is a good thing to have. He's a late round player. He's going to be the one filling in, and as long as he does his job and the other players are able to have these big maps, big games, that's when you can see Wildcard potentially pulling off a couple of maybe map upsets.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that clutching stat actually. That's a high.
And ACS there.
Yeah. I mean, he's also in just all the right positions. Like he's always going to end up in late round situations, you know. So ultimately, that's also what contributes. You know, the role things we were alluding to. That also is more to do with the style rather than performance. Also, you know, it's just about how often are you in these clutches, how often are you the last one alive, you know, and Hex just naturally will be that guy.
And also for NPL, it's going to be playing towards outside, as you can clearly see over there. And one thing we've pointed out earlier is how Neman has taken over a lot of the opening things. So is it going to be peeping, or is it going to be Nemanja duking it out against NPL? Because NPL right now is the best player for Bait at the moment, right? So that outside control, that's going to, I feel like, dictate if Wildcard are going to be having a good T side.
Well, I want to ask you as well, because, you know, we're always wondering when NA is going to start producing talent again, if it's ever going to happen. So, you know, Blair, I don't know. I've heard you might be an expert in peeping, but how good is he?
Well, I'm not Dust, but I'll tell you. I think he got a little bit overrated initially when it came out, because there's such a dearth of talent. You're like, this guy's not shit.
Why not other than Dust?
Dust really rated him though.
Yeah, but I think it's okay. I think he's still a very, very young player. But my worry right now, at least in this particular tournament, is because so many roles have been switched up. And for a player like him, I feel you just want to keep things simple. Stick to your strengths, stick to your guns, and let him just go in and just, you know, start popping heads. You know, support him out. So I'm personally not a big fan of how Neman has switched things around. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm proven wrong down the line.
Yeah, we'll see it even later. I think on Dust 2, he went from a very active position as like the mid B guy on CT, you know, to a long guy who's like the most hard anchor spots on the map, even other than potentially like B anchor, right?
IGLs usually play that position.
Yeah, exactly. So it's interesting that Nemanja is the one that's, you know, is moving things around so much and, you know, pushing peeping into so much more supportive positions.
Roles,
even on Inferno, I think he's now supporting Nemanja as the aggressive guy in some of these moves that they've made, you know. So it's just a lot of. They're still in transition, and I mean, that's kind of obvious when they've just gotten 4 new players in, other than peeping into the team over the last 3 months, right? So it's obviously going to be rough around the edges a lot in these probably over
Still
any map, you know?
nice to know you were the one the org valued. You know, we're kicking everyone else,
sure.
not you. Like,
But it's also like it begs the question, right? Like, would this probably affect his confidence, so to speak, right? Like when Neman is like, no, you're not good enough to play this particular role, you're going to be a support guy. And also inherently, this guy was, you know, kind of popping off NA because of his aim, because of his just raw mechanical ability. And now that's been kind of neutered and you're playing a whole different role altogether. Rather, would you not want to sharpen and hone what he's already good at? So there are some questions here. We could be wrong. Maybe Nemanja made the right call. We'll find out.
Well, we can peep in with our cast.
I don't want to peep these guys.
Not the best segue I've ever done, Henry.
Now, Blair. We're all friends around here.
Fine, I'll peep you.
All right,
how we doing?
What do you think of this one then, guys? Wildcard,
I feel like the writing's on the wall, Anders. It's going to be 2-0. Bait too strong. I think they've beat them in every facet of Counter-Strike. Their aim is brutal. They fire incredibly hard. It's a complete rebuild for Wildcard. Unless you got something for me, I'm calling 2-0. Yeah.
What's the only thing that worries me about Nuke is that I think Bait's win rate on the T side is like 30%, and Wildcard, it's about 80% win rate on the CT side. So like this could be a very weird second half that we're seeing. But first half, I think Bait's going to be fine.
Okay.
We're comparing apples and oranges here, though, Anders.
Yeah, sure.
This is, you know, Wildcard playing T-side teams in NA rather than
This is what Anders does, though. He brings in the numbers that don't really make sense, but they're numbers all the same. They are numbers. True. That is true.
They don't lie. I do. But
you're saying that you think there's a chance.
All right, well, now's your chance to tell
Yeah.
some more beautiful lies, gentlemen. The game's about to start.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen. Second game of the day. Bait taking on Wildcard. In my opinion, Bait the heavy favorites here. Wildcard, nothing to lose, really. More a scouting mission for us, see where they're at as a squad, as an organization. Been a bit of a mess the last year. Complete rebuild.
Yes.
And now, new roster, new coach, new everything. Brand new, and we'll see what they can do here against Bates, who hit incredibly hard. And, well, there's a good example of it. Their best player, MPL, opening things up with a nice headshot onto peeping.
Yeah, going to be strong in this yard. The desk mentioned it, and I appreciate it. MPL, definitely somebody to watch out there. Hexed. always a fun player. If they're winning, he's going to be loud. He's going to be shouting. It's one of my favorite things. But they do need a bit of wind in the sails to really get that kicking off here. Pistol round is still underway. 4 versus 4 now, and an opportunity. Nemanja there looked like he could have found an opening. Oh, wait a minute. They're going to get the bomb planted right away. Hext and Nemanja, they're going to get double kills each. This is looking pretty good. Wildcard actually doing fantastic work. MongolZ will be the only remaining player here on the CT side. And he's trying to walk closer. He's got 5 bullets left. Hasn't reloaded yet. Won't get a chance to. MHL will take him down. And some shouting coming out. Wildcard take the pistol.
Certainly do. Comfortable one of that.
But yeah, it is fair. I think Striker, he's not wrong in sort of answering back and saying, obviously, when you bring up the stats, you got to remember who they're fighting.
Yes.
I'll take it. I'll take the L on that one. I still think it's the only real storyline that I could come up with to say that they could take a map. It's just that Fate's T side is just not as strong as it could be. And it looks like Wildcard, even if it gets worse opposition, they've got a bit of something going on.
Well, let's see if they can get through the force buy. It can be a little precarious on a map like Nuke. Lots of tight choke points towards Squeaky, Huts, and Ramp. And you can see the boost coming in from Sizzy as well. All eyes on him. New boy, 16 years old. I've been told by many people he's a boy wonder. He's going to be an electrifying AWPer in the future. But I'm yet to see it. He's been okay. Hasn't really blown me away. But let's see what he can do against lesser opposition. Should be devouring them, if the rumors are true.
Well, that's an interesting test. You're right. That could be kind of a moment for him to really feel a little bit more comfortable against worse opposition. I like that. NPL 5-7. Oh, they have to get close again. Now on the high ground as well. MongolZ starting to get added into the mix, and they've got a double position here in the hut. Strong grenade. Hext already getting beat up behind that one, and they're swinging. Nemanja goes down next. It's Alex and MongolZ on the other side, and MHL, he's got the bomb, he's thinking about backing out. Yeah, he'd love that. I think that's a smart move, but already not the round that Wildcard wanted.
Let's have a smoke down towards Decon, and a real chance of winning this 2v1. Very effective smoke. You can see they have to reevaluate their options now. See whether he can step up. No kits, of course, but a Galil's available. You're imagining they're going to sacrifice MongolZ for the trade. They've got to get their skates on. They are waiting for that smoke to dissipate, and will be coming through Decon. Have to swing now, Anders.
Yeah. Oh, they just saw the shadow. That's about the best timing possible. But I love the fact that they went around and opened the door on the other side, because it does leave that in the back of his mind. Even if they go back and they both come in from the other side, it's still just having the double doors behind him open is such a mind game. Crazy round, and not at all what Wildcard needed.
No, but they did get the bomb planted. Not all is lost. They'll be able to bring out a couple of Galils and Tech 9s here, but yeah, wasn't the best entry in towards upper. The stack there, the 5-7s, nice wide swings coming out in pairs as well. Decent attempt on the clutch, a bit unfortunate at the moment. He averts his gaze away from the Decon door. They both come swinging through. He was hoping that smoke would be enough to dissuade them. As I mentioned, it felt like it would be, but they were patient and had enough time. Defuse comes in, and as mentioned, force buy in response here. Wildcard now down to the pistols and 1 AK-47. Nemanja, I think I'm saying that right, will be holding the rifle in hand. Towards ramp we go.
Yeah, weird situation here towards Mini. Senthiel, he'll take down Peeping to start with, and wants to stick around for another fight. Probably not really necessary.
Okay, this is interesting now. They've got no idea unless MPL peeks from main. The backstab unsuccessful. That's the rifle down, but one recovered in the hands of Hext. Back towards the lobby we go.
But you're right, though. If he would have made his way to the high ground there, undiscovered, that could have been something.
Turned out to be nothing.
Yeah, timing is everything. MongolZ will leave at the back of the A-bomb site, and they've got a double setup down below. Wow, that's quite a lot. Could mean that there's a little bit of a weaker bomb side up here. Sizzy's showing up, and they pretty much line up, so an easy finish will be the grenade to get the job done, in fact. Sizzy picking up 2 kills, and they don't let go of the advantage that they built in the previous round here. Beta, that's good to see. Would have been kind of shocking if they would have lost this one, but they don't. No bomb plant either. So
no, this is the nightmare scenario. Winning the pistol, losing the second round, nothing done on your force buy. All of a sudden, the tone has dramatically changed in the room.
Yeah,
as you can probably feel.
Yeah, one of the worst ways to get started.
Yeah.
What would
the elation
Moses
of the
say?
pistol victory, and then all of a sudden it's coming crashing down. Your Glocks only, and you're hoping for the best here. Max damage grenade on a few players there, and just formality at this point. If they get one kill, I'll be impressed.
Yeah, not easy. Oh, they're hunting for it. They do get the dink.
There it is.
Pretty good. Yeah, they take down MPL on top. Don't think Bait care that much. They're probably just quite happy that this is, you know, a successful start to the game for themselves. 3-1 in their favor.
Brand new roster for Wildcard as well. First time really showing us what they can do at a tier 1 event. A complete rebuild.
Yeah.
Kind of a disastrous kind of case of management the last year and a half or so. Haven't really been able to hold on to the big players they had. Felt like players were unhappy. They were on Twitter saying they vocally wanted to leave but couldn't. It hasn't gone well for them.
Downhill ever since Amaranth left, really.
I was waiting until you had to bring that up, but there it is.
You know me too well, Henry. It's looking not great at the moment. I do like this from Romania, but Sizzy's on the other side, standing in the middle of the hallway. You could even tell from the T side, he knew there was an opportunity. He knew that there was a chance that could happen, but you know, if you win that fight, or even if you just get the map control, it's kind of worth it. It's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, because they're playing this 4-1 split with Romania being alone out there, it suddenly means that 4 of them are stuck here towards the ramp. That means they have no map control anywhere. Essential, he's playing up against the wall with the Galil. Yeah, it's almost a good thing that they get smoked off and back out here, because I think if they push that, it would not have been a favorable conversion for them. 50 seconds. Alex is on top of the hut. Normally you want to see the T-side Molotov this hut out before you really go for anything, but they don't have the Molotovs, so that's not going to be available. They have to clear it the old-fashioned way, and Kenzisov probably could have had a kill right then and there. Good trade, Alex. That's very nicely done. Hexed, he will get shut down. It's 3 kills, kind of reminding us why we need the Molotovs.
Yeah, good point, but it's very well played from the hut position as well. Ducking and weaving on top of the hut, getting the first, changing the position, making it an awkward angle, forcing their duels, and yeah, coming out on top. Very comfortably. It's going to be that opening kill with the AWP. This is what I'm talking about for Alex. You see the reposition, ducking, changing the angle, forcing their hand, and yeah, nothing done, nothing achieved. Wildcard back down to the pistols only. Bait, the heavy favorites coming into this one. Can't stress that enough. Would love to see Wildcard put up a bit of a fight. I don't necessarily see it happening, but see what they can make of it.
Yeah, the lack of bomb plants here and just the lack of damage in general. There's so much money on Bait, and Wildcard constantly missing out. Even if the bonus isn't huge, but just getting that bomb plant down every once in a while will make a big difference in the long run. NPL, dangerous corner. My God, he's handled it well. 3 kills. I swear, if they'd all peeked him at the same time, instead of, you know, a little bit of a disconnect there, I think, in how they take that fight, they at least would have been able to trade him out.
Right, let's take a tactical timeout. Next gun round's coming in. Let's take a breath. Let's work this out. Nemanja will be holding on with his AK-47 and actually make that Tech 9. Gets himself an AWP.
Okay. I like the attempt. But you want to see a bit of a break to discuss what's going on. I don't hate the idea. There's certainly plenty of talking going on that side, but haven't yet seen the timeout called.
Let's have a look at this replay from MPL. Very comfortable. The turret off angle. Mows them down. No timeout called.
Okay, so they're going to have more utility in this round. Wildcard, that's to be expected. They're going to use some of the early standard Molotovs thrown towards the A-bomb side as well. That squeak door, you can put some pressure on really early on in the round here. And we're going to see some smokes outside. So the wall really being set up here. A lot of smokes committed to this one. Double, and then even a third one. I think one of them is supposed to be the waterfall, right? Okay, well, at least it stops people from blowing it open, I suppose.
I think that's what it's designed to do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Allows you to get in towards the garage. got an idea. He's got an inkling. Should be a freebie on the AWPer here. Did he spot him? Yes, he did. Free kill. Oh, no, he didn't take him.
This is
Don't
dangerous.
overcook it. Nice work. Okay, we take one.
If he would have kept going, he would have found a second player, I believe, as well. But yeah, you're right. Wait, is he not? Okay, he still gets the kill. It looked like he'd forgotten about that fact. That was very weird. Next, we'll take Kenzisor. And they have the man lead still, Wildcard. They are really heavy underdog in this matchup, so getting an early round right now. It's a 5-1. I mean, it's already kind of sliding away from them, but if they can get this one, at least they can start to fight back.
30 seconds, though, Anders.
That's true.
Sizzy is in towards that hub position. Oh, there's a gap in that smoke. It's not looking good at all. It's all falling apart. You got the AWP now. Floundering, hoping for the best. Speaking of AWP, Sizzy's going for the backstab as well. We'll find the bomb. It's all gone wrong. No time to plant.
Yeah.
Let him play himself, and through the smoke, it goes from bad to worse. A round which was looking very promising for a split second there, but smoked off towards the squeaky door. Perfect gap in it as well to mow them down as it came through. And it's 6-1 on the CT side. Bait dominating after losing the pistol here. Now we've got the tactical timeout as we slow things right down. They will be there with the maximum loss bonus, sure, but what do we do with it?
Tremendously risky way to approach things, right? You got a 4-on-3. You decide to put 3 people through the narrowest choke point on the map.
Yeah.
And you don't have a Molotov or the hut. You're just, I mean, yeah, the smoke was there, but like you said, there's a bit of a gap so you can see right over it. A lot of things not working out, really. We're collecting more and more rounds to say that Wildcard don't look too comfortable at the moment. 6-1 down.
Well, at least you're getting more data for your numbers, Anders.
That's definitely true.
I'm always more data.
Always in the market for that.
I was going to say, on my HUD, they were purchasing Galils, and yeah, they've gone for it. So they've gone for a 4-spire? They've gone all in? Yeah, they have. So this will also be something quick. You want to see something faster, Anders. If you've got Galils only, you don't want to be messing around with defaults and running outside smokes. Get stuck in, which is exactly what they're doing. Hex will find a 4-on-4. It's good damage towards MPL as well. T-side Molly, though, deployed from the CT side, and a good smoke as well. Yes, they've got the bomb. Oh, goodness gracious. Well read.
That was so tempting.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Well, MPL still on a mission.
He might as well go for the Hail Mary. He knows they're going to be otherwise engaged, but reading this peeping gets a free kill.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, got to be a second now, boys. You've got the bomb. Plenty of time. You're round to lose.
Still good.
Oh, they're going towards round. They're making lots of noise as well. Oh, lads. Oh, dear, oh, dear. You fumbled this one. You've walked right into the AWP. He gets a double kill. Then you audibly run in towards the ramp where the CT's already got an off angle. Free kill for him. A 4-on-2 collapses. You don't pick up a single frag.
It's an unexpected result to see Wildcard come up and they go to war with your newfound optimism, Henry. Testing
yeah, like I said, like you recovered that situation where you've lost the bomb in no man's land. Like it's the worst case scenario. But Hex got you the kill for this smoke. You got a 4-on-2. But then, like with a minute to work with, it seems like you made the call to go towards ramp. Everyone was kind of knifed out and started running over towards there. You had time to go for the protocols. You had time to face check and jiggle angles and make sure it was actually like well done. But a 4-on-2 collapsing like that already might be it. Yeah, not a great look. No bomb plant, and that was your force again. Partial buy here, but perfectly lined up for them. The AWP's here, the AK, not really much to report. You can see how it's going for them. Sure, we'll find one, but I think that's all they get. 8-1.
Well, my stats said it was in the second half, Henry. I just want to remind
the stats did say that.
There's still time.
They might not have a chance to play the second half at this point.
They just quit. Surrender before we even get there. It's pretty heartbreaking, though. You're right. Like, we're losing a 2-on-4 like that. They lost a 4-on-3 as well. They've had some...
They had a great pistol, though.
That's true.
They had a lovely pistol round.
Yeah.
But it is T-side nuke. If ever there was a map you could have a big comeback on, it might be on the CT side.
Yeah.
So, let's see. It's not over yet. 8-4 still possible. You see that round timeline, so it tells a grim tale.
there's one defuse in that row as well, which means that's the only.
That was against the Force Spy as well.
Yeah.
There's a 5-7s.
No other bomb plants have been hacked.
Pick up the pace again, get stuck in.
I like
the best way forward.
Emania, oh, he's so flashed, but so is everyone else. Oh, the timing there, it could have worked out. I like the idea. It's a really powerful way to push into the bomb site, but
this is when the wheels have like fully fallen off now, and we're just like, boys, we're not winning any of the duels yet. Rush up, but let's get try and surprise them, try and catch them off guard, but no, they're more than ready.
We've seen Snappy can make it work, so.
Yeah, but Snappy does that when he's in full control of the game. Yeah, he's the one like dictating the pace. Wildcard are not dictating anything right now. They are losing all their advantages. They are fumbling any sort of position they have.
And handing over AKs to the CT side, 3 of them.
It's not ideal.
No, it's getting worse. In fact, they said it couldn't get worse, but it can.
Well, this is 9-1. MHL. What can you do with this one, my friend? 45 seconds.
I mean, it's a consequence as well of the lack of bomb plants. Some of the Force Spies, right? He hasn't had a chance to pick up the AWP MHL. Otherwise, he would have. And that maybe you could use that in the yard. You fight Sizzy out there potentially. Like there are some options that are off the table because they just don't have the money for the half the time. 25 seconds, yeah. They are waiting it out. The bomb is not in his possession. Probably no need to say it, but
he'll say it anyway.
He'll back off and save Henry. It's right there. Wow. And Bates, very patient on the other side, you must say. Discipline. They decide they don't even want to fight it. They're quite happy to just fall back and, yeah, let him walk away with the AK.
Well, we did say in the pre-game, this is about what I expected at least. Bates, a very strong team. EPL, they managed to take a map off Spirit as well. They beat them 13-4 on Mirage. Didn't win the series, but this team, my point is, they can hit very, very hard.
Yes.
They can hit as hard as any top 10 team in the world in terms of individual mechanical skill.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
That's also why people have been a bit frustrated at them for maybe underperforming a bit for a minute. Because we know they could do better. We know they've got the firepower for it. Certainly proving that point right now. Round number 11. NPL sneaking out. He is a little corner in the garage. Sometimes overlooked when you're up on Mini on the T side. You just don't think about it. Grenade. Was successful blowing open of the smoke. More smokes landing still out into the yard. Peeping. This is where you could be at risk. Let's see if the gun barrel is going to be showing on the other side or not. But they're making the way down with the bomb. And they've got Hext still playing towards the ramp on the other side. So
brutal smoke to deal with. You've got to reset all of your intentions now. Nothing you can do. You just got to sit there and wait 20 seconds or investigate elsewhere. And CTs are moving a muscle. They know they've locked you out.
The thing is, MPL's been here for so long, I don't think you're checking him any longer. Like, if you're going quick, maybe you would, but I feel like it's been such a long time that Peeping's been in control of the roof of Mini that maybe you just overlook it completely. 40 seconds.
Oh, they've got a Senthiel down towards lower as well now. I just don't think you'll be ready for this. You've given them so much time to set up and be ready. You've got no idea that Alex is down there. You've spotted at least one more T player on the roof. Everyone's getting their heads blown off by these AKs, and there's one player remaining. Good luck, Peeping. Zero chance of winning the round. Yep, it's a nice shot, but you got 20 seconds, and yeah, nothing to do with it.
Yeah, the smoke, and then the double setup down below that did it.
And that's the thing, like, what else are you supposed to do? You had 4 players down Secret, 1 on towards T roof. You've been smoked off. Where do you go when you fall back? You haven't got the firepower. You've got an AWP, at least for the final round, I suppose. Is anyone really... What's the fragging looking like? 3 and 10 for Rec. Romania, 5 and 10. Peeping, 7 and 10. Hex, 7 and 11. MHL, 2 and 9. No one really popping off. Peeping had his moments, I suppose, but I think they were mainly from the pistol round.
It's not a good forecast right now.
It's not looking great. Difficult to get excited about this.
Wildcard fans in shambles.
Well, it's the wildcard pick as well. It's Mirage up next, which is Bates' absolute best map. They are
so good on that.
They are demons on it. Like, they are unbelievably good on Mirage. So if you can't keep up in your own map pick, where it's a more tactical affair, it's all about rotations and executes and kind of cloak and dagger CS. If you can't keep up here, you are in for a scary, scary surprise on the map of Mirage, because they are going to absolutely dumpster you there, where it comes down to individual skill.
Flash.
Oh, he flashed himself. That's okay. It's okay. Still got a peek. They seem to have no idea that could be coming.
Yeah.
Looking a bit silly out there now.
It is, isn't it? Hex to wreck. Just now looking for some more kills. Winning the round, I don't think it's an option any longer. Unfortunately, Bomb is lost and Hexed. Last round of the half here, and he's hunting for more kills. Take down the Senfield.
Well, we saw the graphic, Anders. He's known for the clutches.
Okay, that's true. They did bring that up. I'm glad that they did.
The bomb is down outside. He's got a Galil, no nades, up against an AWP, and Kenzizor, and he's going to be out-positioned beyond belief. He needs to cut this. Yeah, no chance. 11-1 in that first half. They won the pistol, and they don't pick up a single round after that. And I have to say, the rounds they did have advantages kind of threw them away as well. Like, panicked, overcooked, like, made a decision. Everyone knifes out and runs towards ramp when you had a 4-on-2 advantage. Just slow it down. You had 45 seconds on the clock. Take your time to check the angles, go together, trade things out. The AWP should never be getting 2 kills towards that hut. That's when it felt like it was already GG for me at that stage.
Yes.
But yeah, 11-1. You won the pistol and you didn't get anything else done.
Well, just to remind you as well, like I said, the stats at the start.
Here we go.
Bait.
Here it comes.
29% on the T side, win rate.
Right.
Wildcard a staggering 77%, Henry.
My.
And nobody's ever used statistics to try and lie. So
yes,
I think
good
you can
point.
take it for what it is.
I will take it at face value.
Yeah.
And, if anything, that suggests that Wildcard can bring this all the way back.
It's right there. There's definitely a
we
way.
know they're good at pistols. So that's where it all starts. But
we know they're good at
pistols
pistols.
need to be in the back here.
And it can almost only get better from here on out anyway. So that's the other upside. That's what Moses would say, probably.
What would Moses say about this one? He wouldn't be too happy about this performance from Wildcard right now, but let's see. At this point, all jokes aside, all you're hoping for is getting like 5 and 6 on the board and kind of getting warmed up to the second map. You know this one's over.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's all you can really hope for. It's the most cliche thing I can say as a commentator, but that's it. That's where we're at.
Is it going to be the human flashbang? Jumping in with your head down?
I do like that maneuver.
It is really cool. It's a really nice way to do it. They don't even need it because they're not fighting anyone there at all. Kenzizor putting some of the final nails in the coffin here is what it feels like.
P2000 to defend, but there's no one coming. They've gone for the reverse sweep up towards the heavens. Looking to send Wildcard down to hell. Oh, it's just too easy for him. Even by having a bit of fun going for the Goomba stomping towards the vents.
Yes, they were. He did land right on his head. Surprised he didn't get the kill. Bombs planted. No kit.
Can still win this, actually, Wildcard, believe it or not. Like, there it is.
True.
A couple of P2000 kills required, but possible.
Rick getting closer. He's got no more magazines left. He's got 11 bullets, and that's it. Well, it doesn't matter because he's dead, so don't need the bullets. MHL, not his game here. He's got 2 kills so far in the map, and unfortunately for Hexed here, yes, if you had a kid and a smoke, it'd be a different round. Senfield is going to be the one to find him. And Bates, they are locked in and ready to go.
That is head and shoulders above this team, aren't they? Like, in terms of like what we've seen so far, like they're not in the same league. Wildcard just don't have a response for anything. Like, it's the first map of the tournament, we'll give them that, but it's your pick, and you're moving into Mirage next. I think we're in for more of the same. They're just not ready for this level of opposition. Like, there's not been any close rounds. When they had advantages, 4-on-2s ended up 2v0s. So, how many times did they plant the bomb? They planted the bomb once.
That's not enough.
They planted the bomb once in the entire first half.
Experts have said you need more than that. Hasn't been available. Of course, they forced into this round.
And that was the round they lost. That was the second round against the Force Fighters. The only time they planted the bomb in the entirety of their T-side campaign.
So, certainly playing on hard mode.
That's not a stat I've said in a long, long time. Like, that's like throwing me back like 8 years or something.
Yeah, we don't see it a lot.
That says it all. If you're not planting the bomb on your map pick, like, something's gone horribly wrong.
Bait to work in the yard. Got the smoke set up. All these Henry G smokes, for those who don't know.
It's a good throwback.
And about 50 seconds. All right, that's
It's always the hardest
setup.
round, Anders. You can never clean it up 13-1. It never happens.
Now you've said that.
Oh, I'm trying to cut. I just want to get out of here. Like this one, let's just get out of it. Let's move it on.
It's very hard to manufacture any kind of drama around this. There's like Wildcard, they're not giving us a lot to work with. At least with FUT, we had FUT jokes.
True.
Best I could come up with is Wildcard. They are here on a Wildcard.
That's the best you can come up with. Well, keep that one in the locker.
Okay. Workshop that. Pack it away.
Oh, God. What does that even mean?
I just mean that they replaced some other team that dropped out, right?
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Give me a break, Henry. I'm trying.
I'm sorry. That was aggressive. I'm sorry.
That's not what Moses would say.
No, you're right. Moses would let you have that one. 2-on-1. This is for the GG.
Yeah, Senfield. Oh, okay. Nice shutdown from Peeping. All right. I like to see that. Still some way up to the 77% win rate, but at least it's around. And they get to steal some weapons as well. It feels pretty good. You said it, though. Never easy. Never that 13-1.
Never the 13-1. You never see it happen. As we mentioned, though, just try and get 5 or 6 rounds on the board. That's all you're really hoping for. Get a bit warmed up. Nice positioning here from Rek, at least. Managing to get an opening kill. Nice little retake on the 2 versus 1. Didn't look like they were going to lose that. Finally, a bit of success for Wildcard. But the force buy, the ramp rush potentially here. Incendiary to slow them down. Could smoke it and just go for it with the flash. Outside smokes to keep them entertained.
Yeah, big distraction, right? Feels like there could be some kind of a yard presence here.
Here comes the flash. Oh, you're in trouble here. Hex will have to retreat.
He was blind for so long.
Yeah,
That's
very
crazy.
effective.
Okay. They got to steal 2 AKs in that last round. And yes, they took the ramp position here, Bates, but...
It's not a bomb site.
No.
This is okay for Wildcard. You can sacrifice ramp control. You just have to reposition accordingly.
Don't know why Rek is holding that upper position when MHL is also up there. Probably not necessary.
Fair point. But it's all good.
Yeah, he's up on the hut again. I much prefer that.
This looks good for Wildcard. I don't see like that opportunity to win the round was like swarming the player down towards lower. I felt like this is fine. I don't see a world where they give this one up.
Smoking towards Mini. They're all focusing on the rafters right now. MHL, he needs the kills more than anybody on this team. So a double for him is pretty nice. They don't lose a single other player. Don't think they get to recover the second AK, but I guess not the end of the world. They just need more rounds more than anything else, and they're kind of getting them. 12-3. Starting to put something together. Denying the bomb plant here for Bates as well. Let's just see how this plays out. They still have a long, long way ahead of them. But you said if they could just get up to like six or so
yeah,
rounds.
that's the main storyline right now.
Yeah.
That's all I've got for you.
I would think, you know, it's a low bar, but I kind of get it. You know?
The bar is on the floor.
It is on the floor, but at the same time, like both, like you said,
it's still valid. Like like we said, it's a Fraggots map coming up next. You need to be warmed up. You did not get a chance to get warmed up here. Like you got absolutely owned. So yeah, just getting like shake off some of the kind of bad vibes and kind of frustrations you had on this map. Get to 5 or 6, ruffle some feathers on the bait side, and maybe we can have a better game of Mirage. I still think it's going to be a 2-0 all day long, but your map pick and your T side not getting a single bomb plant down, I'll reiterate that point one final time, that suggests like you are doomed. Like you didn't have any control of the game at any stage. And sure, you denied the 13-1. Credit where credit's due. We did that. But we're waiting for this to come to its logical conclusion.
I guess the other side of it is sometimes we bring this up as well. If you get to win some more rounds here, you've got some more data for your team to look at yourself. Like
and we do love data.
Yeah, we love the data, exactly. You back and analyze, you do have some rounds to talk about. You at least get a chance to test out the team. Like you said, it's a brand new team. At least you could do that. 12-4.
Yeah, And
they just need 8 more rounds, Henry.
Not trying to beat up on Wildcard or say they're a bad team. It's a new project, new roster, playing against a team that's on the up and up, very hard-hitting team.
Yeah, that's what we have Richard for.
Yeah, and like I said, they took a map of Spirit on like a very high-profile land, like owned the 13-4 Mirage. Like this team's the real deal. They're scary.
Yeah.
Very difficult to put away. Like no one expected Wildcard to win this one. I didn't think it was going to be like a 13-1 scoreline or 0 bomb plant. I didn't think it'd be that bad, but early days, best of 3. See how this one develops. Maybe Mirage will be more forgiving for them. But we're waiting for this to come to an end, but who knows?
Oh, that's really nice. Nemanja find NPL before they even get a chance. They want to wrap around and attack this bomb site. It's one of my favorite ways to try and solve something here on the T side, but not working out for them at all. Nemanja has found a second kill. Hex has got one as well. Senthiel fighting. I can't believe he gets that kill on the peeping. That should not have happened. And yeah, he's dancing around on the bomb site. Where's Alex? He's in lobby with the bomb still, so he's just now got to go back and pick it up. That's a bit of a shame. It would have been cool if they would have had it on the site already for the bomb plant.
All the round looking good for Wildcard still. You can see on the HUD, Nemanja only has 1 mag remaining. So he's down to like sub 20 bullets in his M4. Just to note that, that's what the red magazine means on our new PGL HUD.
Yeah.
It's a cool feature.
Yes, it makes it a lot easier to kind of keep track of.
And now he's got like 10 bullets left in his M4.
Yeah, could be a factor. We'll see. 24 seconds. They're pushing into the high ground before the bomb is even really attempted here. And Alex is going to get traded out. Yeah, MHL. He's starting to do a little bit more work. Wildcard starting to come alive, Henry.
Absolutely. Like we said, 5 or 6 rounds. That's all we need. Bait with not enough to fully invest going forward. The loss bonus is certainly racking up, but not quite enough to buy much more than Tech 9s here. So more of a pocket strats to be deployed going forward. You can definitely win these sort of rounds, but unlikely they will. We'll see whether Wildcard can hold the wolf from the door for yet another round here. Bates just wanting to get out of here, knowing it's a done deal. This is one of those games you're just like, come on, boys, let's just finish this one off. Let's get it done. Let's move on to our map. The job is done.
Dangerous mindset.
It is a dangerous mindset. It's not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination, but we haven't got to the conversation of the comeback just yet.
No, that's still in the future. NPL right now with 18 kills, Senthiel at 15, Kansas off for like they're kind of all showing up, but NPL doing most of the lifting at the moment. Yeah, comeback conversation will postpone until we get to maybe 9 rounds or so for Wildcard. Sure. That's where things get a little bit interesting.
Let's have a look. But just to note, they were 12-1 down, so they're doing very well in terms of whatever kind of comeback you want to call it, cosmetic or otherwise. Nemanja is getting him warmed up. Is essential as he mows a few of them down here. Nice grenade, can't find the third, but some good damage done there. Secures the round in my book.
Yeah, you just don't want to be traded out right away, so getting that second one definitely will take it. Holding ramp on this side. If they get this one, they know where the other 2 players are, I'm pretty sure, so yeah, a lot of the math a little bit easier to solve now. Bait with 2 players left at about 50 seconds on the clock. And they don't need anybody else with Hex down here. Even if they know that they were last spotted in the B hallways, he should be good enough to at least get the kill. They don't have a lot of utility as well on the other side, so hard for them to break this one open. 35 seconds.
Hex is the close-up. Should be able to get at least 1 here. Clean. That's round. You'd assume his teammate will be nearby. Nice shot. Even gets a nice bit of damage there, but unable to find the kill. Slowly but surely coming to life now. 12-6. Match will be paused.
Okay.
So we got a technical issue.
They do have a way to creep in, don't they? There's always something.
If you're just joining us, wondering what's going on today, this is day 1 of 10, and it's going to be a long old tournament of PGL Bucharest 2026. It's a studio tournament here at the PGL Studios. Nothing online, though. All the teams are here and present in the studio, which we love to see.
Yeah.
We don't really love online games these days. Been a lot of them in 2026.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we've got a Swiss format. Opening game for these 2. Bait the heavy favorites. It's the opponent's map pick. Wildcards
And there's a B stream as well.
There is a B stream.
I think
I
Alex,
heard there was some drama going on there.
Alex and Chad, I think, are doing.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a stacked talent lineup. We've got Scrawny Launders, Alex Chad, Jason Dinko, and of course you and I, top of the bill.
Yeah,
the headline act.
That's what they say. That's what I've heard this said many times, Henry.
It is a stacked talent roster. For a B stream, having those two guys, like,
yeah, it's kind of crazy. And Chad's got a crazy setup, like at home. He's got like
he's got the home studio.
Yeah, it's very cool.
My next door neighbor, I can go around and pop in anytime if I was there.
Yeah, and feeling sociable.
Feeling sociable. Not very often, but you know that's an option.
It is an option. It just means you guys have a lot to listen to. There's a lot of options out there. Keep all the streams open at the same time. If you got the RAM for it, you probably don't because we're in 2026. So
I like that topical humor there.
Yeah, got to bring it up. That's all I have.
RAM is expensive. Guys.
RAM is expensive.
Although AI companies are starting to shut down, they're realizing the business model they set up there. We saw Sora close their doors earlier this week. Anders, what are your thoughts on that?
I'll tell you what, though, I'm worried that when the price of those AI token goes up and you've already fired all your employees, like what do you do then? When it suddenly costs.
So the bubble may burst, is what you're saying.
Like any other economist, I'm predicting that. Yeah, there's a bubble, it's going to burst.
Well, that's what you can expect to hear on this PGL broadcast. Yeah. Financial advice.
Invest now. I am your financial advisor.
He's not. He is an idiot. Do not listen to his advice. We are focusing on the CS.
Many people have said that too, to be honest. That's also, I've heard this said before.
Let's get into what could be the last round here. Another gun round for Bait. And we will see MHL. AWP down towards lower. They just want to get out of here. They were 12-1 up, bear in mind.
Yeah. How hard could it be to win one more round? Pick up another round here on the T side. Surely fighting yard, fighting anywhere. Like you just
I think the analysts have been in the studio now for like 20 minutes, just waiting for this one to close down. It's just never ending.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, they've got to be sitting out there saying, come on. We put on the microphones and everything. Can they just finish the game?
We've got our shoes on, guys, for this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, though. They are putting themselves at risk of antagonizing Richard by delaying this so much.
True, he won't be happy.
Definitely not.
But good for Wildcard. We said this is the best they could really hope for. Just getting Bait a bit frustrated, get warmed up, and they've done exactly that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sometimes the first map of a tournament, new setup. I'm going to say it, jet lag.
It's a classic.
They're from North America, at least 3 of them are.
Yeah.
Jet lag. Maybe a bit jet lag for that first.
I'm glad you brought that back. Yeah, we haven't had that for a minute here. Nemanja walks straight in there, all on the other side. That could have been a 2-for-1, but you know what? Great work for MHL. He puts that down. Incendiary to add to the top of it. They're trying to see if they can get around it, but they're running into even more grenades. Unfortunately, Sizzy was there with a Sentinel with a headshot. This could be the beginning of the end, but they don't plant in safety. Rek was there. Alex made a big assumption. Time's run out. They can't win the round. Just don't fight, and you're going to be fine, yeah.
That's why he was having a plan in the open. He didn't have the time.
That's probably, yeah, you're right. I don't know if he could have jumped, but he didn't want to risk it.
Oh, no. That's the way it goes down. Okay, now the conversation is starting to open about a comeback.
Okay, Henry.
Now we're there.
You're opening that box.
With that sort of round, and the fact that you've just lost it due to time after getting like the 2 or 3 kills down towards lower.
Well,
you plan in the open, you have to scramble. Now you're getting a bit pissed out there. You're like, okay, lads, what are we doing? How's that round falling apart?
Well, the HLTV experts, they laughed when I brought up the percentages.
True. So-called experts.
So-called experts. Exactly.
Opening
Don't trust them anymore.
Sizzy, 15-9. And this has got to be the one, boys. Oh, wait. Maybe it's not. MPL goes down.
What a rare position to find yourself in.
Yeah.
It's like, why? If you're NPL, you're going to be wondering, why am I getting sniped from that position? That makes no sense at all.
It's going to be Hex, you assume, a ramp. Needs 2 Anders. Nothing else will do. 0 definitely won't.
Best we can do is 0, Henry.
Yeah. Best I can do for you is 0. It's a Porn Stars reference for everyone there. That's a good one.
Rek and MHL. What can they actually bring to this one? A minute on the clock. We made something out of it. We tried the best that we could. It wasn't a lot to work with, but the bomb planted here. Bates, they kind of prove what they came here to do. It's great work on Nuke for them. It's a very convincing victory.
Absolutely. As we said, if they could find a few rounds in that second half, recovering a 12-1 deficit to 13-7, not bad at all. We move on to Mirage next, where things will probably get much worse.
Henry, ever the optimist there. Look, I'll say it is tough coming back from 12-1 down, and they gave it a good go, Wildcard. But as we expected, Bait are kind of grizzled opponents to go up against now. They've been on the circuit a lot longer than Wildcard have, grinding away, playing against this better opposition, and in the end, you know, it showed.
Yeah, it's a struggle when you start on the T side when, you know, it's not actually the CT side that Bait have struggled on, it's more the T side. We saw a little bit of that towards the end, but effectively they just give themselves no.
Yeah, it looked like Bait were, again, I don't want to take anything away from Wildcard in that comeback attempt, but Bait were a little lackadaisical, at least on the T side. They're like, listen guys, this one's done. But yeah, a good attempt from Wildcard trying to make things a little respectable. But I go back to that T-side striker, just watching how
the T-side was horrifying.
Just watching how lost they looked, the amount of man-advantageous situations they had where they have no business losing, and they're just walking like lemmings, just falling off the cliff face and just giving so many multi-kills to the players. And PL, as a player, we pointed out as well, he's going to be placed towards outside, to the mini outer-yard position, and he was such a problem. But that being said, everyone is having a hell of a time there on the side of Bait. So yeah, looking good right now for the team.
Yeah, definitely, and MPL is going to get highlighted here, no doubt, as the MVP. I do want to say over on the other side, we were asking questions about Hext and where he would be. Remember, we made a big deal about how he got cut while he was in career best form. He's still put in a decent shift there. The T side was not great for anybody, and sort of he stood out. But yes, this is the guy, NPL.
And just like the opening, look at the amount of kills it's getting towards outside, right? On T side and C side as well, just on mini. This is a complete rock. And look, they did look so discombobulated that it made NPL's life so much easier. The spacing was off. He was walking in one by one. A couple of eco frags as well, but just him kind of maintaining the form he's had so far despite Bait's trials and tribulations, I think it's a good sign for them if they do want to potentially have a very deep run here in Bucharest.
Yeah, I mean the whole T side really showed the lack of experience on the Wildcard roster in general, not just as a roster, but just more like they're not aware where the opposing players can be at what times. They just miss some of these timings, and it just you can just tell these guys aren't really used to playing at this level in general. Whereas Bait, they've been around for a good year at the tier 1.
I kind of feel like if they maybe played a little bit more free-flowy, I think they could have netted a couple more extra rounds, in all honesty. But it felt like Nemanja, he was like, all right, guys, we got to play the right way, so to speak. Just packing, just working as a group and just trying to like slowly creep on out. But you need to have, the right spacing. You need to have at least a little bit of utility being deployed. Instead, it's just like 4 players walking out from Squeaky, just getting slaughtered in what was, I think like a 5v3 situation or something like that. Like these are things you don't expect to see from teams playing, at least at this particular level. So a lot of work to be done, Rich, and it's kind of bodes a kind of grim future for them in this event, because that's one of the best maps, and that T-side was non-existent.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'll say as well, since there wasn't really a lot to analyze, given how one-sided the first half was. I will say we thought Nuke might be one of those maps that might be affected by the ammo changes, but didn't really come into play at all there on that CT side.
Yeah, I think we saw one round where Nemanja ended up on the last magazine, but he didn't even end up using it or get into any sort of trouble. So far nothing really to glean from that.
So all the all the reactions, Rich, I guess it was all unfounded after all.
Well, we'll see. Well, we'll still wait. I'm waiting for that little highlight moment where someone spams Monster or something and then it costs them a round later on. It will happen at the pro level. It's just not going to happen in your pub games. Anyway, back to this. Mirage up next, and the bad news for Wildcard is it's Bait's pick.
Yeah, and as I said before, it used to be their favorite map, but they haven't actually played with Nemanja in an official game. I'm sure they are ready to play it on some level. They have prepared for it. They haven't just been banning it out. It was like a third map in a couple of series that they were supposed to play, but never really got there. So yeah, lack of official experience on top of, I'm sure, very limited practice experience on any map that they're playing, considering how long they've been together or how long they've even had the new IGL, so I suspect it's going to be more of a struggle.
And also considering, as we pointed out earlier, how a lot of the roles have been switched around as well. We don't know how the CD setup is going to be over here. Peeping playing towards Con as a player, you want to keep him over there.
I think that's realistically going to switch. It might be Peeping on an A and being the A anchor while Nemanja is the connector guy.
And if your first official on a map where you're going to be switching up positions like that is going to be against a team like Bait. Even with the struggles right now, that's going to be a rough test.
I mean, for sure. Obviously, I mean, that's part of a broader conversation, right, guys? I mean, like, you know, if Peeping is in theory the star or the secondary star player on the roster, you want him in those positions, and Nemanja seems to think he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, he was, to be fair to Nemanja, he was actually making these roles work on the tier 2 with Illwill. I mean, he was one of their standout players as well, you know. So for a 28-year-old IGL who's kind of been around the block for quite a while, to suddenly put up these numbers at his age, and you know, obviously having the in-game leadership on his shoulders as well, it's not like it's always the wrong call to put your IGL in good spots. Like, we've seen a lot of IGLs take up some of these active spots. You know, Apex played Con on Vitality for a good while, so it's not, you know, it's not unheard of. It's just more about how it affects the team around him and how much move around it has to be.
To his credit, he's been putting up the numbers as well, right? He's actually been fragging out as well, considering the roles. He's not completely, you know, kind of crapping the bed, so to speak. But yeah, like, you can clearly see this is a team that's in the process of kind of being molded into what Nemanja wants a team to be. Right, and I just don't feel like they've had enough reps so far. A couple of events to play, I think 2 LANs recently, where the results haven't been that great either. And the level of opposition at this event, like, how much are you going to learn from this, right? So you have 2 options right now: go back to what you're used to playing, which makes you regress from all the progress you've made thus far, or you continue to stick to what you're doing right now, which is kind of learning as you go and trying to figure out how they want to play under the new system. Which, unfortunately, Richard, when you're going to be playing against likes of Bait, against the likes of, you know, any of the number of other teams, apart from maybe some of the NA teams, perhaps, you're going to have a really rough time. So I'm gonna bide my time before I get critical about this particular wildcard team.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just obviously, I don't know. I want my star players to be given freedom on a lineup, and it's not to say you give them, you know, total freedom. You don't just tell them to go and push off a spawn and do whatever they want. Yeah, there's a system in place, but I definitely think the positions that Peeping used to play, the reason people were excited about him as a prospect in the first place was because he did well in that role.
Yeah.
And then you come in and you change him, and I don't know, I mean, Peeping hasn't said anything about it, but if the whole org is saying he's our guy, and the IGL thinks he isn't that guy, I don't know, that just doesn't bode well for me.
Yeah, we'll see how much of it actually affects. It's not like he's been completely neutered in terms of being moved to all these side positions or like heavy lurk positions or anything like that. It's been more like
good news
he's not
for his family tree.
So, there you go. But it's more about he's on some maps he's still very in very active roles. Even on I think Dust 2, he's playing a lot of mid. You know, where you do end up in a lot of, you know, heads up fights. You do end up using a lot of your aim and all that stuff. So I do think that it's not. He hasn't been completely neutered, as I said before. It's more that he's become more of a flex player for the team rather than, you know, the star that they would put their faith into, you know. So I think it's fine as an approach, just because you obviously brought over this in-game leader from Europe, and as much as he hasn't had the massive billing behind big teams or anything like that, that also tells of your kind of faith in such a piece, you know, because you now trust him to build the team from the ground up. It is almost an entirely new roster that, yes, he's gotten plugged into, but if you are bringing IGL as your last piece, you do expect a lot of changes to happen within your team, you know. So it's just more the conversation of you can't really expect results with this, you know, so quickly.
And also, and also just the fact that if you're talking about the organization, everyone keeping faith in Peeping, I'm sorry, they just don't have a really good track record for me to have any faith in what they have faith in.
No,
so
true.
I'm okay with them on. That's what I'm saying. Even though common logic dictates maybe this isn't the play you want to go with Peeping and some of these decisions he's made thus far, I'm going to give him a little bit more time, and then you can be critical.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. We're going to take a quick break. We'll peep how well Wildcard do on Mirage in a few moments.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with Hext of Wildcard? Hext, let's jump into a hot topic. So the signing of Nemanja was sort of a wild card in itself. How did it happen?
I mean, we knew we needed some change. There were some issues within the team that we needed to fix. I mean, I joined not too long ago, so I don't know if these were lingering before. But yeah, some issues were happening, so we knew we needed an IGL. And then we got him. I mean, I've heard of him from a long time ago, and I know he's been frying recently as well, so I think it was a bit of a no-brainer pick when we saw we had the chance, and yeah.
Yeah, he's been killing it, but as an IGL, what are you hoping he brings to the team? Or, yeah, let's start with that. What are you hoping he brings to the team?
Well, there's obviously different calling styles. There's more like strat-heavy, where you don't really get much freedom, and then there's the opposite, where you get a lot of freedom, and there's not too many strats. And I think he's more into that category, and I like that because he wants people to take initiative and take space whenever they want, whatever they think is right, and he doesn't really punish, like, he doesn't get mad if you make a mistake. He's honestly, it's the opposite. Like, he's happy if you're actually making mistakes, so that means you're trying new things and you're wanting to learn, and I think it's a great thing to have in IGL.
Hext, as you mentioned yourself, Nemanja, relatively new to the team. What's it been like integrating into Wildcard?
Yeah, so for me, it's like, I mean, I know of these guys already on the team, so it's like, it was more so just getting to know their personality, but like my personality, I feel like I'm pretty easy to get along with, and I'm a little outgoing now than I was before, more now than I was before, so I think it's easy for me to get along with kind of anybody, so it really wasn't that hard for me to fit in within the team.
Okay, and now let's talk about the event itself. So PGL Bucharest, what are your general expectations going into the event, Hext?
Honestly, it's more so like there's no pressure, you know, because we shouldn't even be here. So it's kind of just like trying to see who we can upset, because I think everybody were an upset pretty much here. So if we can do that, you know, the future's bright, but, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, in that sense, do you and the guys see it as sort of a big opportunity that's fallen into your laps?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, like I said, we weren't supposed to be here, so the fact we are here, it's like we have so much to gain and so little to lose, so.
Yeah, so even considering that you're feeling less pressure given the circumstance of how you got here, how motivated are you guys with the opportunity?
Yeah, me personally, I'm very motivated because, I mean, just being back to these tournaments, like, you kind of miss how everything is, you know, like, there's a strict schedule, everybody, like, treats you very nicely, you know, like, everything is so nice about it, and I think just, me personally, like, I miss that, like, going to the smaller tournaments of like Urban Riga or Roman Imperium, like they're both good tournaments, but nothing is like a tier 1 tournament. It's completely different.
Yeah, so in that sense, very excited to be here.
Very excited.
Wicked. Well, Hext, I think, actually no, one more thing. So lack of pressure aside, very, very motivated. What would be a good result for Wildcard?
I mean, a good result for Wildcard genuinely would be, I would say, like at least 3 wins.
Okay, cool.
If we can get 3 wins, I feel like that'd be a really, really good result, because there's teams here that are playing very well right now, and I feel like them thinking like they're the top, like, you know, they should beat us for sure. It's like that puts way more pressure on them than to us. So them not playing well combined with, you know, the pressure that they have, it's like I feel like we can easily take some wins from them.
All right, well, Hext, wishing you the best of luck. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to everybody watching at home before I let you go?
I mean, I would say thank you for supporting, but I feel like not a lot of people are supporting Wildcard. So, I mean, if you become new supporters from this tournament, then I appreciate it. And yeah, follow me on Twitter.
Don't worry, Hex will be supporting you here. They're going to need all the support they can get, Anders, as we move on to Mirage. The pick of Bates, their absolute best map, and as the analyst pointed out, they haven't even played a map of Mirage with Romania on the roster as of yet.
It's the first time anyone's done a shout out to our future fans.
Yeah, like we don't have any fans right now, but we're hoping to garner some this tournament. After that first map performance, I mean, they played with their hearts in the second half. They managed to get 7 rounds on the board. They were 12-1 down. They never gave up. We've got to give them that. And I don't think they'll be winning this series. I don't think they'll be winning this map. But yeah, I don't disagree. If they could even find one series winner this tournament, I think that's a victory in its own right for a team with 0 expectations.
Yeah, didn't think they were going to be at the tournament to begin with either. I mean, if they could come in, like, even if they just, I think getting enough rounds on board that you have some kind of experience with the team walking away. Like, the problem is if you get, you know, 13-3 every game, it's like there's not much to even talk about. But if they can put up some numbers here, like you said, win a map or 2, like something like that would be really cool, I think.
Yeah,
I'll definitely take it.
Unfortunately, though, I've commentated a lot of Bates on Mirage. They are absolute animals on this map.
Yeah.
They will not hold back. They are brutal. And they'll be setting the T side as well. They'll be setting the pace. As you see the smoke go down towards window. They've got a Molotov and a couple of flashes to work with here. Smoke and connector as well. Flashes to get them up towards short. B split, and there's 1 player towards the apartment, and it's down to Hext. The hero to save the day here. Can they step up?
Ooh, well, he's helped out by MHL getting that kill. He's in the back with the dualies, buying a little bit of space for himself, but eventually NPL hunts him down in the middle of the reload there. Unfortunately, Nemanja, he's going to be next. NPL just keep on taking the fight. Senthil will add. They do shoot very hard on that Bait side, don't they?
They really do. That's going to be the main problem here. You're on a Fraggers map now. We talked about the tactical prowess required on Nuke.
Yeah.
That all goes out the window on Mirage. It's down to who hits their shots, who's got the more confidence, who's willing to take the game to their opposition. And it's going to be Bates winning that sort of battle each and every time. Not winning the pistol is not a great start. They won the pistol on the first half of Nuke. They were up 1-0, then lost the half 11-1. So
that's the summary.
Yeah, it's not great, but still, there was a moment there it felt like they had a chance, but the Glocks mowing them down at range. Incredible aimers, very skilled squad, and a force buy in response here. See whether they can bounce back.
Okay. I mean, either way, they're in a trouble position. I don't hate the idea that they're trying to really force it here. A fight in the middle. I think they had 4 people from the CT side that wanted to swing in from different directions, all at the same trying to collapse on this. And that can work sometimes. You can catch the T's off guard. It's not necessarily a terrible idea.
Problem is, they weren't off guard.
They weren't on guard.
they were on guard, if anything.
They were on guard. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. And I guess also a lot is decided in whether or not you get that, you know, the right opening kill to kind of push back on the T's a little bit. None of that happened.
No, certainly not. Full eco coming up next. I think we all know which way this one will be going.
They have a flashbang, Henry.
They do have a flashbang. They can. Wide swing on a flash. Best you can hope for. A couple of kills potentially. Seem to be ready for peeping. Yeah, Molotov out. Nothing he can do.
He might have almost even got kind of sold down the river there by the flashbang.
Oh my god, look at this. He's found 2. So he knows there's another one in the smoke. Oh, it's actually very well played. Don't take the risk. Get back in towards the ladder room. Finish off the job. And there it is. Another comprehensive victory here. As Bates go up 3-0, nice shot. That's the kind of shot you're going to be seeing time and time again. Those AK-47s are going to get it out of hand very quickly.
Yes.
Bonus round here. We've got an MP9 on the T side. It will be upgraded to an AWP. So not so much of a bonus. They are coming in fully equipped. And we've got Sizzy as well, the best possible spawn. Mirage, one of the few maps where we don't have 5 spawns, we have 15. So getting this spawn on the T side is a godsend. You can go for the mid pick, and you can probably catch out the CT in the window. See if he gets it.
You said it. He's certainly dreaming about it. Throws down. Ooh, if he pulls the trigger right then, that's a kill to begin with. But the smoke stopping people on both sides. There was an AWP as well on MHL. He's down in there in the connector. Ready to see if he could find anyone.
Okay, no early casualties. Nice grenade. In towards B we go, and it's going to be Hex. Got to step up to the plate here. First kill will go in favor of Bates. Couple available here, though. Hex is going huge. Triple kill on that M4A4. Job not done yet, but it is now. Hex with a quad kill. That's what they needed. Bouncing back early. Not going to get blown out the water, at least in the early stages here. That's a convincing first gun round.
I think the third headshot that he gets just through the smoke on some guy he can't even see, which is kind of wild, but great work. Like, he was very quick to adjust as well. He landed a good grenade, and then when he saw them in the hallway, they were already running him down, so he had to sort of duck down, throw a smoke to try and stay alive. This is, okay, sees the, I think, just the tip of the boot of somebody there, and that's enough for a headshot. It's really well played. Great job on Hext. Brings Wildcard on the scoreboard early on, which is absolutely what they needed here. They are deep in enemy territory on this map. We've tried to make clear many, many times. Bates are very good on this one. So Wildcard, I think like a slow start here is the same as just losing the map. You just have to keep running rounds together right now.
News from the B streamanders. Eyeballers have got their forfeit victory against FaZe.
I knew they were going to be good.
Yeah, what a great start for them.
I said so.
It puts them into 30th place on the VRS, but bear in mind the VRS points in this event do not count.
JW, though, undefeated in Tier 1 lands in 2026.
True.
Hasn't lost yet.
I will say they will count for the following majors, so still valuable in that sense. But FaZe now looking to come back at 0-2 in this tournament, if you're not aware.
True, yes. So it's very good drama. Like, it's quite.
Oh no, it is. It's fantastic. It's a great storyline for another fairy tale.
Yes. Yeah. Something could happen still. You know, they could drive here from the other tournament and make it last minute. Like,
I kind of hope it does happen, just for the drama. We need a bit of spice. Speaking of which, we've got the bomb going down in a 5-on-5 situation. Retake's going to be incredibly difficult here. CTs with their work cut out for them. I don't think they have any smokes available. Just a couple. Oh, they do have a smoke. Smoke and an HE.
Yeah, and a lot of kits. That's 5 defuse kits. So in that sense, they're locked in and ready to go. Let's see if they actually land that smoke on top, because they're Molotov and Sizzy, so if they fail the smoke, something's going to go really bad here. Rek will land a couple of good kills to start this retake with. Bomb is ticking quite rapidly, though, and Sizzy just out there battling them. Will find into the kill. They're on the defuse already. The Molotov, though, landing on top of Rek. He's solo already. They had everything lined up. They had the defuse kits. They had the smoke, but it was lost somewhere, and they will lose the round as a result here. That's gut-wrenching.
A second away from that full defuse. The HP was so low that the Molotov does the job. It was a great effort on the retake there.
Just for anyone that doesn't know, if you're at 100% health and you already started the defuse and somebody throws a Molotov, it doesn't matter. Like, they can't kill you with the Molotov before you defuse.
Yeah.
But when you got 8 health left...
And yeah, you just got to get on it. You're right. 8 HP and 1 second away from the defuse. Had to get it. 1 tick of damage. That's so unfortunate. Really valiant attempt there. Like, impressive retake.
Was.
Just so unfortunate. If he had maybe just like 50 HP instead of 8.
Yeah, I think
they could have saved him.
That would have done it, I think. That's not a fun way to lose a round either.
But
feel like you were starting something.
You did wipe out every member of Bait there.
That's true.
Sure. You didn't win the round, but they are financially weak. You've got a full buy coming in next. You had players survive. But you have lost MHL early, and they've got a lot of space in towards A. This will be difficult to recover now.
Yeah, Bomb just getting picked apart, aren't they? Nemanja, they know where he is.
Rek has to go huge.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye on him then, see if he can do something more. Nemanja has found a kill in the meantime, but all it's doing is really detracting from the fact that Rek is there, and I don't think they're even thinking about it, because he hasn't peeked yet. Yeah, nobody's even eyeing that position right there. Alex goes down cleanly, and they're peeking behind it. Got to be careful here, but they're on a roll, and they're not going to be careful at all.
That's a big round.
Go for it.
That's really well played from Wildcard there. A must-win round. sets yourself up nicely for the future. You probably have to force buy here, to be honest. What's the loss bonus at right now? So they're going to get 1,900 into the next round. They're currently sat at around 2,000. So I think you do have to kind of go all in. You won't really have a full buy going into the next round. You'd have Galil's, Kevlar, and basic util. So I think going all in is the way forward, and that's what they're going to do.
Nice.
Normally you go for the A executions on these sort of rounds, and exactly what we're going to get. So you're going to be dropping everything you've got, running and gunning. It's an old school classic. You're smoking off spawn, steps and jungle, Molotov towards shadow, flash over, and hope that MHL misses a shot. That's what you're praying for here.
Well, so far so good. The grenades are down. Smoke here making it very tricky for MHL to do anything.
It's the missed shot.
Yeah. All according to the script for the moment. Bomb is being planted as well.
They've been good on the retakes.
Yes.
Sure, the bomb's gone down, but impressive attempts we've seen so far. That smoke's a bit of a problem.
That is a very deep one. I almost wonder if they're going to push into it bait just to try and keep the pressure on. They've rotated MPL back. A very old school way of doing this kind of a plant where you rotate a player back through T spawn.
Nice shot.
Very good indeed. Sentio will take one and he quickly follows it up. That's just a P250. Now he's stolen an AWP and they're getting flanked from behind here. Coming up for the connector. NPL very nearly doing it. It's Sentio. Now 4 kills. Looking for the ace, clutch it around that they force into. And there's no kit, so he doesn't get the ace, but they will get the round regardless.
Holy. Well, there it is. It's a chaotic round, but the AWP recovered in spawn is absolutely everything. The saves the day there, and will be bait finding their 5th round on the board. Really unfortunate. Another decent retake attempt there. This one doesn't land in their favor. Comes down to the fact they don't have the kit. Couple of AWP shots connect, and yeah, even with the vision removed, there was just no time to defuse that bomb. Tactical timeout first used by Wildcard here. Their money to be a bit of an issue. This double kill from the P250 made things very complicated. Essential high pressure AWP shot. As soon as he hits it though, with no kit, he wins the round.
Yeah, that's such a shame. You could see that Wildcard was starting to put someone together.
If they win that round, we've got a seriously good half on our hands here for Wildcard. Losing it though, now you're down in the doldrums. You do have a hero M4 saved from the previous round. It's in the hands of Hex, but you just can't justify any further investment. So this is the sort of round you want to be boosting Hex, like towards underpass or something, like one of those sort of plays.
Yeah, looks like it might be on Catwalk instead on top of the box.
Yeah, so any sort of boost like this.
Yeah.
That's what we got. So,
and if if you're far enough out, like almost on the last pixel of this box, sometimes the T's forget to check it. Because they check, they just assume that, yeah.
See that perfectly illustrated there.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. It looks weird here, but coming in from the T side, you think you've cleared the box already, so you just forget about it and you walk the other way. You start clearing connector on the other side, and then suddenly you're dead. Yeah. Oh, the camera work is insane. Look at this.
Oh, we've got some of the best in the business.
That's so cool. Yeah, very nice trick. Worth learning. Let's see if they make that mistake, though, Bates. Like you've been pointing out, they are champions at this map. But yeah, you can see there was an opportunity there. Alex decided in his brain for just a second, and here comes the push from behind.
Damn.
Mania with 2 big kills. It's not even the boost on the M4 necessarily. That just distracted them a bit. Essential low on health. He goes down, and now it's Sizzy. 45 seconds. He's got the bomb here, but Wildcard, the start of the show a bit of character. You got to respect
absolutely.
This.
No, definitely. Didn't think they'd stand a chance against the Titans of Mirage that are Bates, but showing some guts here on the CT side. That's a very impressive, nice little swing. They spot the player towards short, and a nice shot to close things out. There we go, MHL to close things out there. Go 5-3. A round they had no business winning, and it completely resets the finances. Back to bottom of the barrel loss bonus, and again, with $1,400 per player, Anders, you have to force buy. There's no two ways about it. You kind of like, you're all in, because if you take the full eco, 1,900 into the next, you still can't buy. So you might as well force and see what you can do with it. That's exactly what we're going to see.
Well, last time it was the A execute that they managed to do behind this one. It did take Essential getting 4 kills to win that round. This time they're more focused towards the top mid position here, running through the smoke and Peeping ready to go. His 2nd kill of the map. Love to see Peeping do a little bit more work. Remember, there was about a week last year where there was like a lot of conversation about him.
I remember it well. Never really saw it come to fruition.
No, me neither, but maybe, you know, we're still in the early days.
Okay.
Maybe we're just too soon.
Sometimes you can be too early.
Certainly getting tested in this game, isn't he? Smoke up, pretty good timing. Hexed, he's been very serviceable at this B bomb site defending it.
Yeah, absolutely. The quad kill he got before was impressive to say the very least. Just needs a couple here. Back up from short as well, peeping. Bit of a shooting gallery. Hexed, good for one. That will do. The round is secure. Such low HP on these final players. It should be an easy mop up here. As long as nothing else falls awry. There we go. The nade would have got him anyway.
Yes.
And that was a force buy, so presumably we have an eco coming in next as well, so another round in the bag. Wildcard should be tying things up here. This is a round you cannot justify any sort of force, because you're getting 2,400 in the next round, and that will be enough for a buy. So it's going to have to be Glocks only, maybe a P250 at the top end.
If we macro out a little bit though, Henry, 5 rounds on the T side's probably enough for Bait to make this work.
Sure.
Not to discount what Wildcard are doing.
No. But this is, at least we got a competitive game.
Yeah.
I do not really enjoy commentating 11-1s, to be honest.
It definitely puts us to the test in those moments. Very hard to come up with anything interesting to say.
Yeah, especially when they're not even planting the bomb. You can't even say they're unlucky in the clutches, because there were no clutches.
No, that is not the case. Glad we're onto this one. They look more alive here, Wildcard. They look like they're starting to show up. You can see individually too, they're getting some of these kills here. Hexed, potentially dangerous, but they have blocks and no armor on the other side. He will clean it up. 4 kills for him.
Clean.
Yeah, we'll take it. And that ties up the scoreline now. 5-5.
Showing a bit of personality. He said he feels like he's more outgoing now. Always known to make a bit of a ruckus in the LAN arena. Likes to yell, likes to get in his opponent's head. Him getting warmed up is a dangerous prospect for the team of Bait, who aren't looking as strong as they usually do on Mirage. They're not giving them the good hiding I expected. See how this gun round fares for them. Like I said, they won't have all the bells and whistles. Had about $4,400 per player. It's now for AKs and basic util. Certainly won't have the AWP.
Yeah, I agree though. It is a little bit more muted than I was expecting. We'll see though. 5 rounds could easily be enough here. Alex definitely saw that guy. Nemanja was walking back through connector, so was waiting to see if he was going to re-peek it. Peeping. That's pretty nasty off angle. I could see how that could catch a couple of players off guard there. I do like that. So far, it doesn't look like anyone is going to show up, unfortunately. We might not get to see it tested here. Oh, they're coming back again. They're kind of doubting themselves a bit here. Bait, what's the final call? They're going to drop the bomb down. Kenzisor wants to take a bit of a look. Peeping's already escaped the position here. MHL could easily be the first kill of the round. Might have been as well. It's MPL getting away with his life in this one. And they will probably end up at this B bomb site from the looks of it. They're going to keep Alex towards that top mid position. Maybe he will try to even wrap around and see if he could get in towards this site. But a lot of pressure is going to be on MHL. And more importantly, Peeping on the other side. Wow, that's a very fast shot. He ran in there. Peeping in the corner, nobody expecting that one. He's coming back for more. I don't think he needs to. There's only 20 seconds, so staying alive probably more valuable in that one. MHL starting to land some of those shots. Pulls out the pistol,
nice
but
work.
Now the rest of the cavalry has arrived. NPL in a 1 versus 3. No chance at all to win this round here. 8 seconds left. Hext will be the one to find him. It's very good work.
They have taken the lead here, Anders.
Let's go.
They were 4-1 down. And now they've posted 4 rounds in a row. They could end up winning this half as well. So yeah, let's go indeed. The money's still absolutely broken on the T side here. They'll have to operate with Galils and MAC-10s going forward. Nice controlled hold here from Peeping. MHL, nice positioning with York, guaranteeing these frags. Hex rotating in. Coming in like a bull in a china shop. Mows them down with that M4A4. He's been very effective on the B side of the map. Final round of this first half. Romania, in-game lead up. Looking to find some damage through the smoke. This should be a 7-5 considering the weaponry, or lack thereof, available to Bait.
Yeah, they are struggling a little bit. It's been a theme for them in the first half so far on the T side. Having to force, not having enough money, not getting some of the bomb plants they needed. It's been a bit rough for them here. But let's see what the 12th round has got to offer. Smoke going down, Wreck catching him at the perfect time, and he's got the crossfire with Nemanja as well. It's one of the easiest rounds yet. 7-5. Wildcard strike back in the opening half here. I'm very impressed.
Very impressed indeed. You can't really poke any holes in that. Being 4-1 down, you've been absolutely destroyed on your first map. 11-1 in the first half. You didn't even get a bomb plant down. We thought they were done. We thought they had nothing left in the tank. Bait are Mirage specialists. And we did say if Wildcard could find a few rounds in that second half, get warmed up, they managed to get up to 7, there'd be a chance of a comeback here on Mirage. And my God, they're doing a great job here. 5 rounds in a row to close things out. Some great retake attempts on the rounds they lost. Some unfortunate clutches, but that B-bomb side, that was rock solid. Hext and co. completely shutting it down.
I think Desk were talking about this too at the start of it, right? But they've never played Mirage with this lineup, Wildcard. So
they've played it with everyone but Nemanja.
Yeah,
he's the in-game leader.
Yeah.
So yeah, the most important piece.
So kind of almost impossible for Bait maybe to know what to expect, but still, I would have imagined they would have got more than 5. So yeah, I'm super happy for this. Very cool to see. Essential with some mad rounds up to 12 kills, but on the other side, Hext with 13. A lot of them defending that B-bomb site. MHL, I've got to say as well, he, you know, defending with the AWP looked really solid.
Oh,
Good
absolutely.
to see him landing those shots.
So, momentum on their side of the server. Execution looking very likely here. It's going to be Rec to set up the util. MPL to defend, USP in hand. Relatively unguarded is the A-bomb, so one towards CT. MPL smoked out of the equation. Little split coming from Connector as well, and it's going to be the opening kill for the in-game leader.
Yeah, Nemanja, he's got so many more bullets, but Sizzy finds him right at the end. The bomb not planted, it's been interrupted there, and that's good news. They don't have a kid on the CT side. They do need to stop and slow that bomb down as much as they can. Surely Wildcard could get it down finally, but it's cost them the entire team. They had the bomb site, they had the 3-on-3, and they just barely get the bomb planted, which is good. But if it would have been a bit sooner, it would have been a lot more pressure on Bait.
They just got a bit unlucky there. When they're planting the bomb, they took a gush, I think, through the box, and it denied the plant. They panicked a bit, and it got a bit too chaotic. They lost so much HP, CTs encroaching on their position. They got the bomb planted, though. That's still good news for them. They can actually bounce back here. And in many ways, some people would say that winning the second round force buy on the T side is better than winning the pistol. So we'll see whether they can actually bring that one back to life.
I've heard you make that statement before, Henry.
Yeah.
Still true.
Let's see whether it works out for them. Can they get a few kills? It's actually quite a potent second round force buy here. You've got 2 players with Galils and helmets. You've got pistols out there. Some util, it's actually looking quite promising.
3 people in the Palace. Now the question is, will they be throwing any grenades, or will this just be straight contact out of Palace?
Palace pop.
I like it, yeah, it's the contact. No grenades thrown. Unfortunately, they don't check the corner, and Alex is there. We'll pick up a couple.
Nice recovery.
Gets him back, yeah. They're still in the round, at least barely. The bomb was up in the Palace as well, so yeah, it's actually lost.
And
I think the bomb fell down.
Oh, really? I thought they recovered it.
No.
Oh, you're dead on.
That's devastating.
Oh, what do you even do now? You've got a flashbang, and you have no idea what sort of positional control KenZor has. Plays in the front line, jiggles the angle to perfection. Got to have to try and trade him out, but no dice. I'm afraid this will be a 7-7 game. Wreck spotted and dealt with, and that's a convincing second round. They fend off the force by no problem. And now the financial struggles are felt for Wildcard. They will have to take a bit of a partial here, maybe even a full eco.
Such a powerful idea, though, walking out without the utility.
Yeah.
Like, it seems counterintuitive. If you're brand new to the game, maybe you think, well, why not flash or something? But it's just the lack of warning there on the CT side can be devastating. But Alex, 6-6-6. He was in the perfect position. Game is tied. And Wildcard, they're going to have to come into this round with very little to nothing. Hext hoping for a deagle shot at the start of it. Got a Tech 9 or 2 as well, but yeah, just the one actually. And they know what Bait invested into some MP9s to clean up some of these easier kills, make it a little bit more cash.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like we said, not really much to work with here. You can justify a few upgraded pistols at the very least, but look at all its control. MPL has middle under his remit. And he is the one looking to farm said cash. $600 per kill with the MP9, the sewing machine. Looking to stitch them up.
Very patient at the moment.
You've got to show some discipline here. The money was such a nightmare in that first half for them. You don't want to be offering up SMGs and freebies here. You know, as long as you play solid positions, good off angles, you will be rewarded in due course. There it is, $1,800 farmed.
It's pretty good.
Money in the bank. He can drop an AWP over to Sizzy, which is almost certainly going to be happening. Let's have a look. Oof, he buys his own. All right. Money was so good.
He doesn't even care.
Doesn't even have to.
Yeah, I guess MPL will have the money for later on anyway, so not much is lost there. 8-7. It's a one-round lead for Bates.
Well, this will be indicative as to where we're going with this one. If they can't give us a close gun round here when the MP9's out in play as well, it was a good try, but they probably won't be converting this map into a third. But much better showing than Nuke. Ooh. That has to be said, but let's see. Let's give him a chance here.
That's such a crazy position for Kenzasaur.
The fact he has to dodge the flash and reset and still comes on top and quite a messy spray. Very good work.
When he's on top, he can see the flashbang, so he knows what's coming, right? If he was down below, that flash goes through the smoke and he can't see it at all, and then he just gets flashed instead. But being on top, he already knows where the play is. But you're right, like, it's a very, very quick reaction.
Good response, though. We have got a trade. Back to a 4-on-4. Low HP. There at least was a ding for MPL before he went down. Making sure the window's covered. KenzaSaur, does not do too well in the fight. It's going to be the in-game leader stepping up, and now they've got the man advantage. We said this was a very important round to see where this half will be going. Double peek from the connector, and he was ready for it, the second one, but that's going to be a 2, make it 3-on-1 now. Essential with almost nothing to do here. He's so far removed.
Yeah.
And there it is. Nice round from Wildcard. Needed that.
Hex, he got that kill on the ramp so quickly. He's up to 17 right now.
Yeah, he's playing very well.
Even that last shot across the middle of the map, that's really cool. He's starting to get there.
It all started in a 5-on-4 deficit as well.
Yeah.
This was the moment he thought, okay, this was the round would fall apart. Sizzy needed a double, didn't happen. Nice shot from Hex, you're dead on, very quick. Gets a beautiful one there towards short as well. Hex completely dominating right now with the AK-47. Money's still there for a buy on the CT side, but we're at 8-8, another very important one here. All for Sizzy. Still yet to really blow us away with his AWP performance.
Yeah, I think it's a fair way to judge him at the moment. Like, he doesn't seem like really like a liability to the team.
Sure, he just doesn't seem like the next big thing, you know? It doesn't seem like we found the next Monacy here or anything like that.
Yeah, the problem is, when you're playing at the level that Bait often are, you need a really strong offer. Unfortunately, that's the truth of it right now. Hex, that probably could have been a free kill, but is not.
That's, yeah, one of the first fumbles he's had this entire map. He's been so good.
Yeah.
Had plenty of time there to try and tap away, burst, went for the full long-range spray, doesn't connect. That will cost him the round. If he finds an entry point there, maybe he gets a bit of space, but maybe there's something to be said about this AWP of MHL. Next kill could be very important. It's going to be CT picking it up, though, and they know where the AWP is. So 40 seconds remaining. Operation now is to try and save the AWP. Not going to happen. Flashed off. And it will be Bait back to their winning ways in a very successful round, Anders. They managed to keep 4 players alive, recover an AK, and maintain the AWP as well. 9-8, one-round game.
Oh, that's such a shame. What an opportunity for Wildcard if they could win that last one. Would have taken so much money away from Bait. Chance that they could have started the climb towards some kind of a victory here on the second map. I'm already impressed. I'm already impressed that Wildcard are up to 8 rounds. I was expecting it to be like,
definitely,
worse than Nuke, probably.
I thought so as well. No, they've displayed great character here. I don't think they can feel ashamed about this defeat. If it happens, they're still in this map. No one expected them to hold a candle to the likes of Bates, but this has been a very impressive showing. New team, new projects. Like Hex said, Wildcard is an organization out of many fans. due to the way the team was handled previously. But maybe peeping can convince others to get on board. It's a nice opening kill.
Look at this. Window boost into the market now. He's so deep behind enemy lines. One kill will do it. Just, you don't necessarily have to overcook this. You pick up one opening. I like this. You could have gone deeper, but now you've done enough. And they know that there could be a second player here. Not necessarily knowing that there's the AWP just yet, but they're going to find out. Even if he dies, it's really good work there for Nemanja. You love to see it.
Great round.
Yeah. MPL, if his teammates were alive, it would have been a cool flank coming in, but now exit kills, maybe upgrade to an AK if that's going to be on the menu there. Wreck, you're going to go down. And yeah, oh, they're already hunting him. I think he's going to get killed by peeping here. Yeah, he was ready for it.
Massive round to win. Very good flank. Nemanja, like you said, behind enemy lines. Peeping with the opener. In-game leader slipping the nets. Guarantees it with, like you said, he could have gone for more there. But you can, we've seen it so many times where players get maybe greedy is the wrong word, but they try and do too much in those sort of advantageous positions. Just get the one, keep yourself alive as your teammates come through, and you'll deal with the final play on the bomb set together. He even got the dink on the AWPer as well. Sure, he got taken down by said AWPer, but he did enough damage there to confirm that final kill on the bomb site and indeed the round. Tactical timeout because the money is busted. They are at bottom of the barrel loss bonus. They get 1,900 next round, so it meant they get 1,400 into this one. Everyone went down, so they've got enough for 3 M4s, a couple of MP9s. You're taking the tactical timeout, and this is the sort of round where CTs like to get aggressive. They like to try and find an opening advantage, but you've taken a timeout, which means that Wildcard should be on high alert for that sort of play.
Yeah, that's an interesting kind of conflict almost, because I would have loved to have seen them going for like a palace push or something here. But they might actually do that anyway. Yeah, they are kind of boosting up to try and do that. Kansas will take down peeping at the beginning, but they're already on the B bomb side. They're funneling in the one at a time. There's not enough sort of cohesion behind this, I feel like. Slow down. The backup is going to start to get there for bait. Yeah, there is a bit of a backstab. You're right, Nemanja. He's here again. But again, the bomb has been slowed down. Up in the hallways.
But they're just pausing the round. They're letting Nemanja cook. They've got good positioning on the bomb site here. They're hoping to catch a rotation. And this is his time to strike.
He's gone way the other way. You need him to shoot somebody to open this one up. Hex has already been grenaded down. He's going to get dropped.
That's so sick. Dropping the AK in front of him, knowing he was there.
Yeah.
As a distraction while his teammate gets the headshot. So this backstab, unfortunately, leads to nothing. And this was a difficult round. Bear in mind, 3 rifles, 2 MP9 to leave with all 5 members intact. I say that with bated breath. I think he was spotted there as well. MHL on borrowed time. Needs to save this orb. It's been a case of the finances here on Mirage as well. Back and forth, a war of attrition, especially in the second half right now.
Yeah.
Money, again, broken. They'll get 1,900 into the next round. You need to save this orb. But will they let you? They've got 5 players alive. They'll definitely throw some bodies at this. Most likely, Sizzy on the MP9.
Yeah, he's on the hunt. He's in the T-spawn right now. So.
Yeah, he's in the B apartments already, so he should be finding him here. Should be in the operative word, but you never know. It would be a great kill to find. If Sizzy gets this and upgrades the orb, might be the beginning of the end. Gets this kill at least. Sizzy laser focused on the apartments, didn't even consider the underparts. That would have been such a huge kill. Now you've given them a lifeline. MPL, does he give it a look in? No, lets him hold on to the AWP, but no further cash. MHL will still have 2,900. Saved orb, that does change everything. That makes the round a lot more interesting going forward. They'll take a timeout to discuss the options here. This is do or die time. Can't stress that enough. You win this round, which now there is a chance with the saved orb, and he can drop an AK as well. He's dropped the AK over to the in-game leader.
I mean, the fact that it's close enough that it's become uncomfortable for bait, again, you just got to reiterate, that's really cool, right? We're talking about a team that has not played this map with the current IGL. So how are you supposed to put together something good? But they are.
Well, Nemanja, he has been instrumental. He's made some great calls, some great backstabs. He's made bait very uncomfortable. Good read of the game so far. We haven't seen bait like disrespect their opponent. We keep calling for like they're going to start pushing middle. They're going to start taking the game to them. They're playing quite disciplined. They're definitely a bit rattled right now. They weren't expecting this level of gameplay after the first map. Things could change though. We are seeing a player jump over towards short. Same position, but Sizzy this time, what a shot that is. Surely he's happy with that. Take the advantage and run. He gets himself a double. Fair play.
Yeah, but you probably don't need to. Didn't need to do that either. NPL trying to spray on through, get shut down by MHL instead. And
wow, Hex.
That is not a fight you're supposed to be winning. He should have been dead every time. Alex must be wondering what on earth is going on. Down to Kenzisor. Will find himself in a 2 versus 1 clutch. Molotov is cool, but the bomb is already on the other side.
Yeah, Molotov doesn't really do too much for him. The smoke helps out. Means he can isolate the duel now, but the flashbang is perfect. Loses the advantage of the angle. Have to re-peek it now and hope the T doesn't push through that smoke. And backstab him, not spotted. Peeping will win yet another round. And like we said, back and forth we go with those finances. A huge round for Wildcard to pick up. That started with 2 kills there.
Yes.
5 on 3. And for some reason, they weren't happy with the advantage. Even with the 5 on 4, I was begging them to get out of there. Like, you get that early advantage. You got so much space to fall back. Sure, you got the double, but then outstaying your welcome. It has to be said, though, that kill from Hex, Khalil versus an AK, where you're ready and waiting for him. The fact he comes out on top there is sick.
It's only his head that's showing from that angle as well, so...
The fact he gets that kill is everything. It saves the round, and maybe even saves the map here. Another tactical timeout. Bait are feeling the pressure. They might have to allow them to go 11-10 here and take the eco.
Yeah, you're right. What a weird position to be in.
Damn, a 5 on 3.
And yeah, but it makes you wonder if that's sort of Bait trying to show, like trying to flex on them a little bit, saying we're just so much better, we're going to win these fights. But you know, Wildcard...
This sort of game, though, like when you're not necessarily playing your A game, take those advantages and get out of there. Like, reset the round. But wasn't the case, and they do force. It's a last-second decision. You lose this round, and it's going to cost you the map.
I think that's exactly right. 3 FAMAS, 1 MP9, 1 M4. What a position to find yourself in here. This is the home ground for Bates, where they've done some of their best work against much stronger teams than Wildcard. And they're really being pushed to the limit at the moment. Oh my God.
What happened?
That's gotta be a scroll thing.
What happened? He was ready. He was holding that angle. He fired. It's a misclick of some sort. You're right.
Yeah.
But that might cost them the map. That one move there.
Ooh.
You saw the coach head in hands.
Yeah. That's unfortunately such a brutal way to lose a fight.
They've got to recover. If they can win this round now, all will be forgiven. But that might cost them everything. Oh, no. Oh, man. He was ready for that duel as well. He, hands down, was going to get that kill. 100% was going to get the kill.
Yeah. Like, it's a variation on the accidental jump, right? It's a similar, something similar to that.
He panicked and hit something on his keyboard, hit his Molotov bind. And that's like a Reddit moment right there. Unfortunately for him.
Yeah. That's not what we were hoping for.
That's going to cost you the map. I'm pretty sure of it.
Yeah, I don't even think you're exaggerating, unfortunately.
That one move, that one mistake, and would have. I don't think we get interviews after this game. I'd love to know what happened exactly. Obviously, some sort of panic, and he's hit the wrong bind, but
yeah,
it's cost them they have to save now.
And we were coming around, Henry. We were excited for the Wildcard comeback here. Impressed even by how they were playing.
I'm speechless. He had the read as well. He knew the push was coming.
Yeah.
Crosshair placement was perfect. Your head is in the gutter right now.
There's just nothing you could even say. Like, it's just silence.
We have to have a replay of it. Let's have a look. Pulls out the Molotov.
Did he even fire a shot?
Yep. He got to put it off. Look.
No way.
So he wasn't like getting ready to. Trying to read his lips. Something went wrong. Something went horribly wrong there. A horror show moment. That's going to be the talking point in the desk if they end up losing this map. That was it. They were in the prime position to steal this one away.
Yes. Unfortunately, sometimes it comes down to those very small details.
And now your morale's gone. All the hype.
Oh, yeah. You've given over like a couple of AKs. They had FAMAS and MP9s going into the last round.
You're forced to handle your teammates. So when you go down in that sort of fashion, you saw on the extremities towards B, trying to find a kill in return, caught off guard. Mistakes being made, and man, I haven't seen anything like that in a while, but when it happens, you never want to at this stage of the game, when it's do or die, you're up against MP9s and FAMAS. And now, you're trying to recover. We said it's been about the money throughout this campaign on Mirage. Back and forth, a tug of war. Great flashbang. Is MPL happy with the advantage, though? They have overcooked at times.
They don't have any utility to get rid of this one either. Hex throwing the grenade behind him, not in front of Alex there. He just has enough space.
They might assume this is clear. This is weird. It's above, the flames are above him.
Yeah, it's on top of him, but it's not actually burning him.
They're going to assume it's clear, but they might fall back.
I almost wish they didn't throw any utilities here. I feel like just leave him alone. It's such a gift.
Thing is, they've got 30 seconds. I don't think they even have the time to make it back towards B.
Yeah. If Alex realizes the strength that he has in this position...
If he just leaves it alone and stays where he is, they overlook this for sure. 100% they don't look.
Only chance maybe is someone coming in. Okay, Hex actually tries to peek it anyway. That's pretty crazy. Alex, though, comes swinging up with the AK. MHL, he's got 14 seconds on the clock, and Alex comes around for another kill here.
It's coming down to the minutia here. So that detail that the Molotov doesn't quite spread to him.
Yeah.
That's the key detail. Otherwise, it flushes him out. They get the kill. They have the man advantage. And they did check it. I didn't think they would. To be fair, they still checked it, but it was the Mach 10 swing.
Yeah.
And it was a jumping drive-by. You're just kind of face-checking it. And that might be all she wrote. This has been an excellent game. Fair play to Wildcard. I don't think they have enough now to bring us to overtime. It's going to take a miracle here. Like we said, it's the old classic, the A execution. When all goes wrong, when you've got nothing left, bring out your Tech 9s, bring out your smokes. Take a deep breath and make your way in towards the A side. Hope that you can overrun the CT defense. Anders, take us away.
Alex, he is certainly ready to do just that. A couple of good kills, lands a third shot, takes down MHL, and a quick quad makes it an ace to the end, just to add a bow to the top of it. 13-10 in favor of Bait Henry.
It all comes down to that one horror show moment, though. A moment they will want to forget going forward. AK in hand, ready to take the shot. Molotov comes out, and it costs them the goddamn game.
Yeah, Henry's right. That's the margins you're working with at professional level Counter-Strike. One mistake can cost you. But, you know, credit to Wildcard. They looked better on that second map. They made a fight of it. It could have been a very different outcome if it wasn't for one crucial mistake. But in the end, Bait took that opportunity.
Yeah, that's what happens. You know, I think he fat-fingered the Molotov bind or something like that. That must have been
like what's it called, the mouse wheel. Or
I'm not sure about that because I don't think people have that on like it doesn't switch to a Molotov. I would just more like he's probably jiggling and he has a Molotov on a T or something and just fat fingers a different keybind. You know, that's just what happens.
I mean, it certainly wasn't intentional.
No,
it's not just even that, right? Like you can go back to the first half where it was just the pistols coming in from the side of Bait. Around they had no business losing. So if some of these unfortunate rounds, a couple of them hadn't happened, this is map 3 coming up here, Rich, which in all honesty I don't think anyone would have expected. I think they really played out of their minds. We also, as a preamble to this particular game, stated how they have never played an official on Mirage with Nemanja at the helm, and I think they put up a really good showing despite this loss, considering map 1 was a complete whitewash.
I mean, definitely, you know, they came back into it and hit their shots, and I have to say, I mean, like, as much credit as I want to give to Wildcard, I thought Bait were a little bit labored on this.
There were a couple of moments where they definitely let their foot off the gas. There were a couple of rounds, you know, where they were just fighting individually, you know, getting a little bit over exuberant, perhaps because they were thinking, okay, this is going to be a bit of an easier game. Obviously, it turned into kind of an economical game where even on the first half, you know, they lost the economical game. That's why they lost the first half. Late in the second half, you know, it was back and forth all the time. You know, they would have lost that round where that fat finger thing happened. That would have been their
that just broke their money. Yeah,
exactly. So it would have gone to a third map realistically. So yeah, definitely credit to Wildcard for bringing this far, and I think credit to Nemanja specifically because he made a lot of those plays happen that kind of turned those points of the game, which was like the first half force buy, and then like a key play, you know, in the flank towards B that he pulled off in the second half.
Yeah, and you can see here, this was our standout player, Alex. You know, really solid game from him. I think he had the most kills on the server, or joint with Hext, actually.
Yeah.
Hext is the star player in Wildcard, just in case you were under any illusion it was peeping.
Yeah, Alex was helped with the last round ace where they just like all ran into his crosshair.
They just ran. Yeah, they just were like, you know what? Like, we're so tilted. Like, let's just get out of here.
I think Alex is just his positioning on that A bomb set, especially right, so very impactful. But overall, like everyone, even Sizzy as well with the AWP is finding crazy amount of impact. He was looking good as well. But yeah, I like the fact that Bait were made to sweat here because I really thought it was going to be another just complete stomp. It's going to be 2-0, get them out. But now with this this being, with the performances showed right here, especially against a team like BC, who are on a bit of a hot streak right now, suddenly, at least the lower end of the bracket looks a little bit more interesting with some other teams struggling as well coming into this tournament.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of the rounds earlier. I believe we've got a round you wanted to highlight, Strike, in round 7.
Yeah, there was round 7. That was the round that made me think, this game is effectively over, because this just shows you the difference between BC and Wildcard and the depth, because this is a round that they pull out on like a half bay, and they have a full strat, first of all, where they run an execute. Wildcard left it open, which was fine, but then they have this next level of that play, because look at the flank from NPL, like after this execute happens, NPL is already working on that flank. They're obviously ready to fight this CT fight once the smoke clears, and then they just play out the 2v3 because they're peeking into an Essential op that he gets from the CT guy, so...
And it's such a small little thing right there, but even though Essential gets 2 of the kills, they know that he has a weapon available. That's with CD, the AWP, the one weapon, the magic wand who could save this round. And no one was looking at him crossing into it. Everyone was looking for NPL, who had actually gone for the flank right there. If they're able to catch him on the cross, the round's done, they win the round, and potentially we see map number 3. Instead, they allow him to pick up the AWP. Great shots, great repositioning coming out from him. But also you could see in that particular round, we saw the con smoke coming out, and they were giving too much respect to the utility being flung in by BC, especially when you know that they don't have much other utility apart from the smokes, maybe a couple of flashbangs, that's about it. And if they were playing a little bit more gusto, which they did on the second half especially, later, I feel like this easily could have been, forget an overtime game, it would have been 13-9 or something.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the way that they responded to this even the next round, because they had basically nothing. They had like one gun, boosted on short, and then they were ready to swarm the mid with effectively no vests, nothing. They had mostly just upgraded pistols, and they actually took the round back. That broke the economy of BC in return, and just instantly that became a half for the taking for Wildcard, because they had all the money to work with, So they definitely made some really good adjustments to even after, some of the rounds went the other way.
I think ultimately that's kind of the tale of the series, right? Our expectations for Wildcard, weren't high. There's mitigating circumstances, new lineup, weren't expecting to be here, limited amount of time to prep. You're coming off long travel, some of the players as well. For me, I think BC actually made way more of a meal of this than it needed to be on both maps, really, because like Henry said, you get to 12-1, like just close it out. But they kept running at them and, not executing. They didn't take that breath. And they could have got real ugly on Nuke, and it was certainly ugly here.
Yeah, I could see this being a case of just their schedule as it is, because they've obviously been on a long run of events under a lot of pressure. I just broke my pen.
Wow, that's how upset he is about
There you go. No, I'm just fidgety, to be honest. But that's I think down to just, if you're playing your 10th series in the last week or whatever it is, you're obviously going to be, in some situations, you're not quite going to play out the situations completely correctly as you would in other ways. They're probably kind of on their last breath energy-wise, so I can see that impacting, their gameplay.
But just to be play counter to that, I feel like for BC, considering the trials and tribulations they've had throughout this entire year, so to speak, right? You had the one good event which happened just like a few days ago, where, let's be real, the opposition wasn't the best. Now, for you to make a deep run here and try to get a little bit of confidence going and try to coalesce together as a unit heading in towards the major, which is happening just about barely a couple of months, you want to kind of close games like this out easily, because you're going to be going up against way better teams than Wildcard are, and this is kind of like a sort of games where you just want to, like a Vitality would not do this, right? Even a Falcons, with all the struggles they've had, they completely curb stomp teams like Wildcard, for example, right? I feel like so for BC, kind of tightening it up and just playing the best you can, no matter who the opposition is, no matter what the scoreline is, I think would do them much better.
Yeah, and even obviously the schedule thing that I was talking about, the cleaner you make it in the games that you should have it clean, the more energy you have to keep for the later in the tournament, Exactly. So it's important that they still got it over 2-0. They didn't have to, sweat through a third map and then just have to, go back to the hotel and immediately maybe start preparing for the next round,
All right, well, thanks a lot, gentlemen. BC were breaking spirits, Strikers breaking pens. So we're going to go to a break, and it is a break for us as well. When you come back, Tech Girl's going to be here with Prof and Dust, so make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody? You're all in for a very special treat because I'm down on the floor with an absolute legend. We've got Simple of BC.Game.
Hello.
What's the vibe in the team right now? You know, talk to us about how everything is.
I mean, we are trying to fix mistakes. Sometimes it's a lot of mistakes, sometimes less. I think hard work and vibe, because we didn't show our best game yet.
Over the last 5 months, you've been reunited with Electronic. Can you talk to us about that that partnership?
Yeah, like right now he's getting his confidence and form back, not focusing on IGL role. I think he just need to always speak English. Same for all of our team, because I feel like sometimes we can miss some moments in the game because of communication. It's part of our failure as well, I would say. I mean, in games.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just nice to play with him, because you see how he understands game, how he rotates over the map, how he makes decisions, how he's helping his teammates as well.
It's been a bit of a criticism, you know, online that maybe chemistry is lacking. Do you think that's the case?
I mean, it's always the case when you have a new team. I feel like you need to go through a lot of stuff to get better synergy and chemistry, and I think in every team it's a problem at the beginning, especially like core comes to us, you know, not us coming to core, two players who played with each other, they come into us and everything is new. It was much easier for me when I played for FaZe as a stand-in, when you go to the team with 4 players and with system, everyone knows what to do, you just fill in, and it's much easier to play.
This is a really cool detail. People online that will criticize Simple BC.Game, but then say positive things about Simple FaZe. These two things are very different, right?
Yeah,
how is it for you to see that criticism and see that praise for two things that are very hard to compare?
I mean, it's okay for me, and I'm still trying. I understand that I can be better in this version of Counter-Strike, and good criticism I take, you know, and of course people will say a lot of stuff. There is, it's not bad that I'm playing, you know, that I decided to step back and play, because I need to play. I don't want to sit another 6 months like it was with Falcons when they took me on loan, and you just sit 6 months, and when you don't have, like, Face It or matchmaking, no one plays, but even Face It, it's like, it's not pracs, for example. It's not officials or pracs, because people doing different stupid stuff, and when you play in a team, you need to play your role all the time, and you need to focus with your teammates on some details around your spots, you know, and to practice this, you need to have a team.
What will be most important here at PGL Bucharest? How do you guys storm ahead and get a big result?
I think the most important for us to play as many games as possible. Like, of course, to qualify from group stage is first step, but if you qualify like from 3-0, I think maybe it's not good. I think.
Why is that? Because this is something that other pros have said over all the years as well. You want to have more games.
Yes.
You want that 3-1 or 3, maybe not 3-2, but you want that 3-1 maybe as opposed to just a 3-0 if you were to go through group.
For me, I just want to play as much as possible.
Yeah.
That's it. I just want to play every game and just see what I'm capable of. But if you're talking about like in major, for example, you're playing 3-0 and you directly like in quarterfinal, you have more extra days. From some perspective, it's good because you have more time to prepare, and you can see this. You can try to calculate what's your next opponent, and you have more time to prepare while they're playing 3-1 or 3-2 games. And from other perspective, it's bad because other teams they play much more Counter-Strike. They fix much more mistakes because you have more maps with 3-2 score. And it can help you as well, because with 3-0 you destroy everyone. You won't see gap in your game, you know.
Is there still a part of you that feels like you need to prove yourself again?
Of course. It's like 1,000,000%. Because my understanding of game never disappeared, you know. Like it's so easy to understand this game, but. We need to become like strong team. You cannot win games right now by solo. It's like less rounds, less opportunity to shine, you know. And of course, teams are playing better and better from each year, like in any sport or e-sport. Evolution, you know, from each year. And yeah, I should be always in shape. I should always, not me, but my team as well. But we should always be in meta of what's happening.
And do you think you and your team have a good chance of doing that here in Bucharest?
I think we can surprise many teams. But as I said, we need to find momentum or we can lose easy games as well.
Well, Sasha, genuinely wishing you the best of luck. Is there anything that you'd like to say to everybody watching at home before I let you go?
Yes, hello everyone, and I wish you a good Counter-Strike event. Cheer for your favorite team and enjoy Bucharest.
It never gets old watching Simple talk about Counter-Strike, but I worry that maybe it will very soon, depending on how BC.Game performs here at PGL Bucharest. Good afternoon, my name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company. I'm sitting in my psychologist's chair because we know the two gents on the couch need a bit of counseling. Dust and
Couples therapy.
Couples therapy, there we go. Let's start the session. Can Simple ever come back?
Well, some would say he has been back for a year now already. Some would say he never came back and he never will. You know, I'll sit in between of these two opinions and just enjoy the fact that we still get to see him play. He's still a really exciting player, really good player, but can he make it work in a team? That's a different story.
From my therapist's chair, I would declare that deflection. Dust?
I think so far we've seen kind of both ends of this argument play out on the server. We have seen games where he looks like his old self. He's hitting those crazy shots. He's making those aggressive moves, those things that were trademark Simple plays of the past. And you see the ceiling is still very much there. I mean, I think the main way you saw it was, you know, when they had that run with FaZe, when he stood in at the Blast Austin Major, and some of the games that they played in that run, he was popping off and looking like his old self. But we've also seen games uncharacteristic, where he didn't look like he was really able to have any impact, didn't look comfortable, wasn't really able to establish himself on the server. And so I think right now he's just incredibly hit or miss, to where I think we've seen glimpses of the ceiling that's still there, but it's about, can he get to that form consistently and actually be like a real contender? That's what we're still waiting to see.
I think a part of the story was Simple is you even saw it in that interview when he's like, you know, the game knowledge never went away. It's so easy to understand the game, and it's like he is laughing at himself. Like, he knows what he's saying and how he's saying it and how it sounds. But it is true. I think that part is still there to a good degree. But some of the individual plays that he's going for the mechanics are not following as good as they used to, right? I'm not saying they're not there, because they still are there, and he still can do quite amazing things, but it's not on that level. And also, everyone else is so much better. Every year people are getting better. Every player that you never heard of now is on FOKUS and is beating like 3D Max and stuff like that's happening. So I think it's becoming more and more difficult for him to be in that position in which he was with Navi a few years back, being the #1 player, winning majors, winning big trophies.
Also, it does, for someone like Simple, this is a team game. So it doesn't matter how good Simple is or how much he's lacking. What happens around him is really important. Obviously, we get to see BC.Game now go up against MongolZ, but they haven't played a lot, Prof. They haven't done a lot at all, really, this whole season. And this was meant to be a team that bought a core to get to the major.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that was the goal. It always felt a bit, a long shot. Pulling together 3 players from the Portuguese, the SAW team, and then Electronic and Simple together. They obviously got the spot for Krakow, didn't do really too much there, and then after that, it kind of fizzled away, and that's when recently, after a tournament exit with no wins at Roman Imperium Cup, they came out with a statement saying that they're taking a little break to work on their chemistry.
Much needed too, because as you can see, the results really weren't that good, and these are at smaller events against lesser opposition. I mean, really the only positive you could pull from is that at Krakow, at least they made it past the play-in stage to beat a couple of decent teams to do that, but once they got to the main stage, they were handled pretty quickly. But then these smaller events are not doing well, and then they weren't able to qualify for any other events. They didn't qualify for Rotterdam, they didn't qualify for Rio, so they needed to regroup after, standards were not being met, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Well, we just watched this interview with Simple. There's a little bit of a contradiction there, because the statement is we need to take time off to work on our chemistry, and then he's sitting in an interview going, we need to play more officials, we need to play more games. So what is it, boys? Because you can't do one, it means you won't be able to do the other.
I think there's some merit to establishing some sort of base foundation to work from before you test yourself against competition repeatedly to hammer out mistakes and discover things you need to work on in your game. So I think you can kind of see both sides of that, because it is very much true that this is kind of a Frankenstein roster, right? I mean, you took a SAW team who had already been through a lot of roster changes in their own right, and you combine them with Simple, you combine them with Electronic, who's coming off of a really rough stint as an IGL at Virtus Pro. Obviously Simple working rust off, not having played competitively consistently for a long time, and it can be tough to mend all that together. Obviously Muterus now having to call in English as an IGL is always going to be a big thing. Crazy and Aragorn having to get used to doing that as well. So it's a lot. I can understand the idea of taking a step back and trying to at least build something to work from.
I think, Sam, what you're saying is correct, but doesn't mean that everyone in the team agrees on the way. I think that's kind of an implication that we can glean from that interview as well, is like Simple would just want to play himself to, I don't want to say to death, but you know what I mean. Just play until things are good, and that's kind of the old Eastern European way of developing. And even today, if you look at someone like Paravision and Game, they are just like grinding so hard, right? But maybe this is a TAS or an organizational thing, seeing like this is not going in a good direction. If we go to like 6 open lands like some other teams have been doing, this is just gonna end up a disaster, right? And managing that interpersonal stuff, I think that's the biggest challenge for the coach that is TAS, and I think to some degree that's his strong suit.
I like that we have this team that's taken a break to work on synergy. Now they come back and bang. First game is up against arguably the team that I think most people presume will win this whole damn thing, the MongolZ. They had a roster change. I don't even think it impacted them very much. They still look incredibly strong. They're still there knocking on those playoff doors time and time again.
Absolutely.
I think Paravision are the #1 favorites for this. I have heard a lot of like MongolZ, but I'm kind of surprised. I don't know why.
Actually, that is fair.
Paravision have already won a trophy. They made a final. They've gone close with Vitality multiple times. Nothing to take away from MongolZ, but I think they're like one step below, and they have more to prove at this event.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair point to make. But what you can also say is that this team has remained a consistent contender despite all of the things going. I mean, they even made a pretty decent name for themselves with Controls at the Budapest Major, making the playoffs where no one expected that. And then, when you kind of look at the results since they brought in Cobra's era, initially not so great at Krakow, but since then, they're kind of right back similar to where they used to be. I mean, they're not quite at the same heights. I mean, this used to be a top 5 team in the world that could actually win tournaments and make finals. They're not quite there yet, but at least they're, striking in that 5th, 6th place range, looking like a team that still has, something to work with. And I think that it's a testament to the fact that, even if you lose your main star player, that this system that Mara and Blitz has created over the last couple of years is still capable of producing good Counter-Strike and being effective and efficient with what they do have still to work with.
This is actually quite a fun level of conversation and road to go down, Prof. What does MongolZ have to do in this team to be at the level of like a Paravision for us to talk about them in the same sort of way that we're talking about James Boyd?
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that needs to be mentioned, and that is just behind our guy on the screen is Mara, who is now with the team again. So the last two tournaments, he wasn't with them. EPL, they were playing online, and then they went to the LAN. He didn't participate in the LAN portion. At Rotterdam, he wasn't there, right? And he is a huge factor of their success. Obviously, we can only glean how much we can from the outside, but I think there is no doubt to everyone that Mara has really helped this young team and an inexperienced team develop. So without him, they're always kind of one step behind. I think him being here, calling a good tactical timeout, settling some of these things. Like one thing that happened this year, their T-side win rate went down quite a bit, kind of concerningly so. And I think a part of that is they were just get lost in a T side, and there was no one to pull them back, call a timeout, say, okay, this is what's happening. You should be doing this. I think that could put them in contention to surpass Paravision at this tournament.
Obviously, the veto's on our screen now. Dust, I know that you like to always get a sort of feel for where these teams are going to play. What are you thinking so far?
It's played out exactly the way that I thought it would. The permabans came out. The main picks for each team came out. I really think Nuke was probably going to be the third map in the series, you know, as we were kind of going through it, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So basically, you know, I think maybe there was some wonder, hey, in these last few weeks, now that BC.Game's taken off competing, had they maybe pivoted their map pool or maybe, you know, tried to come up with something new, but this is kind of what we expected from the events they've already played this year. And again, this is, you know, the same old Mongols as far as the pick ban goes. So nothing really sticks out. I think we met expectations here.
Can I just stop the beating around the bush? Does BC.Games even stand a chance, guys?
I mean, that's kind of what we are here to see. I think my storyline for them this tournament is like, are they a serious team, or is this just kind of treading water, wasting time until more roster changes come into play, right? Because last year's lineup had some potential, didn't really live up to it. Then they fell out of the invite circle. They went for a new core that was very expensive from everything we know. Didn't really pay off again. So now they're again in this rebuilding phase. And I think between Electronic, Simple, Muterus, I think they have the key factors to have a good lineup. But the reality is, with Agile leaving and Story leaving, they were the two most exciting parts outside of Muterus and Saw. So they got kind of the leftovers, and they need to work with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at Dust 2, it's their best chance, right? It's a map that MongolZ has been really weak on in recent times since they've gone in the post-Senzu era of things. They have not looked so good on this, and I think this is a map where hopefully Simple can flex himself, you know, be that aggressive opper as well as a rifler, that hybrid nature, being aggressive. And I think the other big thing for me that you're going to have to watch out for is they've kind of given Electronic a key role in middle and taking it away from Aragorn. Does that actually pay off, right? Because you're putting Aragorn out of his element, and you're putting Electronic in kind of a weird aggressive spot that he's not normally known to play. So I'm just kind of curious if those things actually pan out for them.
Dinko and Moses are with us. They're going to be commentating this game. Gents, how do you feel about this BC.Game roster? Because I feel like everyone has an opinion.
Moses is a big fan.
Take it away, Dinko.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I'll leave you at the floor.
The GOAT of CSGO, Simple, is always fun to watch him play, but obviously, yeah, I mean, this team is just, I feel like it's a bit of a retirement home, honestly.
Okay.
It's like, I see.
Okay, he's got me swinging.
Yeah, I feel like they're the Harlem Globetrotters of Counter-Strike.
Oh, there we
you just
go.
kind of roll them out for an entertaining time.
Sure.
Oh, Simple's back in the server, and then they get banged out and they never really do anything. So I think that's what it is. I think going to an event like this, it'd be great to see them get a win, you know? That's kind of it.
All right. Well, off to the races. Nice introduction. Bringing us in with a bang. MongolZ and BC.Game taking off on Dust 2 here. Look at the push CT side. 910's already up middle. Aggressive stance, showing some presence, showing he's not afraid. You've got CobraZera down in lower tunnels as well. So another trap kind of set up by that retreat from 910.
Oh, CobraZera down in the lower tunnels with Dual Berettas. We've got Electronic going up through short, and this is a really strong position already picked up.
Yeah, MongolZ screwed this up. Like, what are you doing? You don't control anything, and now you're caught in the open.
Well, kills have come in. Mutira is getting one. 910 fighting back at least, and Mzini up also following through. So a 4v3, BC.Game hoping at least to get a bomb plant here inside of the site. MongolZ going to jump up on top, doing some damage. MongolZ, another one picked up. And it's all starting to be cleaned up. Oh my god, he's got away with another one. Okay, this is getting a little out of hand now. Materis, at least the bomb plant's in, but going to require a big clutch from him as he's holding on, trying to deal with the pressure being thrown at him, and eventually going to be dropped by 9-10. So recovery there for the Mongols. Crazy shooting out of MongolZ, who we actually last tournament got to see pop off. So hopefully he's keeping that up.
Yeah, they needed that. Like positionally, they put themselves like in a huge disadvantage in that, like rotating really late back towards the A bomb site once they hear the pressure coming up short. But without control of long, I mean that could have collapsed very, very easily. Without those shots from MongolZ, they're at a disadvantage in pretty much every fight. So great pistol round, good job from MongolZ, 1-0 for Mongols, and BC.Game continue moving forward. Oh, yeah, Taz is coaching this team.
It is.
I almost forgot about that. It's been so long.
Do you now agree with what I just said?
Well, I mean, not going to agree, but I see where you've taken things. I see why you've gone in that direction. Yeah, it's just been so long. I feel like since we've seen since I've seen BCG play at some of these higher tier events.
BCG have seen themselves play as well. It's been quite some time, but it would be fantastic, obviously, to I'm obviously telling you what I think about the team, but I think that's a sentiment shared by many people. I think you change that by winning and getting some legit results. But right now, having their asses handed to them by the Mongols here in the second round. Simple doing what he can. A couple of kills back on the rifle. Let's see how much damage Simple can inflict. You can see the respect, at least backing away.
Yeah.
Not wanting to offer up another 1v1 fight there for Simple.
Yeah, it's smart too. He's going to have a really tough task here, trying to throw the utility out towards short. It's going to at least keep them tucked into CT spawn. They don't challenge the Molotov. So Simple's going to be able to get around the corner. If he can find and isolate 1v1s, this can get interesting. 50 seconds to play with for Simple.
One hell of a way to kick off the tournament for Simple.
He's playing with their thinking process, like pausing here with that utility. That was a fake. Maybe he fell back to Cat, trying to get back to the B bomb site. So the timing of this is crazy. And now noise cues. Yep, nice and easy.
Okay, down to limited bullets in this AK. 6 to be exact at the moment, and then Techno just creeps up behind him. Great work from Simple to get 3 kills. I mean, really pieced that one together, had an opportunity to win it all. But in the end, Techno coming up that ramp, dropping Simple, and it will be Mongols continuing a good start.
I think that's maybe the place where the conversation around BCG is, where you're kind of like looking at this roster, you're like, okay, if this wants to have any success, Simple needs to re-enter like hard carry mode from like back in the day, right? And I think it's just at the point in his career and at a point in Counter-Strike where that like very few people can get to that hard carry mode, right? Like it's not an easy thing to get back to.
Can't even hard carry Spirit right now.
It's not an easy thing, and yeah, that's where you kind of feel like most of the strength of BCG going to be lying in Simple. You'd want it to be from Electronic, but we haven't seen that in a while as well. So really tough task for them. From a Mongols team that is really sustained very nicely out of Senzu's departure. Yeah. That was kind of the big question this year for them, was can you still maintain a high level with Senzu, with your best player leaving the team? And the answer is yes.
I think Cobra Zero, actually, the breakout maps for me with Dust 2, on Dust 2 at the first event of the year in Krakow that we were getting a cast. So yeah, I mean, that was... I'm hoping that we get a Cobra Zero performance like that on Dust 2 on that CT side. We'll have to wait and see, but at the moment it's 9-10 cleaning up. Simple and Aragorn both gone. And Materis is going to wait in behind the blue bin.
Yeah, really sharp shooting from 9-10. Gonna hope and pray that these Cat players, these short players, can put some pressure on Blitz. It's not gonna happen. 9-10 should have another easy one there. Materis has the bomb as well. So round pretty much done at this point.
Yeah, that's... not much is brought into this round. 9-10's having a great time. At least the kill here from Electronic. Going to be keeping eyes on Electronic, as Dust was highlighting coming into the game, talking about his position on this T side.
I mean, it was really exciting and interesting when Electronic joined this team with Simple. It's just like you haven't seen the results of that partnership, which was so iconic back in the day as well.
Right.
Really kind of click in again. So those two really having some trouble finding rekindling the old magic. But Simple's got his op out. Let's see what he's got. T-side, one pick on the cross would be lovely to have. Get you started on the right foot. There's the drop down. And doesn't take a shot. Spots the cross. And BC Game's going to enter into the default spread around the map.
It's a half a decade since Simple won the major in Stockholm, Jason. That's crazy to think about.
It is actually. That half a decade went by real fast.
Yeah.
Really fast.
It's a fun way to say 5 years. But right now, BC.Game taking 5 years to get in position. And we're making their way down middle. Smoke will now fade away at those mid doors. Cobra going to be boosted up into a strong position at CT spawn and a heavy lean for the Mongols on the A side of things.
Yeah, BC.Game just showed the utility for cat control, though they don't have the second layer of it in place of, you know, kind of mollying off the railing for the AWPer. Just going to descend back into this long hit, a little bit delayed. Smoke coming out right now to block off the vision of 910, but they're going to swing before it pops. Still misses the shot. Mazinho under pressure.
Yeah, under a lot of pressure, and his health taken away down to 56, but he's still fragging, gets away with a second, and okay, round's done. Mazinho just wins it. That is a ridiculous hold of Long. He had a little bit of assistance with the flash coming in.
One flashbang from
like,
a teammate.
That's it.
Yeah, the presence of the AWP in a single flashbang. Lovely work from Mazinho. Getting that first kill was everything. The nade and the dink combination. Great work there, and being able to chime in with the extra kills at the end of the day. And I mean, that's frustrating for BC.Game. That's the main strength of your round right there. When 3 players can't take down Mazinho at Long, there's nothing for Crazy and Simple to do. So back away, save the weapons. AWP will live for round 5. But MongolZ off to a very good lead. Tough now. A little bit of a hole you're buried under very quickly if you're BC.Game.
It's just the way that one round, like that one specifically, is just sad to see it happen that way. Like Mazinho's, how many players are you going to see get away with 3 kills this season? Well, the first nade is obviously helpful, but the fact that like, he's just so confident and is given a very easy scenario there to take 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, there's some, the flashbang is great. Electronic kind of gets taken out of the fight. You really can't, you know, fault him once he gets blind, right? But then at the end, you one of those players, that's like one of those conversations where it's like, that just has to be traded at some point. Utira's coming out, needs to be able to trade that kill. So however you want to look at it, it's still going to be frustrating for Simple on the other side of the map, for Crazy on the other side of the map.
At least he gets to keep the AWP, right? So maybe Simple can start using that as an opener, because right now you've got Galil's on 3 players here for BC.Game. You can already see the damage being inflicted upon them. Lose this round, and then we're looking at MongolZ just taking a 5-0 lead, money in the bin again for BC.Game.
Yeah, that's another angle of it too, is not only like if MongolZ win this round, but how many do they keep alive, right?
Yeah.
How much more does that economy grow? So now you have the deeper catwalk utility to force back the AWPer at railing. Utility being exchanged back and forth. BC.Game, 4 players huddled around Xbox. They can make the decision, mid to be split. They have a smoke up at the moment, try to bait out counter utility.
Well, you got Electronic making his way through the mid doors. He gets caught by Flash. Oh, nearly going down to Blitz on that peek through the CT smoke. Electronic going back in, a re-smoke out towards spawn. And 910 now getting ready for what is coming at him through short. It's going to be Crazy going down first. Flash to the skies, 910 looks for a second victim. He's got that as well. Flash assist this time from Blitz. And 3 players left here for BC.Game with 35 seconds on the clock. They've really made no progress. Here's the long play. Aragon hoping to be the release valve. He's taken down, and it puts Simple in a 1v5. There's the classic shake of Simple's mouse, but a single kill as he will hit the deck. So that AWP gets an unimportant kill, and Simple going to be very frustrated. He couldn't get that in the action of the last couple of rounds, and MongolZ now 5-0 up with a half buy on the cards here for BC.Game.
Shout out to the MongolZ. Their utility today is just on point. That's incredible flashbang usage.
Yeah.
We just talked, you know, wax lyrical about the long play with Mazinho, but now the flashbang coming in from Blitz from CT spawn. Simple was holding an angle with the AWP to punish any kind of a peek, and a flashbang came over from CT mid to blind him as well. So just great layered utility from the MongolZ to stall out these attacks.
And that's the thing people have always said about the MongolZ. Like they do the simple things very well.
I don't know. MongolZ is a really funny team to me. I still, like, on some level, like, don't know how to place them. I still, like, I get the vibe that they're just, like, 5 dudes who are really good at Counter-Strike, who don't really care about practicing, don't really care about the pomp and circumstance of, like, professional CS.
But have now made
and just kind of show up and play. They're just really, really damn good.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah, they have all the details down as well, but it's just funny, like, just the tendency to, like, not boot camp, kind of chill between events and everything like that.
I think a part of that is obviously just where they're from. Like, the idea that if you want to go back and have some family time, there's no practice there. Like,
True.
You know, you're not getting great practice. unless you play on super high ping, that's just going to be frustrating and weak practice, or you make bad habits by playing against some of the weaker teams in the region. But the Mongols definitely looking sharp.
All right, well, Blitz is a forward defender on short, just drops a piece of utility and backs away. Tech9's coming right at him. Simple, Electronic, Crazy, and Mutiris. Decent amount of flashbangs. You can tell they want to layer it and barrage it if they end up attacking A. They want to take the AWP away from the angle. 910's going to be playing at the long corner. It's him and Blitz, or excuse me, him and Mazinho to defend this A bomb site. And now starting to feel the pressure. Defense is stacked on the other side of the map, and they're in the wrong place.
Oh, quick kill from 910. And Mazinho going back into the frag, and he's taking himself Mutiris and the follow-up kill too. They are just looking so damn sharp right now for the Mongols. Aaron going in the pit. He's got a Tech9 left. 910 with his scope spotting him. Not able to take him out though. And then Blitz will go and finish off the job.
God, man, Mazinho just a warrior in that fight. He spots the drop down as well, and you could tell, like that's kind of in a way he feels like it's his responsibility. That's a player he might assume is going to be pressing up to take out his AWPer, providing cover over at long. So he's very motivated to get that player.
No, Mongols obviously at the last event at Blast Rotterdam, taking down Team Spirit. It was a huge performance from Mazinho. He had a 1.85 rating.
Yeah.
Top performing player on the server, beating out Donk and looking fantastic. And it's great to see Mazinho get to that level because, you know, you talk about losing Senzu and how that can affect his team. CobraZero has obviously been impressive, but Senzu brought a lot of firepower to the squad. And if Mazinho is going to consistently step up, that's a great feather in the cap of the Mongols.
It's just so funny. I like the comparison of like thinking about when Mazinho first joined this team.
Yeah, this nervous player.
Oh my God, like his first like month in this team, we were just like, Mongols might have screwed up with this one, you know?
Yeah.
And to see him kind of evolve into this monster is really, really cool over the years. Now here we are, stepping out the mid double doors, Electronic leading the way. BCG, they need something. You got 0 kills on Aragorn and Crazy, 1 kill on Electronic, 2 on Mutiris. Just fragging is not there. Mongols have been way too strong at the point of attack, and they still feel the Mongols, still feels like they're kind of cheating mentally for a B hit because they haven't had to deal with any attack to that side of the map. So their brain is kind of thinking BCG is going to switch things up, but it's rinse and repeat up towards short yet again.
Now getting into position. Got Electronic waiting to break open the smoke. Grenade goes up and blast away. We've now got Blitz waiting at Goose, and unfortunately for BC.Game, not much ground being made here. So Blitz is going to transition into the site. He's looking to block short again. Nade's going to go in first. That's going to soften them up right into the middle of the pack, and now they begin their attack right towards Blitz. Rifles out, spraying down and getting nothing. So Mazinho comes over. He's obviously going to get at least one, but only the one. So great work from BC.Game finally getting that bomb planted, but look at the HP on a couple of these players, and 910 is still a threat out long. He's arriving into the site. CobraZero now starting to get closer with this rifle. Need another kill here for the Mongols if this is going to be possible. And Techno, only the one, so he will be dropped by Simple, putting 910 in a position he just can't win. So BC.Game finally getting onto the board.
Yeah, and I think again, that's them being taken advantage of a little bit. They're still kind of, like I said, I think mentally believing it's going to be a B hit at some point. And I would imagine the thought process on the other side is we can't really make that switch happen until we have some success here. We have to be able to scare them at this A bomb site. 6-1, I don't think a single round is going to do it. So let's see how they decide to build upon this one-round victory. Mutiris is going to try and call them back into this map. Been a little bit of time since BC.Game has seen their last action. Good pick from Cobra. Slides under the nade break and takes a pick on Simple. But yeah, been out of action for a little over 2 weeks. Last event for BC.Game was HyperX Roman Imperium Cup.
Yeah, losing to OG.
Losing OG, losing to Nexus, not getting too far.
Also Alliance. No, not the biggest names in Counter-Strike.
Here we go. Here's that play towards the B bomb site. And this is the first time Techno's even seen this level of presence or pressure. So I think it's quite a tell. Mongols not shifting everyone over just yet, but that lurk smoke is making Techno feel very awkward.
Here they come, right through the B smoke into Techno, who actually does well to get at least one there. But the smoke comes in for the doors. CobraZero has proven himself to be quite capable secondary AWPer. Not this round, though. He's just, he's got absolutely wrecked there, hasn't he? Well, MZ always good for at least one, but then taken down by Aragorn and putting Blitz in a 1v2 retake scenario of this B site. Not going to be happening with that AWP and 21 HP. So he's going to back away and BC.Game break through to a second round win.
Yeah, it's single one round, and then you switch over to the B bomb site, and you're able to crack in there as well. Molotov forces Techno into the open, into an all or nothing position, and he's the sole defender. So some good calling in these past 2 rounds.
Sure.
Meteorus has at least been able to find the weaker bomb site to attack, the weaker approach from the defense to exploit. And with 2 in a row, they've now they've got themselves in position to start thinking about breaking this economy. I think there's 2 more buys for the Mongols, which is the tough part, especially with the saved AWP. But if you're trying to get back into this game, breaking that CT economy is one of the few ways you can really get a number of rounds on the board. So Blitz looking for 1 kill right at the end. The bomb goes off. Everyone's going to survive and keep their weapons, but it's now 6-2.
Still so weird for me to sit here and watch this BC.Game squad play together. Like seeing Meteorus playing with Electronic and Simple, it's just something I never thought I would ever see.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing Prof kind of alluded to in the pregame, right? Is buying in the core that didn't really work, because you buy a core and you want to get some VRS points and give yourself a leg up for the next major, and obviously that hasn't panned out in any meaningful way. So yeah, this project has had a tough time getting started in any meaningful way for competitive purposes.
Yeah, when you speak of cores, obviously the Mongols getting to retain theirs. I mean, losing Senzu was obviously a massive issue. It's your biggest piece. But at least you kept the 4 players that were, at a time last year, the #1 team in the world.
Yeah.
Right? So they in the ranking. So, I mean, that's obviously something to work with for the Mongols. And then Cobrazera has been better than many people were expecting. And the Mongols have retained the competitive level. It was a different story altogether. Here goes Meteorus outside, long fighting as that smoke pops up on the long corner. A lot of space taken for BC.Game out long early.
Yeah, you got to feel if you're BC.Game these 2 rounds in a row, you finally got involved in this map. You finally got involved in this game. Let's see what you can do with it now that you're feeling a little bit more warmed up.
Electronic's about to get sandwiched inside of the tunnels here.
Yeah, tough go from him. I think Mongols maybe have been playing the last few rounds blind with very little information and want to change that now. So Electronic.
See if he can get one at least. Tucked him something. Oh, that took a while, but still got his kill.
Shocked that Techno didn't really clear that corner with any kind of urgency, but now Electronic knows what's up. Here's the footsteps, Cobra. Gonna try and make this happen. Steps forward, good fight before the smoke pops, and now it's all down to the long play. 4 players here. Mongols have control and information across the map. They know exactly what they're going against.
Yeah, and Mzinho's long smoke is blocking them for the time being, but here comes BC.Game's final pieces of utility. They realize they've got no other option. They have to commit all their resources up long and try and get into this A site. Aragorn, oh, the timing on that smoke break is what gets caught trying to cross over it. There's the push through, and Mzinho lines them up, mows them down, and goes ahead with Blitz and finishes off the round. So, Mongols, good responses. A little bit of an awkward fight in the tunnels, but regardless, that long hold was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, great reaction as well. The break of the smoke, and then you see they're scaling. One player was trying to cross, so Blitz throws the double flash. Players are playing anti-flash from BCG, but not for the second one. Pops and blinds everyone for an easy mop-up at the end of the day, and Mongols back to the winning ways, and all of a sudden that opportunity for a reset gets further out of reach. Probably impossible at this stage of the game.
14-4, Mzinho right now 11-3 on 9-10. Great start from those 2 players in particular. Here goes Mzinho, this time not a single kill. Won't be Aragorn to win the long fight, put more pressure on the Mongols from the get-go.
Yeah, starting to shift already. Cobra's peeking up middle, sees no presence. Obviously, Blitz playing a car. 9-10 is rotated over with the op to provide a little bit of cover, a little bit of support for Blitz. And now, just like last round, deja vu. Cobra's going to crunch with Techno into upper tunnels to figure out exactly what they're going up against.
Was Electronic off the barrel, a follow-up kill. So the 2 players I mentioned at the start of this round, Jace, are both dead within the first couple of fights. But Blitz looking to step up in their stead. He gets 2 kills right back. Finally traded out by Aragorn.
Yeah, not bad. Pretty good shooting in the BC.Game. They haven't picked up the pace just yet. Smoke for the cross. Flashbang is out. Techno's going to be here in CT spawn. He's going to try and delay it as much as possible. And Cobra's going to go for a very, very long late flank.
Let's see what Techno can do. How many players can he take down with him? He's going to wait here in the site, and he's taken down immediately. So Cobra is going to go around the backside, and there's the head spotted. There's a kill onto Aragorn. So with Techno getting nothing, this round becomes incredibly difficult, but not impossible. Cobra Zera damn close to pulling off that round somehow.
Dude, if he hit that one tap. If he hit that one tap at the end, it would have been all over. That would have been a back-breaking clutch.
That would have been just insane. That would have probably just knocked BC.Game out of this map completely.
Yeah, cool though. It's cool to see them scraping rounds together right at the tail end though, right? 3 of the last 4, so making this competitive and closing the gap a little bit so that we can have a challenge in the second half that Mongols don't just run away with it. Only the scout now for Simple. Sees the cross, can't land a tag. 9-10 aggressive on short, 2 players aggressive in middle.
Now about to walk into Blitz, and they do. He takes 2 kills, Meteorus and Electronic both dead, leaving a 3v5 ahead of BC.Game, and also Simple taking a tag as well. He's down on 12 HP. So this round really feels like it's going nowhere.
Yeah.
Especially with, you've now lost Long and Mzinho's flanking you top mid.
Yeah, and a good call from Mzinho takes a little bit of a risk. Obviously, the numbers called out the 2 kills. He feels like now's the time. The Long defender would have had to shift away to kind of shore up some of the losses taken at Xbox. So, yeah, he's kind of the insurance policy, right? This position is just so strong. I think BCG is kind of under the mindset of save for the last round because they've got no money. You're not winning this one.
Rough scenario, isn't it? Saving a scout, a Galil, and an AK on the T side, but it's just the decision they have to make.
Yeah, can't do much.
So we're looking at 8-3, very likely 9-3 here for the Mongols on Dust 2. Can't be bad to that for the Mongols because this is BC.Game's map pick. Up next is Ancient. That'll be the Mongols selection.
Yeah, if you guys are just joining us, it is the opening day of PGL Bucharest 2026. We had some results already from the morning games that you might not have been able to tune in. 2-0 Bait over Wildcard. 2-0 NRG over Voca. 2-1 FOKUS beating 3D Max. That's a tough one. Now, 3D Max is coming from an event where they were just eliminated from major qualification contention, so probably morale is at an all-time low. FUT taking out Inner Circle 2-1, and obviously this game technically hasn't happened yet, but FaZe forfeit their match to Eyeballers as well. That would have been the last game on the B stream, so...
Another win for Eyeballers over FaZe in 2026.
Another dub for JW.
Another, yeah.
We do love that.
Said he was happy to be back at a Tier 1 event. He's missed it so much, and
he probably wanted to actually play.
Yeah.
To be
it's like,
fair.
you're gonna be playing FaZe. No, actually, we're gonna not have that game happen. JW. I mean, then one step closer to playoffs. So
true. It's a good point. We take those wins.
Yeah.
All right, 9-10, a little bit of an issue. Gonna stand his ground. Defensive. Oh, good nade to hold him back, and an easy kill. Electronic comes around with utility, and he disappears into his own smoke. 9-10 finds the escape.
Yeah, that's a very frustrating moment there, I'm sure, for Electronic, peeking with nades in hand, and then just get blasted by an AWP waiting for him. So another kill this time from Cobra, and that puts BC.Game in a situation where they're now 3v5. Cobra's just confidently standing and fighting, knowing that his teammates have got the rest. And we're going to be looking at a 9-3 scoreline for the Mongols in the first half of Dust 2. Domination, really. Is not a great half by any means here for BC.Game.
No, the T side's been pretty basic and very much grouped up. I mean, it's pretty apparent that faith hasn't been built up across this team in the full playbook. So, yeah, this is kind of limped to a finish here. Blitz is going to spam crazy down, and a 9-3 CT half for the Mongols. Strong and powerful. Statement half.
Yeah, very, very strong indeed. Hard to see how they lose this map, to be honest. It has a dominating finish written all over it. So good to see Mara back behind the Mongols, though.
It is. Although it's funny watching them play without him because they just don't take timeouts.
Yeah.
They're just like, yep,
run.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep going.
No need for timeouts in this game.
I remember I asked Blitz, I was like, so what is when we got to the playoffs of Pro League, and I was like, what's going on, man? Like, what are you gonna be missing the most from not having Mara behind you? And he was just like, I don't know, we'll see. I was like, okay, yeah, let's find out.
Cool. Thanks, Blitz.
Yeah.
Not missing much today though on the Mongols. Up next, Paravision versus Legacy. And we've got an accelerated schedule, so that might be coming your way pretty soon, to be honest.
Yeah, quicker than you think, maybe.
Yeah, Paravision Legacy, I think that's a good game to round out day one.
I was really pleasantly surprised with how Legacy looked initially with Art coming into the roster.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was one that I didn't really know how was going to play out with that team, but they came out swinging in their first event, so I'm excited now that they have some time.
Got the win over Paravision at Pro League just a month ago, so... Yeah, I mean, it really could be an exciting game to round out the day to see if that was just a good first run with Art, or if they're really going to remain competitive. Legacy enjoyed PGL setups and PGL events, obviously making it to the final of PGL Bucharest last time, where they won all 5 maps against Aurora.
Sure. Well, Electronic going to back away from the fight. Simple still wants to stick around for the battle, and going to get forced away himself.
Obviously, his pistol round goes without saying. It will be live and die here for BC.Game. If you win the pistol, maybe you can build something here in the second half. If you lose it, we'll be wrapping things up on Dust 2 very swiftly.
Yeah, a lot comes down to the decision of where exactly MongolZ want to go. They're positioning like they want to hit a mid to B split. 3 defenders inside the B bomb site could be quite the problem, but short is easy access as well. And Electronic is up at the corner, hasn't spotted anything. Now the footsteps.
Let's see what he's got. USP in hand. Great first kill. So Cobra going to be taken down, and then Electronic actually descends down to safety, giving Simple a couple of opportunities. He'll eventually take 1 frag before being taken down by Techno 4K. Electronic also dying. So MongolZ, a 3v3, picked up. A bomb plant going to be secured. So even if they lose this round, they've got a good force buy to the next.
That's a chunky nade.
They're not looking to lose this round, though, are they? Not at all. They're going to be pushed now. Techno not handling that pressure. 9-10 on low HP. Should be finished off, but he's got his teammate distracting and setting them up to close it out. So 9-10 taking 2 kills to round things out there in that pistol, and that really should be the death sentence on Dust 2 for BC.Game.
Oh, that crossfire from Pit, it's worth its weight in gold on the pistol round. It's so hard to break through that one, even with some nice shots, even though it feels like they might have an advantage coming around the corner. Just way too much to deal with that player in Pit. So 10-3, a 7-round lead for the MongolZ. They've got complete control, buying up MAC-10s, AKs, Galils for the T side, CT side, force buying in this second round, necessary to try and turn the course. 2 scouts on Mutiris and Simple.
Well, Simple getting boosted up at least. See if he can spot anything. Oh, he has actually spotted ahead there. Great work. That's going to be Techno taken down. So an opening kill. That's what you need here, thanks to that Simple scout.
Yeah, nice read of the situation from Simple. Knows he's been spotted by the jump, just takes a smaller angle, looking for that exact fight. Still, MongolZ haven't progressed anywhere on the map, so that death has netted them absolutely nothing. You know, full-blown 4v5 now where you've got no advantages, you haven't gained any space. Look like you're going to walk towards the A bomb site where, yet again, BC.Game, they've got a stack. 4 players here, 2 at the long corner, 1 at car, 1 at railing. So going to be tough to pass in. Another test for the MongolZ here in round 14.
Smokes are up, flashes are in, and Mzinho going to be marching his way into the site. Oh, he's got a good opportunity there, but it's going to be Cobra's Molotov actually coming in with that kill. Good timing on the play forward from Blitz. He actually got a second out of the MAC-10.
Yeah, but this is going to be something that they go for.
Simple's got 3 on the scout, man.
Yeah. And there's 2 more for him to find. He's going to try and join up with his teammate moving up short right now, try and trade Crazy on this take of the position. Around the corner, Crazy's gone. And Simple, surely you give it a go.
I mean, Crazy got some damage at least, so it's a 1 shot with that scout, and Cobra had the angle that Simple just wasn't ready for. He gets a 3K of his own, and now 11-3. And, you know, doing a lot of damage doesn't really matter at this point in the game anymore for BC.Game.
No, this is the round where, like, I just, as a general rule, I just don't judge teams on what they decide to do. You're in a lose-lose shit situation if you're BC.Game. Either you force buy here and you're just stuck in a force buy war until you win, which likely isn't very likely, and then, or you save and you give them 12 and you just can't make any more mistakes. There's no good decision. But it's felt like this whole game was going to always end in the dominant victory. MongolZ, you know, haven't really had any kind of consistent challenge placed up against them.
No, there's never been even a glimpse of that, to be honest.
They've been in complete control of this game from the get-go.
I mean, the MongolZ are losing to the likes of Aurora, Vitality, Maus, Na'Vi. These are the teams that Mongols are losing to, and obviously we highlighted some of the rosters that BC.Game have been picking up losses to. I mean, it's just a different realm of Counter-Strike that these two teams are playing at the moment.
All right, well, this is a nice advantage for BCG. Much like the last round, they found a 5-on-4, just MAC-10 trying to investigate the map, getting flashed, getting pushed. But as we saw in the previous round, the advantage of these AK-47s is just overwhelming and just too much to handle.
Well, we've got MongolZ looking to just pick off a couple of these pistols, ends up getting broken open by Simple. So 5v3, at least for the Mongols, they haven't allowed any of those weapons to fall into the hands of BC.Game.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't tried to cross while this smoke is up. Another one coming in, so they're going to cross this time and just kind of gain standing ground. But they're not going to try and rush the plant. This is going to be a battle. And now the clock is an opponent as well. Probably the toughest challenge Mongols have had yet in this map. 30 seconds left. 3 versus 5.
Well, 910 has got that kill on Electronic, so dropping the MAC-10 once again, all down to pistols here. So going in for the plant, 910 looking to lock it in. Meteor's not going for the jump at all. And 910's under a lot of pressure now, low HP. He actually got one. He got an extra headshot before he went down. Blitz now fighting, spots out a second player at short, handles business. And Meteor's nothing he can do with a USP here. He's going to jump up and get his kill, but it's the issue of Techno on the AK at range. Now, you do have an AK available. Meteor's taps. There's the fight. Oh, he's out of bullets. Going for the reload. Tapping again. He realizes that Defusal is not comfortable for Techno to deal with, but regardless, Techno stays very cool under pressure and is able to round out for a 12th round victory.
I think Techno got a little bit scared realizing he could defuse without being spotted.
Behind the box,
I don't remember who planted it, but I think that comm came in that was like, oh, he could be behind the box. So he gets a little bit worried and starts pushing up, and that was the opportunity that Meteor's could have taken advantage of, just can't land the kill. So both pistol rounds, a little bit of pressure on Mongols, losing the initial player, both them coming down, last round to a 2-on-2. This one to another clutch, a 1-on-1 with Techno and Muteris, but
like you said, you got to be perfect now if you're BC.Game.
You got 9 chances to win if you're the Mongols.
Well, at least you got the Simple AWP out here on the CT side. It's the only opportunity for him to do something here. And that's why I like the last decision. At least give, a round of rifles here on the CT side. At least have a buy. Flash is going to go through the mid doors. And we'll have Cobrazera climb up onto the Xbox into short. Blitz waiting. Push through the mid doors. Waiting in the cubby. There's 2 players coming at him, Electronic and Crazy. But they're just setting up for the difficult shots to land when you go around that corner, because you've got that crossfire as well with Meteorus into a CT.
Well, the real bummer about it, they're set up for this mid to B split, which isn't a read that's completely off the mark, but most of the forces through this are going to be coming through the tunnels. So both B players playing outside the bomb site means Blitz is going to remain passive.
And then you're just going to have a retake, which you have to go for, and we know on... Oh my gosh, it's perfect as well from Blitz. Finds the correct timing. So you now lost one of those B defenders. You see Crazy realizing what's up, throwing himself into the bomb site, but MongolZ got both kills. Electronic and Crazy both removed, and now that's the round, and that will be the map. So the Mongol is going to be coming through with a swift victory.
17 kills on MongolZ, 17 on Blitz, 18 on 910. How do you match that production if you're BC.Game? Simple is going to give it his best in this clutch that they have to have. AWP and Aragorn's M4 against 3. And Simple knows this lurk is coming.
This may have been BC's pick, but it wasn't much of a game at all. A 13-3 victory coming in for the Mongols, opening up this series, and that is a statement of their intentions for the rest of this series.
Okay, so before this game, Dust said BC's won. Sorry, mates, but
throw him under the bus right away.
Straight into it. You said this was BC's map pick. This was their chance to do something, to show us something. And then they did absolutely nothing.
I mean, I really felt like the last 3 weeks, they really have clearly done some good chemistry building.
Yeah.
Based on I could see how well synced up Crazy and Aragorn were at getting 0 kills apiece. That is true. Rounds. That was really good chemistry between those two there. No, look, I mean, this was their chance in the sense that this is one of the few maps that BC.Game has shown something on. It's one of the maps that Mongols has had some vulnerabilities on lately. And so if you're trying to give BC.Game some sort of way in, you think this is their chance to do it on a map like this one. Unfortunately, just didn't show up this game. I mean, obviously get shut 6-0 to kick off the game. It didn't really get much better from that point forward. It felt like the only rounds that they were really were the ones that were given to them. You know, like when MongolZ would maybe over-peak long A a couple times, give away a couple of kills, give them away into the round. Any round that MongolZ were actually, you know, on form and dictating the pace, there was no chance for BC.Game.
I mean, this is the MongolZ that we know and love, or that other people probably hate playing against, that because they're very, very confident, very oppressive. All of the individuals can shoot some heads. We saw Blitz here topping the ADR chart. 9-10, I think he had like 7, 8, maybe even 9 multi-kills. I don't know. 18 kills, also over 100 ADR, almost. MongolZ was also amazing. CobraZera, I mean, you're making fun of the Portuguese duo being on 0 kills at 6 rounds, 6-0 down. But CobraZera was also on 0 kills at that time. He didn't have to do anything for them to go 6-0 up, right? And he is in active positions, not some guy that's just anchoring somewhere on the bomb site. So it just shows how dominant it was from MongolZ. And this is, I think, the fear for many underdog teams that are at this tournament. There's a bunch of newer, less experienced teams that this is going to happen. They're just going to run over you. They're going to blow up a smoke. They're going to push through it. They're going to flash through it. And you're not going to be able to do much on the map. You're not going to be able to take map control, do an execute. They did that maybe 1 or 2 times, and they won some of those rounds. But other than that, it wasn't even about that. It was just pure fragging.
Even just crumbling in basic situations, like just getting out long A, getting out the doors and into open space. They struggled to do that. When they did get into open space, they struggled to do the basics of crossing over into the A bomb site. You know, these are just like little basic things that almost every team can do, and they cannot do them on this squad right now. Like, they look totally lost, which is just puzzling, because it's like, well, what have you been doing for the last 3 weeks when you took time to build chemistry and to not compete? You know, clearly it hasn't resulted in anything.
I didn't see any tilting, to be honest. I don't know if you guys saw any tilting, so maybe that's like a good side. You know, they got stomped, but they are still, you know, in it together, in it to win it. And, you know, maybe next map is better. Who knows?
Is hypothesizing a word? I think it is.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Hypothesizing.
Hypothesizing. Nicely done there, Prof. I'm going to hypothesize here. For me, when this BC Games lineup was announced, it was very clear that they, and we'd heard rumblings behind the scenes, that they had tried to pick up a few other cores who had said no thank you. This was purely we're going to get a core. It's going to get us invites. We'll go to the major. We'll show some teams that we look quite good, and it'll be attractive for other players. Then we just slowly build a stronger roster. That was the way I read it. But this is a really good example of how that can backfire, because it's very clear that it's just not working as a unit.
There's one thing I wanna go on the BC Game defense.
Okay, I'm
BC
ready
Game
for it.
lawyer right here. This is also against MongolZ. Like, this is, I know. Where is the actual bar for BC Game? I don't think the expectation is for them.
Where is your bar for BC Game?
I don't think it has anything to do with this game, to be honest.
Bro, they were losing to Ecstatic and Nexus. Can you name one player on any of those teams?
Not Jorko.
Yeah.
Blitz on Nexus, also Zello.
There you go. All right.
Yeah, Romania.
You got some in there.
FKT. And,
there you go.
Also F something, 3 letters.
Nicely done.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Well done, actually. Yeah. On the fly, you got that one down.
Yeah. I was watching the ancient game they played against them.
Nice.
Also, that was a throw. That was a throw, definitely, towards the end there. Also, some basics missing. But hopefully, for me, I would like to see a few more rounds. But I really don't think MongolZ gave them the opportunity to show much on this map. Or will they probably in this series? So for me, it's more like, okay, let's see this through and see how they can do against the other teams, the eyeballers and the likes at this event.
Yeah, that's a fair point to make. I mean, look, I think, unfortunately, it's kind of just simple versus the world on this team. I don't really see any other redeeming factors on the team other than Uterus as an IGL that does have some experience in. I think he did at times do some really cool things, like despite not having a whole lot of talent on his team, when he saw guys like EU Jerks leave and Aradose leave and Agile leave and Story leave and all these different guys that, you know, showed some ability from the Portuguese scene. When he lost all those guys, he still found ways to, like, crash on them. The fact that they were able to get, you know, a big finish at Masters Bucharest last year with some of these guys around the team still, I thought was pretty job well done from Uterus in the IGL slot. But unfortunately, outside of his IGLing and Simple having the ceiling still, perhaps, I just don't see what other redeeming qualities this team has.
I do think it sucks a bit because you have Simple on your lineup. We talk the way we talk. There is an expectation, and the truth is he hasn't played at the level that we talk about him playing at in a very long time. So it feels unfair to hold an entire team to a standard of a player that was that good many years ago and isn't that good now.
Yeah, it is. But that's his life. So
That's life. That's
you know,
what happens when you're the greatest of all time.
He'll have to wipe his tears with an insane salary he's probably getting in BC.Game. So I feel like he's still in a better position than we are here.
I feel like it's just a waiting game. Like, we're all just waiting to see what happens on the next iteration of this team. Because, like, if we're looking at it from, I guess, a realistic but maybe pessimistic to some people view of it, it was, let's buy a core to get VRS points. And so this is the core that they wound up with, the one that came from Saul. But not even the best pieces. The best pieces from Saul went elsewhere, right? And so it's like, okay, well, you got a VRS heads up to get you into some tournaments and give you some chance to work with. It's not panned out. And so it's all about what's the next iteration of this team going to be, or does Simple wind up going somewhere else? Like, I feel like those are the things, unfortunately, that are more likely to happen than not.
Okay, we're talking like they're already out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's rough.
They have to play
Pull it back.
Ancient. It is MongolZ map pick, though. I don't see them pulling this one back. I think this is very much a matter of let's just get through the pain and move on to our next game.
I have some fun facts. I'm preparing some fun facts.
Fact. Let's go.
Yeah, I have one. I'll use one. Maybe we want more. We'll see.
Yeah.
One about BC.Game, Simple, and PGL. Simple's last PGL event, Antwerp 2022. It's been that long.
Yeah.
Reached the final there, lost the FaZe. That was a different era of Counter-Strike in all of our lives. What do you think about that one?
That's
a fun fact.
That is a fun fact.
Yeah.
It's just making me a little bit sad. I think we all do want to, and this was when Dinko mentioned the Harlem Globetrotters reference. Like
that was so spot on, by the way.
I don't want, for me, he is the greatest of all time. But how long does that title stick if we watch the greatest of all time slowly fade away, which is what I feel is happening right now?
Yeah, it's tough because, again, like, you do see the moments and you do see some games. Like, again, when he had that run with FaZe for a couple of tournaments.
Where would you want to see him, Dust? Where do you want to see him?
I would like to see him retired, and I would like to remember him as the greatest he ever was. That's where I'm at.
I think, unfortunately, like, that time's kind of passed now that he's taken this active role. Here's my thing. If he is trying to make a comeback, I want to see it for real. Like, I don't want to see it half-assed. Like, I want to see him really put the time in, really put the effort in, and try to make a go of it, which it seems like that's what he's trying to do. And again, we see glimpses of what could be, but then we also see some of the pitfalls. And unfortunately, when we go into Ancient, which is coming up next, it's not going to get any better. I mean, they haven't won any games they played on Ancient so far on LAN with this squad, and they've played some pretty weak opponents and not been able to get wins against them. Meanwhile, MongolZ has always had, you know, a pretty good comfort in playing Ancient. They've been able to maintain it at a pretty high level. I think they benefit from the fact that Cobra's era basically gets to be 1-for-1 for Zenzu on this map, and he gets to play the same roles he used to play on Huns, so it's been a very natural addition for them on this map. I think they've also taken a lot of responsibility off of him. Like, you're seeing Blitz and Techno and some of these other guys take more entry positions to let Cobra not have to be the guy, let him kind of get more favorable trading positions, and they just have such a good foundation where they can be very dynamic. Obviously, we know that they're known for their pacey plays, but they can also play standard and do, you know, set pieces when need be. So they're just really well-rounded. And unfortunately, so far from BC.Game, I just haven't seen much.
I mean, I think for here on the CT side, Electronic in Cave is going to be huge. If he can hold them on the and kind of disrupt on the takes of lane and help maybe in mid sometimes, and also on the B executes that come in quite often. I think that's going to be a important part. Other than that, it's going to be like Muturus combined with either Simple or Crazy trying to fight the mid control, which I don't think they'll be able to do successfully. So they'll have to let that go and fight elsewhere. So that's kind of going to be I guess what the idea is from BCG. We'll see on the server what Taz cooked, but I don't think fighting for mid actively every round will serve them good. I feel like they'll just lose there.
Yeah, and it'll be up to the man Simple. I mean, again, like when Simple's at his best, he is that more aggressive, opera in your face kind of guy, like a Ziwu, like a MongolZ. And he also has that ability to be kind of a hybrid guy like Ziwu, where he can feel pretty comfortable with a rifle in his hands, you know, going for entry stuff. So he kind of adds to the team like an extra entry fragger almost in a way, but also an aggressive rifler defensively. And he, you know, did okay on that last map. I mean, hard for you to do much whenever you're getting pummeled 13-3 and guys are having such cold starts. So I'm hoping at least this game we'll see a little bit more out of him, and hopefully just more out of the team in general, right? I mean, it can't get much worse than what they just faced on Dust 2, so it can, but we hope not, I guess, at this point.
The way we're talking, BC.Game is all but disbanded. That's where we're at. So
that's where you took it.
I know, and
that's
it's
where
a
you
little
guys
bit
took it.
depressing.
It's only up from here then, right?
It's only up. They've lost one map. They're currently playing MongolZ. It's the first game here for them at PGL Bucharest. MongolZ one of the favorites, of course. Let's see if they can do a little bit more on Ancient. Otherwise, we'll have to see what they can do tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be jumping straight back into game.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with Techno of the MongolZ. Techno, great to see you. How you doing, bro?
I'm good.
Techno, let's talk recent results. So, very often just outside the top three, quarterfinals. Can you talk to us about those results and where the team is at right now?
I think we're on the right path, because comparing to IM Krakow, we're reaching the playoff often, and I think we're doing good. We lost against Aurora. We could have been one there, but in that moment, everything didn't work, and everything went for bad.
Why do you think things didn't work against Aurora, and what needs to change going forward?
There's always we need to improve, and that's the important part of it. And also the Aurora is prepared well against for us. Yeah.
Let's talk about expectations for PGL Bucharest. What are your thoughts going into the tournament?
I think we're first or second best ranked in this tournament. So I think we're supposed to win that tournament. But every time when I say we will go champion or win this tournament, it's went the wrong way every time. But I don't want to say anything. But we will do far as we can.
Yeah. What will be most important for the team to perform well here in Bucharest?
Play the game as good as we can, and don't make any mistakes, and play smarter. That's all.
Techno, wishing you the best of luck. Final couple of questions. You know, national pride is huge in the Mongolian scene. What's it like to play for such passionate fans back home? How much of it is pleasure? How much of it is pressure?
Actually, right now, there's kind of the fan base and the hype is more low now. Comparing to Austin or the
the last year's summer. In that time, there was crazy fan base we had, and a lot of people. But now everything's, I think that everything's going the normal way. I think, and but I'm happy to be still our nation's pride.
All right. Well, Techno, anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home before I let you go?
Thanks for cheering for us. Keep still.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2026. We've got the Mongols versus BC.Game, and so far it hasn't been much of a game, Jason. Dominated on that opening map where BC.Game, that was a map pick, and now we move to Ancient. And what Techno was saying, like, how did they perform at this event? They need to play the game very well and not make too many mistakes. That's exactly what they did on Dust 2.
Play the game better, make less mistakes, and play smarter. Those are lessons I think all of us can take to heart, Dinko.
Truly.
And every game that we do play at the end of the day.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Look, let's not sugarcoat it. That was really bad Counter-Strike from BC.Game in the first map. I'm not going to point fingers. I'm not going to say any names. I'm just going to say, as a team, that was very bad Counter-Strike. And if that kind of Counter-Strike comes into this map, this is going to be a very fast series.
Yes, it will be. But right now, I think for the Mongols, I'll focus on the positives, Jason.
Okay, great. Yeah, do that.
They were looking really solid. You know, Dust 2 flashes are coming in.
The flashes were great.
You know, Zinho was popping off. 9-10 was looking sharp. If those two players died, then Blitz would step up. I mean, everyone is capable of fragging out on this squad. I mean, there's no real, like, obvious weakness.
Let's do it this way, because I think, like, if you look for it, you can actually see it in the way that players play the game. I noticed it on Dust 2, so I mean, just pay attention to the way, like, the team actually move, like BC.Game moves around the map, and the way Mongols players move around the map. You can just see there's so much more comfort and confidence in the Mongols side and on an individual level, and so much more trust and confidence when they're, you know, having setups with teammates and entering into setups with teammates. There's so much more faith in that, and you can kind of see it in the decisions that players make. So keep an eye on it when you're watching this, and I think you'll be able to catch some BC.Game players, like you'll be able to, like, watch a decision and be like, oh, he didn't feel comfortable with what was happening at that particular moment. So either way, this needs to be a full 180 of what we saw on the first map. I don't know. You can focus on the positives. You might have to be the guy that brings the positives in for the first few rounds, yeah?
I'm just going to really focus on everything.
I need you to snap me into this game, Dinko.
Okay, we'll try our best. It's going to be a full A play, Jason. Isn't that exciting?
That is exciting.
But the positive is here for BC.Game, they've got 2 players inside of the A bomb site, which doesn't always happen. One of the players have short Berettas. And now we're ready to see how this goes. Molotov towards Gutierrez. He gets into the temple. It's a position with lots of cover. He has missed a lot of shots, though. Crazy still, despite being blinded, found himself a kill, which is quite positive, Jason. And another positive is the bomb is being planted here for the Mongols.
Yeah, going to be a very, very tough retake, though. I don't think there's a kit in. There's no kit in play. Yeah, this is going to be very, very tough. Flashbang in. Going to hold them back for the moment. Mouzinho under pressure.
Now, well, the Cobras are waiting down into site. Zinho has taken a lot of damage, but he's still firing off, still doing great work until taken down by Simple and Aragorn. His 2 kills coming right back in. It's just the time is again Simple at the moment. He's going to switch out to the Glock, and then Cobra will take him down. So good shots out of the Mongols. They get the pistol.
Quad kill for Cobra in all that chaos. Just moving around, spinning, and taking kills. Lovely shooting. Those final 2 headshots are things of beauty. Really well done. Pistol for the Mongols.
Boom, boom. I mean, that's just a little bit of luck, obviously. Crazy was blinded, just firing shots. Took a while to take him down, so... Yeah, great work from Cobra, though. Yeah, nice quad kill for sure. Kicking off the Mongols here on Ancient with a pistol. And BC.Game, we're going to force buy, though. MP9 for Crazy. 5-7s on everybody else.
Yeah, 4 players at the B bomb site to stack up, and Mongols going to the other side of the map.
Hard to find the positive here, Jason.
Yeah, there's no positives in this one, that's for sure. Not in this round 2, but maybe they'll be coming later.
Positive for Mongols. No defenders in the bomb site they're going to.
The positive for BC.Game is you could just choose to save right here, right now. Try this all again in the next rounds.
Or just throw your bodies at it.
Yes, you could.
And come away with 2 deaths immediately. But a lot of damage done at least.
But now you should save the 3 weapons so you have them for the next round.
Yeah, 3 5-7s. You'll have those at least going into the next round. But it will be Mongols 2-0 up on Ancient. They've got a great start, winning the pistol, converting it, and really It does feel like this is going to be a very quick series.
Very possible. I was just looking through some of the history of these teams on Ancient, because the win rate doesn't look all that impressive for the Mongols at 33%. They've played it 6 times, 2 wins, 4 losses. Win over Liquid in overtime, lost to Na'Vi, lost to 3D Max, lost to MOUZ. Those are at Pro League. You know, some losses that you wouldn't expect Mongols to take on the map there. BC.Game, on the other hand, lost to Nexus, lost to Ecstatic, beat Alliance, lost to FaZe, lost to Nemesis. So, yeah, neither team has shown great proficiency, but Mongols has obviously, as we all know, would have the sturdier competition up against them on their map. There's not a whole lot for BC.Game, it feels like, to lean on here. We'll see if they can put something together. CT side, you have those 3 saved pistols from the previous round with armor. Simple's picked up a deagle for this round, and here we go.
Yeah, you see Cobra Zera. He's going to be very confident just to run straight towards Jag with that Mac-10. Some decent space already taken here from the Mongols.
Similar stack from the previous round, except the one player away from the stack is over pushed at the A-bomb site instead of playing behind the smoke in Red Room. Not the biggest difference in the world. 9-10 just looking for any information that there's going to be a push down this ramp, and Mongols playing this round very slow.
Good peek out for Cobra, yeah. Nice and clean on the Mac-10. Blitz wants some of that action, some of that money. 5-7 going into the cave. Seeing what he can do here. Crazy, but eventually he should be trampled. Just gonna wait with the 5-7. Still waiting. Gutierrez, in the meantime, enters the kill feed. There's a kill from Crazy. Oh my god, another one. And the 5-7's getting some impact here. They might just win the round. Blitz at least getting a kill back here on Crazy, and now they can slip out and try and get the bomb plant.
Yeah, you know one is going to be coming on the flank, or you're going to assume one is coming on the flank, but the second one is there as well. So Simple going B ramp, Gutierrez coming in through cave. Blitz is going to have the first challenge up against the Skalil. Simple has armor as well. Good damage done, but no kills.
Having to back away here, Blitz, but oh my god, how has he got away with that? Gutierrez is going to be kicking himself.
Bro.
That is just a ridiculous reaction shot there from Blitz.
It was jumping.
Yeah, just, I mean, you can't actually do anything about that. Like, Gutierrez is just reacting like a normal human being, you know? And he just gets absolutely annihilated. That was the way. Both players were there as well.
Yeah. Simple's going to save this Galil. He's only got 1,300 from buying armor and a deagle in this round, so not the worst thing in the world for him to get away.
We get to see this from Blitz's perspective, because that was filthy.
It seems so silly, just everything going wrong for BCG. Except Crazy does a great job of stemming the tide, getting some kills, making this round doable. But yeah, that jumping kill from Blitz just ends it. Just ends the round. Here's the flank on Gutierrez. This prompts Mongols to move forward into the waiting arms of Crazy, who's ready for the reaction. But this one right here, it's not even a reaction. He's jumping to like clear over long, isn't he? To spot like a head before he lands, and then, yeah.
Yeah, seeing it from his perspective, yeah, he's just making the most of the opportunity there once he appears in the crosshair. Simple getting the AWP out on the CT side. Didn't get to see much of it, obviously, over on Dust 2. Wasn't really a CT side to speak of, but getting the opening pick here. You know, our analyst has highlighting the fact that this team is all Simple. So let's see if Simple is able to carry them through. I mean, it gets an opener, but it's traded out here by Techno.
Yeah, Techno loves that. When he hears the Molotov, he knows one guy is segmented off from the other. That's a nice, easy swing for him. Utira's going to have a big challenge. Blitz and Mazinho coming his way. Catches a nice timing with utility in hand. Now he's going to get aggressive. The unexpected one-for-one trade.
Yeah, Mazinho taking down his teammate. Mazinho making up for it, though, moving in and cutting down Electronic. Now, Simple's expecting him to walk through the smoke, and he would be right about that. So the pistol going to be finishing off the job. Good awareness from Simple. Doesn't want to play with the AWP for this. Goes to the AK-47. And Simple close to finding enough impact to win the round there, but unable to get a follow-up kill, leaving Crazy in this 1v2.
Great setup from Techno, just being patient, covering his teammate, but waiting to swing on contact. 9-10, he's watching the flank. Good shot. Off to the dome. 4-0 start on the T side of Ancient for the Mongols, and that's a 4 versus 5 conversion after Simple gets the opening kill. You know how you know it's going bad? Is when when Prof's biggest point on the desk is that, you know, there was no tilting. That was the positive he took away from the first map for BCG.
It's a pretty good positive, though.
It's true, but we're setting the bar rather low.
Is it a positive, though, Jason, or is it like not enough emotional investment? If you're not tilting after getting
That is the other angle to the question that I wasn't going to bring up, but yeah.
It's like not enough emotional investment.
It is actually a bad thing
like,
if,
who cares?
If you're just emotionally detached.
It's more livable, I guess.
True. All right, Techno's got an opening kill. Simple is able to afford the AWP again because of the saved Galil in the previous round. Good find. Electronic able to shave one down, find the equalizing kill. Techno's at 3 HP also, so advantage shifts over to BC Game for the Wild, despite the fact that it's a 4-on-4. MongolZ is going to stay patient in this formation for some time. Spread around the map, looking for pushes. At this point, not really prepared to join up and make a move. Blitz is going to put that together during this kind of calm period in the round as he clears out A main.
If he walks out, you know, crazy strong spot on that boost with the MP9. Should melt away Blitz here, and he will. So now we're looking very good for BC Game to get their first round win.
Yeah, you have to take this opportunity, this moment, if you're the Mongols, to start scaling up and get into a position of attack. Look at the way all of BCG has shifted over here. They know exactly what's coming. Smoke towards long. Short is wide open for the moment, and Simple can swing a little bit wider with that AWP whenever he chooses to.
Got the scope up, good crosshair placement there. For 9-10 to walk right into it. Materis mowing them down, and then Simple also getting the wallbang to close it out. So BC Game finally getting on the board.
Found themselves in a great situation where Simple with the AWP could control the scenario. With the angle towards the ramp, making sure nobody gets in, the ability to peek off any contact or any sound cue as they move into the bomb site. Good, really strong position from Simple. And it's that save Galil that gives the back-to-back AWP that is the winning recipe. Without the AWP in this round, I don't think the BC Game get away this clean at the very least. Lovely shooting from Simple. Oh, I didn't even notice he took that TK at the end. That's a collateral through his teammate.
Well, missed smoke for elbow. Being thrown out, obviously not being punished right now because the Mongols going to be setting up for the full B attack, looking for the execution in here. Double up set up. Let's see, Simple spotting the head on that jump.
Yeah, but you're about to have a whole host of players coming at you, so going to change his angle, and then you have to imagine he's just going to be blocked off by utility.
Oh, Blitz has taken Eric going down there. Simple, no utility to speak of. Electronic under a lot of pressure, going to be cleaned out. Simple, jumping Max again, this time from Cobra. Just the pace of MongolZ, man. Just like running over the top of this B bomb site.
Well, this is also the variety in the way you can dig into your playbook once your team has a little bit of faith and confidence in each other, which I've mentioned I don't get that sense from BCG, but the change of pace, like the slow kind of default spread around the map, letting one person play before the group decides what to do, and then you just switch it up for the first time, like across both maps essentially, where you do like an explosion like this. Just group up and hit a timing, and it's not the most unexpected thing in the world, it's just the numbers are unexpected. And the jumping Mach 10 is unexpected.
Terrorists win.
At least they keep the ops and the weapons up at the end of the day. MongolZ Hunt kind of gets shoved to the side, but up by 4 at this point. 2 jumping Mach 10 kills being the deciding kills in 2 rounds in this half as well.
I mean, that is the MongolZ, really.
If Simple doesn't get killed by that, he can maintain that space for a retake. Just, man, for him to go down in that fashion is a little bit wild.
Yeah, it really is, and especially it's frustrating after you've just won your first round as well.
He's got the op out again, though, prioritizing a good pick from 9-10 with the smoke break. Another one. This one's from Materis, though. He's able to win out on Mazinho, and again, we find an equalizing kill, and that Mach 10 is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, but it's finally gone. Materis is going to get rid of Cobra. So after the initial skirmishes, it's going to be BC Game coming out on top. So 4v3, Materis taking 2 kills. And we'll hit the pause button for a little bit here, just for a reset. And the MongolZ have got 2 players coming out of elbow. Materis is backed into the donut. impossible fight to win here for Techno. Like, he maybe gets one, but even that isn't going to happen for him. There's 2 players waiting for him. Trade was guaranteed. Now Blitz and 9-10 in a position that's really difficult to see them coming out on top of. So good response here from BC.Game.
Blitz would love to just shave one player off in middle. Make a move, see if you can open up an avenue for 9-10 to get involved, who's got to be aggressive with the op. Deja vu, Blitz steps into this cave, it's all over. And he's definitely not going to clear Electronic now. So easy kill, bomb on the ground, and 9-10 the only one remaining, 30 seconds on the clock. BC.Game's going to get their second. So unlike Dust2, Dust2 started, what, 0-6 before BC.Game was able to respond whatsoever. So they were in a pretty deep hole, and still you're at a massive disadvantage right now, but at least you're scraping rounds together earlier than the previous map. And still have a chance to fight to put way more on the board. So Op going to survive into the next round with no hunt out of the CT side. And 5-2 is going to be the scoreline going into round 8.
Counter-terrorists win.
Money for the Mongols is in a rough place. Wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout. 2,000 on Blitz, 3,200 on Techno, 2,750 on Mazinho. Cobra can buy whatever he wants, but he's the only one. So around this AWP, what do you want to do? They go all in. So P250 on Blitz, Deagle on Mazinho, Galil switches out to a MAC-10 for Techno.
Well, they're just going straight through the mid smoke, and they throw down their own to block out the fire, and not getting the first fights they were hoping for, but they do have the space inside of mid. Aragon not happy with the lost map control, so he's going to push down the B ramp, looking to play forward with Electronic, who comes to the side of that cave smoke, and in the meantime, Techno has silently dropped his way down to the donut, where there's going to be a lot of Mongols forces coming at Matiris.
He's kind of in no man's land right now as well. He's got a teammate in the bomb site. That's going to be crazy. M4 and AK to defend, but now Matiris is going to be pinned back.
Yeah, he knows he's got to fight towards both sides. He's got Crazy coming to help him out, and they actually slowed this down. So Mongols need this kill. That release valve is the kill from Mzinho. So Matiris falling, Crazy not feeling comfortable to stand in the site and be pushed from main and donut. So he backs towards CT, and Mongols have the space, but it's about Aragorn's flank. Round the back, Mzinho is dead. But how many can Aragorn pick up? How much space can he get? Mzinho turns, so he has to take the kill. And now the retake is arriving, coming through the smoke. Electronic taken down by Cobra. They know one player's at A main, but they can't deal with him because Aragorn throws the nade in flank this time from Techno's MAC-10, getting a kill and maintaining spawn. But the big issue is 9-10's missed his shot, so it's all on Techno. Running him down, he's got the rifle, but he hasn't got the kills. And BC.Game are going to come through with the retake.
The flank from A main throws so much chaos into what the Mongols think is going to happen. I think that's what forces 9-10 to get way more aggressive in donut than he needed to be. Could have just played a passive angle for a shot and cover and stay alive. But man, he got pulled into an aggressive stance, picked off, and then it all comes crumbling down. Nice retake from BC.Game. That flank was everything, and you got the break now on Ancient that you couldn't get on Dust2 in any meaningful way. They've got to sit around back with just pistols, so you have a chance to close the gap on the scoreboard even further.
Yeah, the fact that Aragorn gets the nade kill as well from that flank is massive. So right now, pistols again for the Mongols. So BC.Game gonna start shrinking this gap. It'll be a one-round lead for the Mongols come the end of round 9. But for BC.Game, you don't want to lose any players here. You've got plenty of money building, in particular on Simple and Aragorn. You would love to get some cash here building on Matiris and Electronic. Give yourself the best chance on this CT side. I mean, it is a real shame we didn't get to see a CT side over on Dust2. But at least showing some resistance on Ancient.
Ooh.
Triple boost coming in. Just a D-Eagle, though.
Yeah, but that's going to make it so much cooler when it happens.
Yeah, that's true. But look how passive BC.Game are playing.
Yeah, they're playing real deep, aren't they? They don't want to mess with any of those. They know it's a low econ situation. So playing outside of the bomb sites. Mazinho can find nothing, and they drop down. 50 seconds. And you got all 5 players here, so it feels like you might as well just chuck that smoke out, chuck the flashbang into the sky. Let's rock and roll. Aragorn at the long corner might be the first player to get action. Electronic ready to break the smoke.
Oh, flash going up as well. Electronic is actually going to throw that nade onto default. They hit Blitz in the face, but a lot of damage being done. A bomb plant is not bad here for the Mongols. Gives them extra money.
Dead.
Going into the next. The nade just not bouncing off that back wall. So they're going to start running down the rifles. Aragorn is going to handle that pressure and then go back out into the open. He's just farming now. So Aragorn with a 4K, cleaning out the pistols, and BC.Game come in with a retake.
Yeah, really nice, really clean. Love everything about that round from BC.Game. The passive setup when you know it's a low economy, not even really panicking when they get the bomb planted, not trying to stop them, just say, let them have it. And you can see the decision it forces them into. Once that bomb goes down and you know that the defense has played this passive and there's no chances for you to get kills, you have to be the aggressor and push into bad fights just because you need to gain some control for the retake. Forces a timeout out of the Mongols. They're first. As Mara talks things over with the team. 5-4, gotten too close for comfort. So time to snap back in. 5-4, but 3 in a row for BC.Game as their defenses come online. It's Aragorn leading the way. 10-5 or 10-5. Mentioned on Dust 2, just there wasn't a lot of fragging coming out from the BCG side. It was like simple with like 11. At one point, it was like 2 players had 0, 1 player had 2 kills on the BC.Game side. So now you're starting to get a little bit more of that supporting cast giving you some effort with Aragorn at 10, with Crazy at 6. They've had some rounds that get BC.Game on the board. Now we can try and build this into some momentum.
Out into the open. Cobra, Zera going to be playing under the boxes. And a lot of nades landing towards him. Cobra down to 14 HP into the smoke. And Blitz is taking Electronic. So opening kill comes in the favor of Mongols, even with that heavy damage towards Cobra. Oh, there's the peek. And just in time, Minzinho able to stabilize, stop moving, and get his crosshair in the right spot. So Matira's falling, and BC.Game immediately in a 3v5 as the Mongols shift into the B finish.
Yeah, and Simple just missed the jump up onto the boxes as well. But he still has an idea and still understands very much where this is headed. Crazy coming in through middle as well as calling it completely clear. He'll have a fast flank if he wants to wrap around through cave. If they choose to fall back, he's ready and waiting.
Yeah, good positioning here from Crazy. We'll see if Mongols decide to commit to the B-bomb, so I just fake it out and run down through the donut, but there's just too much of a strong execution here that the B split through cave and ramp is going to be very strong.
It's just Techno committing through the Molotov to make sure the bomb site itself is clear. There's a kill on the flank that makes this retake possible. They're sticking around a little bit longer to see if Crazy can do anything else from here. Plenty of money for BC.Game, so you're going for this retake.
As the push back into Crazy, they knew he was a threat, they knew the position he was standing in, they go back and they deal with him. So now Simple and Aragorn just not in a position where they can even think about going for this. So retreating, gonna hang on to the AWP for Simple, which is not really seeing much impact or action over the last few rounds here. And that'll end up being a 6-4 scoreline for the Mongols.
Wonder if this is what Mara talked about during the timeout, but Electronic's been getting increasingly, or I should say BC.Game's been increasingly getting friskier and friskier over towards cave. A few pushes in towards that B lane. We saw the double set up a few rounds ago. Wonder if Mara kind of caught on to that, because it felt very much apply the mid pressure, see if we can get Electronic to bite on it. Blitz, just be prepared for that swing. That's how Mongols find the opening kill and wheel themselves into a very clean, nice, efficient A exec. We head into round 11. 6-4, 2-round lead for the Mongols on T-side Ancient.
Well, spraying down. It's going to be 1 for Crazy. Trade comes in from Blitz, but Matira's doing a decent job again, but he's out of bullets on that rifle. Requires his teammate coming in and a shutdown from BC.Game.
Yeah, damn. Really nicely done. That's 4 players trying to force their way out of elbow from the Mongols, and BCG shuts them all down.
Yeah, I mean, when you're running that many of your resources through the elbow, the round victory feels like a 50-50.
Yeah, it helps when Aragorn hits a banger like that. His first kill was very, very precise, able to double up immediately afterwards. So that's very helpful to that mid defense. Final round of this first half.
I mean, it's not a great buy from Mongols, so could be a tight game here from BC.Game. which is great to see. But I mean, that T side of Dust 2 give me nothing to be excited about, so that's the worrying part for the second half.
Yeah, this we've gotten a few things in this half where you're like, all right, it's clicking into place a little bit more frequently than in that first map. Let's see if they can stop this fast hit again. Simple's got the first kill, jumps into cover. MongolZ slows the progression and the attack and sets up Aragorn for a double.
Yeah, Simple dropped. Oh no, 9-10's Deagles reopened the conversation about a round victory here.
He's got a lot of HP as well. So does his teammate. They haven't been hit yet.
And he didn't get to a better weapon yet. That's the issue. Now they've got an AK though. Okay, this is where things get a little bit scary. 9-10's going to be committed to the plant.
How patient? How do BC.Game do this? You have one player coming in on the flank.
9-10, I love how he's looking for the fights. Looking for the fights, isolating it. Materis goes down, and now 9-10 is still a threat. Playing up against the wall, but he's alone. His teammate's gone down, and Electronic steps out into the fight, gets himself a double kill, and rounds things out at the half here at 6-6.
Yeah, really valiant efforts from 9-10 to be able to try and create that round out of nothingness. Beautiful Deagle shots, but Electronic able to be strong coming out of cave. So yeah, all tied up. And that's not bad. This started out 4-0, 5-1 eventually at one point for MongolZ. A 5-1 run of their own for BC.Game to bring it to 6-6 at halftime. Feels much more competitive than Dust 2, and now we don't have to rely on that pistol round victory to keep BC.Game alive and with an opportunity to actually win. B-stream going on here at PGL Bucharest as well. Currently going on over there is Astralis taking on MIBR. One map into this series. Astralis is up 1-0 there. Overpass is the map they're currently playing on. So if that piques your interest at all, throw it up on a second screen, have a good time. There's a lot of Counter-Strike going on these days.
A lot. Yeah, there's. It feels like there's just so many tournaments that you haven't even heard of, and it's like, oh, suddenly FaZe are at this tournament, and Liquid are at this tournament.
And then FaZe had another chance.
Yeah. Oh, it's good to see. I mean, I guess that is the benefit of the VRS system, right? It's that we have had a lot more opportunity for these tournaments to get some of the bigger teams going to them. And we're here in Romania. Draculan's been doing pretty well.
Yeah, the whole Tier 2 circuit is thriving at the moment, aren't they? It's good times out there. All right, pistol round live. BC.Game on the T side, and immediately Simple is put down.
Absolutely wrecked.
This is maybe the kind of scary part about this half, to just introduce a little bit of, the T side of BC.Game on Dust 2 is the one that really kind of made us nervous about what we're going to get out of this team. Let's see what the T side on Ancient looks like. To start, nothing pretty, nothing great. Aragorn with a little bit of a rebuttal, but 2-on-4 now.
Aragorn's had a great map here. He's sitting on 15 kills, so let's see how many he can bring down with him.
Unfortunately, this is all on Crazy. This flank coming through CT spawn right now from Crazy is the one thing that can change the round, and unfortunately, Aragorn went down before any impact can come from this, and now they realize it.
Yeah, they're like, okay, well, we haven't found you anywhere else. You must be flanking around the back, and so they turn, they find him, and then pistol round picked up here for MongolZ. I mean, tough to win a game here if you're BC.Game where you lose both pistol rounds and both conversions. So let's see how this second round goes.
I believe they lost both pistols on Dust 2 as well, didn't they? Yes, they did. So all 4 pistol rounds have gone against them so far in this series.
Yeah, not really much going for them on Dust 2. Not looking like the best force buy here either. So you don't get a good bomb plan, right? So you ended up with 3 Tech 9s, a Deagle.
It's the utility you're missing out on, right? Like the weaponry's nothing, nothing crazy, but it's the utility to activate that you miss out on the most.
Well, also they've lost mid, so you're going to get that smoke break going down, and MZ is going to take the opening frag. Then you've also got Blitz waiting here at the elbow for the smoke reveal, but it's got nothing, and that does put more pressure here on MZ, who ends up tapping into the open, and he gets dropped by a Tech 9. So we're at 3v3, and BC.Game are in a better position than they ever could have thought about at the beginning of this.
Yeah, but look at all the space that the MongolZ have taken on the CT side. Like you got Techno over in the cubby at B lane. Now the double doors. Well, that's actually kind of a crappy smoke.
He's going to try and get MZ's rifle here too. There we go. So everyone now back on rifles.
Yeah, but look at the way he had to give up that position because the smoke was so piss poor that he realized there's a gap they can just walk through. So at least he's kind of tried to close the gap a little bit. MongolZ down to delay their crossing, make them take some extra damage. But Techno just has to survive. That's the priority.
They're already in the side. That bomb plant is coming through. It's 9-10. He's got the flank, though, and should be able to win this. A double kill from him. So Simple's Deagle, he's taking damage down to 25. Now go to the right bot, tapping away, trying to line up the final two players that move in on Simple and bring him down. So Techno getting rid of him, casting him aside. And it will be the conversion as well here for the Mongols. So both pistols, both conversions here coming in on Ancient.
Yeah, they've actually done very well in those situations. Unfortunately, they've put themselves in those situations even on Dust 2, but they've done very well to like not actually drop them at the end of the day, even if it gets close. That's a nice 2-on-2 performance as well in the post plant. So 8-6, and now a decision for BC.Game. Out of that force buy with the bomb plant. And they go for it. Galil's an AK-47 in the hands of Crazy. Once again, similar to the last round, utility is what you're hurting on the most. So BC.Game going to keep it simple. Not moving around the map. They've already thrown the utility out to the A bomb site. They're going to try and hit this very, very fast. Turn the corner. Nobody's home just yet. 9-10's coming in, but smoke in his face.
As Meteorus, he's low HP. No comfortable situation here to get that bomb planted for BC.Game.
Yeah, but MongolZ is playing this smart. They're just stalling this out. They don't have to do anything right now. They know the advantage comes a little bit later when BC.Game runs out of smokes, runs out of flashbangs. So all that utility to delay this plant, and now you've taken a lot of cover away from them.
Well, they step out into another fight. This time Cobra does lose his life. So BC.Game are actually just pausing, they're waiting, and MongolZ are giving them 2 kills.
That's the only reaction you can have when your smoke fades away. And the MongolZ have been very kind in giving them a couple easy peeks to close the gap. Another one there, and that should be the round. Unless that happens, triple kill from
Oh no! What? That is monstrous from MZ. How has he come away with that? Inside of the donut, you think there is no way BC.Game can lose this round, and then MZ finds the only way as he picks up all 5 kills. Incredible from MZ.
That's an ace in a 2 versus 5. The only player at that bomb
now
site.
There's tilt. Prof, note that one.
Yeah.
Now there's tilt.
Get that one on the replay.
Dude, understandably so. How do you lose this one? 3 players fighting towards the donut. MZ goes out. 3's not enough. He goes ahead and he takes every single player. Incredible work from the Mongolian.
And that's why you see the frustration from Simple, because he makes the decision. He's like, I'm low on HP. I can't really be involved in these direct fights, so I'm going to go for this long flank. We have a 4-on-2. It'll be fine. I'm just there in case. I'm going to take a weapon away, and all his teammates go down, and he's like, great. Now I'm screwed.
Wow, that is magical. Yeah, I'm sitting there. I'll sit back. This round's done. We'll get ready for the next one. And then MZ just all of a sudden steps up in that way. I mean, another great game here from MZ. 16 kills now after that ace. That is backbreaking for BC.Game. They're down to Mac 10s, 3 Galils. They are about. I mean, how do you get back up after that? I mean, you've just been knocked out, really.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really good question. I mean, I think you need to pretty much win this round, like right out of the gate to kind of reverse things. Aragorn not getting it done with the Mac 10, loses the fight to Techno. And Blitz is going to follow that up and clear all of this lane out and say, all right, guys, well, nobody's home on this side of the map, so 9-10, you better be ready with that AWP.
9-10 breaking open the smoke, looking for the shot, ends up getting taken down by Simple. Crazy also getting some space, so 3-3.
Man, if you're BC.Game, if you're Meteorus, you might just make note and say, this is a bomb site. We've been able to take it when we've attacked it.
You gotta have the weapons, though, to keep coming at it.
Problem is, look right now. This is going to be a very, very late round. This is all going to come out. There's no kits for the CT side, and they're waiting a long time for Blitz's play through.
They got 2 kits.
Do they have 2 kits?
2 kits, yeah.
Oh, yes. I looked in the wrong place.
Oh, well, Simple. He's going to take Techno down, and 1 kit now, and then you start moving in. Cobra, he's got some utility. He's going to drop a Smelko. They're both a donut. A lot of utility. A bucket, in fact, going through. Electronic trying to get the lineup, but the defuse being stuck, holding it all the way. And Cobra's going to hold it. Another round slips away from BC.Game. We asked how the hell would they recover mentally from the last round. I think that one just added more on top.
Yeah, that's just another gut punch. That's just you're right now. Actually, if you're BCG, you're not even angry. You're just like, yep, that tracks for how this game has been going so far. Holy hell.
Yeah, that's depressing, really. They've ordered a shot of Depresso.
10-6. All right, Mongols, you've had a couple close calls, but you just keep coming out on top of them, so whatever. 4-round lead, 3 rounds away from closing out this series.
Oh, out they go through the elbow. Mateus just mounting his march. He's got himself behind the boxes here at Tetris. He's going to climb on up. And
yep.
Poor Mateus, man. Blitz, good timing to spam through, and it's going to be an opening kill here for the Mongols.
Techno giving away his presence over in Jaguar, going to back off after the spam. So BC.Game step into the position. A vertical stack setup.
Techno, he's got 2. Oh my God, okay.
Jesus.
Well,
get him out.
Yeah, just very stylish today for the Mongols. So you said simple knows, well, that's this round. Shake in the air and a sigh.
Techno wasn't even ready for that. They had just boosted up. He was looking down. He was lining up like with his teammate. He wasn't even ready for the fight and still comes out with a triple. That final kill is gorgeous.
Yeah, simple knows is nothing to do. So hanging on to the AK, 11-6.
Yeah,
there were moments in the second half where like there could be an opening for BC.Game to make something of it, but those 2 rounds and the retakes.
Oh yeah, I mean the easy one to point out is the Nazinho ace. It's like, how do you lose that?
Yeah.
If you don't lose that, then we're kind of trucking with the game, right? If you just close out that round, it's a very close affair. It's blown wide open after the fact.
So you're a 5v2 and you got 3 players running a donut.
Not ideal.
You have the whole site. You could play main. You could play big box. You could play in temple.
Well, they had to plant the bomb. We'll give them that.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah,
could have watched.
You could have handled it right, but like that's that you're not.
I mean, that's what they're gonna look at when they go back. And
yes.
See. It's like, all right, this is how can we play this one?
But in the moment, it's a little bit of a different.
Especially with
vibe.
the time limit, like they hit pause, they have no utility to block anything.
Also, I mean, even with the way they handled that situation, you still should have got the kill.
Yeah.
Let's just say that as well.
Let's look at the positives. Mzinho, like, how's he done that? Wow,
17 kills.
Incredible.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Well, making the most of the timeouts. Letting Taz get on the mic. And then the Mongols will probably just march on to 12 rounds here, series point. And, I mean, for PC.Game, it's just going to be a rough start to the tournament. But, I mean, it was highlighted there on the desk. You are playing against the Mongols in your opening game. I mean, this isn't a team that we're expecting PC.Game to beat. But we'll see what they can do in the rest of the competition. Going to be handed 0-1.
Double red room smoke, so 1 smoke has gone to waste for the Mongols. We'll see if that matters at the end of the day. Good kill from Techno. Excuse me, from BC.Game.
Yeah. Just extra insult to their injuries. And I've got Simple, who is trying to get a kill out. And he's unfortunately walked into the open and immediately got peeked by a rifle. So Simple trying to do as much as he can with that.
It was the short stop at the long corner. He expected the model to keep running, so he takes the shot for that timing. And
just stop.
And then from there, you could see he's trying to do a lot. He's trying to do everything to just win the round with that kind of an aggressive play with the AWP. So it's a 2-on-5 the other way in the favor of the Mongols, and they don't let these ones slip up. Nope. Easy round to get to 12.
All right, series point for the Mongols. Not actually enough money to even buy here properly for PC.Game. Next matchup coming your way. It's going to be Paravision versus Legacy.
Yeah, that one should be fun. That one should be really spicy. Paravision proving themselves to be one of the best teams in the world. Legacy playing some exciting Counter-Strike in the early games they've had with Art as the IGL, as his new acquisition.
Yes, and the last time they played, Legacy beat Paravision 1 month ago. So a revenge matchup coming up here for Paravision. Touted as favorites for the event.
Yeah, I don't really know who you'd put winning this over them.
Some are saying Mongols.
Yeah.
I think it's with Paravision. It's like they've had some great runs and some like flat runs at tournaments, but it's just the ceiling is high.
I think it's for me. It's like, well, you know what? Let's save it. We'll talk about when we get to that matchup. We need to go. We got a pregame. We got to be ready for and everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's save the gold.
All right, this one seems to be wrapped up, but we'll wait and see what BC.Game can do in a round like this. It's simple. It's Deagle entering the kill feed first.
What's happening?
Aragorn is low HP. Techno's going to run him down, eventually taking that kill. So Aragorn going to be removed. It's a comedic fight. Remove the nameplates. Did this happen in matchmaking or PGL Bucharest 2026?
Cobra spots one at elbow. Blitz is going to take the angle with the op. One more coming to peek up towards the boost box. And Techno waiting patiently, but he's the lone B defender, and he's got 2 choke points to be concerned about.
Oh, it's electronic. A good reaction. Good shot. Cobra making sure the trade happens elsewhere. Then Simple's Deagle. Again, more impact from that. So bomb plant going to be coming through. Electronic has taken MZ down, leaving Cobra Zera in a 1v3. Now, this 13th round going to prove rather difficult to collect immediately, so BC.Game with some life left in them.
Yeah, good kill there. Good kills from Simple, I should say. Triple kill, 2 with the Deagle, 1 Deag headshot, and immediately clean up on a low HP Opper, and then that final against Techno. So a good round from him from start to finish. And BC.Game stay alive a little bit longer. But there's another buy coming back in, as we can see. Op in the hands of 910, 2 MP9s, and the rifles, the M4s on the MongolZ defensive side. But I mean, much like Dust 2, it doesn't like there hasn't been a moment or a round win that makes you feel like BC.Game has like figured it out and has something they can latch onto round after round. Just like a nice isolated victory.
Well, good opening. Back-to-back rounds to get the opening kill. This difference is they've moved out A, and there's no one detecting this. Zinio's running back, but he runs right to his death, and now they know. So, MongolZ safe?
Yeah, well, yeah, because you're going to be broken after this, and that op is something you're going to want to keep. And obviously, you can pick up a couple P250s, although they're shifting over like they can still win this round. And I guess with the way things have gone, you're not incorrect, especially now because you've stalled out the bomb plant, so the smokes are going to fade soon. So now BCG have to hit pause and rely on electronic to provide some relief.
Well, let's see if we can get any of that. He's moving in behind them. Taking a sweet old time, but should be arriving just in time. With all the backs turned, there's the first, no second though, as 910 reacts to the Red Room player. Now Matthias becomes the pusher. He's going to leave towards the donut in towards middle.
Yeah, they would love to take these guns away. It's going to be a save next round for MongolZ no matter what. For BCG, just take any danger out of their hands. Don't have to worry about an op moving forward.
Yeah, technically to back his way into the cubby, trying to just hold on to it and we'll step out at 910 and you've got an op waiting for you. Simple, good reactions. That's going to be the op gone. That's obviously the big piece here. Techno could also fall. He will. So absolutely everything being removed here for the MongolZ and some fist bumps coming in for BC.Game.
All right.
They know they're giving themselves a chance for a comeback here.
Yeah, actually, I mean, this is about as much as you could hope for if you're BCG getting started after those heartbreaking losses previously in the half. But you've broken the money. Now you can look at this and say we should be able to get up to 9-12. Another buy round comes in. So yeah, you've got just a couple more buy round victories and you tie this up. Going to be very hard stretch. It would end up being 6 straight to force overtime if they can do it. But this first one is the easiest one you'll have. 4 USPs, a Deagle on Cobra Zera, and that's it for the MongolZ.
There's Cobra. Big breaking kill with the Deagle, and not like this. You can't lose the map like this, surely. Matthias has got himself the kill on Mzinho. Cobra's going to be boosted up again, but his teammate, the Foundation's gone, eradicated here by the nade. So.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't think they're losing this one any longer.
Yeah, I think this is fine.
Unless this Zeus does something crazy. This could change everything. The Zeus on Techno. If Matthias steps into it, and he salvages an AK-47. All right, good clear.
Okay,
good
that's
clear.
it. That's it.
That's it.
12-9. Blitzes, hoping he can get one. I like this. Look at this. Low blitz sneak attack from behind. Cobra Zero knows they're coming at him. Can he catch anything here on the Deagle? Nope. Electronic able to deal with him. So Blitz now the last remaining player. They're going to consider him now. Electronic goes back, spots him, and takes him down. So it'll be BC.Game finding another round, and it'll be a hell of a comeback if they were able to pull this off, because it would be really impressive in this map if they get this one into overtime. Because they haven't won any of the pistols, haven't won any of the conversions, and they've had 2 heartbreaking rounds back-to-back that they've had to survive.
And you're rattling off 6 straight to actually get to OT if you're able to get all the way there. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons it would be impressive. Still a long way away. 3 back, another timeout, this one from the Mongols. So guns back in their hands. Mara's going to get a chance to talk through things and try and find them the winning recipe to just close this series out.
I mean, they don't have an AWP.
No, they won't have an AWP. I think they're going to be a lot light on a few kits. Utility looks just fine. You got Mazinho with 18 kills, Techno Blitz with 11, Cobra with 14, so no one's like really shying away on the other side of things. On the BC.Game side, everyone's in double-digit kills as well. So we're seeing some of the power of BCG now that all 5 players are switched on into this game, which we didn't have in Dust 2, and putting up much, much more of a fight. But we have to get that feeling. That's what's going to, like, you have to get that sense from BC.Game, like they figured it out. They figured out a tactic that they can do, a way they can work the map consistently to find kills, to find space, to find advantages. There's the utility out in towards middle, negating any kind of aggressive plays. The Molotov in the middle. And now Mutiris makes his move. It's quiet. Blitz playing behind the smoke in Red Room. Mazinho playing against the wall over in Donut.
Mutiris getting the opening frag here for BC.Game, so 5v4. In terms of a step towards double figures is a great move, but 910 hunts down the trade and gets it right back to a 4v4.
Yeah, but look how much it's weak in the other side of the map. The B defense only has 1 single player here. MongolZ very concerned about the A bomb site. Centralized at the moment with 3 players scrambling to get to the right position. Blitz now shifting over. Nade, smoke, and Molotov he can deploy.
Oh, the util goes flying in. Now Tech now just gonna wait here in the middle of the site. That nade break not going the way we would have hoped. And now Techno actually gets flanked around the back here. Crazy comes in at the right time. Low HP, out of bullets. Blitz gets caught, push in. Crazy's got another, and they back off. The Mongols not really finding as much success as they would hope, but they're going back into it now.
Look at the HP.
Yeah, that's the big issue here for BC.Game. This still could close here and now. No kits at all here for the Mongols. They're going to start moving in. There's the low HP. They nearly lined up, but Crazy doing great work in this round. Cobra Zera not going to win this one, even despite the low HP. It will be BC.Game coming out on top. A 10th round picked up and 2 rounds away from getting this one into overtime.
Okay, so you're going to be at 10-12. You're going to be 2 rounds back, and this will be another round that the Mongols, with the losing bonus not fully built up, they'll be getting 2,900. So you have to imagine a small buy, 5-7s, Deagles. So another great chance for BCG to close the gap and take this to the final round of regulation with overtime on the line. Really cool stuff down the stretch, and finding ways to get some kills on the other side of the map and then exploit things. They've managed to find the weakened bomb site. Mutiris here on Ancient has not called a bad game on this T side whatsoever. He's been able to move them around the map and find some weakened sites a number of times. This one, again, based off of his own hard work, his own opening kill provided. And even though the defense shifts back, you can see the supportive players are blocked off by smoke, so only 1 player in the bomb site with too much to worry about. Easy opening kill as Crazy just waltzes out for free.
There's the push out, Mutiris. Having himself one, Mzinho and Cobra getting a few back, and really like this. It's been such a hard fight to get to this point of the game. We were just talking about the winning conditions here for BC.Game. The fact that this was a round that surely they would be able to win and get into the final round of regulation. But all of a sudden, it's Simple and Aragorn trying to fight their way out in a 2v3. Aragorn, a long fight, but eventually taking Cobra out.
It's the second time we've seen someone from the Mongols screw up that double door smoke.
Yeah. And now the Mongols don't have better weapons. They're sitting on pistols, a 5.7 and a Deagle. Blitz is on the flank. He's done this before. They're coming back towards him. Simple timing, looks away, gets back in time, and the Tech 9 takes down Blitz immediately. So now what happens? Does 910 think they're just going to go to the A site? And it's a great call.
Just flip a coin.
Just hold it. because they look like they're staying committed right now.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to make a decision if you're 9-10. It almost feels like with 40 seconds on the clock, like there's no way. It's going to be so hard to gather the information you need. But being centralized allows him at least to react to both sides of the map. And now, if he's able to get to the jump up, yeah, allows him the guns.
2 mollies there as well. Oh, the timing on the arrival. He's going to spot him. Goes for the shot. Now they know where he is. They're going to move in comfortably.
I think taking that shot might have just ruined the opportunity here. Now they have complete knowledge of where he can come from.
Not too far off that of the spam, and I think 9-10 realizes that as well, Jason. The fact that they just run in and they could be anywhere in the site now. So going to back away with an AK and 2 pieces of utility, and it will be down to the final round of regulation here.
All right, yeah, things are gonna get a little bit weird. So full losing bonus is built up. Mongols are gonna have as much money as they want. 9-10 will be able to drop an AWP over because of the saved AK-47, or keep the AK or the AWP for himself. Excuse me, drop the AK over. But Mongols, this has become way more of a test than they wanted it to. 5 in a row for BC.Game to bring this all the way to round 24. Final round of regulation. It's a series victory for the Mongols, or we move into overtime.
Yeah, Simple top fragging at 20 kills, but he's not alone. He's got Crazy and he's got Aragorn, who are playing well.
Neither of the coaches call a timeout as well going into this final deciding round. Gonna let the players play. BC.Game lining up 4 players headed towards the B bomb site. Early smokes and utility down in Red Room in the B bomb site over at Cave entrance, extinguishing a molly in lane. They've got positions very, very fast and a lot of forces leaning towards B.
Yeah, just running in. It's going to be Aragorn up towards the top of the ramp. We've got Techno, who takes Materas down. And now we're looking at a 5v4. It's Aragorn who's come through with a great shot. Blitz is out of that. Needs a follow-up. Can he get it? No. Mzinho stops him. And the Mongols now a 4v3, looking to hold on and close out this series.
Other side of the map. We've already seen Crazy move into the A bomb site. He needs this kill on 9-10, who's not aware. Nobody's aware.
Oh, no one is aware at all. This is massive from Crazy. Can he get away with this? Crazy's AK coming out in reaction from Mzinho. Crazy is going to be kicking himself that he couldn't make more of that. Now, Simple and Electronic having to figure it out together. This duo from years and years ago, but nowhere near the power that they used to be at, and they're going to be dropped. Cobra through the smoke. Simple gone. Electronic on 19 HP. They give it a good go on the comeback, but BC.Game will fall 2-0 versus the Mongols in their opening game of PGL Bucharest 2026.
Mongols takes the win, but I do want to say we were very tough on BC.Game after Dust 2, and we kind of... We were whipping that dog quite hard. And
there was a thorough paddling that took place on the desk.
Fair enough.
Yes.
This was a good game.
This was good. I mean, BC.Game to me looked so much more impressive. I immediately was like, okay, Simple, you don't have to retire. I take it back. Like, it felt a little bit more cohesive. So maybe it was just a matter of we haven't played an official for a while, a little bit of a warm-up on Dust 2. But I think there's some positives to take away from what we saw in Ancients.
Yeah, I mean, I think the positives I would take away are, one, you are seeing those flashy moments from Simple at times where he's hitting those quick scope shots and making those big impactful moments happen. And I think also, generally speaking, the team seems like well set up on how they open rounds. I think the pitfalls have been they're a little bit indecisive or disjointed in some of the mid-round situations, yet they were able to counter that in the second half by really just punishing any mistake that Mongols made, as well as catching any aggression that Mongols tried to throw at them. Like, they were really good about being well prepared for Mongols trying to disrupt them or going for plays. But you saw so many other rounds, though, where they get control of the site, and it's just like they're struggling to get the bomb down, they're struggling in the post plant. You know, Mzino's ace is a big example of that. And so it's like you're seeing both sides of it. You're seeing the potential, but you're also seeing where the pitfalls still are on this team.
Yeah, I want to give some props to Aragorn. You know, people have said he has nothing to offer on this team. First half, 14-7. CT side, he was a huge factor in them being competitive in the first half. Obviously, could have maybe done better. I think that's what you're talking about. It's like there are some rounds where they didn't get the streak rolling right at any point. It was just like a single round here and there, and that made it quite difficult. But in the end, even 12 up for Mongols, they didn't give up. They made a really good comeback in that last round. Honestly, they had an opening, they had an idea of what they wanted to do, but it didn't really pan out in the end. So it's quite a tough pill to swallow, the way that last round ended up for them.
For sure. I thought that the calling was also quite good, specifically on the T side for BC.Game.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think they did a really good job, A, countering MongolZ aggression, B, anytime MongolZ overextended, they were able to capitalize on it. And I think, thirdly, they were able to get on the sites. Like, they got onto the A-bomb site multiple times, either with, like, a lurker or with a full squad, you know, creeping out, or with, you know, the basic smokes and just moving together as a unit. But, you know, while they had those portions of the rounds really well crafted, I think they just, again, they get a little bit disjointed in the mid-round situations, or how to handle, you know, some of the chaotic moments in the post-plant. You know, those are still some of the things that have not been polished yet. And a team like MongolZ, where the core of the squad has been together for so long, they have all these protocols and thoughts really well constructed, BC.Game just doesn't have that same level to them.
I think we're going to get a chance to see that ace. That was a good time, right? I'm presuming it's going to come up on his highlights now.
Yeah, this is the one
here. And then, again, this is one of the rounds where BC.Game actually did have a pretty good grasp of the site, and they were getting some good kills because MongolZ were trying to kind of peek one by one. They were catching those kills and punishing those mistakes, but then Mazzino is able to, you know, pop off in a big, big way from Donut and wind up with the ace as well. It's just, you know, Simple kind of being disjointed in that round, as I think you were kind of telling me about this in the green room, where it's like, it just seems like they have maybe too many ideas going on at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, I think overall this map also shows the two sides of MongolZ, right? And on Dust 2, they're making these plays and everything was working out. When you're disrespecting your opponent and you're hitting the shots, then it feels like, you know, the other side has nothing to do. On this map, it felt like they were trolling, but they were doing the same thing that they were doing on Dust 2. They were just losing some of these duels. Like that round that Mazzino had to ace to win, it was like two guys sitting in Donut, kind of chilling, you know, we're chilling, we're letting them do what they want, we're gonna retake, and the rest of MongolZ being like, let's just peek one by one, and they all died. And they did enough damage to make that Mazzino thing possible. I know in retrospect it looks like, oh my god, you just died to one guy in cave, but it was also trading on another teammate that was there, half of them were low, so obviously Mazzino showed some good individual skill, very high, and that's something that I think BC.Game doesn't really have, can't match that, and 2 rounds after that, Techno with a 3K in cave as well, kind of similar situation. That X factor is something that, you know, BC.Game couldn't match really.
Let's talk about the first half. I want to take you back there, Prof. I know that you have 2 rounds specifically that shows some of the positives from BC.Game.
Yeah, I wanted to show just because in the pre-game, I was like, I don't think BC.Game will be able to hold mid if MongolZ go for it, but in reality, they really did. They opened, like after MongolZ had a big lead, they opened a few rounds with 3 in mid, and you know, even despite losing the opening kill, they managed to win the round, take control of mid, and you know, just close out from there. But we also saw some of these moments like CobraZera just like YOLO running up short without any care in the world, dying, right? And the same thing happened like 2 rounds later. Again, 3 people opening mids. It was Simple, Muterus, and Crazy, usually the trio. And they dealt with MongolZ quite successfully. So I think these are some positives to take away from BC.Game.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming into the game, you kind of felt like there'd be a mismatch at middle, right? You look at someone like Blitz, who's always been very comfortable as an aggressive playmaker in middle on both sides of the map, going up against a guy like Muterus, who isn't so well known for being a high-level fragger, for honest. He's more known than the value is calling. And they were able to make some things happen. So, I mean, again, like you're seeing, I think if you had to kind of sum it all up, I feel like the early round thought processes of this BC.Game team is totally fine. I think the roles they've established make sense with what players they have, but it's just about those finer details when you get in the weeds of the mid-round that they still haven't quite figured out yet.
So very interesting, just before we move on to the next game, both of you got to do some predictions leading up into this particular event here at PGL Bucharest, and I believe both of you put BC.Game in the playoffs. What's that about, boys?
Here's the thing. Once you get past like the first kind of 5 to 6 teams that are expected to make the playoffs, which would be Paravision and MongolZ, FUT, Astralis, Legacy's kind of in that mix, Bates kind of in that mix. The last like 2 to 3 spots are very much up in the air with all the different replacement teams we've had come in, with some of the facts that some of these teams are a little bit weaker internationally, even if they're doing good things domestically, like an MIBR or Energy, for example. And so you kind of have to throw a Hail Mary at them for those last 2 spots, right? And yeah, I mean, I think for us picking BC.Game, I can't speak for Prof, he can, you know, in a second. It's just like, I have to believe that the Simple magic can come alive and make something happen for them. And they have a lot of experienced players, at least on the team. So you kind of wonder if that's going to help them out against some of those filler teams that kind of came in.
It's 50% like logic, 50% wishful thinking that is going to work. I think that was my my thinking going in the BC.Game, and just like lack of any exciting names from, you know, you look at Wildcard, maybe Eyeballers can do something, but even in Sweden, I wouldn't put them in, you know, the favorites. Alliance have been doing much better. So, you know, looking at it, it's like let's give Simple a shot. I think they can do something.
The Harlem Globetrotters, maybe we'll be presenting them in the playoffs. They still have a long way to go. Obviously, losing their first game, they still have an opportunity, though, to claw it back. MongolZ will be very happy with that win. I mentioned that MongolZ was one of the favorites. Another team that everyone is banking on is, of course, Paravision, and we'll get to see them up against Legacy after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You're watching PGL Bucharest, and you saw the ad a little bit earlier, but I'm going to remind you to make sure you get your tickets for the Singapore Major. It looks sick. I'm so hyped for that one. I think it's going to be one hell of a show at the end of the year. But we have a hell of a show on our hands here because we get to see a team that has risen from nowhere and is now arguably contesting for one of the top 4 spots in the world, Paravision. They are here at PGL Bucharest, and James and the boys, what a surprise they've been. I mean, they really came out of nowhere and impressed us so much.
Yeah, I mean, I remember even looking at the major last year, them qualifying. Some people are like, well, these guys didn't play anything except like some local tournaments and online stuff. Do they even deserve to be here? Then at the major, they kind of proved they're decent. They're a decent team. They're not, you know, just some slouches. And then picked up Zwei, who was relieved of his duty in Spirit. And this year, they've just been literally a top 3 team in the world. So it's been a great addition, especially with some of the big dogs fumbling, to have someone like a new old team, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing to kind of follow up that with is that they proved that they're not some one-hit wonder. I mean, I think a lot of people had that question when they won Bounty because there were so many weird circumstances around that. It's a different format. You know, Falcons didn't have their full 5. You know, you can
It's
kind of...
also like, let's be honest, that was such a warm-up tournament.
Yeah, exactly, that too. And so the question would be is, well, how are they going to follow that up? And, well, they didn't follow it up very well. Krakow, they come in dead last place. And so you start to wonder, maybe Bounty was a bit of a fluke. But what they have done at PGL Cluj-Napoca and that run that they had to the finals of that event, and what they were able to do in Rotterdam to place top 4 has proven that that one-hit wonder business is no longer the case. So this is a team that has some real staying power, you know, but it's done in kind of a weird way because there's not really any big-name star player on this team like you see in other top 5 teams in the world. They've done it by committee, and they have done it through the system and the oversight that James and Dawson has brought to the table to make this team effective with what pieces they do have.
They're very inconsistent, though.
Yeah, they have this, how would I say, I mean, we saw it just in the results. One win, then crash out, then, you know, second place, then crash out at EPL, then semi-final, pretty close game against Navi. And now the question is, will this up and down trend continue, or is it just like a random occurrence, right? And I'm more in the second camp. I just think, you know, obviously Krakow wasn't good, but the EPL results online, I'm not putting too much faith into that. But there is a second element which I'm more scared of, and that is the idea that they're good against good teams and bad against bad teams. And this all ties into the idea of James, you know, understanding of the game, preparation, gamble stacking, and all of these things that if you don't really know what the other team is doing, you might just end up looking like a fool.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest asset that this team has is that they're all bought in and that they're also a pretty dynamic team. You know, I think that when people think of Jane teams, they think of super slow, you know, grind you out kind of T sides mixed with a very gamble heavy CT side. And I think that that is still very much the core identity of James and Dawson's system on this team. But because they have some of these aggressive prone players like a Zelo and like a Noda, they do go for a lot of pacier plays. They do, you know, attack a little bit faster, and they do kind of keep you guessing a little bit on exactly what type of pace they're going to bring on the T side. So I think they're a little bit more well-rounded than people give them credit for. But also they're just so disciplined. You know, like, these people very rarely are going and doing things on their own or making huge errors. Like, they're just really tidy in how they approach the game, which again makes them better than the sum of their parts. But as you kind of alluded to with the inconsistency, for me it's player performance, because I know I'm going to get from James pretty much every game. He's a pretty effective opper, effective in-game leader. But it's like everyone else on this team has their moments, but they also have massive blunders. And it's like, I haven't really seen someone else rise up and be like a true star of this team.
I don't know if it's a star thing. I'm with Prof on the fact that it does look like when there's more tape and teams are playing more structured Counter-Strike, James can call better. When you have to go against the lesser known teams, he doesn't adapt quick enough, and the team is too inexperienced to adapt to what's being thrown at them. And in a tournament like PGL Bucharest, that's a problem, because there's a lot of unknown entities swimming around here.
That's why I think, even though for me they're the #1 favorites, they're also a team that has a lot to prove in this specific pool of teams. I mean, obviously what you're talking about, James, his stats here on the screen, when you see like 106 rating, you wouldn't be like, oh, this is the star of the team, but he is the highest rated player of the team there with his way, depending on which parameters you're looking at. But I think his way has shown a lot, and he's also proving that he's not, like, his time and spirit does not count in some ways, right? He's been a star factor for sure in some of these big upset wins that they've picked up. And now it is to be seen, can this game is a perfect test for them. Can they match up against like an art style that is pretty aggressive and pretty random at times?
Let's talk about Legacy, though, because that is their opponent. What do we think of what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, Legacy is an interesting team because they kind of came up around a similar time that Paravision did, which was just before the Budapest Major. We saw them have some really big results at CAC and at Masters Bucharest, and we were like, wow, this team actually looks very effective. You know, Lotto being this dynamic rifling star, Dumao being that big front runner who can bring a lot of firepower to the squad, Nissim, a great role player. You know, they had all these things kind of going for them, but then they fumbled the ball at the Budapest Major, and then they really started very poorly to this year, and then they pushed Lux out pretty much immediately after all those things happened, and then they brought in someone that I don't think anyone expected. That Art was the one that was going to come in and replace him. I mean, this is a guy who had been cast to the shadows of Brazilian CS after his time in Furia, and he's been kind of, you know, floating around a little bit with Fluxo, and very limited positive things coming out of that experiment, but he's come onto this team, and they've done pretty well so far with him on board.
I really didn't expect to see Art in a team that's, I don't want to say at a tier 1 event, because obviously from Brazil, you know, there's going to be some spots, but at a team that's trying to be like top 10 in the world, which Legacy for sure want to be, I didn't see that coming. So for me, the idea, the fact that they kicked Lux and also the coach Chucky, who's like been the leading duo for this lineup for a while, it just signals that there must have been something in the team, that the faith has disappeared, right? And I mean, the Krakow result, 21st to 24th, that was the end, and that was where they lost to BC.Game. That's BC.Game's biggest win probably this year, together with NIP, that they managed to do there. And they're like, well, if we're losing to Simple in 2026, it's over, right? So it's an interesting turnaround, and at the end of the day, it kind of makes sense. When you think about Dumao and how aggressive he is, and how aggressive in general Legacy have been, I think art style does fit into this team.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things. I think one, you're spot on. Like, they were already used to playing a pretty up-tempo play style. That was kind of their patented style last year, even when Lux was the caller of the team. And so they already had a background in playing that way. And so when Art comes in, it's not drastically different than what you're used to doing, right? I also think that Art is a little bit more measured on this team compared to like his last stint in Furio. I think he's doing a lot less bonehead solo plays. I don't think he's trying to run his head up against a brick wall as much. I think he's playing much more within a system as opposed to trying to do crazy individual plays. And I think the other big side effect of Art coming onto the team was he kind of, you know, in some cases took Lux's spots, but in also other cases, he kind of took it upon himself to take a step back and put Lotto and Dumao into more star positions on certain maps. And I think that's allowed them to thrive even more than they already were. So it's kind of a combination of factors that has really made this team, you know, look pretty sharp so far since Art's been on board. And, you know, these are, you know, two of the main guys kind of doing the heavy lifting, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about, Art's individual plays, I think previously he would do like 5 to 6 crazy plays per map, and I think now it's like 2. Yeah. I think that's kind of the and you know, sometimes you're still like, this made no sense and didn't help them in any way. Like he made some crazy play. If he got this kill, maybe they win the round, but the rest of the team was in no way ready to activate off of this information or this play. And you're just like, well, you just have to accept this with Art. It's just going to happen. But it's a lot less than it was before. So it still allows the rest of the team to just play normal Counter-Strike for, you know, a decent part of the match, and just thrive or not thrive based on Dumao, Lato, Nissim, who has been picking it up, and Sadzin as well as the upper.
Obviously, the veto coming in now. I mean, do we have enough on this Legacy change-up with the coach and IGL to decide whether this works in their favor or not?
That's an interesting one. I mean, I think, again, not too much has changed as far as their approach to like what maps they want to play and things of that nature. So I think that the veto and the picks are playing out pretty much exactly how you would expect based on, you know, looking at the team's patterns for what they ban and like to pick. So, you know, Mirage coming in.
Maybe expecting a Paravision Dust too. They're pretty.
Normal. Yeah.
They enjoy a good Dust too, even from the VP days. Jame always enjoyed that.
That's a fair point to make.
It seems like they're going to get that as the decider with Overpass being eliminated here. Yeah. So no, yeah, pretty standard. I want to say, one more thing just about this matchup in general. These two teams have played online at EPL, and that's a game that Legacy won 2-0. And that's a game that, for the most part, Paravision was in control. I think 8-4 both first halves, but managed to let it slip away. And a part of it was, is it maybe online? Is it they're just not prepared for some of the plays that were happening? You know, just 130, let's execute on the bomb site out of nowhere, stuff like that. While James is trying to gamble, get information, they're like, okay, this is just a early staging round, and Legacy is just, nah, we're going for the bomb site. So I feel like this matchup is the idiom of, you know, the best swordsman doesn't fear the second best swordsman. It fears the worst swordsman. In some ways, you know, they're playing two different games, and can James tune into like this art style of Counter-Strike? That's going to be the challenge for him.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously, you know, Legacy served as one of the few stepping stones that Paravision hopped on to have that run at the Budapest Major as well. So when they played them offline against a similar core 4 players, they were able to get the better of them in a best of 3 that I think won all 3 maps. So a little bit of back and forth in the head-to-head matchup. And yeah, you're kind of curious to see, you know, how will Paravision now adapt? Coming into this one, they'll be starting T-side on their pick of Mirage. And, you know, this is an interesting one because I think you're right. I think we kind of expected a Dust 2 pick. So to see Paravision throw this like slight curveball of Mirage coming in, I'm curious like what their thought process is with that. I think this is one of the maps where when I watch Paravision play the T-side, it's a little bit different than their other T-sides. They play more punchy executes and fast site splits. They don't necessarily play that slower style that you see on other maps. And so maybe they're just trying to, you know, get off the starting blocks as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Do you think that's the case?
Yeah, perhaps. I'm not really sure. It could also be Paravision trying to just like change things up. Maybe also counter some of the how would I say, some of the positive side of Legacy that they saw. I'm not really sure. I think Paravision also can experiment a bit here. It's a Swiss stage, 3 losses to go out, so they can maybe work on some other parts of their map pool that they're not used to. They don't want to go into their same pick of Dust 2 every game if they don't have to.
Here's the other thing. Like, I think Paravision's lost like their last 8 out of 9 games on Mirage. Like, it's not been good for them, so which makes it even more surprising that they decided to go with Mirage first. Like, I would have thought it was going to be the other way around, if anything. So yeah, I'm curious to see, what they've seen in preparation to, account for this pick.
The future Kingslayers is what I imagine Paravision to be. I do believe if anyone's going to take down Vitality, it could be them, but they need a little bit more time. This is their opportunity now. Let's get right into game.
Well, thank you very much, Sam. Let's get into it. Paravision going Mirage, a little change up from Dust 2 the last time these two teams played, and Paravision are hoping that's not the only change in this game, hoping they can get a win, some revenge against Legacy. Important point, that was online. We're on LAN, and here we go in towards the A-bomb side.
Yeah, online, and it was a weak event as well for Paravision. Overall, didn't look good back at Pro League, so let's see if there's a rebound here in Bucharest. Certainly has been since then. Double kill for Lado right behind the smoke at ramp. Paravision gets stopped cold.
Yeah, Lado was the big performer as well in that win that they had over Paravision. And a 1.32 rating across the series. Good to see him starting strong, and Dumal around the back. I mean, I'm excited to see this team play on LAN, though, for Legacy.
Well, there's that angle for sure. I think, too, it's like this matchup in particular feels like there's a certain, like, juxtaposition of styles, like a contrast between how they like to play the game. It feels like, you're kind of default when things hit the fan if you're on Paravision. Slow down, settle things down, regain control by kind of pausing and kind of waiting. Legacy always strikes me as a team that they just love moving forward. These guys like getting stuck into fights. So seeing the clash stylistically and philosophically, I think could be very, very cool in this series.
Well, Legacy get a good start. They win the pistol round. No bomb plant here for Paravision, so no force buy here in the second round either. Should be an easy 2-0 collection here from Legacy.
Yeah, you'd think so. We're going to see Paravision is letting them bleed a little bit of utility, let them use their smokes, any nades whatsoever, so just going to stand pat and chill. Yeah, Sam brought it up right at the end. It's an interesting conversation because right now everyone in the scene is kind of scrambling to try and figure out who can beat Vitality, who can actually do it with any, or who can we point to and say you have the best chance to do it. Paravision does feel like a team right now that can, on their best day, pull it off, and I think part of it is the cool, Paravision Jame teams. Even when he was back on Outsiders and VP before that, I always felt like he was very good at getting teams to play his style, play within the realm of what Paravision want to do. And I think that kind of feels key when they face off against Vitality. Is everyone I see go up against Vitality gets to kind of have run at the map, Like Paravision's one team that like makes him uncomfortable, makes him awkward.
Man, it happens so quickly with this roster. I mean, at the Budapest Major was just shocking to see them play so well so quickly. And they put Sway in the team, and it just gets astronomically better again. So it's crazy to see Paravision click so quickly in the world stage.
Yeah, it's fun. A lot of it, I mean, because I've mentioned this a couple of times. I had the experience of practicing against Jame in the old VP and Outsider lineups when I was coaching Liquid, and a lot of like the difficulty to it is sometimes it just feels like the timing of like the fights you're expecting is just off. Like their pacing of scaling into bomb sites and taking over bomb sites is different. Their timings of when their lurkers spring into action just feels different. And I think with the way that Jame plays, you're constantly second-guessing if you're at the right place because the map is so quiet.
And Counter-Strike is all about being decisive, right? Like,
yeah.
And that's why I think Legacy are a really fun team in this matchup because they are so decisive. When they decide to go, they go.
Yeah, when someone calls the sign to attack, no one second guesses that one. Had a small tech issue, a keyboard problem that has been fixed, and as you can see, freeze time is dropping down into round number 3. Get things kicked off for you. Full buy from the Paravision T side. AK-47s across the board. Light on utility. No flashbangs in play. Just a bunch of smokes and Molotovs. There's some flashbangs picked up in T-spawn. Not as much as you'd like, though. So should be a relatively simple round from Paravision. So this will end in a pop-in palace. Utility is being used in middle to try and allow some presence there and make Legacy respect the middle of the map. But there's going to be a timing that Belshinock, Zwei, and Jello try and hit coming out of these holes, out of palace.
They're going to be coming back now. Final pieces of utility being tossed into middle, just to try and keep the Shroud of War intact, and you can't get the information you want in terms of middle. You think you could be getting split, but in fact it's going to be 2 through ramp, 3 through palace, and coming at this defense that Legacy have.
Look at how uncomfortable Legacy is. Like, they don't know what's happening, so the defense is actually all shifted away. And in a round where Paravision didn't bring a whole lot into the fight, they're going to be able to find a kill, spamming down through Ticket. Now access into the bomb site, nice and easy. They haven't had to do a whole lot. This is perfect for Paravision.
Yeah, very well played. Well, now Dumal trying to come back in with that rifle. He's managed to take Shello down. The issue is, 4v3, bomb planted. There's still a lot of work to do for Legacy to get back in here with no nades.
You know, you're actually in a position right now where you could just save this, and you actually have them boxed in. Okay, there's the drop down. Wanted to see if he get a couple kills, activate the retake. Doesn't quite happen the way he would have liked. James with the headshot, but now we move in. It's Lado and Dumal 2-on-2.
Yeah, giving it a go. James gone down. Now it's Way incredibly low in HP. 21 as they take him down. They get on the defuse, and a Legacy retake they just never thought was going to happen. But that is incredible. No nades going into the final seconds that, and Legacy pull it off.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure they were going to commit to that retake throughout the entire thing. I don't think Paravision was either, but man, that came in hot. What a great sequence for Legacy. 3-0. And Paravision was in such a strong scenario. 5-on-4 in the bomb site, nobody close by to harass. Just dropping the ball in the retake. Switch into a tech pause again really quick. That same keyboard issue has popped back up, so we're gonna see if we can get that one fixed quick.
I mean, that round couldn't have gone better in terms of the first couple of steps there for Paravision. It was just that post plan, like, how is it gone so wrong?
You actually got everything you wanted, right? You even spotted the mid push, the mid aggression without taking any losses, a nice quick jump peek. Get into the bomb site with a plant and an opening kill. Yeah, man, that fell apart real quick. I think part of it was like, I don't think Paravision expected that retake to come in so late, and so no one was really prepared to like swing off of a contact, right? Either way, if you're Legacy, you're loving this. Great start, good recovery. You got money now, you've taken some losses, but you can get the op out into the field. If you're Legacy this next round, you have everything you want. And we're just getting kicked off here. We talked about this on the podcast just last night with me and Chad and Yanko, and it's kind of trying to measure up like for this event, turning the corner into the major. It's kind of like you're sizing everyone up. Right, you have like another month, essentially month and a half until the major. Start figuring out now. This is where you get to see like what teams have to work on in this small gap they have before the major begins. This is where you kind of identify the areas that your focus needs to shift into, what kind of weaknesses you need to shore up, what kind of strengths you need to build upon. So this is kind of one of those events where you look at it and you're going to say, all right, well, this team has this problem. They've got this lead up to the major to figure it out. Teams like Paravision, it's still about establishing that consistency. Teams like Legacy, it's about building that playbook out, fleshing it out with Art still recently added to the team. Increasing your comfort level with his calling and how he likes to handle different scenarios.
Up into the window room, it's going to be Noda, who removes Dumal. Good shot from Sadzin out from triple. Shello going to be taken out with no issue there. As Art trying to get into that window room. He knows the player was that, but James already got out of that. He's back to safety in mid. No real significant ground being taken here for Paravision.
No, but well, this is significant ground right here for James.
That's a good wrapper on it.
Yeah, I mean, the chaos they've caused. Now, the sound cues of Beholds, actually, they slow down. Nissim Gonna be challenged. Double swing, good first kill. Can't track the second one. Moving Tech 9, hard target, but at least he's got information. So now it's Legacy's turn to shift.
Yeah, now Jame could be a real thorn in their side. Jumping down from the ladder room into the window. The tag was there, but Nota still standing, still able to get out with 16 HP. James flank this play. Can he make it happen on the AK?
Dude, I can't believe they haven't even considered this. He did make a footstep dropping off the box. Apparently they didn't hear it whatsoever, but the idea that you're not even thinking that this is a possibility.
He's calling the bomb back into the A side.
Well, he wants to force the rotation back into his arms. He wants Sadzin to get pulled in.
Or faking it as well, because the bomb's actually going through the underpass. But no one's close enough to hear that.
Yeah, he wanted a defender to say, okay, they're shifting back to the A bomb site. Players move out of market into James' arms, but now he's just going to turn the corner and have 2 free kills. Yes, he does.
Team kill as well.
Is there time?
7 seconds, got to get to... Nope. So his teammate's going down. Jame had the play, just his teammates died upon entry. So the 2 defenders do enough. Bomb goes down in the apartments and no time to get to the bomb. So, I mean, it was starting to look cool. Jame just didn't get what he wanted in that.
The unfortunate thing is he had the winning play for like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
no way for him to know that both defenders are never looking in his direction. That's why I was confused as well, why no one was considering it, because that's a long time to sit and wait without thinking there's going to be a backstab. That backstab is a very popular play. So Legacy get away with one in that round. 4-0.
Yeah, they really do get away with that. I mean, it's Paravision. Oh my god, they're going to push. Cello has no idea. They're just going to walk into Palace like that. And, yep, a little taste of what Legacy are going to bring to the server. Some aggression on the CT side. And Paravision immediately handed a player deficit here.
Okay, Legacy feeling very locked in and focused in these first 5 rounds of play. And not even backing away from this aggressive stance either. Saying, follow it up. And if you don't, we're going to find a timing and we'll just push and we'll get so much information on the map. Belshanock with the bomb, who's the lone player at A ramp. Mid control is given to Paravision for free. Nobody's home from the CT side. Happy to play containment in the 5-on-4. Now you have your aggressive Palace players from the Legacy side pushing to get that information that's going to be free. Nobody's home. And the timing of this is everything, because if they're able to catch Belshanock with the bomb, 45 seconds on the clock, that would be a disaster for this Paravision attack. But it's very dangerous playing against Paravision without any information.
Bomb plant secured. And I'll drop it back into post plant, but he goes lateral. Oh, he misses out his chance, but there's a second player. They're not ready for him. Dumao, can he double up? No, just a single frag, and that is not going to be enough to leave you feeling comfortable. If your Legacy is Sadzin gets drive-by as well, and we've got Nissim just backing out of there. So finally, after a long time of knocking on the door, Paravision finally stepped through with a round win.
Everything is actually great in terms of that Palace play for Legacy, the opening kill and the re-aggression, but the fact that for the rest of that round, Paravision never had to encounter any resistance, nobody spotting from short, nobody spotting from ticket, nobody jiggling anything. Like, the idea they're able to walk down middle and walk up con all the way to get the bomb planted without anybody fighting them whatsoever. Because at that point, once Paravision gets in, they say, we haven't counted any defense. Like, this defense is so passive. The strength of this has got to be a flank. It's got to be a Palace player who killed us earlier, someone wrapping around. You start to get the feeling that because something's not right, everything's an issue. And I think Legacy just gave Paravision way too much room in the round.
Well, 3 players committed into the site here for Legacy, playing in front of those smokes that would come through. And look at this contact out into the open. Nissim getting one good trade from Noda, but there's still 2 players close towards the wood as well. So it's strong for Legacy despite losing that player.
Does Paravision want to go right back up into this is the question. Oh, 2 players ticked by the Molotov is the information there. Paravision just backs away. Chuck the Molotov down, 1 for 1 on the initial walkout contact from Cielo, but after that, Paravision want nothing to do with this A site. So we're going to pause for a moment. Looks like send a few players to spread out across the map, look for pushes. establish some presence elsewhere, and maybe you can come back to this in the late round.
Art lying in wait. That scope is going to go back up towards short. Plenty of players now for Paravision getting ready to walk into this B bomb. So Art gets into the right position in time. Missed shot though. Where did that one go? Only another second. He'll nail that opportunity. But now the utilities coming in. It's going to make it difficult for him to get further impact. So that bomb gets into the site, gets planted, and Paravision have a strong post plant setup, and Art actually steps through and gives away the player advantage.
Yeah, he had to have known there was really only one way that was going to end. Okay, James now watching for the flank spots. Dumao, who's got an MP9. The rotation over to this bomb site is very, very slow, very late. Going to be a difficult retake, especially if they can't get this kill, and now you might just want to back away.
Yeah, surely just going to be that safe call. So Legacy, yeah, backing away, looking to just save their weapons, and Paravision don't mind adventuring across the map. You know, looked like they were very focused on that A play to kick things off, get the opening pick in A through a contact play, and don't want to commit to it once they get that information of two players still being there. And I mean, Art, I've got it. He does well to get the kill, but walking through that smoke is. They no longer have to worry about him, and then the apartments player just gets fully focused on.
Yeah, he feels like because nobody else is really home at the B bomb site, like he's got to make more of a play. But I think just kind of playing behind that smoke and just waiting for it to fade, because your teammates aren't close by. Like while you wait for that to fade, it's going to take them the 10, 12 seconds to actually shift over to the B bomb site, and then you can play the 4-on-3.
You know there's an AWP there, so James isn't going to feel comfortable to look down into the apartments. Like he's going to worry about that AWP coming in any second. Yeah, unfortunate that, and it has it's drained the money here of Legacy losing that round. So you've got an AK, you've got an M4, but everybody else, it wasn't fortunate enough to save, have got very weak weapons indeed. So Paravision can send. Oh my, that's the bomb! That's the bomb at the back. Oh my God, Jay!
He chucked the bomb to the other side though. At the very least, that doesn't do a whole lot at the moment.
Well, he's just like, all right. Just throw it over there anyway.
Well, and now Art has an AWP, and in this position with the deep angles you can take, brutal. Nice flashbang to take him off the follow-up. He should be dead. Flick isn't going to be there.
I mean, it actually makes a difference there with throwing the bomb over, because they don't have to cross, I guess, is the idea behind it. If you can somehow get to the bomb, but I mean, good quick decision-making there from James. Now the bomb is recovered, a 3v3, more damage than they would have liked to have taken already in this round for Paravision, but turning back, dealing with a threat in the flank, and really should be no way Legacy get into this round win.
Nah, man, Paravision have a nice change of pace here. You gave them 2 rounds where you really kind of went quiet on the map, gave them didn't give them any information to work with, walk down mid, walk up into the A bomb site. Next round, get a little bit of contact, throw a fake, and then hit the B bomb site, and now you just speed things up and hit a really fast timing. Good calling from James so far, and that's going to have impact later on in this half. Exits coming in for the AKs, and Dumao can't get anything done. Cheeky way to clear things out if you're Noda. Three to 4. Paravision back within just 1. So started out pretty chill. Both teams, I mean, a good hot start from Legacy. Got a couple gifts in those first 4 rounds, but it all counts. And then the rebuttal and response from Paravision with 3 in a row now. Good recovery to get off the goose egg, and you've got more advantages. Up in the hands of Sadzin. M4 is picked up late. An aggressive stance with the AWP. Art and Sadzin drop down for the underpass.
There's Lato handling the push out from Shello. So Legacy, not only the opening, but the follow-up as well. And this is a quicker round coming through. I mean, still 1:25 seconds left. A 5v3 already here for Legacy. Zweit trying to make the trade happen here on the site. He's done well to get the damage off, but not finishing off the player inside of the site. So Art's moved very swiftly under the wood to protect his life. Another rotation of his teammates arriving. There's absolutely no way this one is going to fall out of the hands of Legacy. So they get back to winning ways as soon as the rifles all return. We're looking at 5-3 now for Legacy on the CT side.
Yeah, they've got a minute remaining, so the question you always have to ask the James-led teams is this just going to be a minute-long save, or are we going to try and take some of the weapons out? Because the money's still not good for Legacy. They haven't established themselves. This is coming out of a 3-round run for Paravision. So if you're Zwei and Noda, although Zwei's only got 5 HP, try to you know, trim away a couple of these weapons isn't the worst thing in the world to try and keep the money low. But I think that 5 HP on Zwei is what's keeping them from having any kind of a stance in this round. So we do get the full-blown 1 minute long save. It'll be 5-3 in the favor of Legacy. And 5 players surviving in this round. And this has been a very Legacy-esque half of Counter-Strike so far. When we saw them at Pro League, there was a lot of aggressive CT side stances. They're one of the teams that like to almost play like 2 T sides. They're CT sides, they love pushes, they love getting in your face, they love being disruptive. Those are all things that Legacy are trying to do to your attack.
Counter-terrorists win.
So round 9 coming in. Paravision going to buy back up around these 2 saved AK-47s. Plenty of cash for that. And they get to try again. Legacy with 5 players surviving, grow the economy. A couple of AK-47s they've been able to recover for the CT side. Very, very strong there. And Sadzin's op still on the field. Starting to get mobile as well. Aggressive into the underpass previous round. Now looks like it'll be boosted up at the B bomb site to give mobile AK-47s and rifles some rotation.
Lato, he's taking Shello down. Nota also working one of these kills right back, but Paravision, can they actually break through? Can they get beyond the ramp? That bomb, a long fight, but the spray down battle goes the way of Zwei, so at least they maintain that advantage, but incredibly low and still not out onto the bomb site. You would still have to deal with Art, who's under the woods, so not a great round so far from Paravision.
Well, they've given themselves an advantage, and they've put a lot of pressure on, because the comms during all this is that it's an A exec and an A hit and an A attack, but this has just been mostly Paravision fighting from the top of the ramp. They actually haven't had to commit due to the aggressive stance of Legacy. Unfortunately, the HP is just so damn low. Nota, you got to be very, very patient in this role. You are meant to play last. It's Zwei who's got the 14 health, who doesn't have a whole lot of great options. He'll be playing in Palace once again, probably going to go first to be bait, or he'll be a supportive element to cover Belshunok. But at least Legacy has just kind of, they've put all their eggs in one basket of the A bomb site, and it is the right call.
Oh, Artsaw just peeks out at a good time. That is what I take in. Art communicating, staying pinned into sandwich. And as that's all happening, his teammates getting further kills here, but James strikes into action. Belchunok on the follow-up. 9 seconds left in the round. Nissim throwing utility and trying to heat that bomb planter up, but he's missed it. It won't go on to default, and he won't be able to stop it from happening. And now with 26 HP, Nissim has a very difficult clutch ahead of him. It was a nice idea. It just doesn't come together the way he would have hoped. And of course, Paravision stealing away around in the final few seconds here. Nissim going to be peeked out from default. Belchunok to collect that kill. And Paravision squeeze out another in the half.
Yeah, they really do. Lovely played 4-on-3, even entering into the stack as well, but perfectly playing, baiting the teammate out of Palace with low HP, gives Belshunok good angle to just kind of hold and wait for Art's repeak. And even with 2 low HP players, they're able to trade it out into an advantage. Lovely round from Paravision to close out. That brings them within 1. And the last buy for Legacy comes in. If they lose this round, they are completely broken right at the tail end of the half, which could give Paravision such a strong lead. Utilities out. Here's the mid control. Not the resources to fight for this Legacy have. Very convoluted sentence. But the rush, however, is underway. A good split. Dumao goes 1 for 1. Nissim up next, and they kind of have an idea of where he's chilling.
Yeah, with a spamming around. Oh my god, okay. So White just walks into the open. Nissim just destroyed. And now they can start thinking about that bomb plant soon. They break, and it's Nota to react faster and more accurately, dropping Art and forcing Lato and Sadzin into the save call. We've got a tie game as Paravision have fought their way back into this first half. It's now tied up at 5 apiece.
Yeah, man, Paravision, this T-side, it really, really clicked in at a certain point in this half. This started out 4-0. Since then, it's been 5 of the last 6 for Paravision. They've just grabbed hold of this, and now Legacy feels like second-guessing everything across the map. Paravision's given you so many different timings, so many different looks. And this is the James effect. It feels like your CT half just gets more and more difficult as the half goes on. So AWP and M4 brought into the next round, but Dumao, Nissim, and Art are not going to have anything fun to play with going into round 11.
Terrorists win.
We get all tied up, and while the economy was a little bit busted a couple rounds ago, Paravision should be fine for the rest of the half. Or will be fine for the rest of the half. All right, Art's picked up his MP9 on a round with low economy. And he made a play like this at EPL, and we asked him about it and talked to him about it. And he's probably explained it a million times over the years. I mean, he just wants a weapon that, if he sees an opportunity to make a play, that can actually turn the round. He wants enough firepower.
And he turned the round.
And he did back in Pro League, yes.
They won the game because of that. So he's hoping that he can do that again here. Let's see if he's able to pull it off as we have Paravision setting up players in towards the A side. We've got Belchinox, White, and Shello all coming in with frags, leaving Nissim and Sadzin.
But look at the time.
Immediately dead.
Look at the timing of this round. Like, those kills come in at like 1:30, 1:20, like in that little 10-second range. A lot of this half has been, especially, I mean, for full buy rounds, it's much, much slower for Paravision, obviously. But some of the rounds, they haven't even like made a move until a minute left in the round. So just messing with the timings that Legacy's got in their heads. A very easy 6th round on the board. No one taking damage from the Paravision side. No one from Legacy ready for these fights. And for this first time in this map, Paravision will gain the lead.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's a nice one from Zoid. All right, I mean, for Paravision, it's been a couple of different looks out this T side, and I think that's something we talk about with this squad now. Is like, traditionally, you always talk about Jame and his slow teams, but yeah, a little bit more poppy at times. There was a couple of rushes thrown in here, not always successful, but you know, it's cool to see they definitely were like slower rounds. You worked the whole map, but then there was B rushes and A contact plays. It's had a nice load of variation here from Paravision in the first half.
Yeah, I like the way James calling. Fun guy to watch call.
Sometimes.
These days.
Sometimes. I mean, I still remember that overpass game, Jason, where he went, what, 12 times to the B-bomb side?
Hey, man, it was fun. Might seem crazy.
Sure, it was fun. You're right. Well, not so fun for Nota as he gets pushed by Art. Opening kill falls in favor here of Legacy. Can Nissim get anything done out from short? He's close to it, and he's tapping away. His way eventually will go down here. So Nissim under pressure. Nissim got another one on the USP somehow, and Paravision are now really crumbling away in the last round of this first half. So strong hold in the end of the B-bomb side then. It is Legacy to tie things up.
It's got to be a feel-good moment for Nissim to have a sequence like that, because I feel like most of the time Paravision has went at the B-bomb side. It's been in some anti-ecos. It's been fast-paced. It's been when he's had like pistols. So nice to see him deliver when they come at him in a gun round, and he gets a chance to have some fun, and boy, does he. We're tied at 6 as we switch sides. Not too bad at all. Good recovery from Paravision after a 0-4 start, but Legacy staying in the game and scraping together enough to not make it a complete like wash at the end of the half. So we switch sides. We get to see the attack from Legacy, and I think this is where you'll feel the biggest difference between the way these two teams played, because this is going to be a much more aggressive T-half than, much faster paced, I think, than what we saw from Paravision. Pistol round set to begin. Dumao getting locked in. You'll notice we've muted his screams in between rounds.
Yeah, for the sake of all headphone users around the world.
Yeah, we haven't been hearing that too much. It's been much more calm. I can still see him doing it, you know? Stan there, the other half of the brain behind Paravision, together with Jame, and the two of them have just been putting together championship contending teams for years. Live into the pistol round second half. Utility chucked out. Those are just decoys.
Jame all the way out towards top mid. He is going to be taken down immediately by Dumao. I mean, this game immediately just gets better and easier for Paravision if they win this pistol round. Obviously, having to grind their way back into the first half there with gun rounds, but not looking great. Now we've lost Jame, and it's going to be an A-bomb site empty of CT players here. So Legacy going to start attacking in towards that now as the rotations arrive.
It ain't empty any longer. It's empty as they shifted to clear middle, and now that they've done that with ease, Jello set up for a flank towards A ramp. Now they get people in, but you have to have some stopping power too.
Oh, Zweit will fall to Sadzin, who just goes ahead and gets a second kill as well as he races down towards CT. We've now got Shello coming around the backside here, and it's a good kill from Shello. And it's Lato who has been removed. At least some sort of hope left in this pistol round. Okay, Nota getting 2 more as Nissim strikes from Palace. It's all on Nota. And despite his best efforts, it does seem like those 2 kills are still not going to be enough. You've got a player at Palace, one running you down at triple now, and Art's got the knife out. That's exactly what he wants. Low HP inside of the smoke, slashes him up. Lots of money here for Art, and a pistol round again here for Legacy to kick off the second half.
Yeah, getting all the nice kills coming in. I mean, clearing out CT spawn, double kill from Sadzin, but just a nice little tactic. Good little strategy at the top of middle, watching for that push from Jame. One player crouched down, so just pops up, and Jame has a surprise 2-on-1 that he didn't expect. Legacy got a couple nice tricks in their back pocket. Yeah, right here. Timao just crouched to where he couldn't be spotted, and then James says, oh, there's actually 2? I had no idea. Easy kill. And a good aggressive pistol round to clear out the stairs. Second round live.
Well, Force Bite coming in here for Paravision. Going to get a scout for Jame. The rest is going to be on pistols. So a great opportunity here for Legacy to win this round as well. Go 8-6 up in the game. Paravision on Eco 9-6. When we really get going here, this would be fantastic for Legacy because it's obviously Paravision's map pick. Mirage, Inferno up next here for Legacy. Could be a real world in which stylistically this is just a matchup that Legacy are comfortable in. Like if they win 2-0 again here today, the caveat of it being online the last time they played is out the window.
Well, it'd be interesting too because it would reignite a conversation around Legacy that began kind of at Austin, right? When they had that fun run at the major, the upset over Vitality, making it out of the United
winning
stage.
The Perfect World event.
Yeah, winning the Perfect World event. After that, we started to really see the rise of Dumao and Lato, which had been, you know, foretold for a number of years preceding it.
In the prophecy of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and obviously they've hit a little bit of a lull, right? Like they hit the doldrums. They've hit kind of they've descended the past few months, which prompted that change from Lux to Art as your IGL. And now this is about getting back to that point. Maybe this new style can reinvigorate this team. And wins over Paravision, especially one on LAN versus the online win at Pro League, that's a first step to being like, all right, that's a big scalp to take.
Oh, Nissim starting to warm up. And, I mean, this Force Buy does nothing. So they make it look like an eco. And just a reminder, this was a full investment here for Paravision. You're going to have literally nothing to play with if you lose away in Cello right now. So, very likely a 9-6 lead for Legacy. And then Paravision, the hard work begins. Got to win on gun rounds again. And they were able to, obviously, be competitive in that first half when it comes to the gun rounds. But you don't want to let Legacy have such a lead, really, before this T-side gets going.
See when these guns come out, what Paravision's going to have in this first fight back. Kill at the end of the day, 2 kills at the end of the day, and an AK-47, or excuse me, a Galil recovered. Not too bad to escape the round with, but that's not strong enough for obviously anything that's going to prompt any kind of a buy. Jello saving some money to drop an AWP over now that he's got those couple kills. Should be a nice easy one for Legacy, get up to 9. Remember, the first half started with a 4-0 run, so even if there is a bit of a hole, like I think Paravision is one of those teams that's shown us enough and showed us enough competitive games and deep runs at tournaments to say they're going to be able to find a solution. It's a timeout from the Paravision side. The first one called by Distan to get on the mic and start talking things over. So pushing some orders out to the team, how they want to play this round, how they want to handle this Legacy attack as the timeout comes to a close. And then freeze time before we get back into the action. Round 15 coming in. And there is some investment around this Galil. They've actually picked up an M4 as well. Pass that Galil over to Zwei. Few extra pistols also, so look for something a little bit tricky. Look for something to activate this M4, you'd imagine. So the rifle's both going to come up catwalk. Likely a boost to try and just grab one cheeky kill before drifting away. Your Legacy, you likely knew the Galil had been recovered, but hearing the M4 shoot might be like a sign. You might start to sense there's a buy. Like, it puts everyone a little bit worried on Legacy. You're like, okay, M4 on the board, be careful for a full-blown buy.
And gathering going down to the B-bomb side. We've got Lato leading that charge, but all of his teammates following in behind. Here they come. Shello burning, no comfortable spot to stand in any longer. Smoke's going to deploy towards it. Here they come, hopping out the windows. Belchinok turned into the corner to dodge the flash. Couldn't dodge the bullets, though, as he's dead and locked away. Shello, they eventually, surely, are going to deal with him, but no, it takes a while, and Shello gets 2 out of that, but it doesn't really matter unless Noda can pull off something special, and it's a good start. That the Eagles taking Nissim down.
It started to matter mid-sentence.
Yeah. But in the end, it will be Legacy taking that 9-6 lead that was predicted. And make sure you don't fall over there, Chucky. That's we can't have the coach on the floor.
Well, this is the big one. This is the big round to see how this half is going to go. Paravision, they buy up into things. All up in the hands of Jame. M4s for everyone else. Full buy for the T side of Legacy, obviously, out of the 3-round streak they've opened up with. And this is where, I mean, we saw them dig out of that 0-4 hole in the first half, but you'd like to just get started right out of the gate here in the first gun round. So it'll be Belchinok and James AWP at the A-bomb site. Noda going to be playing at the top of Con. Zwei is your B-man, and Jello playing short.
There's the near flick out from James, not able to connect it. But this connector split is here. Art now arriving, stepping through the smoke. Down towards the stairs now. Noda going to be drawn to attention soon. Art's running at him. There's a good peek out from Belchinok and Noda combining for the damage to bring him down, and D-Mal getting the trade. But Belchinok doing so much work from under the wood here. And he's still got James protecting him from that palace push as well. So Belchinok, a real threat in this round. Shello eventually taken down by Lato. 50 seconds on the clock. Where do Legacy try and go with this one? Oh, tough situation here for Sadson. Now down on 14 HP, but Nissim, he's being watched this whole time, but James has come off it. That timing is insane, and finally Nissim will get that kill on James. Belchinok steps out though and gets a kill alongside Zwei in tandem, leaving Sadson on 14 HP with 25 seconds left. Somehow Paravision have recovered this round again.
I give so much credit over to Belchinok. Triple kill in the round, but just being patient, waiting for his moments, not trying to force the scenario. And unfortunately, Sadson would love to just get a bomb plant. Not going to happen. So first gun round for Paravision and an AWP recovered for free despite James' death. He's going to get that back immediately. Lovely round from Belchinok inside that A bomb site. Plays it so well. So Art taking command of the team. Another investment from the Legacy side. A little bit bruised and busted already. There's the first kill. Following things up, making sure taking over jungle isn't too painful, but just the constant movement. Reposition after every kill, making his position hard to locate. And a great defense. 3 pistols, an AK, and a Galil for Legacy's attack.
Art has got himself to the bottom of connector. Not a bad spot to have. You can feel the pressure on his way there with the flashes coming over. He doesn't know if he's going to be run down. He's got Cello. He's trying to just fend off any short attack that might be coming his way, and he's done a good job. has discouraged Legacy from staying committed to that.
Yeah, but you need a kill with that AK-47. The entire point of this AK is to just get you one kill that might make the defense shift, that makes the defense a little bit nervous about what you've opened up. And without that kill, you're not going to get the opening you need to stream into the B-bomb site. Art's trying to find a timing. As the utility rains out, he thinks that's the timing someone's gaze will turn away, and he's correct.
There's a peek out from Zoid. That will be Doomau brought down by the MP7. First blood finally drawn, but Art getting up into the window. We've seen the first half, James trying to make a play from this. Art a little bit of a different approach, making his play loud and proud. 24 seconds, doesn't have the time to work with.
Yeah, well, he wants to be loud because, as you mentioned, time is an issue. Now, this has actually solved the problem in a way. Just the new problem is the bomb has come over to the A bomb site, so you're not going to get anything.
Well, Art does get taken down, and yeah, absolutely nothing, including that bomb plant. I mean, if the bomb had stayed committed to B, he's actually drawn everybody over towards the A site there, but...
Yeah, kind of a weird round, and I think you're a little bit annoyed by this if you're Nissim and Legacy. I mean, this time's out. He's got $0 in the bank, so no utility for Nissim in this next round. Sat on Armor and Galil. And that's kind of all they'll have, you know, $2,000 on everyone. Actually, the money issues for Legacy are such a problem right now that Paravision's having a nice, you know, chill stroll to tie things up at 9. Round 18.
Botchnok and Nota. A couple of kills on the defense. It's immediately taking out the sting of this attack. You've got Shello, who has removed Lato. Belchanok also taken down Aura, and Sadzin falling away. So 5 players up here for Paravision. Money can start to grow, and a tie game as well. It's really impressive, you know, seeing them get into this position without winning pistol rounds, without these conversions. Paravision still able to march through this, then I mean, they're going to be happy enough with the game that they've played today.
There's the further issue now, too, where like Legacy's like, great, we have our first strong buy in a couple rounds. We've had to kind of sit back with Tech 9s and a P250 2 rounds ago. Last round was just purely pistol. However, because of Nissim, he can't really buy. He's going to be stuck on a Deagle, and there's a real lack of utility across the team. So Legacy, this round's not going to be easy. Paravision still sitting in the pole position, despite the score being tied. Still feels like the advantage is leaning their direction down the board. So timeout comes to a close from the Legacy side of things after they talk things over. First map in this series. A grudge match from ESL Pro League a few weeks back where Legacy defeated Paravision online 2-0 in a series. Now Paravision trying to return the favor on LAN, and in a good position to do so. Utilities out for the opening. 4 players heading towards middle for Legacy. That's what I mean. Look how much quicker this is. You know, Paravision's mid takes were kind of like chill at the top, throw out your utility, see if there's a reaction, throw out a second set of utility, then move into place. Change the pacing a couple times, but Legacy's just been all fast, all aggression.
Doomau is he's taken down Shello, and it's at least something here. It's followed up from Nissim out of Palace. Belchanok, the next victim. Knocked off his perch as here comes James, and fantastic work out from Ticket. That's going to be out of there, but a lot more needed, and James can't get it done. Sharp shooting from the rifles here for the Brazilians as Doomau steps up to the plate as well. Nota running back towards A would take something miraculous to win this. And Nade landing towards him, taking some of his health away. And Nota is just going to have to think about backing off now. So Legacy get into the lead.
Yeah, this is, I mean, a very, very nice round. Both teams responding back and forth. That's beautiful stuff with that aggression. I mean, the cover when you're boosting up into the vent to take down the player in ladder room. Lado with the immediate shot onto James as he re-peeks for a second kill with the op. That was the only thing that could win the round for Paravision was James op shutting down the play coming con. So a critical trade kill. And Legacy, the first team to reach double digits. And we're getting to that part of the game, that kind of territory where if the Paravision CT side gets reset ever, Legacy's kind of in a winning position. They just kind of, the red carpet's laid out, they can waltz into it. Plenty of money at the moment for the CT side, but that can disappear quick.
I mean, for Legacy, I mean, it's got to feel like you've got to take this opportunity. You're now 10-9 up. If you win this round, I mean, you're going to reset Paravision, and then you've got an opportunity to win Paravision's map pick. I mean, golden opportunity to get a 2-0 win here if you're able to take Mirage. Double up setup, though. Zwei taking his for a spin up to the apartments, just holding down this long-range angle.
Flashbangs better be on point to take him off it. He's got backup inside the bomb site. That's Jello, who's got a Molotov as well, who can chuck that out if the pressure is coming. But he's shifting away further and further. The longer Legacy take to pull the trigger on this. Art has just gotten into position underneath the window. And that might be the go signal now that he's slid into position.
Yeah, Zwei going out into the peak. It is Lato who has been removed as Zwei retreats into the site. Now plenty of flashes running over as they try and get out into the bomb site, but Zwei, he's not seen anybody because they haven't seen waiting. Yeah, they're still waiting at the door. And this is, oh, Art's just waiting now as they come back in. It's huge from Art's position. They're actually going to back off. They've got enough time to change it up and go to the A side if they desire, but there's still an A player. It's Jame. He's still here, still a threat. Can Art deal with him, or will Jame take this round into his own hands? He's waiting for that peak. He's actually positioned himself very well, getting back to Ticket. They know Jame is still a threat. He isolates the fight against Art, and now they get shut down by Shello. And Legacy, this one is going to the wind. Jame in a 1v1 up against Nissim, and Jame is on the USP. Nissim's out of there, does not want to get involved in that fight.
Is there enough time on the smoke? It's, yeah, he should be.
No, it's not. It's a USP. It's only a USP, and Nissim gets back into the AK and drops him inside a connector. That round is all over the place. And finally, Legacy able to get the job done on it.
Oh, he's not ready, Jame, for that smoke to fade. If he is, he has an AWP. Did he switch to an AK as well at some point? Yeah, that round is very, very chaotic. What a crazy one. Art in position, jumps up. He's the release valve. He's the audible, pulls the team to the other side of the map. And Nissim, oh, he's thanking his lucky stars right now. Giving a bit of a gift there in that final fight in the 1v2. And now you're in that disaster scenario where Paravision, you had so much money, but you lose all of it in that loss. FAMAS for Noda, MP7 for Zwei, 5-7 for Belshanock. These are weapons you can win the round with, but man, they're much weaker, and advantages towards Legacy. 2 in a row. Looking to get themselves on a map point. That's their second timeout coming to a close here. And we'll head into round 21, but Paravision on their back foot.
Legacy gonna go for a simple direct hit towards the A bomb site here. Should have the advantages in terms of weapons. We'll see if Jame can get something done with his off. I mean, the fact the utility's gonna cut him out, it's gonna be a very frustrating feeling here for Jame. Does leave just a pistol inside of the site. Belchnock's been doing some good work from under the wood, but he's cleared out this time by Art, who dodges him and actually got a second kill. Now, Jame does get one kill, but they know where the AWP is now. They know it's pinned back, and Art has done so much in getting those 2 frags.
I mean, they know it was boosted up as well, so you kind of know the position of 2 players, so you're really feeling very comfortable as this bomb gets planted.
Yeah, you're looking for map point now for Legacy.
Good route to run from Art. Oh, there's a nice shot from Sadzin. Nowhere to go. Actually, they got to be dangerous. These aren't the greatest positions in the world.
Oh my god, finally, Dumal steps into the fight and wins it, but Jame 1v2. No kit on his back. Now he's picked one up. He's got a kit available and some utility. Don't let him win this. You cannot let him win this. And Lato makes sure as soon as he spots that head, it's an instantaneous headshot. And yeah, great path in there from Art, who dodges the scope of Jame and is able to march his way, kill the Underwood player, then find the CT player without exposing himself.
Yeah, had the smoke in Palace, had the smoke up at top stairs, smoke in jungle as well, and he takes the opportunity to say, I'll just take the risk. I'm just going to walk through this. I have an avenue to get down the ladder, I think, and it works perfectly. clearing things out to that degree. James struggled to find nearly as much impact as he would have liked with the op throughout this game, really. He's had it a lot, especially in the second half. Still down on 7 kills. Had a couple chances, but not able to build into any kind of critical multi-kill with the AWP. So Legacy say an A-exec is the way to end it. Defensive smoke deployed to stop their progression.
Well, there's Lato, Belchanok, he's going to fall away. And there's James. MP9's coming in. Nota also stepping up with a couple of his own. And, well, it's actually looking pretty decent here for Paravision in terms of what they've been able to do with some of these weapons. You've got Nissim on 30 HP. He softened up. The MP9 can take him down instantly. The FAMAS or the MP7.
Well, let's see what they do with a taste of their own medicine, because we've hit the pause button if we're Legacy, right? You've quieted down on the map. You're going to have to give them some time to make you think that a wraparound to the B-bomb site is possible, a player wrapping around middle for a backstab is possible. So what happens now when it's Paravision who's got to play without intel? They go looking for it. Not punished as well.
Smoke deployed.
Honestly, I don't think Legacy hate those at the moment.
No, they actually love them because look how much cover it gives for Assassins to get closer and closer into the site. A miss smoke, though, from Legacy is going to be a big gap.
No, I think that's perfect. It creates the wall.
Yeah. So then you can look all the way down to a CT here. Assassins pathed himself perfectly to a CT spawn. He's got himself 1 kill. Gets information on the second player as well. Now the bomb plant, that's the issue. Shello just like, all right, thank you very much. I'm going to just peek up and deny that.
Y'all crazy if you think that plan was going to go. It's going to work.
I guess there's no other option. Like the time is running out. You've just got to see if I can get away with it. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean the real strength of that round for Paravision comes in that 3-on-3 with a little peek down towards ramp for information. Once they see 2 players there, they're like, okay, well, we just get to chill. We don't have to move around the map. The fact that Legacy's unable to punish them is the missed opportunity that they were waiting for. So an issue with Legacy, who's going to struggle to close this game out, 12-9, but none of these last 3 rounds, well, the last round was a goodbye, but this one's not going to be good. Next round's not going to be pretty either.
Sweet. Jumping, and now realizing, oh shit, they're running at me. So many players coming at him with an MP9. He's going to be taken down by Dumal. Shell out from short, at least getting something, but you need a multi-kill, and he's just not able to get it. So Legacy have broken through, and looking like they're going to take Paravision's map pick. It comes down to a retake, and they've now lost James. So it's Nota and Belchanok in a 2v4, and they're held behind smokes right now, and Nota isn't even in a good position. They've got a single flash for this retake, and a kit on the back of Nota. Legacy, a win online back at Pro League over Paravision. And now on land, a couple of events later here at Bucharest for PGL, and it's looking like we're going to watch them take the opening map here. Paravision's map pick falling out of their hands. Legacy going to be taking Mirage. Nota fighting on, giving us a good show, but the time is too thin. He can't win it, and Nissim with the final blow. It is the Brazilians breaking through first with Mirage going their way, and Inferno up next with a dream of a 2-0 again.
I really enjoyed that map.
Yeah. Who are the winners? The viewers. That was a fun game. That was a fun game from the start to finish. I think it offered a lot of high-paced stuff. I know people are maybe used to old James style, wouldn't expect it. Obviously, Legacy brought a lot to the table from that side as well, but just exciting back and forth, some key round wins, some adaptations from both sides. But yeah, Legacy and Art come on top for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think before we get into actually talking about Mirage, I kind of want to go back to the pick ban. I do this really rarely because most pick bans are like pretty straightforward. You know, most teams kind of go to their perma ban, they pick one of their top 2 maps as their pick, and then they kind of go on from there, handshake to like a common ground 3rd map. But in this case, I really don't understand why Paravision picked Mirage. Like, if you think you are the better team, which they should, then you should not be afraid to pick into your strength like Dust 2 or pick into a map like Ancient. So to see them go to Mirage, a map they've lost their last 8 out of 9 games on, a map that they've shown struggles on both sides of the map, I don't know why you would gift that to Legacy in the opening map of this series. That's just me. Like, I do think this is a very peculiar way to approach this series from Paravision before you even get into the server.
Yeah, Legacy must be super happy that they got it this way. We saw, like, especially on the T side, how organized, how well playing together they are, just like trading, finding openings. And I think on both sides, the openings went heavily in their favor. So that just put James' side on the back foot, and he individually didn't really have a great game. On the second half, he tried. He went for some plays, maybe even some plays you wouldn't usually expect from him, risky plays, but you know, the trading was just there. They didn't. There's no big mistakes from Legacy's side that James and Paravision could punish.
I also don't think Paravision looks horrible on this map.
No.
To be fair. I think they put up a really good fight. I think it was a close call. We saw it was equal at the half. Like, I don't think it was a shocking pick in that sense. They had some good plays.
No, I mean, I think that overall, considering that they had such cold starts to both halves, I mean, they started on the back, I think they were down like 5-1 or something like that in the first half. Second half, they also lose the pistol in the follow-up. So, I mean, yeah, you're playing from behind. You're playing with a fragile economy through a lot of the game. Yeah, they did have some nice things. You know, for one, again, even though they...
Why am I watching this and just coming out of apartments, getting the same kill round after round? You're mentioning it in the green room, but that's actually insane. I think he had like 6 kills off of apartments, just walking out, finding timings on Paravision.
Yeah, no, again, I think on the Paravision side, you saw a pretty well-rounded game in the sense that they played their slower style, but also brought some pacey plays, but they did have some rounds they ran out of time. Meanwhile, you look at Legacy, and you're kind of hinting at it there, like, they're just so decisive, and they play like this controlled chaos style, where, yeah, they're coming at you fast, and yeah, maybe to a surface glance, it looks a little bit, you know, loose and scrappy, but they're really decisive. They play together well with good spacing. They overwhelm you with numbers, and then you have guys like Nissim who are able to find these really cool timings, because while you're dealing with so much pressure in middle or maybe B apartments, Nissim's able to find ways to slide out of Palace and catch kills on people not paying attention, and that can really just kind of cause around the spiral at that point.
I know we have a round right from the beginning. I think it was round 3 that kind of hypes up more of the Legacy conversation we're having.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of how we set up the game and what the casters were talking about as well. I mean, this is around first gun round, right? Some early exchanges and then a bomb plant coming in from Paravision. Advantage situation. The clock is kind of ticking down. This flank comes in and you feel like this is the make or break. It's traded so easily that you think Legacy will just go for a save from this point onwards. It's 3v2. The clock is going low, but Paravision feels like they don't expect this coming in. There's no trades. Everyone's just playing for themselves, and it looks so easy for Legacy because they just get 3 1v1 duels while they are 2 guys swinging together. So I think this shows the whole idea about how different these 2 teams are. James would probably be like, guys, let's save this. It's the first gun round. We have 3 guns or 2 guns. Let's just go into the next round. Keep our chances high, but these, you know, these crazy Brazilians, they just went for it. They won there, and then, you know, just set the pace and got a great start to the CT half.
Yeah, definitely, again, benefited from hot starts to both halves, and I think they also just benefited from their whole rifling core coming together very effectively. You know, you had the good aggressive rifling out of Dumao. You had Lotto and Nissim, you know, finding their timings and trading plays to make things happen. They also played great defensively in their key spots. And, you know, even though neither Opera really got rolling on this map, which, you know, dynamic CT opping can usually be very impactful in Mirage, even if that didn't happen, the other guys stepped up when they needed to. Whereas, you know, you kind of alluded to it, you know, the rifling has been very inconsistent, I feel like, on Paravision, where you have certain games where Zelo and Noda look amazing, but then you have certain games where they look completely missing. And meanwhile, Legacy do have some players, in my opinion, who have shown extended periods of success in being able to be high-level players. And I think sometimes the firepower mismatch can catch Paravision. Okay,
let's talk about Inferno, because this is Legacy's map pick. But James, I've seen him do this before. He normally likes a 3-map series. We got to have a 13-11, 13-10 scoreline the whole way through.
Yeah.
And is that what is the comeback possible?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I wouldn't write Paravision off, even though, like, the veto just feels really nice for Legacy now, especially after they win their opponent's map pick. They obviously won Inferno last time they played online. So it is possible, but Inferno is also a super gambly CT side map, which James usually does well, but, you know, will he figure it out after the first map and getting the feel of Art, maybe. I'm not like banking on it. I'm not banking on it. Feels like Legacy is in a groove and they're hitting their shots quite well, which together with a few gambles on their side, I think is going to provide a W here.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is common ground. You know, I think Paravision, since they've picked up Zwei, 8-3 record, including lots of wins against top 5 opponents. So that's very good for their resume. But this is a map that when Legacy were showing us some big things at like CAC and Masters Bucharest and even some of the stuff that they've done since Arch joined the team, a lot of that has come off the back of Inferno. They definitely have a rich history on this map. So both teams should feel comfortable. I think for me, the key is going to be the Zelo-Noda duo at Banana. Again, these are two very aggressive riflers. And when they're in form, they can really dictate the pace defensively and make it very hard for teams to default and be able to get that Banana control that you want to build off of. But again, they're so inconsistent. Meanwhile, when you look at the opposing side, Dumas and Lotto are so consistent, man. Like, I feel like they're able to have impact, you know, 8-9 times out of 10. And, you know, they do a really good job of playing that pacey style and overwhelming you. So you're right, it will come down to the gambles, and it will come down to can James get his op online this map, because it was very absent on Mirage, but generally speaking, he's a very good defensive opper that can really change the pace of rounds. And so that's something to keep an eye on.
I have a fun fact again.
Props, fun fact. We're going to be bringing these up. I quite enjoy this because it means that I don't have to do my job. So off you go.
I thought it was kind of fun to notice that Dinko, he was talking about the coach of Legacy, and he said Chucky, but that's the old coach, right? The new coach, he corrected himself. He said Rivas. Like, I was looking into this guy. He doesn't really have any teams that he coached before. The only team that he coached was the Godsend Academy team, which is kind of like connected to, you know, the same guys that then founded Legacy, so kind of makes sense. But he is so unknown that he doesn't have a Wikipedia page. You know, you go on Legacy, all of them, you know, have a blue link. This guy is a red link on Wikipedia.
Do you remember there was a time where that was like a very big thing? Like everyone wanted their Wikipedia page. Like it was a proper dream for a lot of people. I wonder if it's his dream, if he's waiting to get that.
I feel like he should get one by now. Yeah, fix that.
There. He's working his way in.
Fix that.
I think someone make this guy a Wikipedia page right now and send Prof the link.
That was such a great fact, dude.
Actually, you know what, Prof? Why don't you just do it yourself during the break?
Maybe.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with Art of Legacy? Art, how's it going? Great to see you.
Great to see you, bro.
Oh, you are hugely respected, you know, veteran IGL of the Brazilian scene. You've been in Legacy now for just about a month. What's the vibe for you? What's the vibe been since you've joined?
Yeah, it's been great times. I think we have a lot of things to improve on. I think that's where I can work the best at. So it's going to be some long road still ahead of us to improve as a team. As of right now, of course, the players are very great individually, and we're trying to make the team better collectively. So I think we're on the step of that, and that's why we struggle sometimes on some maps against some teams, because we're still building up the chemistry, the play style, the positioning. So we're trying to feel the team still.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, so right now, after limited time joining, what would you see as the biggest weaknesses first? Things that you'd like to help the team improve on?
Yeah, I think there's some of them. I would say mostly because I'm playing a very different play style than I used to. Mostly because we have very aggressive players on the Mal mainly, and sometimes the SAD as well. So I think they're very aggressive. They like to take space and fight for it. So some maps I'm just more in the backseat. Some maps I'm helping them with that. Some maps I took the front row, like Inferno, Banana. So it's just like a different play style, and I also create some weaknesses just because I'm not used to play some situations, some positions, some support that I'm not used to do, and trying to balance the aggression with the more paced rounds. So I think this balance is where our weaknesses are found in the most.
All right, so if we look at the other side of this now, what would you say the team's greatest strengths are?
Yeah, I do think it mainly comes down to the way they fielded the game. I think mainly Lato and Dumal, they are very strong aimers and space takers, I would say. So they have a feeling for good duels. So they know where they can fight and how they can fight, where they have that advantage. So if you just let them be, they're going to win some rounds for you. So I think that's our strongest asset, the way they see the game and how they want to play around the map. At the same time, it's sort of the weaknesses as well. So finding the balance in that, it's the key for us right now. And we also have Nissin, who is used to lurk on that style, so when they change the pace, he also gets offset because he's expecting something to happen, and it sometimes doesn't happen because I'm not letting it go. So it's just a balance for the whole team.
Wicked. All right, and now let's quickly talk about this event itself, PGL Bucharest. General expectations going into it, Art?
Expectations are something
doesn't have to be specific. I'm not saying, oh, are you going to finish first? Just,
yeah.
what are your thoughts and feelings going into this tournament?
Yeah, I do think we have to prove ourselves on this tournament. We had like a very good run, and I do think we have the expectations of doing the same thing. But it's also at the same time a task for us that we need to prove ourselves to be a team that does that consistently, just like one time or sometimes. So I think for us, we're gonna play kind of the same teams, so we know how to expect them. But at the same time, we need to prove ourselves and play good CS. So expectations, I don't really think like that. I just wanted to play the next opponent and do the best.
Well, I can tell you right now, Art, I'm very much looking forward to the maps you play here in Bucharest. I'm going to be watching closely and wishing you the best of luck. Is there anything that you'd like to say to everybody at home before I let you go?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's English or Portuguese?
Whichever you prefer, both even. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I'll go Portuguese then.
Yeah, go for it.
Então é isso, rapaziada. Acho que a gente jogou o campeonato que a gente queria ganhar no Brasil, a gente não conseguiu. Acho que ficou um gostinho ali de que poderia ter sido melhor. A Pro League aconteceu a mesma coisa também. A gente teve um rematch contra a Aurora que não foi tão legal pra gente, mas a gente sentiu que poderia ter ido mais longe. Então a gente vai tentar o máximo que a gente consegue aqui pra construir e fazer mais do que a gente fez da última vez. Então bora torcer e acreditar. Vambora.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL Bucharest 2026. We've got Legacy and we've got Paravision, and currently Legacy have a great opportunity to win this series 2-0, Jason, as we move into Inferno.
Yeah, they've stolen away Paravision's map pick of Mirage in the first map in the series. Very, very close affair. Came down the stretch. But yeah, this is the opportunity they're looking for. This is one of those things, again, like coming into this event, and you hear from Art there, it is kind of about figuring out where they're at the moment with him at the helm and what they need to work on this final sprint to the major, which is coming up. Things are looking really good from them so far. I mean, that's a great first map, and all of a sudden, if you can establish that you're beating Paravision in back-to-back series, sure, one was online, but once you do it on LAN as well, that doesn't matter. You know, it's like you do it online, wherever you want. Legacy's looking solid, and this kind of aggressive, faster pace that they've got over Paravision right now, it worked wonders for them on Mirage. Let's see what it can do on Inferno.
Well, we'll find out as we get into it. It's going to be CT side start here for Paravision. And for Legacy, lots of Utah coming into this one.
Here's the thing. If you're Legacy and you get up to that like 4 or 5 round run to start, like kind of like what we saw in Mirage, if you take away Paravision's ability early to go for those like tactical saves, right? If you put them in like a 6-0, 7-0 hole, 6-1, 7-1.
Commit into the
rotate. All of a sudden they're like, well, we can't really save this 3-on-4 because we need rounds. Like if you can pile on them early here on Inferno, you can maybe take that away from them down the stretch.
Well, that would be great for everybody, I think. So let's hope that that happens. Legacy, they've got a lot of Utah. They've been great at these pistol rounds, so let's see if they can get another one. Let's see what the idea is. Let's see what Art is cooking. He's got himself a smoke out for long. So he'll block out Jame. Then 2 flashes available. And he's just going to walk his way up. A smoke down for the archway. Now for the Modo area, just blocking off library, and they move into the site. They'll realize, oh, well, no one's here, so this is a free bomb plant.
Yeah, nice and easy. Looking for their third pistol. 5-on-5. No one has taken damage yet. Post plant, rarely seen, and doubled up in pit at the broken wall. There's a Molotov. Tough, there's not the double nades, which you'd really like. There's a Molotov, but that's not going to solve the problem.
They've got a kid at least on its way, but he needs some kills here, and not coming their way. Already halfway gone on that fuse. Yellow comes in, Sad's in, Lato kills a piece. Lato still in the site, taken down by Zwei. Remember that kit, he can get on it. Smoke deployed, but the lineup's here for Dumao, and he's got rid of Zwei. And so Jame is left on low HP and even lower on time. Dumao will finish him off, and another pistol round win here for Legacy.
That's even really hard fought and really well done from Paravision, all things considering, but it's just to show you how hard it is when you set yourself up for that 5-on-5 retake. Pretty much everything you'd ask for goes right for the Paravision side. The problem is just so many bodies that Dumao's kind of left alone as that second player in pit, and you just couldn't account for him whatsoever. Lovely play in the 1v2 from Dumao. And you're exactly right. Third pistol round of 3 played thus far in the series for Legacy.
Yeah, let's see. The force buy didn't really work out on Mirage in the second round CT, but they're going to go for it again here. The difference is no scout for Jame. He's going to go to an MP9. And we'll see if Paravision can find some success here. Legacy were pretty good at dealing with this. It's going to be a quick commitment to the B-bomb side. I mean, this is kind of what you want. This is where the majority of the players are for Paravision. You got 3 players over here. Dumao's taking down Belchinok, so now 2 players. And that site is cleared out. So really shouldn't let this one go. If you're Legacy, you've already got the site, you've already got the opening kill and the bomb planted. You're just going to save those 2 weapons on the other side at A, and honestly, you want to try and see if you can get the other ones out too. Got Nodo wipe. One extra 5-7 and a smoke for the CT cross helps. Thank you very much, Legacy.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Whoop. All right, so let's see if Nissim has a Mac 10, so he can make some money at the end of this.
No, you're not going to hunt, especially when 4 players survive, because you know next round you're going to have a similar thing to go up against 4 players with upgraded weapons and armor. So you're going to want to keep this Mac 10 and not worry about the chase now. You'll worry about it in the next round if something similar occurs. But yeah, good and nice and clean. 1 kill in the back of the bomb site. No one else from Paravision can do anything to slow down the attack.
And you're good.
Yeah, Legacy have a great start.
Well, I mean, obviously favored to win this next round too. Although that 4-man save does make things a lot more potent.
Well, you just have to, it's not like a round where you can come into and, you don't ever take a round completely off, but when you're going up against pistols, it's a little bit of a different mentality. Now you approach it, like this is a full buy again. Just as you did in the previous. So some utility repurchased for Paravision just so they can have the ability to flash themselves into a fight if they see the opportunity. Smokes, delay things, try and funnel them into a stack. But yet again, Art just doesn't care at all.
Yeah, same Literally the same round.
Yeah, but that's a crappy smoke. It bounced off something, so they got to be careful about that one. But Art's already got such an advantage. I can't believe he's not got the kill. It's fine. It's all good. We still got weapons. We're still in a happy place.
You still got the site as well. That's the most important part. They get control of the bomb site. They also get that trade kill. Plant is coming in, and Latto has got them covered off. They push through CT spawn. So Legacy should not let this one fall away from them.
No, it's never going to be a loss. The question is, if you're Paravision, do you want to set up for exit kills? Do you look at the situation and say, whatever, James got full head armor, so does Zwei, so we want to save that head armor for the next round?
I mean, Legacy already have good money. That nade goes through. Belcher not going to be taken out from the corner. And now last ditch effort coming through that coffin smoke. Dumao is looking for that. And we've now got Nissim cutting off Jame at bottom middle. So nothing being saved over. Also no damage being done, which I think it's just kind of best case scenario here for Legacy to kick off this second map.
Yeah,
this is crazy.
Losing one player in your round 2 and 3 conversion is excellent. That is phenomenal stuff. Now James going to be a little bit frustrated he doesn't get that kill at the bottom of mid with the SMG, because that extra bonus money would have gone a long way as he picks up an AWP, or has it dropped over to him. So excuse me, he's got plenty of cash in the bank now.
All right, so you got an AWP.
Thought it might help him with some utility, but he found a way, old James, just like life.
Just like life. They're always finding a way. Oh man, this is getting to that scenario you were talking about. If Legacy are to convert this one, but good start here from Nota, just running down into Banana, and he's going to take Art away. He's done with Art just running up and taking all that space.
Got to be careful though if you're Paravision though, because Legacy, they don't care about this smoke. They can come. They're happy to come through it. They're happy to challenge with the flashbang through. Dumao plays with no fear whatsoever. So smokes off Art's side. They're showing like they want to wrap and attack this bomb site.
Oh, well, that hasn't gone Nissim's way at all. And a 2-man advantage here for Paravision. And they know what's up. You know, you rotate an extra player over to try and deal with A as well. Got one player in the apartments, one in the bomb site. It's going to be tough for Legacy to force anybody out here.
Yeah, but I don't mind the solution they've kind of tried to find here. Putting Dumao inside this smoke and playing the fade. It's not going to be something that Jello thinks of as a play, like right off the top of his head. So he's... Oh, okay, never mind.
So he's relying upon reactions.
Yeah,
he's got quick reactions.
Snap over is nasty.
Yeah, James getting one on the AWP. His way will fall away, but Sadzin's on low health. So I was trying to talk about that conversation that you had earlier where we were saying if Legacy get out to like a 5-0 lead, you can't really go for those tactical saves throughout the half. At least Paravision have won the first gun round.
Yeah, actually, and they did a phenomenal job. I mean, you got the opening kills. You did get a couple cheeky ones, like the kill in Banana, kind of a player trying to jump up aggressively like they have been doing. Easy one there, trying to come through the smoke as well. Easy one, free one in that sense. But yes, Paravision getting started immediately is very nice for them at the end of the day. A little bit of money lost here as the AK hits the deck. Noda will have to reinvest. Good find for Sadzin. And the round's going to conclude as nades rain in. He will survive. First round, though, 3-1 in the favor of Legacy. How do they want to open up this next one? Highly aggressive right at the start towards Banana. Here's that snap over. Whoop. Very quick. Great reaction. Dumao couldn't handle it.
Still a really solid bite, and this time it's Sadzin running up towards top Banana. Art is so unfortunate. Those grenades land right on top of him. He's so low. So is Sadzin. It's just gone against Legacy here in that opening move in Banana.
Yeah, I mean, lovely response as well from Paravision. That's to set up the AWP with an aggressive angle. Just gets spotted out. Nade barrage, tons of damage to Art. He can't be the aggressor. He wants to kind of take that fight. Dumao's next. He finds it. That's the only B player. If they hustle in, this is a real tough scenario for Paravision as they're running back to shore up the defense at the B bomb site, but they're always going to be late.
Yeah, they ain't hustling, but the utility is going to land in place at CT, which will make them feel a little freer about moving in. But then Shello gets panicked, realizing that they have no one in the site, so he makes that play through the smoke and dies.
That's such a sick call from Legacy, though. Throw the smoke and then pause and wait for that exact play. They knew exactly what the reaction was going to be.
Okay, Dumao.
Yep.
That's one way of dealing with it.
That third one might have been a little bit over-eager. They can go for this retake. This isn't completely out of the realm of possibility. 2 on 3. James going to be here, so is Zwei, but with no kit and not wanting to risk the op.
Take that back. It's out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I know.
James is alive and has an op in his hands, and the odds are not in his favor.
It's true.
I will be saying. James time.
Nissim looked like he wanted to step forward and challenge for that AWP right at the end, but maybe that was just an X-ray trick.
I mean,
4-1.
Great response here from Legacy. You lose the first gun round pretty emphatically. You know, you only get 1 kill. It's a bounce back.
Well, I wonder if this is maybe like part of the reason why I think Paravision might have lost that round is if you're game planning against, like we saw it just a couple rounds ago, the first gun round, right? Is Legacy losing that initial fight, initial play in Banana, and then hustling back towards middle and executing through the mid smoke, right? So Paravision once again have a really good B defense, get the 2 kills, or like take the upper low, kill Art, and they think the reaction is going to be another fast play to react towards the A bomb site. So they almost over-rotate to kind of defend against that. Except Dumao is able to open things up at the B bomb site, and that's I guess quote unquote the mistake is that you leave just the 1 defender outside the B bomb site with everyone far away elsewhere, not realizing that Dumao is that close. And I say quote-unquote mistake because it feels like it could be a game plan idea of trying to kind of punish the reaction of knowing what it's going to be and being a step ahead. And this time, unfortunately, just not the case.
She sads in, full of energy, looking towards Art, having a good conversation with him. But we get into this one. 4-1 lead here for Legacy. A chance to break the money of Paravision and really start to pull away on this T side. Because even if they lose this round, you've still got decent enough purchase available in the next round for Legacy, especially if you get a bomb plant. So in this scenario for Paravision as well, you don't only want to win this round, you want to make sure you don't lose too many players to get this money swelling again. Well, the threat is on towards the A site.
No Molotov though.
Oh, good shot from Jay. Zwei out from pit, burns after 1. Dumao diving down, he has got the bomb on his back. Art again, low, very low. James burning inside of the site. Art just runs at him, gets rid of it. Oh my God, Art. Okay, the Art attack here through the library smoke. And now it's going to be Noda just left alone. All of his teammates gone.
Holy.
And Art has just destroyed them.
He just took the random shot. It was just like, I think this is the angle, and drills it.
Wrecked.
What a rebuttal. Quick and easy, efficient. 1 single flashbang, a late Molotov towards the broken wall, and a 1v3 for Noda now. Art's watching for this, so Sadzin's just going to clean up this kill as soon as contact is made.
My. Paravision getting reset. Noda's going to back away, hang on to the AK-47. At least something.
But this is that nightmare scenario I spoke of. Is now Legacy's going to have a lead. They're going to have economic advantage as well. They're going to be flush with cash. Paravision's going to have a decision to make. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a timeout. James can get an op. Noda can drop a rifle. So I think there's going to be a buy for the Paravision side of things.
But neutrals celebrate, Jason, because it means less saves on Inferno.
Well, maybe, potentially.
Potentially less saves on Inferno.
That's how we think it's going to work in theory, but in theory it doesn't always pan out into reality the same way. That's so unreasonable. Like, he even pauses because he can't believe it.
Lol.
He's like, oh, okay.
Okay. Just kind of have to accept that one if you're Paravision. Like, oh, fair enough. He's had around that.
It's hard to accept it right now while you're scrambling to get a grip on this match.
Yeah, well, and your money too. I mean, like XM1014 having to come out here for Zwei. You've got an MP9 for Shello. And Legacy just going up Banana. Look at this. Just running at him. Arno's running through the smoke. He's just going to hold down. And he can't get anything from it, though. And that actually worked out decently here for Paravision. Now, Shello is low. Should be traded. And he is. Dumao gets rid of him. But you've got Belchanok who's in position. And now they know that.
Yeah, good little jiggle from Dumao to see what he's up against. Doesn't want to commit himself to the fight after that. 32 HP brought down to. So Belchanok has at least stopped the thrust into the bomb site for the moment. But with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, when that utility fades, the entire map is available, which is why James is executing this push. Wants the information, wants the advantage.
James holding, and he will get the reward for the patience. But here comes the bridge peak. and Nissim will make sure it's a trade. So 2v2, 47 seconds, and Zwei, you know this is going to get one.
Yeah, well, that push with the AWP is the signal. That information tells Legacy, everyone's at the B bomb site. This is likely the only defender, and they were so wrong. 32 seconds in a very tricky 1v2 for Nissim to put together.
XN, 10-14. The Alligator hungry, not able to finish his meal, though. And now Nissim has a 1v1. Belchanok on 100 HP, and Nissim has no idea, but a headshot's all he needs, and he's damn close to it, but Belchanok making sure he takes the first blow.
Yeah, no good options there for Nissim in the 1v1. You know it's likely going to be a flank. You have the bomb, so how exactly do you play it? Very, very close affair and a desperate round win. AWP is recovered and passed over to Jame yet again. 1 kill in the previous round, but it's a very, very important one to make sure his teammates are in the right position. All things considered, despite the fact that Legacy's up 5-2, actually, Paravision haven't done a bad job in Banana. I feel like they've come out on top of those engagements more often than not. But Legacy is still able to kind of convert a couple disadvantaged rounds and playing a very good T-half so far under Art. So matches pause. I'm assuming tech, nobody's chit-chatting. We had those keyboard issues on the first map.
Yeah, it'd be a very strange tactical timeout, wouldn't it?
It would. It'd be a little bit...
We're going to communicate via telecommunication.
Shaping up to be an interesting match, though, isn't it? Like, we're now into Inferno, and I mean, I think this feels like it's like kind of on a little bit of an edge. Like, it feels like Paravision has fought really hard to get into this position with that round win where they have a goodbye out of a win and a chance to string some rounds together and build some momentum and truly get a foothold on this CT side.
When we heard Sam on the desk, he was saying, you know, even though Legacy won the opening map, Paravision love 3-map series, so...
It's true.
Could be happening again here, especially in the Swiss system. They love that.
Let's see how this one goes. I mean, Legacy, they got the capability to punch you right back in the face. Do they still want to continue with this kind of aggressive speed and timing towards Banana?
Oh yeah, it's a question of when does that end, I suppose. And yeah, right now. Noda got the info on that, though. They're not running at us, guys. We actually have Banana. But he's going A instead. He's actually just... Oh my gosh. This is so aggressive again. Oh, it's timing. He's under the gaze this way. Look at the position. Okay, so able to react at least. Jame has taken down Dumal. I love how far they got here, Legacy, in terms of the contact play. They made it so deep into the bomb site, but Paravision winning the opening fights.
Oh, and then the follow-up, the off now from Jame, entrenched inside the bomb site. How do you get past that? Pit player, Zwei finds his timing. That whole round was predicated on Art's timing up middle, and when that falls to the wayside, there's nothing. There's nothing behind this. It's just 4 players kind of stuck in a position of attack where it doesn't make any sense too.
Right, this is more of what the Art that I remember, which is like, he's just aggressive. He will be very aggressive.
Ooh.
The only round he got a kill, Jason. Think about how many rounds he's been aggressive, and we've seen him throwing himself into fights, throwing himself into creating space. The only round he got a kill was that double on the A side, where he got the second one through library.
Yeah.
That's literally the only round he's got kills.
Well, it's like, I mean, look, this gets nitpicky and it's a little bit unfair because we get the bird's eye view and we get to do it in hindsight. But I feel like, you know, with you get that much space as Art up to that truck, it might be time to be like, oh, I've got this space. Someone chuck out like a smoke towards library. Someone chuck out one flashbang and I'm just going to see what I can get. You know, that feels like you could activate him with that spacing rather than...
You think there's a world in which he's so focused on that fight that it's difficult to just have the capacity to like slow down and call around it?
I think you just get so excited about the positioning that you have. And I'll be honest, I imagine the way that's drawn up is to them not use the utility. I think the whole point of that...
let him explode and surprise them. I mean, he did get literally the perfect timing because Zwei peeks up and Art's head had just gone under the truck.
It's just in that play, right, is like when you turn that corner, when you get that space and you start trying to move past truck to actually attack, there's just so many angles you have to worry about.
Yeah,
like it's really hard to just be that player swing and drive.
Decisively commit to where Zwei standing because you haven't seen him.
Could be half wall, could be off angle in pit, could be where he was, could be on balcony, could be anywhere in the bomb site.
Yeah, so your cross is just in a weird spot. And Zwei able to react, so good work from Paravision. Legacy, this is their last real hurrah in terms of throwing all the money in. Got an AK on Art, Lato's on a Galil.
Yeah, the bummer about this is a round where if you lose, if you're Legacy, this is you finally relinquishing the advantage that you gained in the first 4 or 5 rounds of this map. It's finally all ripped out of your hands, and that's exactly what's happening. Paravision over in Banana have been fighting fire with fire throughout this whole half. They've been aggressive on the CT side because they know Legacy like to be aggressive on the T side. And finally, they have forced Legacy to respect it. And these last 2 rounds, these last 2 gun rounds have been very slow paced. Legacy no longer really want to mess with these fights because they haven't been going well. And yet again, a 5-on-3 provided out of Banana in the first 30 seconds.
There's a good kill from Nota. There's Lanto, Zach, Nota, and Shello with a good stronghold of that B-bomb site. That was a round that Legacy actually had everything invested into, and they get nothing done. And like you said, now the advantages are all gone. And best case scenario, I feel like for Legacy now is a good start getting 5 rounds on your T side, but you want to squeeze at least 1 more out here. So
yeah, most teams and players tend to feel like Inferno is T side. I think the statistics back that up just barely. Maybe like 7-5 is where it kind of leans towards on the T side. It'll be interesting to see what Legacy can do. This round is you kind of not throw it away entirely, but not really a chance for Legacy to do a whole lot. When the guns come back in, and the next one, can they scrape together 1 or 2 more to close out this half?
Be heading their way up through top middle. Grenade is going to land pretty deep there and do a lot of damage to Lato. And he's going to run through. Best case scenario is that Jay misses a shot and they're able to run him down, but he's got plenty of teammates around here, so Jay also isn't going to be missing. Dumao will be felled, so we're now looking at an impossible scenario to lose for Paravision and a 5-5 scoreline here on Inferno.
Yeah, nice and easy as well. AK-47's been recovered, but you aren't going to be getting much done. Nade forces you into the waiting arms of James. Lato ate that nade early. He's the final one to clean up. We're tied up at 5. Paravision bring it back. Their economy is flush. They're rich. They've got no money issues for the last 2 rounds of this half. And it's Legacy who's got to come up with a solution all of a sudden. This is great from Paravision. Barely holding on for the first 5 rounds, and then it starts falling into place, and now they're off.
Well, 5-5, and a mech temp for Art, and 4 AK-47s around it. Is Legacy are in pursuit of taking the lead again. Molly up into the bedroom. Make things uncomfortable right now for Legacy, but let's just wait out the flames and then climb up the balcony and find themselves in the apartments. Nissim, ooh. I don't think the timing is going to be too favorable to him here. Bad turn, then Sway actually took a few shots and alerted Sway without taking damage. So I think for Nissim, he's going to be very happy about that scenario.
Yeah, very pleased. Got away with one there. Smoke is up in mid, but we know they don't care about that. Zway's looking for Art to try and cheat his way through it to the wrap side. Misses the swing, and now 1 for 1, but James there to chime in with another. So the defense holds strong and maintains the advantage for Paravision. And Legacy have control of brackets, but nothing else. 3 on 4. Those are the last smokes they just threw out as well, so they've kind of got to make something happen while they're up. What?
Oh my god. Dude, that has just ripped away any chance of Legacy. That
Flusha, is that you?
Yeah. Dude, that does a little bit of lifting here, Shello. That's... I mean, that has just ruined Legacy's day right there.
I need a slow motion replay. I'm pretty sure he wasn't even aiming anywhere close to that first kill.
The key is don't control the AK. Let the AK control you. That is wild. All right, well, stats are back, so wait, here we go.
Get out.
Oh my.
Get out of
Dude,
my...
what is that?
No.
And not even a little smile or like reaction either. It's just like, yeah, I meant that.
I meant to do it. Just as I did it in deathmatch.
That's stupid.
Well, you know what?
It's because of the pink mouse. Don't let anybody tell you that, you know, playing with the pink mouse is a bad idea.
True.
That's what happened right there.
Well, that kind of...
Why do I have to see it again? Shoot in between your opponents. That's a new rule in Counter-Strike. Shoot in between your opponents, and you will kill both.
That's got to be like a 1 in a million
Dude,
recoil.
this is like when I go. This is when like I go bowling and you hit the first shot and you got like the pins. You got to split them somehow.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Cello. He's not slowing down. Nor is Noda. Yeah, it's all crumbling here for Legacy. It's going to be a 7-5 half for Paravision.
They took complete control of this map. They're going to end this on a 6-0 run.
It was fun for a while for Legacy. Very quickly, no longer fun. It's just the way they won the last few rounds as well. It's just dominant.
Yeah, these last like 5 rounds out of Paravision have just like been the Paravision that we expect to see, that we want to see, like the top level. Like, we're not going to make mistakes. We're going to shut you down. Precise aim, good positioning, great utility. It's all been good. So 2 versus 5 for Sadzin and Lado. And you got a boost as well, so it's not ever going to get easier. And really, the B bomb site is the only play they have. You're never going to work yourself to the other side of the map to attack into A with only 2 players alive. Here's the cross from Lado. Spam on the boost, gets himself 1 kill. 2 on 4 now.
Bomb has been planted.
Lato into the peak and Jame into the kill as Lato is gone. Sadzin would have to 1v4 this. And it just doesn't seem possible. Sadzin still waiting. They're taking the time. They're being disciplined about this. Jame going forward. There's 1 kill. He's getting pushed in the site. He realizes he can hunt Jame down. He gets pushed by Zwei though. And James stays disciplined, not offering up his life. And it will be a 7-5 lead for Paravision.
Great start for Legacy, but that disappeared oh so quickly. 6 rounds straight for Paravision to rebound here on Inferno and close out this first half with a 7-5 lead. Utter dominance. That was such a clean run. The last 5 rounds of that half, Paravision only lost 4 players across all of them. That defense just clamped down. Legacy, Art, they had no answers. Never able to establish any kind of significant success in the early banana plays. And at a certain point in that half, like Paravision was just like, okay, we're done with these shenanigans of you coming up through this mid smoke.
Let's just lock it down.
Yeah, they got destroyed. They got shut down entirely.
And if you're Legacy, it sucks because you have such a good start. Your vibes are high. You're feeling great, and then the end of that half, you just feel terrible. Like you feel like you just got absolutely slapped in the face, and you're now going into the second half, and that being the feeling that you're currently experiencing, that obviously can go away if you win the pistol and conversion and just do what you've done in every half so far this game.
They've won every single pistol round, so they at least have that to lean on right now. CT side as we switch over. We'll see what Legacy can bring in. If they go 4 for 4 in pistols, would be a huge benefit to try and close out this series in just 2 maps. So Dumao's going to head over to the B bomb site. He's going to be the solo man. No utility for him. There is a smoke in the hands of Art, a kit in the hands of Sadzin.
Oh, Dumao diving back in towards CT. They're going to be running at him. And Dumao has got away in behind the smokes. But, you know, when you lose the site like this, it's really tough now for Legacy immediately.
Well, we saw the 5-on-5 retake in the first half. We're about to see it at the B bomb site in the second half. There is a kit and smoke, but finding 5 kills, man, so tough in this bomb site.
Yeah, hard to see a world in which this one goes against Paravision now. Especially because Art's fighting ghosts. There he comes, and he's down and out. We've now got James waiting front coffins. Lato not landing much other than that 1 frag, and now Sadzin just waiting. He's got the kit on his back, but all of his teammates are dead, and now so is he. So that's going to be a very dominant pistol victory coming in from Paravision.
Yeah, Legacy not expecting the B-rush whatsoever. Why would you against a Jame team? That's unusual, but nice find into the site. Dumao just has to keep giving up ground, and no chance for them to really rotate over in time to put a stop to it. 5-on-5 at the B bomb site retake on pistols. It's just like, good luck. Have fun.
It feels like we're going to Dust 2.
Does feel like we're going to Dust 2.
It's good to show. It's good to see Paravision actually show up though, because we're starting to get a little bit worrying there. You know, you're getting the Mirage that wasn't all that inspiring. Start of Inferno, same. But yeah, they switched on. They finally arrived at the competition, it felt like.
Yeah, they've had enough getting beat up here on Inferno. Legacy 3 rounds back. Deep utility into Banana, but a very passive start from Paravision, looking to convert and just continue marching their way. Now 7 rounds straight for Paravision going back to the first half.
Here comes Art, the open. It's going to be Shello to fall away. And Sway to drop Art himself. So, just a 1-for-1 for Legacy. Now they're going to get wrapped on this A site. Sadsin waiting down. It's Sadsin to come through. Gets 1 kill again. The trade's instant. Oh my God, Sadsin! The lineup, the decapitation.
That's the bomb
with
as well.
The 5-7. And now you've got Nota having to go back and get that bomb, but he's got to deal with Lato and Dumao. And this could be exactly what Legacy needed to celebrate something. Sadsin gets excited about it. Someone give him a fist bump, man, what he's just done for you. And there we go, Legacy. That's exactly what they needed to happen here. You lose the pistol round so dominantly. You're getting absolutely wrung out towards the end of that first half. But that 5-7 round victory gives you an opportunity to ignite yourselves again.
Yeah, they needed something. It really, honestly, it felt like Paravision had just gained such a control of this map that there was no chance for Legacy to get back in. That's the kind of play that can turn that completely on its head. Lovely double kill from Sadsin. And look at the frustration. Immediate timeout forced out of the T side, out of Paravision to talk things over and try and figure out exactly what they want to do going into the 3rd round of this half. That's a brutal turn of events, but really well done. A blind kill from Art, 1-for-1. MP9 jumps out of the pit just for 1 cheeky kill, slow down the attack as long as possible, and gives Sadsin time to set up for this. Completely shut down. And that might be the round win that gives Legacy another chance here on Inferno. But let's see if they can sustain that, because outside of that one very fortunate double kill, Paravision's been in complete control.
And they could also just send one right back at them here. So, got a Hero AK for Nota. He's in Banana, having a little bit of a look with it, but not going to be able to make the most of the chance. He backs away. And Legacy realized that that was a golden opportunity. You cannot afford to throw this back. Gotta convert it. Gotta try and keep as many players up as possible and get that money growing on the CT side. Here come Legacy's threat. It's through top mid. And let's see if Legacy's able to hold on to the site. Got Paravision moving up now. Nissim will take Game away. An opening kill falls in favor of the Brazilians.
Yeah, they're loving that. I'm getting plenty of time to reset and get comfortable again in his setup as that defensive smoke prevents any more action. This is the next danger as that smoke fades. Dumao doesn't want the fight. Look how concerned they are. Someone must have calmed that it's possible that there was a timing they could have slipped into CT spawn. But that's taken the eyeballs away from where Paravision's taking all the real estate now. So a little bit of a timing that kind of screws with Dumao as he shifts back.
Dumao out from CT and going again, spraying away. Starting to run out of bullets. Don't want to be committing into the open with no ammunition in your rifle. And the spray is through. Lato taking down Zoe. So a nice cleanup there from Lato. Really maximizing the effectiveness of the utility without reloading the magazine there.
7-8. Let's see how much of a hiccup this actually. Well, actually, excuse me. That's going to be another save round for Paravision. So we'll see that in the next one. I think James starting to get the boys ready for the next gun round as well.
Yeah.
They have 1 timeout left, Paravision, or they use all 3?
I think they have 1 left.
You think they have 1 left? Let's find out.
Yeah. We'll wait and see. One player is not moving from spawn, so it's clearly one of those rounds where everyone's just going to hang out, chill.
He's looking at notes.
Yeah. Take a little look at their notes and
having a little peruse.
Have a conversation. Know the Legacy have tied up this game. And somehow James going to win this round with a Glock.
All right, chill. Chill over. Now we're just getting into sci-fi.
I like that. He is the time god himself, though, so The doctor.
Yeah,
Dr. James.
Really faded away in that one, didn't you? Weren't very confident. Was that a Doctor Who reference?
It was a Doctor Who reference.
There we go.
That's sci-fi.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
I'm not sure what the... It's the time something. I don't know if it's time God, Jason, but it's time something.
So you may or may not have nailed it.
No, I did not. Yeah, exactly. Man. Well, definitely not nailed it.
We're tied up at 8. Legacy have nailed this comeback. Put himself
Time
back.
Lord.
Time Lord.
Time Lord.
You were close.
That's not bad.
They've tied it up. They've brought it back into contention. They've got money in the bank. These past few rounds for them have been great to grow this economy. One player dying in the past 2 rounds. So let's see if Paravision, this is where I ask, how much of a hiccup was that double kill with the 5-7? Is it going to be long-lasting throughout the remainder of this half, or are they going to get right back to the winning ways?
Okay, Doom out. Cred shot. That's Noda gone. His way to respond, though. Straight into that banana fight. It's a real vicious battle, but it's Paravision on top of the fights.
Boys.
Art is now under a lot of pressure.
Getting a little bit greedy after that initial kill. You always Doom out. It's easy to take that one kill and back away. He wanted the follow-up fight, stick around at the boards, and just get spammed down. The follow-up play coming in from Lado, picked off. They were ready for the aggression. And the defense of this B bomb site is much more difficult than you wanted it to be.
Yeah, especially with Art on 52 health as well. Like, he's taking damage from those early fights. Oh, this is a tough scenario because you've still got so much time for Paravision. They're going to bleed you out.
Well, tough part for them is they have 2 smokes remaining, but they've got no more flashbangs. They've got basically no more anything outside of the smokes. So you can block the choke points. But Art and Nissim are going to find their opportunities for fights, especially if Art gets one, might open up the opportunity for Nissim to get involved. Here's the re-smoke towards Coffins, towards CT as well. 28 seconds on the clock as they start moving in.
Oh, not finding too much success there, but Nissim trying to draw attention as Art waits. A new box is going to be hard cleared though. Cello getting rid of it. And that is the site and the round. So Paravision back into the lead of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it all falls apart on that being a little bit too eager to fight down Banana. You got your 1 kill, you got your 5-on-4.
At least they have a lot of money for a good buy, and when you save the AWP here as well and the other rifle, it's only going to help that. So.
Yeah, but you lose that AK-47 on Dumao, which is a sneakier issue than you might think. But that's the answer to our question of, is that a speed bump or is that something that completely shifted this game? And in Paravision show, it's just a speed bump.
For Legacy, it's interesting because usually the strength of their CT side is the Dumao Lato combo towards the B-bomb side. It's their weakness in this round. It's the reason they lose the round. But I would imagine it's more consistently they're not going to be the strength inside of the CT side. So let's wait and see. They might be able to bounce back here. They've got another crack at it.
Yeah, plenty of
time. Maybe that's the speed bump for Legacy, Jason.
Yeah, it could be. Very well could be, but as you said, plenty of money in the bank. They've even got another buy stored up even after this one if they're to lose. So not in any kind of panic mode just yet. Legacy should still feel pretty comfortable in their position despite being down by 1. 9-8 going into round 18.
Okay, some aggression here again from Legacy and Banana, but this time it's AWP peering down to the stairs. Flashes in, they got the info. Now they feel safe to jump back, but they already had the AWP getting boosted up, and both attempts just adds in have resulted in nothing because of the flashbangs.
Great utility, but now you've got an AWP stuck at the B bomb site. On his own as well. Lado's completely shifted away. So Legacy making an assumption and trying to get a step ahead.
Oh no.
It couldn't be more wrong if this continues, because Sadzin can't play inside the site alone as an AWPer. And if there's no defender inside the bomb site, you might as well just give Paravision double digits right now. Lado's come back. Gonna shift around towards Coffins.
Oh, they're just throwing some fake utility up towards A. Everyone's gonna go back through Banana. You've gotta hope that Sadzin and Lato can do something spectacular here, holding onto the site.
2 Molotovs gonna be chucked out. Sadzin, I think, is gonna have to move.
Missed one, and that's the one. They missed the Molotov towards Dark. Will that cost him? Flashes in. AWP here, Sadsin. He goes out, and it will start to cost him as Dumao comes through as well, shutting them down. Noda still fighting on, but Sadsin still a problem, still able to stand here at Dark. He's missed the shot and brought down by Nota, who is doing everything he possibly can to keep Paravision in the round.
Bomb's down, though, and it's taking him a long time because it's in the open, so this flank is going to have a huge impact.
Coming up through Banana is Art. He's arrived now, just in time. There's the kill. Denial of the plant, and now surely no way Nota can win this. He's done so much, but no time to win it. Hides away, trying to carry that AWP over for James. It's the only thing he can do now.
Lose it. Go hunt him down. You guys know he's got to be back here.
Run at him. Run at him. Spamming? No, that's not going to do anything. And then the no-scope. Okay, fair enough. You've earned the AWP. You can keep that one, Nota, but what a step up from Sadsin, and that missed PC utility, that missed Molotov towards Dark really cost them in the end.
Yeah, well, also, I mean, I think Legacy caught on to what was happening just at the perfect moment. I was worried about us that first rifler, Lado, getting into the bomb site. There's a third player here. Dumao shows up just in the perfect moment to step through the smoke, grab a double kill, slow things down. You gave Sadsin plenty of opportunities to clean that up. He hit a couple nice shots, missed a couple shots you thought he might have hit or should have hit. But Dumao gave him the time to survive long enough to make that work.
I thought for a second that I was watching a replay. Sadzin's going for the same opening move in this round. Hoping for more success, though. Nope, same flashbang. And this time he's like, I don't even want to get on the boost. We watched what happened last time.
Yeah, well, he also did that exact sequence in the previous round, so I think he's saying, I showed Paravision kind of what I wanted to do,
and they're just going to put the crosshair on that half wall.
Well, look at the change this time. This time after the first flash, Noda got aggressively through and slid to the left at logs, which would have killed the Opper if he did jump up. So good call. Decision, yeah, good call to change things up round to round. Bomb is dropped all the way back at the base of the ramp. Still plenty of time to recover. I think Jam is going to do that right now.
No. Belchinok. He's over towards Boiler. Dumao going to be rotating, so they're going to have an extra player available towards B. But this time, it looks like Paravision are going to be setting up for the A finish. So you need Art to once again deliver.
Well, Dumao read it perfectly last round.
He's coming back.
Read it this time as well. Utility's out, which tells him everything he needs to know.
Art needs to be careful. He doesn't get peeked out from the balcony. Drops just in time. Blinded. Uncomfortable. Belchinok's taking down Nissim. No more support here for Art. He's missing everything. Oh, he's got very few bullets left. Dumao on the side, taken down by Noda.
Art tracked that flashbang. He just like watched it the whole way. He's like, oh, is that a flash? Let me see where it's going.
Don't look at the flash.
I don't know. That round is Belchinok the Halls player?
He was in that boiler, yeah.
That, I don't know, like, just tease him for the flashbang thing, but that round feels like kind of Art's responsibility, like peeking out wide for lane when you're the Halls player, no one really having eyes on Halls.
Yeah, that really sucked.
He was very opened up for that fight.
And now you don't have all that money to fall back on either if you're Legacy, so you probably...
You're buying again. Nissim can buy. There's no bonus built up at all, so, but Nissim's going to be able to drop or buy himself an M4, and then you'll have Dumao and Art upgrade to what they can to play around this AWP and M4. But I don't think you're in a position where you want to let Paravision, excuse me, get to 11 for free.
But even though Noda doesn't win the last round, the fact that he gets a 4K, just look at the damage he did.
Yep.
And the effect that has on Legacy down the line. So really good stuff from Noda a couple rounds ago.
Last 4 rounds have been back and forth, trading rounds between the two teams, and that does so much damage to the CT side economy. So difficult to manage when you're constantly just kind of resetting your losing bonus and then losing a round and resetting and losing a round. Really, really brutal down the stretch here.
Well, win this or likely concede Inferno.
They're sending Sadsin with the op towards Banana again, and this hasn't netted them anything. This is the 3rd time we've seen the op position in Banana. And this time he's just going to get naded.
Yeah, it's just no impact whatsoever.
He's actually, that second nade, I think, missed the mark. He's supposed to go into the choke point, and that would have probably cleaned him up.
Yeah, we want to see the AWP there again. They're starting to accelerate over towards A. They hear an MP9 over here, so they know the A bomb site defense is weak. And so that's probably going to trigger rotations on extra players coming to try and help the A defense.
Right, but think about how uncomfortable Legacy is right now. You had the nade barrage over in Banana for Banana presence. Now you had the footsteps rushing up towards middle. Now you have a Banana take towards top Banana at the B bomb site. So if you're Legacy, you're getting pulled in 2 different directions and you still don't know where's the right place to be positioned.
And you've only got an MP9 defending B. You've got Art at least getting aggressive because he wants information, and it's actually worked out really well. He's taken Belchenok down, and now you've lost Halls. You're kind of forced into the B play now if you're Paravision. Legacy are going to be aware of that, so they put 3 players over here. Let's see if they can win this one.
Boost up to the MP9. Dumal's M4 is going to sink deeper into the bomb site. James going to pull this team back to A.
Oh, they're actually coming back to the A finish. I like it. But let's see. You've got an upgrade if you're Art. You switched out from the SMG. You've now got an AK.
Yeah, but no one has eyes on Halls again.
Yep, that's true. The bomb coming up through short. Oh, this is an uncomfortable setup, isn't it?
There's 12 seconds?
Yeah, that's even more uncomfortable right now. Oh my god. Okay, of course. The Time Lord again himself. Jane coming in for the final few seconds. Hits the important kill with the AWP and just enough time to plant the bomb. Of course, Paravision find the perfect timing to get into the site. The important kill rips Art off the truck. Like, Art's in a spot there where he's going to shut that round down. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Is it almost better for Art to back off there and like play from the pit when you see the time?
I mean, for my own personal preference, yeah, I play that way more passively of just saying, let's set up a crossfire inside the bomb site. Like you could see again, like the 2 players in the bomb site, Art and they weren't able to actually combine on the fight. You know, like you're playing at the default boxes behind them. Art's fighting deep in towards short. There's no crossfire, right? You know?
But so I'm saying, if like Art drops into the mini pit, like to get him out, he's going to take way more time than if he exposed himself on the truck.
Look, the easy thing to say is that, yes, Art should have played it more passively. The real answer is it's both their faults. Like, one of the 2 of you has to combine that to get into a setup that's going to be efficient. If they're executing up short with 12 seconds left on the clock and you guys get, what, 1 kill? The 2 of you? Like, that's going to be frustrating. That needed to be better for sure.
Well,
11 to 9.
That's the chance. It feels like that's the chance on Inferno. Should be Paravision winning this one. Now I'm bringing us to Dust 2. Stayed in it. Here they go. Okay. What? No way. How has he got away with that? Jumping up. Not only the 1, but a second. And I cannot believe you go back for a 3rd, Art. Like, what are you doing? Like, how are you? There's no way you're getting away with a 3rd.
You know what? You can say whatever you want about the guy, but the world would be a much more boring place without Art.
Sure, but it would also be in a 5v3 if he didn't do that again.
It would be, yes.
You're not getting a 3rd kill.
Oh, it's too silly. All right. Lado?
Do you want to do it as well?
Come on, man.
Should we all just...
Art's watching. Impress him.
What would my IGL do? Jump.
I don't like this either.
Oh my god.
I actually kind of hate this.
Oh my god, I'm in it. Noda. AK, bomb, dead. Lato's got him and the bomb. James coming back. He hits the shot, but it's a leg shot, and then Lato just goes out again. Oh my god, there's no way this actually worked. There's no way this has worked for Legacy.
Yo, the MP9s are beast mode right now. Good spam down. All right, that's a way to win a round.
How has that happened?
We'll give Art 2 on the jump. All is forgiven. We'll give the
Lato running down on Banana. Oh,
lovely work. And we're still alive. 11 to 10.
I mean, I guess that's what you have to do in a round like this. I suppose they take a risk with the MP9s, right? You know, if you play the standards, you're gonna get destroyed. So
I know.
Create chaos.
It is the 3rd jump.
The 3rd jump is
like
just
first kill, whatever. 2nd kill, that's crazy. 3rd kill, come on, man.
But I think if he
we've used it all at this point.
If he gets the 3rd kill, I think they just automatically win the map.
That's true. Maybe we give him that.
But Paravision, you have to disconnect.
3 jumping kills in a round and you just win by default.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're right. A little bit of excitement here, and Dumal fired up. Only getting 1. Oh my god. So he got both. How has he got both?
I don't think they ever realized he got that close to them. They didn't expect that swing, the timing of it. So Art's left on his lonesome. Paravision seemed to have an idea that he's here by himself, but not entirely sure where.
Now they know that Nissim's here to help him. He's going to block him with a smoke. Oh, it's a bad smoke.
Not if Art wants to jump on top of the boxes. I do think he made some sound cue, though. Some sound cues moving into this position. So Nissim's doing his best to sell that he's the B defender.
You reckon James falls for that?
No. Not at all. Sadzin's about to peek middle. He wants some information as well. It's got to be nerve-wracking for him. The only A defender worrying about Boiler, worrying about Palace.
He's like, please don't be right here. He's going to be fine, though, because no one's in middle. Everybody's going up through Banana. The pressure's on.
I think Nissim's going to have to still sell this a little bit further. Take a risk and make sure.
Art's forced to the open with utility. Gets absolutely nothing. Diddly squat from Art. And so Nissim's out of bullets. Sadzin's rotating over, and it will be map point here for Paravision. Do you just want to save if you're the too many legacy players? Absolutely, but how do you get away? And that's how. So Nissim gets out.
Yeah, they're fortunate. Well, maybe not fortunate, but Paravision as well doesn't have great money. So I don't think anyone's feeling very motivated to hunt or go for those kills. They're just looking to secure the round, especially with how grimy this map has gotten down the stretch. So 12-10 for Paravision. Yet again, you mentioned it earlier in the half as well. Dumao and Lotto, that two-man B defense, once again, just kind of going down immediately up at the car with an aggressive stance. The entire round was an attempted recovery mission for Legacy and not able to pull it off.
Especially with Dumao getting the opening kill. Like, Zwei does fantastic, obviously get two, but I mean, you're hoping that Lato is able to try Dumao dying that.
Well, let's see the transfer as well, because I mean, obviously chaotic, a lot of nades going off at the time. Let's see if he was ready for the fight. Is it a spectacular transfer, or is it, you know, something a little bit cheeky? Final, well, not final, but 2 chances for Paravision to close out this map. Take us to a third. Take us to Dust 2 as a decider. So some pretty good grit on the previous map of a little bit of a comeback, bringing it back all the way, 5 in a row before falling at the final hurdle. Now it's Legacy's turn, and an easier task ahead of them with only 2.
Going back into what is going to be an A finish with just Sadzin over here in the apartments. And it does feel like this is the right call for Paravision that should end this map. You need a step up here from Sadzin, and he steps out to his death. So absolutely nothing there for Legacy, and
he's played so many rounds alone at this bomb site. That was always going to happen at some point, and I think you got to give a lot of credit for James for the call in this round. But like, look at the way, look what utility they still got. Like that was them just walking up middle, you know. And that's what makes this team so difficult to find. Is like half the time they're that quiet, they're still far back in T spawn, just spreading in a default, and then the other half they're in your bomb site. You know, like you never really know what that silence means.
And the map will be over. This one will conclude on Dust 2. Lato will step out into the fight against Belchinov. Legacy obviously going to give this a good go, but they're shooting bodies. And Zwei and No Tut alongside a final kill from Zwei have finally rounded this one out. Paravision have arrived. They stay in the fight here on Inferno, and they drag us all the way to Dust 2.
Mirror scorelines just on each other's map picks. So there you go. 13-10 was Legacy's score when they beat Paravision on Mirage, and now we see 13-10 on Inferno. Let's get straight into this. I mean, what was it that Paravision was doing right that Legacy couldn't question?
I think the interesting thing about this one is last game, Legacy had hot starts to both halves, and Paravision wasn't able to really truly recover from it to be able to get the win. This time around, they had that staying power. Like even when they fell behind, you know, they lost like an anti-eco the second round, the second half, for example, or you know, didn't have the best start on their first half either. They were able to just kind of hang in there. You know, that's what's so, you know, kind of the quality of this team is that they're so persistent, and they're never going to really go away. And eventually it does wear you down. And I think that's kind of what we saw through a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking also back to like the first map. So these are some of the stats from Legacy's side. 16-7 in opening kills, 2-0 in clutches, 2-0 in pistol rounds. So essentially, with all of that in mind, you would expect that to be a stomp for Legacy, right? But Paravision was, you know, they were still in it. Obviously looked quite good for Legacy in the end, but with those stats, you'd even expect it to go like the completely different way. And, you know, in the first half year, Paravision started like 5-1 down, 5-2. They win a 1v1 and just turn around the whole half. And in the end, the half goes 11-1 opening kills. essentially just like dominate all the early encounters, even though some of them didn't go all the way, the rounds didn't go their way, like, you know, some things misplays in the late round or some cool adaptations from Legacy. Overall, they were start to finish the better team, and on the T side they knew what they were doing and they're sticking to that game plan. On the CT side they were winning banana most of the times. Nota was pretty good. I mean, all of them were pretty good, except I think Belchanok for the first half didn't really do anything. He was just chilling, 2 kills and that's it. But we see a bunch of the banana fights will be shown in this highlight reel for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where when Legacy got off to that 5-1 start, it felt like after that, they started going for some of these, like, kind of dry, gambly plays. Like, you know, they had that one round, for instance, where Art just tried to, like, walk up lane, and he gets caught by the guy playing truck. So they had a couple of rounds like that where it just seemed like they didn't quite have full information, tried to make a play, and Paravision happened to be in the right spot to handle it. I do think there was, you know, at a certain point, a pivot where Nota was able to get either kills or a lot of info banana, which really allowed James to have better reads about how he wanted to rotate and get that defense back into a good position to, you know, make something of that first half after such a cold start. And then, yeah, again, when you get to the T side, it's just that mental fortitude and just kind of the, you know, persistence that they have as a team where they kind of keep you guessing the entire round where they're actually going to commit. Like, they may throw 2 sets of utility at a bomb site and you think, okay, surely the second set of utility means they're coming to the site, and no, they're on the other side of the map. And it really kind of forced a lot of, you know, kind of gambly plays out of Legacy where they would have to just like leave one guy alone at A, you know, gamble that they're actually going B. And, you know, they were right a lot of the times, but still weren't able to capitalize.
Yeah.
You know, you think of the round where Sadson misses all those op shots and you're just like, man, that's a tough one. And then finally, Jane does call the play at A to end it on the guy who's been defending the bomb site by himself the last like 5 rounds in a row, and Jane finally calls the right number to end it. So it was a tough one.
I was going to ask, Prof, I mean, there is a moment where I feel like this game kind of shifts, and I think that you've picked it up as well.
I mean, this is the round that Dust was talking about. I don't know if we have the replay, but essentially it is the round where, you know, Legacy is 5-2 up. They just lost 1 round, but what Art decides here is just to walk through the mid smoke, walk into A, and try to find the timing on the Paravision guys. It kind of could have worked, didn't work. 2 entry kills going Paravision's way, and then from this point onward, it's just like an easy round to close out, and the momentum just completely shifts, and Paravision ends the half 7-5 up, right? It's one of those Art classics, a big risk that Legacy went for, trying to like maybe, you know, catch people off guard, and if you lose a round like that as Paravision, you're even more tilted because they didn't really do anything. They just walked through a smoke, found a gap, and won, right? It didn't really, there's no like tactical exchange or anything, but didn't work out and just allowed Paravision to stabilize economically as well, because there was a big back and forth at the beginning. Paravision needed to save a lot, and then Legacy was forced on some ecos and half buys towards the end that made it easier for Paravision.
There was that one moment where Art gets the double kill with the MP9 jumping half wall, and he just goes for the third one as well. And it's like, man, you've hit black on the roulette table twice in a row and doubled your money. Walk away from the table. Like, you got so much. So,
cash out. Cash out.
So there were a couple of moments like that where you're like, man, is Legacy really going to find a way to get back into this game? Art even had like that one crazy kill through a smoke at the Zelo and Library as well. Like, there was a couple of moments where it's like, man, Legacy's kind of catching some that may give Paravision some trouble here, but they were never really able to fully, you know, put any gas on those sparks, and just a good patient game from Paravision.
Yeah, honestly, I would really like to know what James honestly thinks about Art. Like, what is he really, when him and Dastan are talking about this game after, is he like, this guy's a genius or this guy's an idiot? Like, I'm not sure. I would love to know, but we'll never know.
We'll never know, but should we try guess?
We should try asking, maybe.
Okay, maybe someone can ask him that. That's Prof being like, I'm not putting words in a player's mouth, just in case. Fair enough. Dust 2, Decider. I worry now because we know what Paravision can do on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Vitality are the best Dust 2 team in the world, but Paravision has put together a really good resume on Dust 2. And I felt like this should have been that they picked first in the series, in my opinion. But now it's come down to the third map. And again, I think what's so good about Paravision on Dust 2 is just how well balanced they play the game here. You know, there's some games where they do play it super slow. They wind down the clock and grind you down, just like we saw on Inferno here. But there's also, you know, their ability to play like the pacey plays, you know, the quick B pops, or, you know, the spawn-based plays, or going for, you know, even some crazy fakes. I've seen them pull out a couple of times and really kind of keep you guessing on what type of pacing you're going to get throughout the game. They also just have really good anchors on the CT side. Like Belchanok and Zwei do a really good job kind of, you know, allowing James to not have to worry about the extremities and move his op around defensively as well. Meanwhile, when you look on Legacy side, it's kind of like a 50-50 map for them, I feel like. Like sometimes I feel like I see some good things, other times I feel like they look a little bit lost. One of the things that I think did help them, though, defensively is that Art did take the A anchor position, and this has allowed Dumal to play a more active role CT side that he wasn't getting to play because Lux was doing this when he was the IGL. And then Lotto also kind of has been more active as well in the CT mid position. So I think that this, Art coming in has helped kind of maybe put some of the stronger riflers into some more star roles, and so I'm curious to see how they'll handle Paravision.
I have a fun fact.
I'm ready for a
Another fun fact.
Is it the banana one?
Since this is Dust 2, we have a fun fact about Dastan.
Okay.
I don't know how fun this fact is, but in the recent vlog that they put out, Dastan was talking about how he's trying to get in shape. He's monitoring his calories and what he's eating. Like McDonald's, KFC is off the table, even though the rest of the team is like, let's order KFC. They're kind of sabotaging his progress, but he says he wants to get in shape for Astana, his home country, tournament. So that's a little fun fact there. I don't know. I think it's looking good. He's always looking good. Honestly, his smile, with that smile, nothing else matters.
Smile is enough.
Yeah.
Prof. There you go. But we'll monitor and see if he gets in shape. You had a banana fun fact in the green room. You don't want to share that one with everyone?
No, that's just for you guys.
Okay, we have a secret banana fun fact. You can try guess what it is. We're going to take a break. We're getting to a decider today here in the final game at PGL Bucharest on day number 1. It is Legacy up against Paravision, and we'll find out who's going to take the win after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2026. We have got ourselves Paravision taking on Legacy, and Paravision have managed to bring this one to the third and final map. It's going to be Dust 2. We talked about the fact that they played each other back at Pro League. It was the online game where we seen Legacy actually get the win. They went into the playoffs of the competition. But Dust 2 was featured in the first 2 maps of play. Now it's going to be the third map. It was a victory for Legacy, 13-10. So, I mean, we still have a shot at Legacy winning this series here.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely do. I know this is a big topic. I think it was Dust who brought it up after the first map of why would you kind of not, if you think you're the better team on Dust 2, why not just pick it and have it as your map? And I think, you know, if you had to go into that mindset of the Paravision guys, I think they're thinking, well, they won it the last time, so we can definitely have it as the third map. Like, it's going to be in the pool and have confidence that we can take it to a third map. So they've got a strong map for them, which you'd feel like leans it towards Paravision. But as you're saying, Legacy won it the last time they played, albeit online. So let's just toss a coin and have some fun with this one. Dust 2 going live. Pistol round is there. 3 pistol rounds won by Legacy in the first 2 maps. 1 won by Paravision. Looking to change those statistics. It's Lado to get aggressive in the lower tunnels with dualies. Miss smoke. That's actually a huge miss smoke.
Yeah, not going to be a big fan of that one. Lato waiting in the lower tunnels. Eventually that peak's coming in, and wow, what a peak it is. Cello just absolutely annihilates Lato. So opening kill for Paravision. They're going to start shifting their forces into an A split. You've got 3 going out long. Dumao, though, is taking away that split potential. As Satson peeks in from short, now this round feels really difficult for Paravision, as you've got to deal with players at short, and they know what's up.
Oh, look at Dumao, though. This push is everything. Good win from Jame. Able to handle the fight, the run boost across. They've got across for free. Now Sadzan's in some trouble. He's got no reinforcements. They're coming up short, and now they've arrived. They can keep him safe. No longer able to scale up to his position, but the bomb should get planted.
And there's the plant coming through. Belchanok tapped on it. Jame actually comes through. Art is out of there. And Sadzin to make sure that Belchanok is cast aside. So a 2v2, 39 seconds left. And just the pause button for now for Paravision. Jame actually landed that shot on Sadzin, leaving Nissim 1v2, trying to stop them from getting to that bomb. It's in the middle of default. They're trying to fight him, they're trying to cross, and eventually both players do get in position. Now they have to commit to the plant, and they will, and Nissim's life becomes a lot more difficult.
Yeah, no way to really do this. You almost got to bait out the peak, but look at how this is happening. Jame just kind of swinging a railing. His teammate, Noda's not going to swing at all until they double peak or until Jame makes contact. They know he's passive at catwalk, so pissed around firmly in control of Paravision.
Now moving in, tap it away, and there's Jame peeking out. So Nissim, he goes down, and a good recovery. I mean, that's Jame really recovering that round on his own. So fantastic work, great shots coming out of him. And Paravision have another pistol.
It's a really good call from Jame. I mean, not only the kills obviously in the one taps in terms of shooting, but he makes the decision. It's 3 players at long, and he makes the decision to fall back from long to reflank short. And Dumao gets caught by that. He's loud coming up middle right here. James able to just kind of pause and wait. Dumao doesn't expect it. He knows all 3 players are long at the time. So instead of crossing, James just makes a tricky little play back. Second pistol round of the series won by Paravision. And they do a good job converting these second rounds after the win. Very passive and no investment from the CT side.
Yeah, the lack of investment should make this one really easy for Paravision to win. Let's see how many kills they can get on the CT side. None. As all 4 kills come in very quickly for Paravision. Legacy making that one quick. And we'll see Paravision take the 2-0 lead. So great start for them. This will be the first buy round for Legacy. It won't be... Oh, they do have enough if you want to get the AWP out. Actually be missing a few pieces here and that.
You've been missing a lot on a lot of players. Utility is going to be a big problem, especially if they force that AWP into the field early on in round 3.
Yeah. Let's see what they do. Oh, they're actually going for what we call the Brazilian buy.
Yeah, very fitting. So MP9's on the board. A round that you can have danger here with this kind of a low buy, and then a full buy in the next round as well. So using the economy to have as much punch in these first few rounds as you possibly can. Here's the split into the tunnels. Ooh, Zwei comes out on top of his fight. 2 kills from Zwei. Takes a lot of the sting out of this attack. The bomb is still way back towards T-spawn, so all is good for Paravision at the moment.
Hart, oh, gets turned on. Belchanok reading that, and then actually just spamming down through the smoke as well on Dumal. So Belchanot makes that nice and easy. A 3-0 lead here.
Yeah, if Legacy could have turned that into a 3-on-3, if Zway's only able to get the 1 kill there, a completely different situation that they're fighting for and completely different set of decisions you can make. So now the rifles come in for Legacy. They have the op-out on Sadzin.
Yeah, I like how they've gone for this decision. They're going to get a really good buy now. Like, you got everything you want, all the utility, instead of going that last round with a compromise for purchase. Will it matter, though? Let's find out.
Fast towards long. Art's going to be here, crossing. Gun is out. Flashbangs in the air. Can't settle it down in time. Lado at the corner finds one. Another flash comes in and trades all across the board. 4 defenders, 2 kills, and Sadzin's got to back away.
Yeah, very tough scenario here for Sadzin. You know, at least if he's able to get away, he can have impact later into the round, but not how this round was intended to go for Legacy, as they commit 3 players long to come out worse for wear like this and not maintain the position. But it's really, really solid from Paravision. Now get 2 players up through short. Xello still has long, and you don't really have the information if you're Sadzin, and you're going to be worried about long, which opens up the gap here at short for them just to walk up on you.
Well, when the smoke fades is the real issue. But Sadzin just realizes, he's like, I have to take a risk, otherwise we just lose this round. So yeah, he could get caught, but he's got to try something. I say could get caught. He will get caught.
Oh,
and that's what all the risk was for.
A missed shot, he's dead. So that's the AWP gone. And, you know, there's a risk involved in taking that half buy with the MP9s, because you allow Paravision to build money as well on the T side. You really need to win this round if you're Legacy, and you don't. So now Paravision have the ideal start on this 3rd map. You've won all the rounds available, and you've got so much money.
It's the first time they've had the hot start in the map as well. Remember, it was Legacy went up 4-0 on Inferno on that 2nd map. They went up, what, 6-0 on Mirage on the 1st map in the series. So finally, Paravision gets to play a game from the front.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I'm not that surprised about it. Just with the way Paravision switched on in that first half of Inferno.
Yeah.
And it has felt just dominant.
There was, I can't...
a little patch of form in the 2nd half, maybe.
I don't know if I can pinpoint the exact moment where it felt like it switched, but something on Inferno was like, oh, all of a sudden, Paravision is just like 10 steps better, you know? Like, I want to say, and this could just be wishful thinking or just, you know, a moment sticks out in my head, but I want to say it's the round that Dumal peaked and got that kill in Banana and then went for the re-peak, and then Lado kind of came in for a follow-up peak. After that, it felt like Paravision was just like, we're gods. It's over.
That was in the 2nd half, and then in the 1st half, it was when Art was trying to make all these plays on his own, and then gets up into A, gets shut down, and those you lose control of the money. And yeah, it's been a number of moments where Paravision started taking control of the server.
Well, Legacy's going to have to fight back and rip it out of their hands.
Not really the round for that, though, right now. You got 2 5.7s, 2 MP9s, and an M4. But Legacy have shown us that they can win on these. We've seen it with a 5.7.
M4 is on the other side of the map as well. So the AK is going to have a bit of a field day at this range. Good nade to force them back. A little bit of chip damage across the board on the Paravision side, but there's a minute and 20 seconds, so they can take that kill and they don't have to commit anywhere.
And Nissan boosted right now on top of his teammate's head. He has a gap over the top of the smoke. Noda's going to be in position, stepping out. Oh my, how has he won that? How has he won that fight? That is great from Noda. Fantastic from Jame, and this round will be the 5th for Paravision.
Man, Legacy just getting worked right now. Just getting absolutely worked.
There's a flank at least. Art.
It's never going to do enough to actually turn this round. MP9 at that range as well. Let's not talk about it. It's fine. Even if it was perfect, it wouldn't have done anything. It's all good.
That's true.
Let the man be. You know, we all get one. We've all had that moment.
Still pretty funny, though. Yeah. Well, 5-0 start for Paravision. Nothing going the way of Legacy now on Dust 2.
Yeah, not at all. Sadzin's not going to get anything. So 5-0 for Paravision. Looking, I mean, when we started this series with that interview with Paula and Art saying like, oh yeah, we have to just, you know, play better Counter-Strike, make less mistakes, blah, blah, blah. Well, Paravision's the team making less mistakes and playing good Counter-Strike.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a little positive in here, Jason.
Okay.
It's Paravision the last time they played where Legacy won Dust 2. Paravision won 8 rounds on T side.
Sure.
Then they won 2 rounds on CT side. They lost 13-10.
Okay.
So
the T side is where they bring the bacon home.
Yeah, Legacy.
CT side is kind of like, please God, let us get through this.
Let's get at least 4 rounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment, they're on track for more than 8. You know? Things are looking
that's
good.
true. I mean, it could be a 12-0.
Well, let's see. We have the changeup. We have the adaptation from the Legacy defense. Double ops setup for the CT side. Nissim's going to cross. His op will be at the B bomb site. Other one in the hands of Sadzin, as we can see up on short through the X-ray.
The cross smoke towards CT, deployed flash, sets up Cello. He's going to back away behind that smoke of the doors again and then climb up through short. Nissim is pushed up through the tunnels. He's got a good deep angle here.
Heavy lean towards the B bomb site as well for this Legacy defense, which is leaving Sadzin in a really tough place. So no one's pressuring long, which is nice. So Art's going to have an easy day in the office in this round. Looks like Zwei might turn into a late lurk. But Sadzin's got to deliver here at the point of attack, and another miss comes out.
Yeah, very unfortunate to have your AWPer on the CT side missing every single shot. It's tough at the moment to deal with that because those are opportunities to slow down this attack and at least weaken the post plant. But now it's a 5v5, and it's really tough to see how they don't get into the site. You know,
they don't realize Art's here, to be fair.
I mean, this is the way, I suppose. You get a kill on... Oh. You get 2 of them as well?
Well then.
Yeah, and that Cello's just kind of spinning right around. And
sorry, I don't got anything for that one.
Yeah.
I tried to help you out. I got nothing.
Great reactions out of Cello.
Great reaction from Cello.
Out of Cello.
Unbelievable spin. Oh, it's going bad to worse. Zwei's been so patient that whole time. And like those are the plays that Counter-Strike players will love. Like him being that patient, not stepping in, like the round's already won. Your teammate came into the A bomb site, got the bomb planted. They didn't have to get into any fights. Round's won. You get a kill, you know they're saving. So Zwei just says, my only goal in this round is to kill the AWPer. Like, right? The long player, the AWPer who was taking shots, he hasn't died yet. So that's my only job in this whole round. He plays exactly for that. It's beautiful. Timeout called, this one by Legacy, obviously. 6-0. Huge test in front of you now, because Paravision came back from a 6-0 start on Mirage. Now you've got to prove you can do the same thing. Otherwise, Paravision is just going to have an easy closeout to this series. So what's the changeup? What do they do? Trying to swap into a double op setup, that doesn't work whatsoever. Doesn't pan out in any way. You still had the AWP that was saved, so you can drop that over to Sadzin, which they will. That was from Nissim. And you can kind of like tell, like watching this, like that last round is Legacy's trying to play ahead of the tactical change. Kind of like how they were doing on the previous map of like trying to cheat towards the B bomb site, because that's where most of the Paravision focus was. James just out calling you at the moment. Every time you stack towards B, he's still hitting along. And you know that switch is going to come at some point. It's just James making it really tough to figure out when it happens.
Well, note up. Just going through the motions, putting utility in place. Now going to be blinded, and obviously has to fall off the ankle, but we can see Paravision is setting up the B finish. Going to be coming at Nissim. On the back platform, he'll open that tunnel smoke.
Last round, Legacy played for the B attack. This round, they're in more of just a standard default setup. So Dumao can arrive here from middle very, very quickly, but he's going to have to keep his eyes peeled on that double doors. And even now, cheating back towards the A bomb site. So Legacy playing without really full knowledge of what's about to come at them. 4 players in tunnels, Noda lurking mid.
35 seconds, and they're getting ready. They're really setting themselves up for this split. Now Noda has moved through the doors. He spotted out the door player at the B bomb site. Nissim can get nothing, and Shello and Zwei just run over the top of them. So they're into the site. Bomb will be planted shortly. Dumal going for the last-ditch effort through the window into the site, but James is ready for that as well. And it puts Art and Sadson in a position where you just have to save these weapons. It's a tough pill to swallow because you're now going 7-0 down, but it's the only one they've got. And they're going to upgrade at least an AK on the way out.
It's such a cool way to find an opening kill and to kind of activate that B play. Is you know, the lurker in middle, you usually see him as the last one to play. He's just there to catch a cheeky kill on rotation, just stay alive, be a nuisance. This time he plays more entry man so that the guy at double doors, I think it was Lado taking that fight, that's when they're sprinting, is when Noda turns that corner to attack and try and get the entry. That's when they're coming out of the B tunnels. So it's not a flashbang, but his attention is elsewhere, which makes for an easy kill. No stopping power whatsoever from Legacy on this third map. Long series that is coming to a close in a dominant fashion for Paravision.
Off they go again. See if Legacy can start mounting some resistance. 3 players crossing. James hit the shot. Lato down to 26 HP. And there's an aggressive play here for Sadson, trying to get away with a shot off on James. He won't connect it to lethality.
Should tell you everything you need to know that Sadson's thinks it's worth taking that risk. How many times do you see that CT opper peeking at that angle?
And then Nissim pushing, getting caught. Art's committed to lower tunnels. I mean, these aggressive plays, the only thing they've got right now, and it's gone against them. Art has just got 1 kill. It's not worked out here. It's a 4v3 to kick off the round, and this just makes Paravision's life much easier.
Yeah, those were your aggressive players as well. So now you lose all information on the map, and you're playing with, you know, 2 hands tied behind your back. Lado's brought low. He's going to have to be passive at the back of the platform. Sadson sliding over to cover middle. Gap on the map is Catwalk. And that's where Paravision is starting to make their move. Belshanok, Noda, and James. Zwei once again being tasked as the late round player. Cut off any saves, cut off any rotations. And no one from Legacy wants anything to do with this round. I don't think anyone's going to kind of move over to try and stop this or try and recover the bomb site. This is all about saving. You can see Sadson backing up towards the B bomb site with the op. Dumal pushing forward towards T-spawn and safety. And 8-0 for Paravision on Dust 2. This is a beatdown, man. The turnaround was so swift and so decisive. From like halfway through Inferno to this point, it's just been all Paravision.
It feels crazy that, you know, at one point in the series, that looked most likely that Legacy were going to 2-0 them because you had a great start on Inferno. Like, things are going really
Upset
well.
him on Mirage to start the series.
Man, he's just starting to look, okay, wow, Legacy actually going to do this on LAN as well. Beautiful. But then Paravision just turned it up and actually are the Paravision we expected to see coming into the competition, which is fantastic.
Look at the money. James got 16K.
Yeah, a lot of cash.
Belshanok has 16K. Zwei has 13,000.
Yeah, they're rich.
Very rich.
I mean, at least for Legacy, they've got so much losing bonus, they're able to buy again, but...
There's only been 6 kills for Legacy since the gun rounds began in round 4. It's just the fragging output isn't there to back up any of the plays they're trying to make, any of the moves they're trying to make across the map. Tactically not getting like smoked to any kind of crazy degree, but it's just... Even if you have the advantage, you can't win tactically without the kills. It is the most important part of Counter-Strike.
Getting kills?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why, you know, you always got to go for them, Jason.
At the end of the day, the kills matter.
Quite a bit. And there's another one for Sadson at least. An opening frag. A couple of kills now for Legacy.
Smoke faded at the wrong moment for Zello, so he goes down as well. Back to the B bomb site. Zwei going to try and make his move. Blinded, held back for the moment. Smoke hits him in the face off the wall. He's just going to swing. First kill is his. Window player is blind. Okay, a problem. A 5-on-3, but now the B bomb site controlled by Paravision. is a very hard bomb site to retake. No one's setting up for the flank through tunnels just yet from the Legacy side. Looks like all 4 players going to come through doors and window. They got to wait for those smokes to fade. And Sadzin's going to hope and pray that his riflers can let him get activated in the retake. They need this round. They must go for it.
Well, the utility being sent into the sky. Landing on the platforms. Wait, getting 1 kill here for the post plant, but Lato trades it out. Jame with a follow-up. Dumao again. But Belchanok dies back around the corner just in time. Shot whizzes past him. And Dumao has to go to the defuse. He's just going to hold it, then comes off. It goes to the kill, and Dumao right back to it. It's going to be close. It's going to be real close, but he's got it. Legacy finally getting a round win.
Yeah, tough angle for Belchanok to deal with that bomb plant, but it's one. It's the first. You really, if you want a chance in this, if you're Legacy, you got to rattle off these last 4. You mentioned earlier in the half, that 8-4 was the scoreline of when they played at Pro League Online when Legacy took the win. So we're right there for a bit of deja vu.
Just 3 more rounds for Legacy.
Seems easy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Had to really fight for that one.
Had to really work hard for that first round, I'm not going to lie. No financial issues for Paravision for the rest of this half. Destan calls a timeout. Very pleased with how his team has been playing, I'm sure. Nothing crazy, just making sure everyone stays focused and not take their foot off the gas. Not let Legacy build themselves back into this game with a 4-round streak to close the half.
Well, let's see if they can claw this all the way back to 4 rounds on the CT side. It would be impressive for Legacy considering the start to this game. It has been an absolute beatdown on Dust 2. Jame is just watching for a lowered tunnels play and none coming that way.
Smoke is up to provide cover for a short take. Molotov as well to prevent any swings from the Legacy side. Paravision going to start moving in a little bit late. Double door smoke about to fade, so a little bit of a fake with this mid to B utility chucked out. And really it's only Jello who's scaled. Now Noda's joined up with him at short. Other than that, Zwei, Jame, and Belchanok are happy to just look for pushes, look for aggressive plays.
That's the way peeking on out. It's going to be smoke to block the tunnels here for Nissim. $30, that's all you've got left on the clock here. Let's see if Paravision can position themselves perfectly enough to deal with the limited time. 20 seconds as that lurk smoke comes in. You still got 2 B defenders to deal with. Eventually you're going to start seeing Noda move up. He'll become a threat on that B ramp, but Nissim getting into the corner, tucking himself away. Here they come, 10 seconds, gotta get that bomb across right now to the site. Where are Paravision and the plant? And the kills come in just at the right time, but that plant is starting and it is down with 1 second to spare. Of course it is. But the kills have come through and there is a 3v2 scenario here for Legacy.
Does Jame really want to go for this peek? Is he waiting for his timing to just take a quick swing, a quick look in towards middle? Sadzin's got the op as well.
There's the peek and he's come away with it. So Jame has evened out the numbers, dives down into the site. And Jame is going to be holding on. Out through the window, they will go. Dumao to his death. Art stepping up next. Over the top, looking for the fights, and he can't connect anything. Jame is just destroying them individually and out-calling them right now, too. He's doing everything required to get Paravision the win here. This is just fantastic work.
Yeah, we were missing a lot of his impact, a lot of feel of that op on the map on Inferno, right? Like, that was when we were like, wow, it's been a little bit quiet for Jame, but look at the difference now on Dust 2, and he's just cooking. Great sequence, great timing, even finding that peak, the perfect moment for it, waiting, nice and easy. As soon as Sadzin pulls out utility, lovely work with the op, and even better work calling across this map. He's got them to a 9-1 lead while also racking up 12 frags in this half. Super impressive work from Jame. And they're not giving Legacy any breathing room.
To the doors, and yep, Lato blinded. If it wasn't going to be difficult enough for him against the rifle, caught perfectly, and so Paravision now with the opening kill. And they'll also start moving up through short. Flash being set up here to the peak, and Nota ain't running with it straight away here.
Probably wishes he did. A little delay costs him some HP on the HE grenade. Art's making a move inside the smoke on the other side of the Xbox. And he will get caught. Just in time, Nota takes his rifle out, and this feels like the finishing play. Jello peering into the A-bomb site, seeing nothing so far. 2 defenders here. Both 5.7s, good work from Dumao. Sadzin's gonna swing out with a flashbang. Zello's not ready for it, and he's half blind, and it's an awkward fight, so he gets that kill as well.
Yeah, low HP on 2 players here, and it's the 2 remaining players. Jame and Nota, yeah, time again, another problem here with 15 seconds left on the clock, but there's Nota, there's Jame, and they don't care about the clock. They just get the kills required, and another one as Paramatch are marching towards victory.
Yeah, this is not bad whatsoever from Paravision, saying it lightly. No money issues. They've been at 16K for like 8 rounds now. This is unbelievable half. Unbelievable half out of Jame and Paravision. Kind of a sad way for the series to come to its conclusion considering how contested maps 1 and 2 were. But it's cool seeing Paravision hit this peak and just be like, yeah, we can actually just accelerate past teams of this quality like it's nothing.
Yeah, it was a bit touch and go in the earlier stages of this series. But yeah, this is much more inspiring from Paravision.
They were going to go through that until they panicked with the smoke break and made all the noise cues, but Paravision was really, they were going to force their way through that smoke.
Yeah, Nota's on the... Shellow's about to peek here on Sadzin, and he will lose his life actually, but the trade was always there to be set up as Nota was on the Xbox. He's also got info on those short players too, so they'll throw some utility, they'll smoke out CT spawn, and they can actually hit the pause button.
Yeah, it was just because they know that kill and that smoke for the mid to B split is going to cause chaos. This is going to cause the defense to shift a little bit. They've fallen back off short. The B player has stepped out. That's Nissim to watch for the mid play outside the double doors. And still with silence, still with utility, showing like they want to pressure middle. Legacy has no read of what's coming next. Jame doing a very good job obfuscating exactly how Paravision's moving on the map. And over to the A-bomb site we go.
Oh my god, Sway. Okay, Para had shots, and Legacy stand no chance.
Well,
they're just getting run over. Everybody's styling on them. Everybody's having their moments.
Jame is still 13-0. He only died once.
Yeah, this is insane. So, I mean, I was trying to find a positive earlier, Jason.
Yeah.
You know, I was saying, you know, 8-4. That's what the scoreline was last time. You're not coming back.
You were doing your best, weren't you?
You're not coming back from 11-1 down here. Nissim in the pit will die to Zwei. It's his triple kill. And now Lato stepping out into the open. Blinded, completely blinded again. There's 2 people peeking him, and Belchnok eventually getting that kill. So Paravision rather, they are now in a situation where they're absolutely going to win this one. So I think that's fair enough to say.
All right, no, not trying to build any suspense, huh?
No.
You don't want to do any what ifs?
No.
Okay.
I mean, at least in the legacy department, it's like the game's gonna end a little quicker. You know, you're gonna get some good rest and prepare for your next one. That's the positive. I found it.
Sure, that is the positive, I guess.
I mean, their level is there that they did get themselves, you know, the opening map on a Mirage. They got themselves a situation where they found the initial success on Inferno. So at least Legacy can come away from this game.
Yeah,
just look back on that Inferno, see what went wrong.
If you want to keep up with the theme, and we obviously, there's still a long event, this is just day one, but if you want to keep up with the theme of like, this is kind of the measuring stick of where you're at as we turn the corner into the major. Obviously a team, despite 4 players being together, bringing in a new IGL, you're going to have some things you have to iron out. I feel like that Inferno loss really deflated Legacy quite a bit. I think that the level of the turnaround that occurred on that map was pretty crazy. The Paravision going to get it beat up and bruised, and then just taking over the game in the series. So now obviously is probably going to be another look at Dust 2, especially your CT side is going to be something you want to glance at. But on some level, it's also the nature of the beast with Legacy enjoying playing aggressive Counter-Strike. You know, like if that's what you're going to do on your CT sides, push, be disruptive, you're going to have games like this where it all goes against you as well.
Oh, flash up into the sky. Here comes the peak. James won that one.
Of course he did.
Yeah, of course he did. And Xello in the lower tunnels is rattling shots off with the Joe Berettas. Still a bit of a back and forth going on. Art and Sadzin, unfortunately, here have taken so much damage. They're going to return to... One returns to spawn, one goes out long. And Art will give it a go on Zwei. I mean, low HP here, so that clock...
The bomb was dropped. The bomb was dropped outside of B tunnels, so all they can really do is turn this into a fake. It's working.
It's pretty good.
Because
and they're going to get a bomb plant.
No one would expect in a 2-on-3 that you would decide to split up on the map. No one would ever expect it.
This is one of those moments where...
But now they also know they have a 3-on-1.
Yeah. So they're just going to run at him now. Yep. I mean, the win here is that you get a bomb plant, so you get the force buy in the next round at least, but yeah, you give it one good last go. But that's the counter round where I go back to what Prof was saying on the dash just between this map and now. Is like, I just wonder what James thinks of Art. You know, that's one of those rounds like, oh, that would be completely inconceivable in my game plan. They're split up in the 1v1s.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if you ask James that question, he might just say, I don't think about Art at all.
I know. That's probably more realistic.
No, I'm with you, though. Like, I mentioned it coming into this, like, vastly different playing styles. But it's not all on Art's shoulders, right? This is also a style that the previous Legacy played, you know, with Lux. They like to be a little bit disruptive. They like to be very aggressive and in your face as well. So, I mean, it's also stylistically what the players enjoy playing in also. However, you are getting your ass kicked here.
Yeah, very badly. Into the dust. Dust coming up on the desk after this.
Dust 3.
Dust 3, yeah. That's what we like to call them. Dust cubed. Just taking the time here on the Legacy side. Enjoying the freedom they've got in middle. Paravision just letting them come to them. And eventually, we'll see what Legacy decide to do here. So
I think Note is assuming because it's 12-1 and it's a force buy, that they're likely going to end in a mid to B split. Like, you wouldn't want to attack off catwalk with a bunch of, like, you know, pistols. See how committed Legacy is to this short play. Are they just going to drop down and turn this into a split? Nope. Full-blown commitment. Missed shot from the AWP. Dinked, dropped, taken down. So we might not be done with Dust 2 just yet.
Stu now waiting in towards CT. Balchanok walks right into him. And you're right, Jason. Looking like they're going to get a little bit more play time. As Dumao with another and Nota in a 1v5. Now, Henry has been saying the last few months. He's been saying, you know, 13th round is the most dangerous or difficult round to get, right? And I'm just starting to think I believe it now. Like, we got to this point, and Paravision lose that round.
Yeah, I think it just is. I think it's just like, I mean, you've played some matchmaking games in your day, Dinko. Like, when you're down 1-12, when they get that 12th round, you're just like, screw it, I'm full send. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, turn the brain off.
If there's one team I would think wouldn't do that, it's Paravision.
I mean, statistically, I had to win a couple rounds, you know, across this map. Regardless, it's just the timing of it is, you know.
There it is.
There it is. There's number 2.
Now it begins the greatest comeback in Legacy history.
We're gonna get Dumao his taco story. Yes. There we were, 1-12 on Dust 2. Art turns to me and says, 1 round at a time. Did you win? No, of course not.
No, of course not. But Reverse did get his Liquipedia page.
All right, James tagged up on the cross, down to 6. Good shot from Sadzin.
All right, James get a save. There's no point in playing this with 6 HP. You call it off. Legacy starting to send up a couple of players through short. It's going to be Art confidently fighting with the M4. Noda, ooh, it's not spreading. He's able to stand there. Oh, no, it's spread. And now he's 36 HP.
Yeah, but they don't know he's here is the key.
Yeah, so he just maintained that position.
If Jello can put this defensive smoke down before dying and they have to step through the smoke to get into the bomb site, that makes that Goose position so strong. Especially with an M4.
Right, so let's see if Noda can get the cleanup. He is the win condition here for Paravision. And there's a tag on towards Dumao. He's going to be finished off, so yeah, now they know about Noda. He's taking himself 1 kill. Can Cello help him out? The answer to that is no, because he was blinded and held back and out of commission. So Art does get the trade on Noda, hunts him down at Goose. Start thinking about that plant. The 5-7 of Cello can do nothing special. That's why he gets tagged and slowed as he's moving. Oh, he's like that. Oh, he's crashed big time. Satsin's gone. Oh, crashing like this. Yeah, that's the bomb. Oh, it's absolute disaster here. So you got to go for kills.
He got away.
And he did. Oh, okay. They managed to come back. The bomb. The bomb didn't get picked up. James, can you do something with this? This would be ridiculous. They do get it. They get it. They pick it up. They put it down. That would be ridiculous. There was a moment like that, right? The PGL.
Yeah, I was going to say there would have been some poetic justice to it. Not such similar stakes, I'd say.
Yeah. It's involving James again.
Dude, he got tagged on the cross down to 6 HP. He's been at 6 health this whole time. He's tagged like 3 people as well through all the chaos. He just hasn't taken another point of damage.
He's like, and I will save the scout. I mean, I called it. Said James saving a long time ago.
That was a weird crash.
Dude, I was just like, what are you doing?
Did he like,
okay.
That's a weird one.
Dude, they lost the pursuit.
I know, if they lost it off that, would have been very sad.
I mean, at least you would just walk away and you go, ah, we're down 13.
Yeah. It'd be an easy one to get past. See, we're all smiles.
Everything's all right.
Yeah, it's all good. Looked a little silly, but we're back in the room. So obviously you get a little bit of a tech pause to ensure that one doesn't happen again. Paravision's going to have to sit back after that investment and save out of money, so a chance for Legacy to kind of close the gap a little bit, but man, it's not going to be anywhere close enough to make it feel like a comeback's happening. Back by 9 rounds as well. Did you see Dinko, by the way, who won the Astralis game earlier on today?
Well, the Astralis were dominating, so they won 2-0. It's a 13-10 opening map and a 13-5.
Lovely.
On the second, I didn't give you a spoiler warning, but it doesn't look like you're missing much really in that one. So.
No, not so much. Quite a beat down. All right, tech issue resolved.
But you can, if you want, go watch that. It's going to be a short video. You can go over to PGL highlights on YouTube.
Nice. Really good. Good plug.
Alrighty then. Legacy. You should win this one. James tagged again. It's like, all right.
Kind of a bummer. Yeah,
I guess that happened.
Here we are. He'll have an op in the next round as well. James trying to orchestrate where he wants the boost exactly from Noda.
Right here. You see those pixels? I want you to...
The life of an IGL, please.
All right.
You
okay,
idiot.
You stand there.
Jump here.
And then I'm going to get up here. And nice. That was perfect. I've been in those games. You ever have someone who's like, do you know the smoke? And you're like, no.
Every game I play, really.
Yeah. Yeah, famously, you don't.
Yeah.
No nades, Chase, apparently.
No, but I kill pretty good.
Yep, that's true.
I can
Good for a clutch. Good for the mentality.
Spot out mid.
Oh. Belchnok also spotted. There's just a little USP there.
They're stalling this out quite nicely. Problem is, I feel like at some level, you probably didn't want to stall them out completely at the A-bomb site where your stack is, because now they're just feeling forced to fall into a mid to B split where they're going to go right at your only USP. So 4th round for Legacy is coming in. Going to be nice and easy. And we'll get the buy moving forward into the next round. Good kill from Sadzin. That'll force everyone away after the fact. Another one. A shooting gallery, just warming up the AWP. It does get dropped, but it's all good. And how much longer is Legacy going to stay alive in this series? How much longer is Paravision going to let them hang around just being a nuisance? This is just the, I mentioned it's first day of PGL Bucharest. Swiss system best of threes as well. So, you know, the classic 1-0, 0-1 groups that we're going to see what the matchups are tomorrow. 3 losses, you're out. 3 wins, you move on to the playoffs. We all know it. We all love it.
Well, FaZe definitely love how many chances you get, so maybe they'll someday have a chance to...
They would be playing right now.
Yeah.
They were slated for this time slot.
Yeah.
But obviously the attempt to qualify for the major, FaZe is going to be forfeiting rounds 1 and 2 of this Swiss system and entering this tournament in the 0-2 games.
Single elimination.
Single elimination for FaZe.
Famously, that's where they do their best work, though.
That's a good point. Maybe it does just feel like a playoff environment to them right when they get here.
They're like, actually, we're going to skip the first 2 rounds of every tournament.
Yeah, can we actually, we'll start every event 0-2. It's fine.
We're going to tell Jacob it's practice. He's going to frag out.
All right, no tag on the cross. So James gets they get a cross with full HP. James actually didn't even jump across. That AWP is going to be playing towards short.
Yeah, 10 HP here for Art. Well, it's been a while waiting for Paravision to actually get enough money out for a buy again.
So Art wants to show again, like they want to challenge and kind of force themselves out into middle, just like he previously did with that engagement. Make Paravision a little bit of extra nervous. Going to be a late long pop. And Zwei is standing in the open, exposed to a flashbang. Switches positions with James at perhaps the perfect time. But James not able to slow it down.
Well, James slowing it down now. It's going to be Sadson taken out. Zwei burning, but backs himself up into the sanctuary corner. And then Zwei can go back and hide again in the car, and they're just going to walk past him this time. So, yeah, Zwei's in a great spot. Flashes up, but he's got a kill regardless. Zwei finally going down, but the rest of the kills coming through, and it's just Lato left. A great recovery here from Paravision in this series, losing the opening map of Mirage, coming back to win Inferno 13-10. And then Dust 2 has been dominant throughout. It will be a 13-4 finish here on Dust 2, a 2-1 start here for the side of Paravision. They'll go 1-0 in the Swiss stage.
Well, there you go. They closed it out on Dust 2. Imagine Dust if they had made that original map pick you wanted. This
if only.
In a very different game.
It could have been very much a 2-0 scenario if we would have started on Dust 2. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, there's really not too much to say about this one. It's just good old-fashioned ass whooping. I mean, I don't know what else you want from me.
Complete domination. Yeah, yep. I think the calling better from Paravision side to start off the T side and for the whole T side, which was pretty much the whole map since nothing really happened after that huge lead. But then also the individuals really from Legacy didn't show up. There are some opportunities. There's that early buy with MP9s. They do a lower tunnel crunch. Nissim whiffs everything. They don't get a positive trade. You know, James and Co, they start rolling. Then Art had like 3 flanks with MP9, couldn't connect the kill. Nissim and Art combined for 0 kills for the first 7 rounds or so. Then Sadson, just like cosplaying an offer. He's doing all the right moves, just not connecting a single shot. And it was just that combined with most of the times Paravision was making the right calls, but even when they weren't, it didn't really matter. Then, you know, you get into a post plan like this and James gets 3 kills untraded. He had like 1 death for the most of the first half. It was just...
Dude, I think like the average death count for Paravision at the end of the first half was like 3. Like they just were totally dominating. As you said, it's going to be a hard day in the office when you got 2 guys with 0 kills through 8 rounds. You got a $4,750 decoy grenade, which is Sadson going around the map, just not being able to make anything happen. So, I mean, it was just a tough day at the office through and through. Nissim never really got going, by the way. At least Sadson kind of picked it up there in the second half a little bit, got something going, but you feel like it was always a little too late in that regard. And yeah, just completely outclassed across the board. It was James time indeed.
Just disappointing because the first 2 maps were so close. Obviously, they looked really good on Mirage, taking the win. It was close the second map, and then we come here and it's like the whole team just fell off.
Disappointing, or I don't know. For me, I'm really happy about this because I saw Paravision that, you know, looked wobbly, made maybe a questionable map choice, lost Mirage, but came back stronger, as they say, on Inferno, and then just dominated here on the last map against Legacy and showed that for a good reason they are favorites to win this title. So, you know, for some people, maybe disappointment on Legacy's side, but I think this is what I want to see from Paravision, just complete dominance, and also when you get the opportunity, when the other team is not really showing up, just run away with the win and don't let it become tight at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of Paravision take care of business because they're expected to get a win like this. And for the Legacy side, it's like, yeah, you've had a bit of a honeymoon phase with Art, having a really good run online at EPL and making it to, you know, the LAN portion. Obviously, you know, they played that one domestic LAN as well, or they made the final of that. But this is their first real big test with Art at the helm, where you're up against, you know, some other teams that are kind of at or above your level, and you have to try to prove that, you know, this move is going to lead to something fruitful. And, you know, today they had their moments. You know, obviously, you know, winning Mirage, I think that was kind of a gift, though, that they were able to get that map first in the series. And Inferno was contested for a while there. Like, there was definitely some chances for Legacy to get something going. Just couldn't dot the I's and cross the T's, even though they had hot starts, both halves of Inferno. But this game, like you said, they just didn't really show up. They just ran out of gas, right? And Paravision is just that kind of team that they're used to this. They know how to wear you down. I mean, when you looked at Cluj, I mean, they played almost every map possible, I feel like, that, except for when they obviously got 3-0'd in the grand finals. But yeah, this is just what Paravision do.
I love how Dust, like, he has a beautiful story, and then he just ends it there with, like, and remember that time they just got, you know.
But then that was against Vitality, so that doesn't
Yeah,
count.
that's
So
fair.
everyone's getting whooped by them these days.
Fair enough. Let's take a look at the Swiss bracket, though. We've got 5 days of these group stages underway. Day number 1. Some teams will be smiling. Some now need to figure out this evening what they're working with. Any surprises for you from the results?
I mean, I guess not really, no. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, nothing really jumped off the page on this one.
Yeah.
I feel like it all was pretty straightforward. I mean, I think that maybe the one that you would look at is like maybe you hope 3D Max would beat FOKUS just because of like Masuda's addition to the team, and you know he's definitely
ranking-wise, obviously.
Ranking-wise, yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
But we also know that 3D Max just didn't fail to qualify for the major.
Yeah.
We saw how that affected the team. There was some like little infighting, it felt like, at the previous tournament.
I'll say this, brilliant performance from Eyeballers today. You know, a team that we don't get to see at LAN too often, able to get a 2-0 on FaZe. And I know FaZe is kind of in tough shape, but I mean, that's still a pretty good win if you're Eyeballer.
I feel like they didn't even like need to show up in the studio.
Pretty much,
like,
yeah.
It was so fast.
They took care of business. It was the fastest game of the day.
If you've just joined us and you're so confused, FaZe isn't.
Let them find out. Come on, let them go.
I mean, there is someone who's watching being like, I don't understand. What happened? Well, FaZe obviously.
JW really rolled back the years in that game. I mean,
they are trying to qualify for the major, so they're going to come into this tournament 2-0 down. They'll have one best of 3 that they will need to win if they want to stay. The situations this team is creating for themselves is just ridiculous.
It's kind of complicated, but let's just, you know, it's just FaZe things.
Yeah.
Just FaZe things.
Just FaZe things. Let's take a look at the B stream for tomorrow. These are the games that you get to check out. This will be going down. Favorite pick there? If you're a wild card, must be smiling tomorrow. Okay, so that's a guaranteed win for them. Happy days.
If you're a wild card, you're just loving it. You just get a free
Luck
win.
was on your side right there.
Insane.
Because they were definitely an 0-3 candidate for sure coming into this one. So they've been gifted one for free there. So that's tough. But yeah, I mean, I like this. I think, you know, BC.Game main Brazil is one I'm going to keep my eye on. Because like this is like one of those games where you feel like BC.Game should be able to do something in that one, but there is some good firepower made Brazil with Insania and Clem in particular, so it's like there is still a fighting chance with them as well. So that'll give us a good gauge of like where BC.Game really is.
Yeah, for sure. And of MIBR on the other hand, right? Obviously brought in LNZ, international coach over there as well, so they have Clem as an up-and-coming opper, and obviously Insani, so it's a good team, and they should be winning this game. But will they? That's a different story.
It's a temperature gauge for both those teams.
Absolutely.
That's what we're going to use it. Let's take a look at what you can expect on the A stream tomorrow. These are the games that are going to be going down. Standouts for you? I think Astralis Bait might be an interesting one.
I don't know. I think Astralis takes that one kind of confidently. FUT, NRG, also I would say big favorites on one side.
This will give us a good look at FOKUS as well.
I'm really sad about the draw for FOKUS. I feel like Paravision is a really tough matchup. Obviously,
good test though to see where they're actually at. Also a good test for Energy, because Energy's been tearing it up. Obviously domestically, they've beaten some smaller European teams at some of the Philadelphia events that they had played. You know, they just made a roster move, bringing Sonic over, who's been bringing some good firepower to the team. OC's making his return to international Counter-Strike with an AWP. So that'll be a good gauge of kind of where they're at as well, to see if they can actually do something against European opposition.
Do you think they can do something against the European?
Not against FUT, no.
I mean, it's not like
it'll be a great one to watch to see how they do against European opposition, but ain't no way they can beat that team.
I don't think they're beating FUT, but it'd be cool if they make at least close contests, maybe take a map. Like, I mean, that would at least give us a little bit of hope. I mean, God, NA's struggling right now. Like, we need a little bit of something. So you hope that maybe they give us something entertaining at least in that game.
Nothing to add.
Nothing to add. There we go. Thank you so much, gents. Day number 1 here at PGL Bucharest has come to an end. We will be back same time tomorrow. Richard will be in the chair, as will I. Our analysts here as well. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you then.